Every place has its own strange traditions, customs that seem normal when you're there, but completely outrageous or downright bizarre to anyone outside the circle. But when bonding with others from small provinces, my village always tops the conversation. My trump card for this is the alarm that sounds every 20 years. We were never outright told not to tell anyone, but it was heavily implied. A sort of silent agreement that this stays within the confines of our little village of Pendleton. But it's too good a story not to tell. I was young when I first witnessed one, about 3 years old. All I remember is the bustle of the village as we all entered an underground lock-in. Despite how thick the walls and doors were, we could all still hear it faintly. The blaring of the klaxons echoed around the village. Growing up, I'd see them. Tall poles with conical shapes on the end, facing various directions. There were no visible wires, which made you assume they were hidden inside, but there was also no opening for maintenance. Despite this, they functioned perfectly every time they went off. There was no department for them. No one knows what grid they were wired to. They're just there and they exist. It was just a fact that everyone accepted, though what wasn't accepted was a common consensus for why. For the next 20 years, I'd occasionally bring it up, and what people felt and knew drastically shifted from person to person. When I started high school, I'd walk to school every day. Driving wasn't, and still isn't, a common commodity in the area. Pendleton was small enough for driving to be more of a flex than a necessity, so a regular routine for many kids was to meet up with others on the same route, and the group built up as we neared the school. By the time they reached my house, there'd usually be 4 to 5 kids already built up, ready for me to add to the number. For the most part, the route was always the same, but due to the swings in weather, it was sometimes better to go down alternate paths. The tighter alleyways would provide cover from particularly harsh winds that plagued the winter months, and when you went this way, we'd sometimes see the Church of Many. This wasn't some grand cathedral. It was a function room where many middle-aged men would meet for a few beers. Drinking early in the day is universally seen as inappropriate, but they always argued it was for religious reasons, and somehow they always got away with it. We sometimes peeked through the windows out of curiosity. We'd only heard rumours about the place, so we knew very little. However, we knew that the whole organisation was based on the alarm, which sounded every 20 years. They were known for holding public events around the village. It honestly felt more like a themed community centre than a religion, something that gave our little area an identity. But you could never say this to them. If you bring up their so-called relaxed worship, they'd argue you out the room about the importance of the organisation. They would even go as far as to make you thank them for saving the town every 20 years, claiming it was their doing that things weren't worse when the alarms went off. As you can imagine, it's nigh impossible to prove their claim, but equally impossible to prove otherwise. Quite honestly, the whole thing would be forgotten about for long periods. Something that happens every 20 years doesn't exactly bring about a sense of urgency. But sometimes, in school, a kid would bring it up, and talks would start all over again. There'd be a new theory thrown in, and jokes around the room each time. But this is where Isaac always stood out. If you ever brought up the alarm with him around, he'd say the same thing. The alarm is a hoax. Something to understand, our town isn't exactly 100% on the grid. It's known about by the government, but so disregarded that we managed to uphold a sort of autonomous zone, separate from outside influence. Because of this, we still have some kind of royal family, but to actually call them that is an overstatement. They're just a lineage of the founders that have passed down power through each generation. They claim they know the secrets of the alarm, but say it's kept from the public for the village's safety. This is another point of contention, but we'll save it for now. Just know that this family has a lot of power in this village, but for the most part, they're well liked since they're very involved with the growth and development of the land. This doesn't stop the rumours though. Isaac had one thought when it came to the alarm: a hoax. His theory goes that it's done to subjugate the population. Every 20 years, they assert their dominance by sounding the alarms and seeing who obeys. A simple routine that lets everyone know who's in charge. You see, anyone who doesn't seek shelter in the town's bunker is never seen again. During my later years in school, I met a girl named Edna. She was sweet. The village was small, so meeting new people was rare after a certain point. People exaggerate when they say a place is so small that everyone knows each other, but some of the more busy people might literally have done that. I met her during a school outing. The years in school were split. She was in the year below, and this particular trip was mixed with a few years. By the end, we were inseparable, and this carried on after the trip ended. I very quickly met her family, and we all got on well. But one moment really stood out to me, and that's when the alarm was brought up. I only brought it up offhandedly at the dinner table. I mentioned that someone at school was talking about the Church of Many being caught being drunk and disorderly again, and started raving about the alarm like it was urgent, and the table sort of grew somber. Her parents didn't seem to want to say anything, but Edna put the silence out of its misery by explaining their side of things. Apparently, she had an older brother, James. James had heard a rumour about the alarm that was still around. The idea is this: if you stayed out during the alarm, you were met by the spirits of the village. If you went to them with a wish in your heart so strong, it'd be granted. James had a wish, something he never shared with his family. Well, James snuck away when the evacuations were happening. Edna's family couldn't find him, but it was too late to go searching, so they had to hope James was okay when the alarms were going off. They searched and searched afterwards. The whole town had gotten involved, but James was nowhere to be found. The idea of something supernatural happening during the alarms wasn't a foreign idea to people, but Edna's family had their thoughts. James would never have wished to be away from his family, so if he stayed out to make a wish and was gone, the spirits could never be good. They were evil and had to be hidden from. I once talked to my dad about the alarms. My dad was a run-of-the-mill handyman. If you needed something done, he'd either be able to do it or figure it out. He was able to figure out any practical issue if you gave him enough time. My dad was sometimes sought for his advice. His practical thinking translated well to other areas, and he became a sort of counsellor for some. No one had degrees in the village. Knowledge was brought in from outside sources, but no one really left Pendleton for qualifications. Besides, there would be no need. Around here, qualification came from already being able to do the job or apprenticing with someone until you could. This is to say, he isn't stupid. You can imagine education in a place like this isn't of the highest caliber, but he had a head on his shoulders. When I was younger, he'd tell me the same thing. Every 20 years, there was a monster that would emerge and gobble up any kids who wandered out while the alarms went off. This was a common story told to kids to keep them in check. A lot of people in my school were told that, and I imagine my parents were told that when they were kids, and so on. Even when I hit high school, he persisted with this story, but with some added details. I imagine that the gruesome notes were to keep me in check when the childish version lost its luster. A fear some parents had as if the alarms went off when the teens were in the woods drinking. If they were too far out, they'd never make it back in time. This isn't to say they were strict to a harsh degree, but they were often overbearing when nearing the due date. This was because there was no set day. Sure, it was known to happen every 20 years, but there was a wide variance of possible days. People tried lining up the dates toward calendars, ancient time-measuring devices, even alternate religious texts, but nothing could predict the exact time and date. So often, we all became especially cautious when we knew the day was coming up. I was nearly 23, and was a few years into my career when we were nearing the date for the next alarm. By village standard, I was considered a man. So I faintly confronted my dad to tell me what he thought the alarm was. He told me what he thought. It's a monster. I resigned myself to hearing the same story again, but this time he went into much more detail than before. He explained that every 20 years a monster came through and ate anyone who was found. This was much of what I'd heard before, but he went on to tell me of some of the things he'd heard. Claw marks on doors where pets were left, giant footprints on the outskirts. He said that you just get laughed out when these things were brought up, but a small group of people were really invested in this theory. The final point he had was about all the rumours. He brought up one I'd heard before, that wishes were granted to anyone who went out into the alarm. My dad said that the head family knew of the secret and had actually started the rumours. He proposed this: ideas of wishes, power, and new life, all designed to get you outside during the ominous day. He had a simple answer when I asked him why they do this. Every 20 years, it gets hungry and needs to eat. I mentioned the pundits that have casual meetups and run the community events, but during the year leading up to the big day, the members of the Church of Many go into full force. The nice family-friendly events either wind down or are tricks to preach their word. It's almost like the cliche of a timeshare getaway. I was looking for a nice day out with my girlfriend of 3 years. Though we went to the same school, we met a few years after. Things were well, so I wanted to splash out on something nice. Our usual nice day out was to go to the steakhouse and get something fancy from the evening menu. The guy running the place was really nice, and if he knew it was a special day, he'd treat you right. He made a lot of business from being known as the place to go during a special day. Though you should never lie to him. If he found out you lied about your birthday or anniversary just to get some preferential treatment, you'd never get that privilege again. Like I said, everyone knew everyone, and if word travelled enough, you could have a rough time in the village for a few years until you got your reputation back. Wendy and I were up for the same routine, but I saw a poster on the village board about a pop-up food place on my way to work. It promised foreign food and foreign entertainment. I'm sure it's normal for you to treat yourself to a Chinese at the end of a night of drinking, but here, that was a luxury. To have tasted outside food was something you could talk about for many years with the heated interest of many. You'd have people lying about trying things just to gain a foothold on the social ladder. So, when word of a travelling Vietnamese diner was put up, I immediately put in for it. Not many people got in, but I aggressively brought up my special day and just about squeezed in. It was the talk of the town, and I found out a lot of people that I knew were going. All seemed to be about my age. Even though I wanted this to be about Wendy, I asked my parents if they wanted to go too. But it was strange. Even though they were in the camp of always wanted to try something foreign, they quickly refused. Wendy's parents did the same. We should have picked up on how strange this was, but we couldn't piece together a good reason. The day came, and everyone was tense. We were seated in a small auditorium with tables and chairs arranged so that you could see the stage. We all assumed this was to see the entertainment, which we awaited eagerly. The lights dropped and spots were shown on the stage. We were introduced to the head chef, a man with a complexion that was unlike anything we'd ever seen, a very distinct eye shape and jet black hair. He was the real deal. But then he was joined with the others, and it was clear what we'd fallen for. Beside him were two pundits from the Church of Many. They introduced the chef and the itinerary of the evening. Some people were looking around, seeing if they could get out in time, but it was too late. The lights came on, and around us were the other members of the church. They were dressed in flares of abnormal red clothes. Their faces were rubbed with a tinge of yellowed powder, and they had taped their eyes on the sides to be more narrow, a caricature of the man on the stage. The head chef seemed very displeased at this, but must have been heavily compensated to put up with our small village shenanigans. The chef was led to the back, and the evening commenced. The heavy propaganda that ran the whole night drowned out the smells of exciting spices. Members of the church came up and had many segments throughout the night. They ran many festivals that celebrated local culture. One segment was about their contribution to the growth of the town. Raising a family here was very prospective due to the many great events they organized. This appealed to the family-oriented people of the crowd. They also ran events highlighting local-made produce that praised local craftsmen, furniture, artisan alcohols, fresh foods. It was common to have a personal skill on top of your primary career, so to be part of that growth really appealed to the hard workers. If you ever needed help, the Church of Many were there. One woman had an accident in which a heavy piece of furniture was dropped and crushed a leg. Her career died that day, along with her dreams of dancing. So the church ran a fundraiser for her to receive outside help, and with the help of a hospital many miles away, she managed to regain some of her leg function. To this day, she still leads a healthy life. They hit all the checkboxes. Despite the deceptive nature of the event, they didn't sound too bad. Then they had a segment appealing to the less active people of the crowd. You can drink in the morning during the meetings 3 days a week if you join. It was allowed on work days due to religious reasons as sanctioned by the head family. The rule of thumb was to not get belligerent, but anything before that is open game. Again, this turned some heads. It had people thinking, maybe it's not as bad as some said. Fear of the unknown is big and circulates predominantly in talkative circles. The Church of Many always had an odd reputation where you never knew where their true intentions lay. Their nature was very relaxed, but they had some serious and unknown religious practices. It seemed you only got full details if you were in, and even then you had to be a long-time member before you got any critical information. This caused a lot of distrust from the more opposed members of the public. The food came out, and it was divine. I don't even remember what it was called, nor do I fully remember even what meat it was. It was a blast of spices and sauces mixed in a way utterly alien to our meat and potatoes culture. The reaction was visceral at how shocking it was. Some people cried tears of joy at having had such an experience. But after this, it was only downhill from there. They had more segments on stage. We were receptive to such a fantastic meal and very persuasive points. But this is where it started to get a bit crazy. They raved about the truth of it all, how we could be free from our mental prisons. They put down the common man as being ignorant to the higher truths. Simple salvation could be had if you joined. The eldest of the group came out. Old man Ezekiel. He had lived through 4 alarms, the most out of anyone in the village. His beard hung low, giving him a sage appearance. He wore garb far outdated to the modern times of our province. Old man Ezekiel went on to come out with something that divided the room. He claimed he survived being outside during an alarm. He explained it was when he was but 4 years old, having been left by his mother by accident. Ezekiel claimed what he saw led him to revolutionizing the inner circle of the Church of Many, but these secrets were too much for someone uninitiated. The only way to receive the blessed knowledge was to pledge your life to the Church, work hard, and earn the highest of trust. This immediately had the room in whispers. Some had family taken because of the alarm, while others had their biases and theories challenged by the notion of someone surviving. He was heckled with questions. If he survived one, why had he hidden for the others? Was anyone around who could challenge such a claim? If he had this knowledge, why hasn't he tried to stop it? He simply stood there with an all-knowing expression, and only when the commotion died down did he simply walk off stage. We received no more words. The ball was in our court. By the end, some left in a huff, having felt insulted by the ridiculous claim. Others were already fanatical about the cause, already trying to garner more interest in the divided members of the crowd. In the end, Wendy and I left. We weren't 100% opposed to the church, but we hadn't had the drive to seek more direct answers. When we got home, my dad was there to greet me. He asked me how the food was, but I knew he knew what it was about. He explained what the whole thing was. Every 20 years, they did something like this. They'd run a highly desirable event that garners vast amounts of interest, and it's all to push for new members. Those who went to a previous one or knew about it were forbidden to warn the newer generation. And so he had to sit there and let us go, along with the others who we told. Nearing the coming day, you can feel it coming. There's an electricity in the air. Less and less events happen the longer the 20th year goes on. People know to keep their schedules open in case they're caught unaware. Even the church quietens down their excursions in fear of accidentally getting people trapped outside when it happens. But even still, there are the parties. Some parties and meetups happen close to the bunker during the coming months. These events have strict rules to keep running. It sounds weird, but it's encouraged by the head family. I reckon it's to keep our small economy stimulated. If not enough people spend, money gets held up and bottlenecked. There can be music, and musicians are hired, but it can't be too loud. You can drink, but no hard liquor, and there's an unwritten rule to never get belligerently drunk. In the past, there have been those reported to have drunkenly slept through an alarm and went missing from not getting in the bunker. Though there's a somber air to these meetups, it's still a much-needed social energy. It can feel like months of waiting, so going that long without any stimulation can drive one stir-crazy. It's normal to keep your circle of friends from school well after school has ended, which was the case for me. Every time I went to one of these events, I'd see familiar faces. Edna, who I mentioned before, Kyle, who was in my form, Watson, who was often on my walk to work, and Steg, whom I'd known since kindergarten. Up until then, talk about the alarm had dried up. Everyone had said their piece many times, and there was never any new information to spark more ideas. But when we knew the day was coming, it had creeped back into conversation like old times. Being more mature, our conversations dropped from wild notions to more talking about getting past it. We knew the consequences of not following the rules. Other than Ezekiel, no one had ever survived being outside during the alarm, and even then, his claim was heavily scrutinized. We all agreed to just behave until then, keep a low profile and get past it. Simple, right? It turns out Kyle had other ideas. When the date was getting close, he started bringing up some of the old theories from school. He'd bring up a few, but always circle back to one, that you could make a wish if you survived. Edna immediately flipped out about this. By then, it was known what had happened to James, so it was already a bad move to bring up the alarm, but bringing up the rumour that got him killed was not cool. One time, Steg went off on him for always bringing it up. We couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Kyle would try to soothe the idea that it was worth a shot, that he wanted it to be true, but Steg would have none of it. It was during one of his put-downs that Kyle spoke up. He screamed so loud the pub briefly quietened down. All he said was, "But it could bring her back." We all knew what this meant. When Kyle was 8, his mother fell ill. It wasn't immediate, so for 3 years he'd rush home from school every day to be with her. They were really close, so losing her really took a part of him with her. So the idea of a way to bring her back, no matter how obscene, was romanticized to him. Even though we all felt for him, we took an opposing stance. We knew it was a bad idea. To Kyle, though, the prospect of the alarm only coming every 20 years meant it was now or never. So, looking back, I think there was no talking him out of it. He only told me. I was often the one to talk to him afterwards and empathize with the situation. I did this to make him feel better after a harsh berating from Steg. So I think this made me his confidant. So one day, after a late night gathering, he took me somewhere. A small, reinforced hut near the outskirts of the village. Over the years, he built it. He apprenticed as a builder after finishing school. So, to think he chose that career just for this was an absurd idea to me, but at this point, I wouldn't put it past him. I never said anything. I just listened. He went on to explain the rigidity of the thing. It was strong enough to withstand a bomb. The only opening was small enough to keep up the strength of the structure, and on it was a small porthole to look outside. His thinking was that he had to see and talk to whatever came to make the wish. Inside was some food and water, but not too much, since it would only need to last for one night. By his design, it couldn't be locked from the outside. This is to allow fast access when the time comes. Trust was common in the village, so locks were often not needed. However, it could be locked from the inside, and it was a rigid lock. He let me test it, and when it was bolted, my full force barely shook the thing. To say that it was solid was an understatement. Then, the day came. When it was time, you knew. The alarms made a winding up sound like they were warming up. This was your cue to get to the bunker as soon as possible. I saw everyone moving in unison, all making their way calmly but hastily to the one place drilled into us from birth. But while making my way there, I noticed him, and only because I knew to look out for him. But there he was, Kyle, slinking away in the opposite direction. I knew where he was going, and looking back, I could have stopped him. Sure, he could have still escaped if we went after him, but he trusted me when he confided in me his idea. To break that would have challenged my honor of being a friend, something a lot of people took seriously. So I just gave him a subtle nod and wished him Godspeed. The mood in the bunker is something you can't explain. Only when you experience it does it fully sink in what's truly happening. An alarm is going off while the whole population is hunkered together, But something they never tell you is the commotions that inevitably start. A couple started raving that they had left their pet. They were causing a commotion by the door, begging to be let out while the alarms were still just winding, but they were obviously refused exit. Then a woman started screaming. She met up with the kids brought in from the school, but couldn't find her son. The teacher explained that he had just slipped away from the class. It was protocol to not go back. There were too many examples of losing a teacher along with a kid when this happened, so it was drilled into them to never go back. This sounds pragmatic on paper, but seeing the pain from a screaming parent berate them will forever stay with me. At first, when I saw the burly crew that operated the doors, I was intimidated by their presence. They were the leading team of the local police force. Crime wasn't a common thing in the village, and when there was an incident, it was often just a civil case that was resolved with words, not action. So, when you had a small team constantly trained in physical combat, it was rumoured that it was just for this instance. The manning of the door during the alarm. It's easy to think it just a precaution, but witnessing it in person, I was thankful for the time they put in to sculpting their life for this very moment. Holding down one or two people is easy for someone strong, but when the parents corral the other parents into their cause to get out and rescue their kid, to see the efficiency of the coup being put down was like a well-oiled machine. You'd think they'd be at their limit when it was nearly 2-on-1 per bouncer, but the number grew when another incident happened that they never warned you about. The knocks. The alarms started, and they were loud. You had to talk just below a shout to be heard. So, when you heard faint knocking from the door, you knew they were hitting hard. Only when you listened closely could you hear them. People left outside, having not made it in time, just outside the door. Though you couldn't hear the words, you could hear the pleading in their voice, begging to be let in. Terms of desperation screamed as loud as they could. Obviously, the humanitarian of the bunch raised a commotion about this. They yelled at the bouncers to quickly open the door and let them in. It'd only be for a few seconds if they were fast. Still subjugating the rioting parents, it was amazing to see how they could still overpower this new group causing an uprising. All the while, seeing how serious they were taking things in the bunker, all I could think of was Kyle. At first, I didn't realize it, but eventually the screaming and bashing outside stopped. Not just petered off, it just stopped. Yet the alarms still rang. They rang for a solid hour before slowing down back into its wind-up sound, then died down entirely. We all stood there in silence for a moment, taking everything in, almost in disbelief that it was over. 20 years of build-up, just for that 1 hour. But there'd been no reports in the past of a false end or a double alarm, so not long after, the doors were opened, and we were free to leave. The held-down, rambunctious lot were let go with no warning or punishment. It seemed understandable that it was to happen, almost inevitable. A high point of emotion, but not held against them. Though scratched up and bruised, they left without a whisper. Elders from the Church of Many loudly raved celebratory words of another successful alarm, though they were largely ignored. Most went back to their daily routine, but I slipped away with one place in mind. I got to Kyle's bunker and knocked as much as I could. I berated with questions. If he was in there, if he was okay, to just make a sound, anything. But I heard nothing. I peeked inside through the tiny porthole to try and see him. The porthole offered a wide view of the small room. If he was in there, I'd see him. Then I tried the last thing I could. I pushed the door to open it, and it was locked. A few months ago, my wife, Julie, and I decided to start trying for a family. We moved out of the big city to a small Midwestern Minnesota town not too far from Grove City. It was time for a change. Hell, we even decided to stop smoking. We found a cheap, recently renovated flat. The entire complex was built in the 50s, but the apartments themselves had been fixed up just recently. We were told by the landlord, an absolutely stunning young woman, that most of the previous tenants decided to move out rather than wait for renovations to finish up. The place was basically brand new. Our apartment was on the ground floor. We didn't want to think about baby-proofing a balcony on the 3rd or 4th floor, and we figured this would only be a stepping stone to get in our own house anyway. Julie had left a job as a high school teacher behind, while I'd gotten a job as a manager at the local warehouse. I'd already worked as a manager previously for the same company, so it was just a matter of finding a suitable transfer. The previous tenants had left us a gift. Sitting alone in the kitchen window was a blue sunflower. At first, I thought it was plastic, but it was perfectly real. The colour was striking. It was still yellow in the middle with black spots, but the leaves were sparkling ocean blue. The flower pot was hand-painted with a small landscape and a shining sun. In plain black text it read, "The Sad Sunflower." "That is just too cute," smiled Julie. "We've got to keep it." I've never been able to say no to her. That big smile of hers could make me do anything. If she wanted to keep the sad sunflower, so be it. I watered it and turned it facing outwards. Oddly enough, it had been leaning inwards, towards the apartment. I thought sunflowers were supposed to follow the sun. Julie just loved it. She already had a good feeling about this place. I wasn't convinced yet, but I figured it was just nicotine withdrawal. Over the following days, I was getting adjusted to my job. I brought in a cake to get to know everyone. Their previous manager had personal issues and suddenly left town, so there was urgent need for someone to step in. It was just great timing for me. Julie was still looking for a new job. There were a few schools nearby that she was going to look up, but we needed a second car first. Money was tight after the move, so we decided to wait a few weeks before making any big purchases. So Julie spent most of her days at home. She'd been clear about wanting to be a stay-at-home mom once we had a family of our own, so maybe she was just trying to get used to the idea. Call it a practice run. She would do a lot of housework and handle the groceries. I usually cooked dinner, but she would handle the dishes. One day, after coming home from work, I noticed her humming a strange tune while watering the sad sunflower. I'd never heard it before. "You're my friend, I'll sing your tune, a setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too?" I took off my shoes and joined her in the kitchen. She'd hummed the tune over and over, checking every leaf on that sparkling blue plant. It was leaning inwards again, away from the sun, almost like a dog asking for a head scratch. "What's that song?" I asked. "What song?" I asked her several times over. She honestly didn't know what I was talking about. I read it out loud, and she just blanked. The same way I could have sworn I heard her sing it, she swore she hadn't. I turned the plant back outwards towards the sun. The next day, it was leaning back in. That tune started to haunt me. I could hear Julie sing it in the shower, or doing the dishes, or tying her shoes. Over time, she came to accept that she was singing it, but she wasn't doing it consciously. It was like a brain teaser. "I must have heard it somewhere," she said. "Some kind of nursery rhyme." I couldn't blame her for having her mind occupied with kid stuff. It was pretty much all we talked about. We just started trying for a baby, and it would be a matter of time before our lives would change forever. It was stressful, but exciting. More of an adventure than any bungee jumping could ever replicate. Julie got a part-time teaching job at a local high school. One of the teachers was going on maternity leave, so they needed someone to step in and help out with social studies. We didn't have a second car, but one of the guys I worked with lived just down the street, so we started to carpool. I thought having some independence and getting out of the apartment would do Julie some good. It did. At first. She had so much energy when she got home after a long day. Still, she would beeline towards a sad sunflower, take care of it, water it, and only then would she concentrate on anything else. She didn't even take her shoes off. That plant was, by far, her most favorite thing in the world. Honestly, I didn't get it. She still hummed that memory. "You're my friend, I'll sing your tune, a setting sun to rising moon." I once got back home early, only to notice that the sunflower was gone. Julie wasn't home from work, and the thing was just gone. Later, when Julie came home, it all made sense. She held that thing under her arm as she walked through the door. It was almost like someone holding a baby. She had a grocery bag swinging underneath. I'll be first to admit, I didn't handle it very well. "You're bringing it to work?" I accused. "What is going on with you?" "It's nothing," Julie sighed. It's like having a safety blanket. It doesn't mean anything. Then throw it away." She stared at me in disbelief. I took a step forward to help her with the groceries, and she recoiled. Her eyes were dilated, and it looked like she was on the edge of a fight-or-flight reaction. I just stopped. "What the hell? Don't you dare," she spat. "Don't you dare." After that, Julie slept on the couch for a couple of nights. It was her idea, not mine. She would give me these long, accusing looks from across the room whenever I was in line of sight of that damn plant. It was still facing inwards. I'm sure the damn thing was moving or turning back every time I tried to face it outwards. I started hearing things at night. I once peeked out the bedroom to see Julie watering and pruning the plant in the middle of the night. She'd sing to it over and over, the same rhyme. In the moonlight, it looked like she didn't even blink. 2:30 in the morning, and there she was, caressing the leaves. There were other things as well. Foul-smelling dirt in the wastebasket, dark blue sunflower seeds scattered around the bathroom. I didn't know what to make of it, but Julie and I weren't really talking anymore. She had no problem talking to that plant, though. "I ask you, Buddy, Buddy Blue, won't you be a sunflower too?" It all came to a boiling point the day when Julie didn't come home from work. Of course, she'd taken the plant with her. I tried her phone, but she didn't pick up. At 7 in the evening, I was getting seriously worried. I called the school where she worked, but of course, it was closed. Instead, I called a co-worker, Miss Marriott. "This is Claire," she answered. "Hey, I'm calling about Julie. This is her husband," I said. "Sorry about calling you like this." "No, it's fine. Is everything all right? When Julie came to work, did she seem okay? Did she do anything unusual?" "I'm not following." "Well, like, did she bring... No, I'm sorry, I meant, what do you mean came to work?" Apparently, Julie had quit a temp job about a week ago. I rushed down the street to my coworker and asked to borrow their car. They didn't mind and even asked if there was anything they could do to help. I didn't even know where to start, so I just thanked them and left. I drove around town for hours, checking every open store, every alley, every side road. Finally, I stopped for gas. As I went inside to pay and get a soda, I noticed the clerk humming a tune. She was reading a magazine and humming away, barely noticing I was even there. I'd recognized that melody anywhere. "Where'd you hear that?" I asked. She just looked up at me like she'd woken up from a nap. She had no idea what I was talking about. I just paid and left, figuring Julie had been there. She was close. There was a small dirt road not too far from the gas station, leading down to a fishing lake. All you could catch there was smallmouth bass, but it was a great little place to have a barbecue. I drove down the road, following a hunch. It paid off. Just a few minutes later, I saw a car on the side of the road. The door was still open. Lights were blinking. It was swarming with mosquitoes. I parked alongside it and brought out a flashlight. There was a small trail through the woods leading up to a clearing next to the lake. It was the only place she could have gone, unless she was mindlessly going random directions. I didn't have to go far to hear her. There was no wind, so even a slight noise could be heard from far away. "I ask you, buddy, buddy blue." The same damn rhyme. Next to the trail, I noticed small, bright stalks reaching out of the soil. They looked freshly planted. I could guess what kind of plant they were, even though they hadn't bloomed yet. "Won't you be a sunflower too?" I stepped into the clearing. I could barely see them all with that tiny cone of light. There were hundreds of them, spread out in a circle. In the middle was Julie, reciting a rhyme over and over. She'd taken off her clothes, and I could see mosquitoes swarming her. It didn't seem to bother her. The melody in her song was gone, turned to a mantra. She was standing with her back towards me, holding her hands in front of her like a cup. She suddenly made a harsh coughing sound and bent forward. I took a few steps and stopped. Every single sunflower turned towards me, blue leaves vibrating like rattlesnakes. Julie turned around. Sunflower seeds were dripping from her mouth. In her cupped hands, she held the same kind of foul-smelling tar dirt that I'd found in the wastebasket. Her eyes were bright blue, her teeth were stained black. "You're my friend, I'll sing your tune." Sunflower seeds kept falling from the edge of her mouth. She kept coughing, almost choking. She was constantly on edge of inhaling the seeds into her lungs. Her singing voice was broken and struggling. Still, she smiled. The same smile that could get me to do anything. "A setting sun to rising moon." The flowers turned back towards her, vibrating. Tiny leaves clapping in appreciation. I didn't know what to do. I was horrified. I was angry. I was desperate. I froze. Julie walked up to me, holding a large seed between her lips. She took my hands and leaned forward to kiss me. I've never smelled anything so putrid in my life. I think that's what snapped me out of it. It was the only time I refused a kiss from her. I'm not proud of what happened next, but I didn't have a choice. I grabbed Julie and threw her over my shoulder. She protested wildly, scratching and beating me. She had to stop over and over to throw more seeds and dirt. I just ignored the wounds on my neck and scalp and kept carrying her. I locked her in the back seat of the car and turned on the child locks. As I shut the doors, she was hysterical, screaming and flailing in the back seat like a possessed toddler. I got a jerrycan from my car. It was half full. That was enough. I stopped smoking the day we moved into our new apartment, but I still had my lighter. When I stepped back out into the clearing, I could hear something moving. I ignored it. I dumped every drop of gasoline that I had and just set the whole field on fire. I left the lighter behind. As I stepped away, I could hear things popping in the grass, blue leaves crinkling to ash, and somewhere there were tiny screams. Tiny, bright screams. Something was burned alive in that field, and I don't want to think about what it might have been. It sounded human. Wrong, but human. Julie recovered in a couple of days. The doctors figured she might have been eating seeds from the sunflower and that it contained some kind of poison. The doctors couldn't find anything abnormal about her blood levels, and after a couple of days of rest, she was back to her old self again. Her eyes were back to their ordinary brown, and her smile was as genuine as ever. She was so sorry for all the trouble she caused, and she had a hard time remembering what had happened. To her, it was all just a bad dream. We've since gotten pregnant. Over the months, we've baby-proofed the apartment, but we're already looking to move to a house. Julie got a job back as a temp, and she might be looking at an extension at the end of the school year. She's quite popular. We're thinking about the name Danny with a Y for a boy, or Danny with an I for a girl. We're not sure yet. There's only one thing that still worries me. The ultrasounds. Julie has been taking them while I'm at work, but she's shown me every single image. They look perfectly fine, but on the last one, there was something that didn't add up. In the corner of the picture, the date was set to 5 years ago. I'm suspecting she's not showing me the actual ultrasounds, or that she hasn't taken them. I don't know what she could be hiding. And sometimes at night, I hear her humming that same damn tune. Hi, my name is Marshall, and I was an investigator for the Coast Guard for over 30 years. Before I begin, I'm not going to give any last names or overly personal information for the protection of myself and those involved. As I write this, using the first names of my superior still feels like sacrilege. However, following the events of this story, I had signed an NDA pertaining to what was uncovered during the investigation. Given that I'm now staring down the barrel of a nasty cancer diagnosis, I no longer care for my career or life. But I don't want to hurt anyone else in the process. Despite the danger of disobeying a federal NDA, I feel that people deserve to know the truth about what lurks in their coastal waters. During my time as an investigator for the Coast Guard, my days were spent stopping drug runners, hanging around the docks, and yelling at drunk party boat captains. However, every single serviceman or member of law enforcement has a couple of cases which they cannot forget, no matter how desperate they are to do so. The SS Napoli was one of those cases. It was 1997, and I had been an investigator for the Coast Guard for 3 years and was stationed in Portland when my partner John and I got the call. According to our dispatch, there was a small cruise vessel which had veered into a restricted commercial waterway. Having nothing better to do and not wanting to look too lazy around our superiors, we made our way to our small patrol boat, where we were met by one of the senior investigators named Eric. "John, Marshall, you're both late," Eric said as he stood in front of our boat with his arms crossed. "I didn't know this was going to be so serious," John said as we walked towards the boat. "It's always serious," Eric said as he stared daggers at John. "This search has become a high priority and we're just wasting time standing here, so move your asses." After glaring at John for another second, Eric turned around and quickly made his way aboard the boat. "Screw me," John said as he gave me a look of dejection and annoyance. "I was really hoping this would be a quick call." I looked at John and gave him a shrug as I boarded this ship. During my time being stationed in Maine, I had heard from several of my colleagues that Eric had a reputation for being a by-the-books hard-ass. It was his way, or you were just in the way, my friend Pete would tell me. I should have known that once Eric had become involved in the investigation, that this was going to be more than a routine stop. However, even with the knowledge of how Eric conducts his investigations, we were all unprepared for the turn that this case would take. It took us about 20 minutes to get to the site of the SS Napoli. When we got there, we found that she had drifted into a sandbar and had gotten stuck. Despite this, we could hear the loud sputtering of the engine desperately clinging on for dear life as its rotors were being enveloped by sand. "Hello, this is the US Coast Guard," Eric stated over our boat's PA. "Turn off your engines and come out on top of your deck." We waited for a minute before Eric repeated the message. "This is the US Coast Guard. Turn off your engine and come out, or we will board your ship," Eric boomed over the loudspeaker, clearly annoyed at the lack of response. "Screw this," Eric said as he drew his pistol. "We're boarding, now." Eric had John put down our anchor, and the three of us boarded the ship. As soon as we stepped aboard, I noticed several piles of clothes neatly folded along the deck's edges. "Maybe they went for a swim," John said sarcastically, as he simultaneously avoided looking at Eric. "Enough clowning around. Let's go turn off the engine," Eric said as his words trailed off. John and I both looked in the direction where Eric was staring and saw a limp hand holding a pistol on the ground. "John, get to our boat and call this in. We have one confirmed casualty." Without saying a word, John quickly leapt from the Napoli onto our ship and made his way to the radio. With his gun drawn, Eric motioned for me to follow him, and we quickly breached the helm of the ship. When we got inside, we found the heavily decomposed body of a man in his mid-50s with an exit wound on top of his head. As Eric radioed John to relay the man's information, I stared mindlessly at the back wall of the helm, which had become adorned with the man's dried blood and brain matter. "Marshal!" Eric yelled, snapping me out of my daze. "Sorry, sir," I said as I regained my composure and started searching the pockets of the man's pants for any identification. "It's okay," Eric said in a surprisingly understanding tone. "Let's figure out who this man is and how he got here." Reaching into his left front pocket, I found his wallet and pulled out his ID, which caused a loose photo to fall in the process. "Looks like his name was Wendell Kramer," I said as I handed Eric the man's ID. As I went to put the man's wallet on the table, I saw the small photograph and picked it up. In the picture was Wendell and what appeared to be his wife and two older children as they stood in front of the Bellagio in Las Vegas. "Looks like he had a family too," I said as I handed Eric the photograph. "Wife and two kids," Eric said as he looked out the open doorway. "How many piles of clothing were there?" "3, sir," John said as he made his way into the helm, stopping just short of the corpse. "Christ, do you think it could have been a murder-suicide situation?" John said as he looked down at the man's body. "I think that I need to see the living quarters of the ship first before I have any theories," Eric said as he walked past John. "John, you're coming with me. Marshal, I want you to see if we missed anything in the helm." "Yes, sir," I said as Eric and John made their way to the deck below. As soon as Eric and John were out of sight, I quickly ran out of the hall and threw up over the side of the ship. During the first 3 years as an investigator, I'd only been part of one other case involving a death, and it had happened earlier the same day. Never before had I ever seen the effects of advanced decomposition on a dead body, nor had I ever smelled the blending of the seawater and advanced rot before. After composing myself, I made my way back into the helm and started searching for any evidence. As I looked back at the wall behind the dead body, I noticed that there had been a small circular glare of light at head level. Turning around, I saw a VHS camera propped up onto a shelf. "Sir, I think I found a camera," I said over the radio as I picked it up and pressed the eject button. "There's a tape inside of it too." "Thank you for the update, Marshal," Eric said. "Come down below and bring the camera with you." Without any hesitation, I put the tape back in the camera and made my way down the stairs to the living quarters. John and Eric were sitting down at a table in a small kitchen. "Did you find anything down here?" I said as I sat next to John and put the camera on the table. "Nothing to give any probable cause, but we did find 4 suitcases belonging to 2 women and 2 men," Eric said as he put 2 new AA batteries into the camera. "We also found batteries," John said as Eric quickly smiled before going back to his cold gaze. "Are we going to watch the tape?" I asked as Eric turned the camera on, causing it to sound its startup jingle. "Of course, it's evidence, and we have nothing else to go off of," Eric said as he checked the time on the recording. "Looks like there's about an hour's worth of footage on here." John and I sat in anticipation as Eric put the camera back on the table and hit play on the VHS recorder. The first clip started off with a woman wearing a black and white striped bikini sunbathing on the deck of the ship, while 2 people could be heard having a splash fight in the water. "Hi everyone," a man said as he zoomed in on the sunbathing woman. "Here is my beautiful and not at all cranky Clara." "Oh, Wendell, stop that," the woman said playfully as she sat up. "And this is my not at all annoying husband." "Ooh, burn," the man said, laughing. "Dad, I'm hungry," yelled a boy in his mid-teens as he climbed the ladder to the deck. "And can we please not have pork chops again?" a younger girl chimed in. The man then turned the camera to face himself, revealing himself to be the same man that we found in the helm. "Being a parent is such a rewarding experience," Wendell said sarcastically as he was sprayed with water. "Hey, cut that out." The video then cut to black before starting clip 2. "Hey assholes," the boy from before said as soon as the second clip began. "Today, I'm going to be pranking my dad by pushing him overboard." "Like hell you are, Connor," Wendell said as he grabbed the camera. "You couldn't trick me if you tried." "Yeah, Connor, you'd have to be smart to do that," the young girl said as she walked by the camera to sit at the kitchen table. "Screw you, Sam," Connor said in an annoyed tone. "Hey, be nice to your sister," Wendell said sternly. Fine," Connor said as he sat down. "Dinner's ready, Clara," Wendell called out before giving an annoyed look to the camera. The camera then went black again. As I watched these clips, I couldn't help but think about the man whose lifeless body is lying directly over our head. "It doesn't get any easier," Eric said. "What?" I said as I snapped back to reality. "This isn't the first time I've had to go through footage like this," Eric said as he gave me a sad look. "Seeing someone's ghost, their memories, the life they've left behind. Just try not to get too caught up in it. Remember, we need to be here for them so they can rest knowing someone was able to tell their story. "Thanks, sir," I said as I looked down at my hands. Eric nodded and clicked play on the camera, which started up clip 3. In this clip, it was now nighttime and the family was staring at something off in the distance. "Wendell, do you have the camera ready?" Clara said in nervous excitement. "You have to film this." "I just turned it on. I'm right behind you," Wendell said as he approached his wife and kids. As he got behind them, the camera showed 4 blue orbs of light hovering over the ocean. "What are those things, Dad?" Connor asked as he turned to face the camera. I don't have any idea, buddy," Wendell said as he zoomed in on one of the orbs. When he did, you could see that the orb was pulsating as if to mimic the water below. "Wendell, I don't like this," Clara said nervously. "Yeah, let's all go downstairs and play some board games," Wendell said with clearly fake enthusiasm. As Wendell started to put the camera down, he quickly froze. Suddenly, a faint sound could be heard off in the distance. "Is that singing?" John said as he leaned towards the camera speaker. "Come on, kids, let's get downstairs," Wendell said in a more concerned tone than before. The camera once again cut to black, leaving us in pure disbelief. "You all heard that right?" John said as he quickly looked at Eric, then me. Yeah, I think I heard something," I said before being cut off by Eric. "I didn't hear anything," Eric said as he pressed play on the camera. "Let's just keep watching." "Dad, get the camera quick. You need to see this," Sam yelled from the top deck. Wendell then ran up the stairs to see that the bright lights were much closer now. "What the hell?" Wendell muttered under his breath. As he stared at the pulsating orbs, the singing from the third clip had become much more audible. John then paused the recording and turned to face Eric. "See, don't you hear the singing?" John exclaimed. "The orbs are harmonizing." Eric said nothing and pressed play on the camera. The clip continued with Wendell filming the orbs. Suddenly, the song that was being sung began to shift. "Wendell, Clara, Connor, Sam," the orb sang. As they sang, it sounded as if they were producing multiple octaves of sound at once, producing a rolling sound of harmonies at a perfect pitch. As we listened to the track through the VHS, I felt the hairs on my arm begin to stand up. "Sam, honey, let's go to bed. It's late," Wendell said as he started to walk towards his daughter. Sam, having either not heard her father or did not care to listen to him, stayed perfectly still as she continued to stare into the orbs floating 10 feet above her head. "Sam!" Wendell yelled, snapping Sam out of a daze. "Dad?" Sam muttered groggily. "It's okay, baby," Wendell said, clearly shaken by what had just transpired. "Let's get you to bed. You were sleepwalking again." The clip went to black, and John pressed the play button with no hesitation. Eric and I looked at each other as the clip began. "Clara, Connor, Sam," Wendell called out as he left his bed and entered the living quarters. All around him, the sound from earlier had gotten loud to the point of causing the VHS's microphone to start clipping. The blue light given off by the orbs had surrounded the boat, causing rays of blue light to cast throughout the cabin. As Wendell panned the camera around the room, he heard the faint sounds of talking above deck. "Hold on, I'm coming," Wendell yelled as he ran up the stairs. As soon as he reached the top deck and turned to face the bow of the ship, he instantly froze. Clara, Connor and Sam were standing completely nude and facing the ocean. "What the hell is going on?" Wendell yelled. As he made his way towards his family, he stopped and screamed as 4 creatures began to rise in front of his family. As the skinless humanoids began to tower over the 3, they began to unhinge their jaws and produce 2 black tentacles which emitted the same light blue glow as the orbs. The 3 of us and Wendell watched in horror as 3 of the creatures pressed their tentacles over Clara, Connor and Sam's faces. As the tentacles latched onto their faces, they appeared to suck away at their skin. "Stay away from my family, you freaks!" Wendell cried out. As soon as he spoke, the 4th creature began to shuffle towards him, walking as though their legs did not match their autonomy. Wendell began to slowly back away as the creature made a break towards him. The sudden speed of the creature caused me to flinch as Eric sat stoically and John sat transfixed. Wendell quickly rushed to the helm and slammed the door shut just as the creature was about to grab him. Damn it, what are those things?" Wendell muttered as he tried to catch his breath while he locked the door. After a minute of composing himself, Wendell pointed the camera towards the window and walked off to the left side of the screen. From the hatch, we watched as the formerly skinless creatures started to take on facial features from the family members, becoming twisted versions of the loving family we had seen on TV. The placement of hair on the creatures' heads were matted and off-center. Their mouths, which were still unhinged, looked crooked and broken, and the creatures bulged from the skin they adorned like a tight-fitting suit. As soon as Wendell came back on screen and looked out the window, he vomited at the abomination before recoiling due to a loud banging sound from the other side of the door. Wendell looked up in horror as the face of the skinless creatures suddenly appeared from the other side of the hatch window. It smiled at Wendell as it began to bang its head furiously against the door. "Take this," Wendell screamed as he drew a pistol and fired 3 shots through the door. As the shots rang out, a deafening scream of pain could be heard from the other side of the door. "Ha, got you," Wendell cheered as he looked out the window. As soon as he saw the scene outside, his pride had quickly soured to dismay as he began to sob. "I don't know how to live without you," Wendell said as he stared down the pistol. "I'm so sorry, everyone. I love you so much. For anyone who finds this, my coordinates is 43.6 to minus 69.7. If you see blue orbs over the water, run." As soon as he said this, Wendell picked up the camera and placed it on the shelf beside the door. Out of sight of the camera, the sound of the engine roaring to life can be heard as a single gunshot exploded through the mic, leaving just the sound of the singing from behind the door. Suddenly, after several minutes, the sound of banging resumed and a loud crash was heard off camera. After several moments of shuffling, the creature that was behind the door appeared and stared directly at the camera, causing John to let out a blood-curdling scream. "What the hell?" John screamed as he shot out of his chair. The sudden reaction caused Eric and I to flinch as John began pacing around the cabin. "John, are you okay?" Eric asked as he got up. "Its face," John screamed. "Its damn face!" "I know. I don't think I'll ever be able to unsee that skinless freak," I said. "What the hell are you talking about?" John said as he stopped pacing and stared at me. "The creature," I said in a confused tone. "It didn't have skin and was all muscle and tendon." "It had my face, Marshall. You didn't see my face?" John pleaded. "It smiled at me with my own damn face." Eric shot a glance at John before giving me a worried look. Grab the camera. We need to leave, now, Eric said. But it had my face, sir, John muttered between fits of crying. Now, let's go, Eric yelled. Eric stormed out of the cabin as I helped an inconsolable John up the stairs and onto our boat. The ride back from the SS Napoli was tense and silence between John's constant whimpering. As soon as we made it back to dock, 2 members of the Coast Guard were waiting to escort John to our field office. As I was about to get off the ship, Eric put his arm out to stop me. Sir, I said before being cut off. What I'm about to tell you is extremely important, so I need you to listen, Eric said as he looked around to make sure no one else was in earshot. Of course, sir. What is it? I asked. You didn't see anything today, Eric whispered. Of course, sir. I won't tell anyone, I replied. Eric just shook his head and stared at me. Even if you saw something, you never saw anything. You never heard anything. You know nothing, Eric continued. I'm only telling you this because I have no choice. But those creatures you saw are sirens. Like from the Odyssey? I asked. Similar, Eric said as he became slightly more relaxed. They prey on those who allow themselves to be open to their calls. As soon as you leave here, listen to your favorite album or do something to rid yourself of the mark. What about John? I asked as I watched him struggle to walk with his escorts. Watch over him, make sure he doesn't do anything stupid, and hope that God's grace is in his favor, Eric said as he pulled out a cigar and lit it. Now go, you're dismissed. Yes, sir, I said as I gave a salute and walked back to the office. For the next couple of hours, I took Eric's advice and listened to some music and watched a late-night Celtics game on TV with my friend Pete and some other colleagues. Just as Bruce Bowen missed another 2-point shot, Eric burst into the office. Where is Marshall? He yelled. I'm right here, sir, I said warily, as the guys who were watching the game with me tried to distance themselves. Follow me, now, he yelled as he slammed the door. I stood in the room, confused for a second, before grabbing my coat and rushing for the door. Poor guy, Pete said as I rushed out of the room. As soon as I left the office, a marshal was waiting for me, holding an M16. We have a serious issue, Marshal, Eric said as he handed me the keys to the boat. What's wrong? I asked nervously as I eyed the assault rifle. John stole one of our boats, and I think I know where it's going, Eric said as he began to briskly walk to the boat. Where is he going? I asked as I tried to catch up. The coordinates in that video. He's going back to the site where the incident happened, Eric said as he picked up his pace. Why would he do that? He was terrified of those things, I asked as we neared the boat. Just as we were about to board the boat, Eric turned to look at me. Because he never listens, Marshall. He embraced the song, and now they have a hold on him. Eric and I then boarded the ship and sped off into the night towards where Wendell had reported the incident. By the time we arrived near the location, it had been about an hour since we had left the dock. Ahead of us, we saw the footlights of a ship in the distance, and to my horror, a bright blue orb hovering in the sky. Damn, it might already be too late, Eric said as he turned the safety off the M16. What's the plan, sir? I asked as the floodlights came closer. We save John if we can, and I shoot anything that's not human, Eric said as he pulled earplugs from his pocket and handed them to me. As we approached the side of the boat, I saw John standing on the bow, nude and staring at the sky while the orb above him was singing, just as it had in the video. John, John, John. John, what the hell are you doing? Eric yelled. John didn't respond. John, if you don't answer me, I'm going to board this boat and haul you off myself, Eric yelled as he prepared to disembark. Just as Eric was about to board John's boat, a creature started to crawl from the water onto his boat. Standing before John was one of the 8 feet tall, skinless sirens. Oh damn, Eric said as he raised his rifle. Before he could shoot the creature, John turned around and fired 2 shots from his revolver at Eric, hitting him in the shoulder. As Eric lay bleeding on the floor of our boat, John turned back towards the creature as its tentacles exploded from its face and latched onto John's skin. As the creature began to harvest John's skin, John started to moan with delight. Not wanting to see John consumed, I grabbed a medical kit from the helm of our boat and rushed over to Eric to stabilize his wounds. Don't worry about me, son, Eric said between gritted teeth. You need to take that thing out. I nodded and carefully grabbed the M16 from beside Eric. Once I had it in my hands, I quickly spun around and fired several shots at the creature. The creature turned around to look at me, and I saw that half of its face now resembled my partner, John, while the other half still was primarily muscle. It snarled at me, showing off its various rows of different sized teeth. When I was able to see this creature up close, I realized that it looked like it was made of human beings stacked upon each other. Its legs had different joints and knees that did not function. Its hands had tens of fingers that didn't move. Its face had several jaws and mouths of various sizes moving in unison. It was as if it was a Russian nesting doll of flesh and bone. After a moment of staring me down, the creature lunged for me. I quickly sprayed the rest of the magazine into the creature. As I did, thousands of teeth and bone exploded from its face and torso, and the creature fell forward into the sea. Staring back at John, I saw him gasping on the floor of his boat, drenched in blood, and missing several layers of muscle and flesh from his face. As he turned to look at me, he smiled before the creature, which I thought I had killed, grabbed him by the legs and dragged him below the surface of the water. Having no bullets left, I watched in horror as the man I had worked with for the last 3 years was dragged down to a watery hell. After a moment of standing, defeated and utterly dumbfounded, I made my way over to Eric and handed him the rifle. You did good, son, he said as he lit another cigar. But John's dead, I replied, barely able to hold back tears. You did what you could, Eric said between puffs. Now, let's get the hell out of here. I wish I could say that I became Rambo and hunted down the creature that killed my friend. But I didn't. I knew that John was a dead man as soon as he set sail for those damned creatures. But every day, I think about all the ways I could have stopped him. Eric and I would go on to work together on many unexplainable cases after this one. But those are all stories for another day. For now, as a former Coast Guard investigator, if you see blue orbs in the sky on the open ocean, run like hell. And don't ever listen to their song. I hadn't been down to the cellar since my 6th birthday party. I hated everything about it, I hated the smell, thick and noxious, heavy old cedar shavings, rotting PVC piping, and wet. Trapped water that seeped into dark corners and stayed there forever. The smell filled the place, and yet somehow was just an odour after all. I hated the actual process of going down too. The stairs creaked, groaned, and flexed under any weight at all. Somehow, they always seemed seconds from collapsing entirely, folding in on themselves expertly, like how my grandfather shuffled a deck of cards when we played Go Fish. And the light. Jesus, the light. It was a singular bulb. One. Pastel yellow, flickering inhumanly and too bright in the centre. Glowing, beaming. There, as if that light held the centre of the whole universe, the infinite expanses of time and space, and whatever else was beyond the 8 planets that we learned about in school a few weeks prior. The light hung unsuitably from a thin chain, and it swung with the steps. The whole cellar seemed to move, in fact, impossibly intertwined, connected at the joints somehow. It was a terrifying sight, moving down the stairs, into the waiting dark, the distant corners just out of vision, undefined, never fully filled by the unholy orange light that cast strange shadows against the rusted metal shelving that had once so lovingly been put in place by the previous owners and had been long since abandoned. The corners. Those dark corners. My mind filled them with abstract horror sometimes. The things I couldn't see, the things I didn't want to. Slippery tentacles, huddled rats, spiders with 12 legs as long as my fingers, small beady red eyes with no pupils, and once my fully formed first grade teacher, Mrs. Jewell we called her, who had sent me home from recess for refusing to come inside, only this time she had 2 heads and one began eating the other. When I'd imagined those things at the age of 6, the dead, horrible things that crept into every consciousness when left in the wrong kind of dark, I'd been able to shake them away with some effort as I moved down those stairs that shook and quivered and shrieked and waited to drop out from under me at any moment. There was some power in the act, closing my eyes as tightly as I could, clenching my fists and wishing the nightmares away with everything I had. When I opened them, finally, after what felt like an eternity, the dead sway was gone, the unlife and foul power that held court in that cellar. It was just a room, after all. Just 4 walls and a floor, man-made, built by hands just like mine, calculated and scaled with rulers and drawn with skillful precision and a good old-fashioned No. 2 lead pencil. It was just a room then. I could make it just a room. Except on my 6th birthday, everything was different that day. My dad had asked me to go down and get his black toolbox from one of the shelves so that he could fix the goddamn handle in the front door before my grandparents and cousins came over and it jammed and we embarrassed ourselves. I hadn't fully understood the urgency of this wish or why my dad had become so angry that day fidgeting with the screws, but I knew better than to question my old man when he started to get red in the face, even if it meant going to the cellar, even on my 6th birthday. I had taken one last deep breath, hoping not to take in any of that stagnant damp air, grabbed the brass handle, wrenched the door open in a way that surely would have made my mother swat me across the ear if she had caught me in the act, and trudged down the steps in some strange cross between an army march and a man sent to the gallows, determined and terrified. It was the only way to survive the cellar in my estimation. If I stopped for a second, even one, I was sure something would reach out and grab me by the collar, or the shoulder, or even worse, the ankle. Old, far too long fingers closing quietly around my foot, pulling me down into those goddamn corners, the ones I knew were actual physical boundaries, but felt like so much more. I had been nearly down the steps when I had to take my first breath, exhaling too long and nearly choking in the forced inhale of lost oxygen, muddy shoe soles and the bloody remains of a dead robin being pulled apart by ants on the sidewalk. I remember the smell most of all. Death, stillness, scary in how motionless it really was, and how trapped it all felt. I had begun to sprint downward then, rushing madly along the uneasy cement pavement that was cracked under my feet, hoping to all hope that I didn't trip and splay out, that on a rare occasion I had actually managed to tie my shoelaces correctly that morning, and most of all, that nothing would reach out and grab my ankle. Nothing would be worse than that. Nothing, except what I had seen then, edging out of the darkness, both silhouetted against the black and painted blood orange in the swaying light, plain as could be. A face. Not just any face. I recognized it. Curly red hair and stars of freckles that filled a galaxy on his cheeks. It was Ralphie Bynes, the too tall for his age second-grade baseball player who lived 3 houses down on the brick house to the right. I didn't have time to think. Everything moved too fast. I heard a cracking sound as Ralphie's bones broke, the heavy tear of polyester fabric as the boy was folded into and against himself, smashed together by something I couldn't make out in the black corners of the room. Ralphie didn't react as his body broke. His face didn't move at all. He was already dead. His eyes were pale and glazed over, fish eyes staring at nothing, no recognition at all. I never forgot them. What happened next I played in my head nearly every night, and just about any time I was left alone with my thoughts over the next 2 years. That dead, motionless face was pulled back into the shadows, slipping quickly out of view, and was lost. I heard ripping then, skin and muscle, shattering bone, and hungry jaws recoiling flesh. I ran. My feet felt as heavy as lead, but I forced them up, smashing against the wooden cellar steps that creaked and groaned under me, and laughed. My father didn't fix the goddamn door handle on my 6th birthday. He chased me as I ran out of the cellar like a bat out of hell, past my presents and birthday cake, never truly seeing them, and onto the street as summer rain began to fall, heavy and furious, turning the once brilliant day grey and sour. Of course, my parents didn't believe me. It didn't make sense to me either, but I had to tell someone. I begged them to check the cellar, and they did. Nothing was out of the ordinary, not a bucket or screw out of place, no sign of struggle, no belongings or sign of life anywhere. I insisted they call the Bynes family, and after 15 minutes of hysterics, they did. No, Ralphie wasn't there. Of course he wasn't. He had gone off to batting practice that morning, and they would see him later that evening. They assured my parents that everything was quite under control, that Ralphie followed his exact routine every day in June, and they thanked them not to get them worried about their son based on a 6-year-old boy's tall tales and wild imagination. Everything was fine, they insisted. They were right. For about 3 hours. I locked myself in my room, and my parents were fine with that. They were embarrassed enough for one day. If I hadn't scared them so much, and so uncharacteristically avoided my own birthday, they may have sent me to bed without dinner. My 6th birthday party was cancelled and rescheduled for next Saturday. My parents didn't expect a call from the Bynes family at 5:30, a call asking if I was playing some kind of joke on them, that Ralphie had actually missed batting practice that morning and hadn't come home for dinner. The police were called next, and yes, after a day had passed, they did come to check the cellar. They of course found nothing and apologised to my parents for having to stop by. My mother went to bed early that night, and I could hear her crying from my room. My birthday party took place 2 Saturdays later, once things had quieted down some, and I didn't go anywhere near the door that led to the cellar. All of my guests were accompanied by their parents, who never seemed to let them get out of sight. If I was honest with myself, I hadn't really cared about my birthday party anymore. But that was then. That was 2 years before. I was 8. It was my birthday. I had grown 4.5 inches, and sometimes I forget about the incident entirely. That was nice, though it didn't last. Ralphie's face always found a way back into my mind. I'd grown to hate it. Hate the curly red hair and dumb freckles. Hate those cold grey fish eyes that saw nothing. Hate the way it made me feel, afraid and small. And, more than anything, hate the fact that it wouldn't leave me alone, that it reminded me of the cellar. It reminded me that whatever was in that cellar, whatever it was still there. The inexplicable thing that stayed just out of sight, that crunched bones and ate little boys just like me. I shook my head and clenched my fists, feeling my uneven nails take hold and dig in there. No one had ever found Ralphie, and after a while, people had stopped talking about it too. It brought up too much, and it made them scared for their own children. 2 months after the incident, Ralphie's parents sold the house and moved to Iowa. I had watched them leave in a yellow rental truck from my room on the 2nd floor and could have sworn I'd never seen 2 sadder people in all my life. I let my eyes open after a long moment, pushing these memories away, as I often did, letting the colours and lights of the kitchen flood into my vision in a brilliant stream. Reds and blues and yellows, birthday cake, sugar frosting and rainbow sprinkles, scarlet streamers and balloons that were as big as my head. I felt safe and warm, just for a moment, maybe for the first time, truly in 2 years. The cellar, that evil thing that was somewhere below me, out of mind, as long as I kept it that way. I heard my mum's voice then, distant, calling me, inaudible except for in its quality. She wanted something from me. There was a hint of desperation, the same way she would call me down for supper, or to take the garbage out when my dad stayed at work late and she had shrimp peels or old garlic cloves to dispose of. At first, it didn't register. Not fully. I was surrounded and filled with colour and light. It was my birthday. 8 years old. Soon I'll be off to 3rd grade, back with my friends in class, playing tag at recess, with all new teachers to meet, and then so much more. To grow and run and play and be a boy. I heard my mum's voice again, and this time it roused me from my thoughts. Her voice was louder, though still distant, the sound indistinct and guttural, as if I'd heard it underwater during swim practice. This time, not desperate anymore. Urgent. Then it was gone. Silent. I felt my heart begin to beat against my chest and the small hairs rise on my arms and the back of my neck. "Mom," I called out, trying to pinpoint a location in the 2-story home, as I often did when she needed me. In this, I'd become an expert over the years. I was often called to help, and always came. I was a good boy, and I prided myself, especially in taking care of my mother. "Timmy?" Her voice came again, straight and piercing, almost disappointed. "Mom?" I almost shouted. "I'm down in the cellar." The words hit me like bricks. Ice crept up my spine and settled in my throat. The 2 words came again, over and over again. Mom, cellar, Mom, cellar. Against all my fears and childish rationalities, I ran, quickly covering the length of the kitchen and adjacent hallway. I stopped before the open door that led down to the blackness, where that one light swayed hypnotically like a tongue, and my mother called for me in a dread scream, near panic. "Timmy, help." I crossed the threshold, quickly descending, 1 foot after another as the stairs buckled and heaved under me, yelling for my mother. The blackness that filled the cellar was so total, so complete, that I didn't even realise that there was a change in the light, as the door upstairs slipped quietly closed behind me. I arrived on the landing, scanning the pulsing ink shrouds left to right quickly for my mother, knowing that she was here somewhere, that she had come down to get something for my party, and that the goddamn cellar, had gotten her. Some part of me had known this day was coming, that the place had been lying in wait, waiting to hurt me. Some part of me knew that this dark place was awake again, hungry again, the way it had been that rainy day when it snapped Ralphie's spine and carried him away. Some part of me knew that it had waited precisely for this moment. My voice cracked as I shouted for my mum into the ether. Her voice came back dry, insolent, fragmented, and near some sort of animal snarl. "Oh, what a good boy you are, Timmy." I stood, stunned, a long silence coming over the dead space and the low voice that had so perfectly impersonated my mother. "Always looking out for your mother." I knew then that it was too late. It had me. I screamed, but it was cut short. The light bulb, too powerful in its center, like an eternal sun, flicked once as it swung ominously above me, and my eyes jumped to it, clung to it. Something, anything in the all-powerful rolling dusk, and went out forever, enveloping me in nothingness. I felt then, as somehow I knew I always would, cold bones in my ankle, porous, decaying flesh take hold there, and pull, wrenching me down and into those impossibly stretched corners, where reality bent and flailed and broke. I screamed. I felt something else too. A mouth, rows and rows of teeth, and more, or something as close to it as I'd ever felt, began to crawl up my legs, devouring me like a pillowcase, combing the length of my body, rising up my abdomen and to my chest. I screamed again, knowing I only had seconds left. Soon I would be gone, lost, left here forever in the dark, some impossible place that didn't exist, just like Ralphie Bynes, gone, forgotten. My parents would look for me, they would cry, they would hope, but they wouldn't find anything. Soon they too would pack their belongings in a U-Haul and leave town, ashamed, scared, lost, ruined. It would be like I never existed at all. I had to survive. There was a rush of feet. Light beating back the darkness, pushing back those horribly long corners, and whatever gnawing evil had taken hold of my body and pinned it against the dirt floor. My parents raced down the steps and wrapped me in their arms. I cried, and they held me, as best as they could. It wasn't enough for me to forget the feeling of teeth, thousands of them, tasting, not yet chewing, but oh so close. My 8th birthday wasn't a happy one, and that was enough for me. I was finishing up my afternoon shift at the gas station when the power flickered once, twice, then died for good. The store went silent, except for the hum of the old drink fridge winding down, and outside, the entire street had begun melting into darkness. For a moment, I stood behind the cash register, staring at the dead monitors, thinking about how I'd be leaving this place for college in 2 weeks, thinking about how small and heavy it felt to still be here. By the time I logged up and stepped into the fading sunlight, candlelight was already blooming in windows up and down Main Street. Tiny flames flickered behind lace curtains and lined porch railings, glowing against the dark like cautious eyes. That was just what people did here whenever the power failed. It didn't matter if it was a 2-minute brownout or an overnight storm outage. Candles came out fast. No one ever explained it to me in words that made sense. I just grew up knowing that when the lights went out, you lit a candle for them. No one really said who they were. No one wanted to. I've always gone along with it. Habit mostly. Maybe a bit of fear too, if I'm honest. But nothing deeper than that. Grandma was the believer. She would hum under her breath, low and tuneless, as she lit each wick in the living room. Her hands would tremble as she moved from candle to candle, whispering prayers I never fully understood. The prayers meant to keep us safe, she said. I used to watch her and wonder if she really believed in what she was doing, or if believing was just easier than asking questions no one had answers for. All I knew was that every window in our street would glow by the time the first hour of the blackout passed. Every porch would have a candle burning, and every family would stay inside, quiet, waiting for the power to come back on. I jogged the short distance home, my trainers slapping the pavement in the hush. There was just enough daylight left to make it home. Without the streetlights, the neighborhood felt swallowed by the sky, leaving only small islands of flickering light in the windows. Every porch had its candle lanterns burning. Some families set out mason jars with tea lights lining their walkways, flames bending and trembling in the spring wind. It was beautiful in a way, if I didn't think too hard about why we did it. No one was outside. Not even porch smokers or gossiping neighbors leaning on rails. Windows were curtained tightly. The only movement came from the restless flames themselves, stretching shadows across gardens and driveways. When I was little, I used to think the candles made the town look warm and alive. Grandma would tell me stories about how her own mother lit them every blackout, whispering that they kept the watchers calm. At school, teachers never spoke about it. My friends and I would joke that the candles was just a hillbilly blackout tradition, something to make us feel special when power companies ignored us. But I still lit them. We all did. Even the new families who moved here eventually fell in line. No one wanted to be the only house dark during an outage. Our house sat at the end of Sycamore Lane, a sagging one-story with peeling blue trim. It was smaller than most, with 2 thin porch posts wrapped in chipped plastic ivy. Grandma always said she liked being at the edge, away from the busier parts of town. Fewer eyes watching her every move, she'd whisper with a smile. Though I never understood what that meant. I pushed through the gate and up the front steps 2 at a time, the wood creaking under my weight. My fingers shook as I thumbed the keys from my pocket. I wanted to see a silhouette in the window, rocking slowly in a chair, candlelight pooling around her lined face as she mouthed prayers into the quiet. That was how it always was. Even when the power returned, she let the candles burn down to wax puddles before blowing them out, just to be sure. Inside, the living room smelled of lavender wax and melted paraffin. Dozens of tea lights flickered along the windowsill, and the old bookshelves crammed with worn cookbooks and yarn baskets. But there was no humming to greet me. No whispered psalms or half-forgotten lullabies weaving through the candle-lit shadows. Grandma was slumped in a rocking chair, head leaning against the shoulder. Her eyes were open, staring at nothing. The glow of the candles lit a face from below, deepening every wrinkle into something hollow and waxen. Her chest rose and fell in shadow, uneven breath that rattled in her throat. "Grandma?" My voice cracked as I crossed the room, dropping my bag by the door. I crouched beside her, gripping her wrist. Her skin felt cold and damp. She didn't blink. Her breathing fluttered like a candle about to go out. For a long moment, I knelt there, listening to the ticking of the wind-up clock on the bookshelf and the soft hiss of candle wicks burning low. Outside, the street was silent, holding its breath under the blackout sky. Emergency services never came out during a blackout. Whether it was due to tradition or a logistical reason, I never knew. But what I did know was it was useless to try. My chest tightened. I stood and moved to the candle shelf, pulling down the box of fresh votives. If Grandma couldn't finish them tonight, I would. I didn't know what else to do. All I could think was, keep them burning, keep her safe, keep whatever waited in the dark from thinking our house was empty. I moved through the house with the box of votives balanced against my hip, placing candles in every room. The kitchen counters were already lined with wax-stained saucers from past blackouts, each ready to cradle a flickering flame. I lit one beside the sink, another on the breakfast table near Grandma's half-finished crossword. Her pencil rested diagonally across the grid, its eraser worn down to metal. In the hallway, I set a stubby pillar candle atop the shoe cabinet, its orange glow stretching toward the bedrooms. Shadows danced across the peeling floral wallpaper, blooming and shrinking in the shifting light. Each flicker made me flinch. I kept listening for Grandma's voice, hoping she would call out to me, ask what I was doing, or tell me I missed the spot. But the house stayed silent, apart from the quiet hiss of wicks catching fire. At the bathroom door, I paused to check her breathing again. From the hallway, I could see her chest rising and falling, slow and uneven. Relief thinned the tightness in my throat for a moment. I whispered a quick prayer, words she used to say when I was scared of thunder. Keep her safe, keep them away, bring back the sun. The last candle sat on the living room window ledge. I knelt and held the match to the wick. For a moment, the flame flared bright, illuminating the frost-webbed glass. My reflection glowed there, skin pale under the candle's bloom. I moved to blow out the match, but something beyond the window caught my eye. A figure stood at the edge of the yard where the candlelight faded into darkness. She wore a cotton house dress with a hem that brushed her ankles, and her hair was pinned back neatly from her face. The woman's shoulders were straight, her head tilted slightly to one side. Even from where I knelt, I could see her smile. My heart thumped so loud I couldn't breathe. It was Grandma. She raised one hand and curled her fingers in a gentle beckoning motion, inviting me out into the darkness beyond the candles. My hands fumbled for my phone as I backed away from the window. Emergency services were no help, but maybe someone from the town knew what to do. The screen lit up blue and empty. No bars, no emergency signal. I tried again, pressing the numbers harder, as if force alone could push the call through. Each failed attempt made my chest tighten until I felt I couldn't draw breath at all. Come on, come on. My voice shook in the quiet room. The only answer was the low hiss of the candles burning along the shelf. I shoved the phone into my pocket and turned to check on Grandma. For a moment, I thought she was still there in a chair. The shadows clung thick around the cushions, curling into shapes I almost recognized. I stepped closer, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. The chair was empty. The front door stood open, letting in a chill breeze that carried the faint scent of damp earth and blown-out matches. The candles by the entry had been extinguished, wax pooling around blackened wicks. Their smoke coiled upward in thin grey ribbons that faded into the dark. "Grandma?" My voice cracked. I rushed to the doorway and peered outside. The street stretched silent under the blackout sky, only lit by the flickering candles in windows and porches. I stepped onto the porch boards, clutching the frame to keep my knees from buckling. "Grandma!" I shouted again, louder this time. My voice echoed off quiet houses, then fell flat. At the far end of the street, shadows flickered at the edge of the driveway. They were tall, thin shapes standing just beyond the candlelight's reach. They didn't move, they didn't speak, but I could feel their attention pressing against my skin, pricking cold and sharp as sleet. Lights glowed behind curtained windows. I saw a neighbor across the street pull back a lace curtain with 2 fingers, her eyes wide and round in the dimness. Our gazes met. She shook her head once in a quick, desperate motion before letting the curtain fall back into place. Another window brightened as someone flicked on a flashlight, only to click it off immediately, leaving candle flames to flutter alone. "Please," I whispered, though I didn't know who I was asking. I remembered Grandma's old warning, the one she always made me repeat before bed during storms when the lights flickered. Never go outside during a blackout without a single lit candle. They can't see you if you carry the light. My hands were empty. I was standing barefoot in the dark, nothing but silent watchers between me and the rest of the world. I stepped off the porch, the chill grass flattening under my bare feet. My eyes darted across the yard, scanning for any sign of her. The shadows at the end of the street still stood silent and watchful. I forced myself to look away, focusing instead on the ground directly before me. Halfway to the garden beds, a faint glimmer caught my eye. I moved closer, heart thudding against my ribs so hard it hurt. There, nestled among the dandelion stalks and damp earth, lay Grandma's old brass candle holder. Its curved handle rested on a patch of flattened grass, wax pooled and solidifying around the wick. I crouched and touched it with trembling fingers. The wax was still warm. The scent of lavender clung to it, soft and sweet in the cold air. Tears prickled in my eyes. She never let this candle go out, not once in all my years living with her, constantly replacing it when it got low. She kept it by a chair every night, even when there was no blackout, flame flickering against the dark until dawn came back. I clutched the holder to my chest and stood, wiping my eyes with my sleeve. The street felt wrong in its silence. My gaze drifted past the fences and rooftops toward the tree line at the far edge of town. Beyond the open fields, in the dense clutch of old pines and bare-boned oaks, hundreds of tiny lights flickered between the trunks. Pinpricks of gold hovered in the dark, steady and silent. They weren't fireflies. The lights didn't bob or bounce. Each remained fixed at a different height, some low to the ground, others near the canopy, spread among the trees in careful, unnatural patterns. My breath caught. I could almost see shapes holding them. Figures with edges blurred by shadow, each carrying a pale, unwavering flame inside them. They stood in silent rows, facing my direction, though I couldn't see their eyes. The sight made my skin tighten until I felt I might crawl out of it just to escape the feeling. I realized then why it never made sense before. Growing up, I always thought the candles were for us. They kept bad things away and kept our homes safe until the power returned. That's what everyone said, even if they never explained how. But no one ever talked about the woods. No one ever spoke about what the candles were keeping lit for. It was a gap I never noticed, because I didn't want to, because the thought that the lights weren't barriers, but invitations felt too heavy to hold as a child. So I never asked. None of us did. A memory rose sharp and sudden. Grandma's voice, low and quivering, as she cleaned and trimmed the old wicks. They need light to find their way home. If we don't give it to them, they'll look for another glow to follow. I pressed a hand over my mouth, fighting the nausea climbing up my throat. The candles weren't meant to keep spirits away. They were to guide them back to wherever they came from, to keep them moving past us. Without the light showing them the path, they'd find another source, another warmth, another living glow to carry them through the dark. And tonight, the only other light left was me. My breath rasped in my throat, shallow and quick, but I forced myself to move slowly. Rushing would only make the candle flicker harder. With how close I was getting, if it went out, I knew I would not be able to relight it in time. The closer I drew to the tree line, the colder the air became. My bare arms prickled with goosebumps, and sweat cooled against the back of my neck. The pine trunks rose tall and silent before me, their branches clawing at the dark sky. Between them, the flickering lights spread deeper, forming rows and clusters among the shadows. I paused at the edge of the woods, the scent of damp needles and rotting leaves curling into my nose. The candle trembled in the faint breeze, its small flame bending toward the trees. I moved forward in a single step, then another, careful to keep the holder level. My hands ached from gripping it so tightly, but I didn't dare loosen my hold. As I crossed into the tree line, the light shifted. They began to move, drifting out from behind trunks and thickets. Figures emerged with them, pale shapes that blurred at their edges. The faces were smooth and empty, with thin, white skins stretched over blank hollows. Each one emitted a small light from their chest, maybe a representation of their soul made manifest, looking like a flame standing tall without so much as a tremor. Each only had one light in them. If I had come with more candles for safety. They didn't make a sound, no footfalls, no breaths, just the soft hiss of wax burning and the faint crackle of my own candle as I passed them. I had to walk slowly, measuring each step to keep from stubbing over roots or fallen branches. The candle's flame pulled my attention, forcing me to watch it more than my path. The ground was littered with pine needles and twigs, each threatening to shift under my weight. Every time the wick guttered from a trembling step, my chest clenched so hard I felt I might vomit from fear alone. The pale figures pressed closer, creating a narrow corridor of flickering gold. The heads turned to follow my movement, though they had no eyes to see me with. My scalp prickled with constant sweat as I felt their attention tighten around me, a silent, suffocating curiosity. They parted ahead, revealing a small clearing deep among the trees. In the center stood my grandmother. Her thin cotton nightgown billowed faintly around her ankles in the breeze, though her hair and arms remained utterly still. She stared forward, eyes glazed and unblinking, mouth slack, her hands hung at her sides, empty. A shape moved behind her, taller than the others, dark enough to drink in every shred of candlelight nearby. Its form shifted with each step, thin and bony. Its hand emerged from the gloom, long and skeletal, skin stretched taut over jutting knuckles. It extended its hand toward mine, palm up, waiting. The meaning pressed into my chest with a weight of stone. It wanted my candle, my light in exchange for Grandma's return. A soul for a soul, or at least what it thought was a soul. I tightened my grip until my knuckles burned, unable to breathe past the cold swell in my throat. Even though I knew I wasn't giving it my soul, I was still handing over my only light. Without the flame, would I find my way back through these trees? Without it, would I become just another flickering shape among the silent congregation? My grip loosened around the brass holder. The flame wavered once before steadying again, bright and calm against the dark. The skeletal hand remained outstretched, fingers curling in silent invitation. My chest felt tight enough to crack my ribs apart. Every instinct screamed to turn and run, but I forced myself to take a trembling step forward. I extended the candle. The figure's hand closed around the holder, skin crackling with a sound like frozen branches breaking. The instant my fingers let go, the darkness surged inward. Shadows rushed past my face, cold and sharp, scraping against my skin as if testing its warmth. I lunged for Grandma, my fingers wrapped around her thin wrist, gripping bone under soft skin. She didn't move at first. For a single crushing moment, I thought I had traded a soul for nothing, that I had lost both of us to the woods forever. Then her arm twitched in my grasp. Her chest rose in a sudden, ragged breath. Her eyes flickered with awareness, confusion clouding her gaze as she turned her head to look at me. The shadows shrieked without sound, rushing forward with a sudden, violent hunger. Without a candle, I no longer blended in, and just like an immune system, they went straight for me, as if I were an invader. They clawed at my shoulders, scraping across my back, ripping the thin fabric of my shirt with ice-cold fingers. I tightened my hold on Grandma and pulled her forward, forcing her feet to move across the pine-littered ground. We stumbled between the pale watchers, weaving through their silent ranks. Branches snagged at my hair and whipped across my face, scratching skin raw. Roots rose from fallen needles, catching my toes and sending me staggering with each step. Grandma gasped beside me, half dragged, her thin legs trembling with effort. The woods stretched on endlessly, every tree the same twisted silhouette in the wavering candlelight ahead. The shadows closed in behind us. I could feel them brushing against my back, pressing cold fingers to my spine. My legs burned with each lunging step, muscles shaking so hard I thought they might give out before we reached the edge of the trees. We broke from the tree line into the open. The house stood ahead, porch lights dark, candles flickering weakly in the windows. My legs gave out for half a step, and Grandma stumbled beside me, her feet scraping uselessly across the grass. The shadows poured from the woods, stretching over the lawn in curling, gasping streams. She sagged in my arms, her head falling against my shoulder. Her voice was thin, barely more than a breath. "Leave me," she whispered. "You have to run. They're too close." "No," I gasped, tightening my grip around her waist. "I'm not leaving you." "Please," she breathed, tears spilling from her closed eyes. "Go. They only need one." I tried to pull her forward, but her knees buckled. It was a miracle she made it this far in her age, and it didn't look like we'd be able to make the distance together. The shadows surged, reaching for her first, curling black fingers around her ankles and calves, creeping up a thin cotton nightgown. Panic burned in my throat, hot and choking. The house felt impossibly far away, its candlelight too weak to shield us from the cold tide crawling across the grass. A door swung open across the street. Mr. Harris, our elderly neighbor, stood in his doorway, holding out a pair of thick pillar candles, their flames strong and steady in the wind. His eyes were wide, shining with terror. "Take it," he shouted. I let go of Grandma's wrist for a split second, grabbing the candles from his shaking hand. I rushed the second into my Grandma's hand as she was being dragged across the lawn. The instant the flame passed into her grip, the shadows recoiled with a snapping hiss. Their shapes crumpled backward, folding in on themselves, until nothing remained but the night breeze bending in the grass. I clutched the candle to my chest, its warmth seeping into my frozen fingers. Grandma sagged against my side, her breaths ragged but strong. The porch boards creaked under our weight as I half dragged her up the steps and into the soft circle of flickering light. The first pale light of dawn bled into the sky, turning the edges of the woods to washed-out grey. Streetlights flickered back to life, humming with a familiar low buzz. Power returned with a quiet surge, clocks blinking 12 in every room. The candles still burned, their flames small and stubborn against the morning light. I sat beside Grandma's bed, dipping a cloth in warm water to clean the scratches along her arms. Her skin was thin and marked with bruises and cuts where the shadows had grabbed her. She winced once, then fell silent again, staring at the ceiling with heavy eyes. "Almost done," I whispered, wrapping gauze around the deeper cut near her elbow. My own hands trembled with exhaustion, wrists blotched with purple where clawed fingers had scraped away skin. The house felt empty, despite the quiet whir of appliances coming back to life. The candles burned on every shelf and table, their wicks curling black above trembling flames. Grandma's gaze shifted toward me, unfocused at first. Then her eyes cleared, and she reached out, her fingertips brushing my wrist. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice raw and hoarse. "Thank you for bringing me home." I swallowed the tight ache in my throat and pressed a hand between mine. "Rest now," I said. "You're safe." When her breathing slowed into a gentler rhythm, I stood and gathered leftover candles from the hallway. The sun had risen beyond the fields, painting the window glass gold. But I lit one last candle anyway and set it on the sill. Its flame glowed against the daylight, a thin orange tongue dancing in silence. I watched the tree line beyond our yards, where the shadows still clung low to the ground. The candle flicked once, its scent of lavender curling warm into the room. Maybe this is how it goes, that when life ends here, we're taken to be one with those things. There's a chance I've disrupted the natural flow of this town. All I know is I've bought some more time for my grandma, for when she inevitably joins them in the next blackout.
When I was young, my mother taught me that bad experiences, even losing people, can be good for us. With the end of a job, a relationship, or even a life, space is made for a new beginning, like the first sprouts after a wildfire. In the aftermath, you see only destruction all around you. But if you look closer, you'll sometimes find the little blossoms in the ruin. I tried to keep this wisdom in mind when I lost my wife. Vicky and I had been together 6 years, married for 3. Our life was simple. We ran a small business and spent our free time hiking the woods behind our home. She loved spaghetti and painting and back rubs. I loved making her laugh. Then she got sick. We saw every doctor, tried every option. I even started praying again, but nothing could save her. I couldn't save her, and I damn near killed myself trying. Toward the end, we'd take little walks on our lawn. She liked the birds that nested there in the tree, and then she was gone. Losing Vicky destroyed me. I lay in bed, awake each night, haunted by the silence in our home. I wasn't afraid to fall asleep. I was afraid to wake up and not feel her there beside me. In accordance to Vicky's wishes, I committed her remains to a little plot in the forest. She was big in environmentalism, and taught me about green burial. The idea is to have as little impact on the planet as you can when you pass. Coffins have plastic and paint and varnish all over them. That crap gets into the soil and the groundwater. Cremation puts a lot of carbon into the air. But by itself, a dead body is basically plant food. So one night, I set out on what would be our final hike together. I had to carry her in a wheelbarrow, but it still felt a bit like old times. Her presence filled those woods, and I pretended she was walking alongside me. I imagined us holding hands, listening to the mournful cries of the owls. I didn't bring a flashlight. I knew the way already, and the moonbeams falling here and there lit my path. They looked like a mane of heavenly swords plunging into the darkness, smiting the evil that conquered the forest each night. Vicky would have loved to see them. As we neared the grave, her voice echoed to me on a gust of wind. I tried to ignore it. The gathering fog closed in, forming a barrier of privacy around the little clearing. There was a hole here, and a shovel beside it. "Felix," I heard again. My name sounded muffled, as if whispered by a person hiding somewhere in the undergrowth. I looked this time, but saw only a wall of fog, and the gnarled fingers of trees that jutted through it. My heart quickened, and my hands with it. I reached into the wheelbarrow and hoisted Vicky's body out. It dropped to the ground with a dull thud. The voice grew louder, closer. I tugged the sack off Vicky's head. I wanted to see her face one last time. A single ray of moonlight fell upon her features, bathing her in cold silver. She glowed like an angel. "I'll always love you," I said, kissing her forehead. The coldness of her skin bit into my lips. "Please," she whispered. She tugged against the rope that bound her arms, but she was too weak from the medication. Somewhere behind us, a score of crows erupted in angry chatter. I buried my knife in her chest, and then buried her body in soil. The earth that swallowed her was cool and wet. Before long, her remains would become the trees and plants that hid us. In that moment, I thought of my mother and the lesson she taught me. I imagined Vicky's body as a seed, and I saw myself a gardener. In time, the forest would reap what I had sown, and new love would bloom in my life. I'm tired of people telling me that real disease is of the body. When my wife was diagnosed with depression, I witnessed the havoc that sickness can wreak on the mind. It ate away at her, made me unrecognizable to her, made me a stranger in our home. I lost her, and I lost myself. Don't let anybody tell you any different. Mental illness is as real as cancer, and it can send a person to an early grave.
I never grew out of my cartoon phase. From an early age, I was drawn into the colourful characters and upbeat voices. This is what led me to deep dive into the creative process behind them in my teenage years and pursue it as a career as an adult. When I landed my first animation job, it was a dream come true. I knew the hours were long, the time was thankless compared to the more public names that do the voices and direction. But this is what I wanted to do. However, as my time went on with a fresh startup, I started to notice something strange about my co-workers. For starters, the team was small. You would think this would be a bottleneck for output, but the team was efficient. they'd work late into the night and be there for days that they weren't scheduled. I never knew how early they showed up. All I knew was that it was earlier than me, no matter what time I started. This is often seen as a negative in the animation industry. Overworked and underpaid is a common sentiment. However, this wasn't some strong-arm move by management. It was completely voluntary. Whenever I asked any of them what they were working on, they'd be vague and quickly change the subject. This kind of evasive behavior was from the whole team. But the strangest one of all was the company's founder, a man named Mr. Jones. He was always in his personal office, door permanently closed besides his goings in and out, working on some exclusive project no one was allowed to see. And it seemed it was only me that was curious. He was a cold and calculating man, dead eyes, but he held himself in a strong manner. No matter how much I tried to justify this as him just carrying himself the way a leader should, I always got a strange feeling about him. As I continued to work with the other members, I quickly picked up on how talented they were. It was how we got away with such a small team despite the heavy amount of projects we took on. They were multi-specialists too, colorists doing shading, the sound team picking up for the animation, tweeners pitching in for direction. There was never a dropped beat in the flow of work, which made me feel pale in comparison, having only specialized in animation. Despite their chemistry, everyone seemed distant, almost robotic. Communication was just one step away from non-verbal. The startup was advertised as new, but they acted like they'd been working together for a lifetime. The moment things began to unravel was when I had a meeting with the elusive Mr. Jones. I was summoned to his office to discuss a project I was working on. As I entered, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. I felt this was all a facade to discuss my lack of chemistry with the team. This was the first time I'd seen anyone besides Mr. Jones enter what was deemed his space, and it was me that had the honor of crossing the threshold. Mr. Jones sat behind his desk, his eyes cold and calculating as he looked me up and down. He didn't say a word for several moments, and the silent beats were almost suffocating. If this was some kind of CEO scare tactic, it was working. Finally, he spoke. "I've been watching your progress on your project, and I must say that I'm impressed," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Your work is truly exceptional, and I think you have the potential to be one of our top animators." I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride at his words. All the extra time the others put in, yet I was the one that stood out. It was a boost to my ego, to say the least. Maybe the others were spread too thin, covering for each other, and I managed to stand out in my one true field. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was hiding something from me. "Thank you, Mr. Jones," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, yet polite. "I'm glad you're pleased with my work." "Oh, I'm more than pleased," he replied, his eyes narrowing. "In fact, I think that you're ready to take on a special project for me. A project that will take your skills to the next level and truly showcase your talent." I was about to ask him more about the project, but before he could speak, he stood up from his desk and walked over to me. He placed his hand on my shoulder, and I could feel his cold, clammy fingers gripping me tightly. "You will work on this project, and you will not speak of it to anyone outside this company," he said, his voice low and menacing. "Do you understand?" I nodded, feeling a sense of fear coursing through my veins. I didn't know what he was planning, and he gave no hints to what was about to come. Mr. Jones didn't make me sign any NDAs, but I still felt the pressure of legal come-down if I were to breach this verbal agreement. As I worked on the special project for Mr. Jones, I couldn't help but notice that there was something strange about the entire situation. For one, I was never allowed to see any of the final animations that were created by my new personal team. Whenever I asked about them, I was met with yet more vague answers and quickly redirected to another task. I tried to brush it off as just the way things were done at the company. But as time went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more sinister at play. I started to notice that the other members outside my team were acting strange as well. They were even more secretive than usual, and they always seemed to be on edge around me. I tried to talk to some of my co-workers about it, but they all shut me down. They told me that I just needed to focus on my work in a manner that was the closest to human from any of my interactions. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I knew that I needed to find out what was really going on, but I didn't know how. I was already making myself a target with my questions. I was stuck working on these special projects for Mr. Jones, and I was afraid of what would happen if I tried to dig too deep. Something I picked up after a few projects was that I never knew who the clients were that commissioned the animations, or where they were going once they were finished. Whenever I asked, I was yet again met with more avoidance. I added it to yet more things I'll never get to know, but I couldn't shake the growing curiosity behind this company. The questions that drew to the forefront of my thoughts was, what were these animations being used for? One day, while working on a project, I stumbled across a stack of papers on Mr. Jones's desk. It was a rare time I was permitted to enter his space, since there were some machines in there that had niche uses, and was tasked to get one. The papers were all invoices and receipts, and they were addressed to various government agencies from around the world. I was stunned. I knew the clients must have been high profile for the boss to make us churn them out with such urgency, but I didn't know it went this deep. With this snippet of an answer, a flood of more questions rushed at me, and it got torrential when I looked closer. The specific agencies listed were from branches I'd never heard of. Acronyms that weren't the obvious culprits to common online conspiracy theories. Names that sounded like something from a sci-fi movie. I quickly left with the equipment I needed and hushed up about it, having learned to stop asking questions at the workplace. When I got home, I searched all the names I could remember online, but nothing showed. I tried pairing it with the respective countries, and it still came up blank. I knew they must be real, because the animations had to be going somewhere. So, I tried the most direct answer I could think of. I made sure to remember a specific branch, one based in my own country. My plan was to call the public government number and ask to be put through to the specific branch. I dialed the number, my heart pounding in my chest. I was nervous. As the phone rang, I waited anxiously for someone to answer. When someone picked up, it was a polite woman asking how she could help me, and I nervously asked to be put through. Without a response, I was met with a strange clicking sound and a high-pitched tone. I was terrified. In a panic, I hung up the phone immediately. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew that I needed to be careful. I didn't want to put myself in any real danger. I tried to think of more ideas and left it for the night. The next day, as soon as I showed up for work, Mr. Jones called me into his office. He straight away let me know that I was fired. He gave some vague reasons about my performance not being up to par, which I felt couldn't be true. I'd been praised not too long ago about my outstanding performance, and my workflow hadn't declined since working the new position. In fact, it might have improved. I immediately knew it was connected to the phone call I'd made. I was angry and upset at having lost my first animation job, but I knew there was nothing I could do. I packed up my things and left the office, feeling a sense of dread. As I left, I was watched by the others in a cold silence, their emotionless stares piercing through me, though not with inflictions of embarrassment, but rather a sense of malice. After being let go, I continued to look for a new job, but I struggled. I tried to use the old company as a reference, but quickly learned that it was impossible. When I called the company for a referral, the calls never went through. I went back to the office, but it was vacated. Not even a drop of ink was left. I searched online for more information, but the sites were now blank. It was as if the team never existed. I didn't know what was going on, so I tried to dig deeper and look for the clients that I remembered from the papers, but it was impossible. I tried to do research about my old animation company, trying to uncover what was really going on, but the more I looked, the more frustrated I became. They covered their tracks well. If I couldn't find anything out while working there, being this distant made everything much harder. Meanwhile, I was still on the hunt for a new job. I struggled to explain the gap in my work history between now and my education. Whenever I mentioned the company, potential employers would look at me with confusion. I started to feel like I was going crazy. However, one day, while I was being interviewed for another fresh animation team, I mentioned them again. The interviewer looked at me with skepticism and told me he hadn't heard of them before. I was getting frustrated and was about to explain further when a worker who was passing by overheard our conversation and nodded his head. I went on to bomb the interview as usual and left. When outside, the worker quickly rushed over to me and handed me a slip of paper with his contact information. "Please, you have to reach me," the worker said urgently. "I used to work there too," was all he said as he rushed back inside, leaving me standing there with a slip of paper in my hand. When I got home, I stared at the slip of paper that was given to me. It was obvious he did it all in a rush, as the paper was hastily ripped from one of the work documents he was carrying, and the penmanship had holes from how it was written, most likely on the palm of his hand. I didn't know if I could trust him, but if I wanted to investigate further, I knew I had to take the plunge. So I decided to take the risk and contact him. I sent him an email and waited anxiously for a response. A few hours later, I got an answer. All it contained was a link to a small website that documented one of the animations I'd briefly worked on. The website was some small conspiratorial site that looked like it was made with the most basic templates. But what I read was wild. It tried to correlate the animation releases to a major political event. A one-off is a coincidence, but every example given was so specific to each country and event. I now knew more, but I had no idea where to go from here. My curiosity was always thirsty, and this did nothing to quench it. I was craving more. After this, though, my attempts to contact the worker failed. I started to get worried, so I decided to try to call the company where the worker was from, hoping to find some new contact information. But when I dialed the number, I was met with a strange clicking sound and a high-pitched tone. I looked them up, and they too disappeared. After my attempts to contact the worker failed, things started getting weirder. My friends and family seemed to be avoiding me. Whenever I ran into them in town, they would walk away from me as if they didn't want to be seen with me. It was as if I'd somehow become a pariah, and the thought made me feel isolated and alone. Even when I went to the store to buy groceries, The cashiers would barely acknowledge me. They would wordlessly serve me and take my money, but they wouldn't make eye contact or engage in conversation. It was as if I was poisonous air, breath held until I was safely away, and the thought made me feel like I was losing my mind. And after everything, I was still unable to find any solid information on my own. Until one night, I was flipping through the channels while watching TV, and I came across an advertisement for a worldwide premiere of a new cartoon. The cartoon was going to be translated into multiple languages and broadcast around the world. And as I watched the advertisement, I recognized some of the countries listed. They were the same countries that were listed on the papers I had found on Mr. Jones's desk. My eyes widened. I don't know what's going to happen, but I can't shake the feeling that something terrible is going to happen. The worldwide premiere of the new cartoon is fast approaching. I don't know what kind of effect this cartoon is going to have on its viewers, but it's going to be something that's going to happen on a grander scale than anything we had done before. I can't help but worry about the future.
There were 4 minutes left before closing. If I had gone to the bathroom, done my business, and studied myself in the mirror for a few moments, the ticket would have gone to someone else. If I hadn't had such great luck with green lights at the time, on my way back from the previous delivery, it would have gone to someone else. If any number of things happened during the day to prevent me from being at the counter available when that ticket came in, I would have been spared a night of black terror. But we were still open for another 4 minutes, and I was able to take the delivery. The order was for an extra large pizza, cooked, quote, solidly crisp, loaded with as much meat as the dough could handle. The box itself sagged, the weight almost cumbersome. As I walked out of the restaurant, bearing the burden, I heard the distant howling of dogs. I was sure they had smelled the meat-heavy package. I drove for nearly 45 minutes. The neighbourhood was technically beyond our service area, but there weren't any other pizza places closer to it, and the order had cost enough for my boss to give it the go-ahead. Each additional meat topping was $2, and the customer had ordered enough to have gotten 2 or 3 other 2-topping pizzas, but they hadn't wanted that apparently. Instead, they ordered something that was more lasagna than pizza. They hadn't even ordered excesses of cheese or sauce to complement the abundance of meat. It was an unusual order, but in the 2 years I worked the job, I'd seen a few weirder things. Ordinarily, I'd describe the area as simply rural, but as I pulled onto the road that led into the smaller cluster of houses, I found myself applying other descriptive terms to my surroundings. It was less of a neighbourhood and more of a cluster of houses whose owners seemed to have collectively agreed to distance themselves from a greater populace. Its initial appearance of ruralness was mostly owed to the lack of streetlights bordering the road. I was forced to drive slowly, my high beams on, without any supplemental illumination to assist me in the darkness of the night. The argument against the ruralness, however, was its proximity to a nearby suburban area, about 10 miles back. The houses also resembled those of a residential area, not at all reminiscent of the ranches or humbly built structures you'd expect to find in the deep country, where streetlights and signage are few and far between. It was really as if a few houses had been plucked from suburbia and planted just outside of it. My GPS had no problem finding the place, which further supported the aforementioned theory. I wasn't knowledgeable of the area, but the ease with which the app had found it attested to its more modern categorization. I pulled up to the customer's house,
which wasn't much different from the few others on the street. Literally just one street lined with 4 houses on each side. The street went on interminably beyond the houses, though far in the distance I could see what I believed to be a roadside lamppost. Looking around as best as I could in the darkness, I saw nothing that gave the idea that more houses would soon be built. I saw no plots of land, no construction material or vehicles. The area had been claimed by 8 houses and no one else. I left my car, hefting the pizza in my bag as I did so. I was about to head up the paved walkway to the house, which was so ordinarily suburban as to be unremarkable, when I heard a noise from behind me. Turning, I saw a woman dash into the front lawn of a house across the street, clothed in a white t-shirt, panties, and nothing else. Something was splattered across the shirt, and from the way she ran, uncoordinated and panicked, I immediately guessed that it was blood. She didn't seem to notice me, was merely fleeing for her life from whomever had apparently attacked her within the house. She might not have seen me, but she did see my car. I had left it running as I normally do, and before I could even pivot to call out to her, she was inside and speeding away, leaving me stranded. Across the street, the door of the house, which had been left open, was suddenly and loudly shut. No one came out after the girl, and no one emerged from the other houses to investigate the disturbance. My phone had been inside the car, so I couldn't even use it to call my boss and explain what happened, nor could I call the police and report what I'd seen. Left with nothing to do but finish my job, I turned around and headed up the walkway to the customer's house. I hoped that they would be able to provide some insight into the bizarre occurrence, and maybe even let me use their phone. I knocked on the door and it opened a few moments later. There was no one there, and the interior of the home was entirely black. I could see nothing beyond the threshold of the door. Nonetheless, I could still feel a presence within, as if someone had opened the door with some unseen means and was watching me, analysing me. Already shaken by the incident I'd just witnessed, I stuttered out an announcement. I actually called myself the pizza guy, even though my uniform and sagging box were obvious indications. There was no immediate response, and the weight of the pie began to strain my arms. I cannot overexpress the sheer amount of meat piled atop that flimsy surface. I couldn't tell you the physics of it, but the burden was quickly becoming insupportable, and I didn't want a complaint lodged against me for the customer's own carnivorous overindulgence. They hadn't even prepaid online, so I called out the total and leaned against the doorframe, while keeping my body outside the house. Natural darkness had no problems coming off as ominous, hazardous even, and the darkness of the inside seemed more than naturally occurrent. After a few moments without response, and having grown unsettled by the circumstances, I announced that I was leaving, with the pizza in tow. I couldn't imagine walking home with the weight, neither in my arms nor my stomach. But I wasn't going to end the night having lost my car and my job. I started to turn, but a whisper froze me in place. It had come from inside of the house, sounding as if it had issued from a mouth only a few inches away. But still, that seemingly depthless darkness showed nothing. I hadn't heard what the whisper had said, so I asked, "What?" and cringed at how pathetic my voice sounded. "The payment is beneath the rock below you. Take it and proffer the meat." Looking down, I saw the rock, one of those hollow-bottomed decorative stones people often use to hide keys. Kneeling, or while struggling with the burden of the meat, I lifted the rock and found several $100 bills. One is all I need, but even then, I won't be able to make change for it. I only have a few dollars on me." It was the truth. I couldn't remember the last time I had more than $15 in cash, working or not. "Do you have anything smaller?" "Take it all, for your troubles and your confidence. Now, proffer the meat." You'd think a voice whispering from the darkness would sound sinister, would send chills along your spine and raise hairs on your arms. But not this one. It sounded hungry, but not in some malicious, ravenous way. It sounded old, but not as some ancient evil. It even sounded melancholic, but not as a voice of some necromantically raised thing. It was, in a way, soothing, like the voice of a grandparent luring you to sleep. I didn't feel threatened, even though the circumstances would have allowed for such a feeling without shame. Taking the money, I thanked him or her. Honestly, I couldn't tell. In every way I knew how. I extended the pizza into the darkness, expecting a pair of trembling old hands to reach out and take it. I made sure my grip was firm in the event that the presumably elderly person mishandled and dropped it. But no hands came forth to take the pizza. Instead, it was seized by some invisible force, and my hands were gently pried away from the box. I then watched the pizza float away into the darkness, until it disappeared totally therein. Again, had the voice not been so calming, I probably would have jumped away screaming. I thanked the customer once more, and not wanting to overstay my welcome, turned away from the porch. But then I remembered my predicament, and begrudgingly turned back. "Would you happen to have a phone I could use? A girl from across the street stole my car and drove away. It'll take me forever to get back to town." I made my request while standing indirectly at the building, not wanting to insult the occupant by staring directly into that preternatural darkness. The homeowner did not respond for a while, and though it did not visibly alter, something about the darkness gave the impression that the person within was considering my request. "Ah, you mean the woman who was a guest of my dear neighbor. Well, we here in this neighborhood do not meddle in one another's affairs. But I suppose if you intend to merely travel home and not infringe upon one's right to privacy, I could halt the progress of the vehicle. But you must promise me that you will not aid the thief in bringing unnecessary attention to the owner of the home across the street. If she is still in a position to request such assistance, simply take your vehicle and go. Will you promise me that?" I couldn't imagine how exactly the largely unseen entity could help me, although I couldn't imagine how they could be speaking so clearly and sound so close without being visible, nor could I think of a way for a pizza to have been taken into the home. I wouldn't consider myself stupid either. I knew that something bad had happened across the street and that the customer wanted to ensure the privacy of the matter, no doubt to preserve their own general privacy. The woman had looked terribly distressed, frightened enough to simply steal a car rather than go through the formality of asking for help. My conscience wouldn't let me abide by the customer's terms, but I agreed anyway, simply planning to offer her help once, if I came across her. "Good." The whisperer was plainly satisfied. He believed I wholeheartedly agreed. I wasn't sure what to expect, but a hand emerging from the darkness was not something I anticipated. 4 gloved fingers came from the darkness. The fifth, what would have been a thumb, hung limply, that portion of the glove being empty. It was a black leather that still paled in comparison to the abject blackness of the space behind it. The 4 fingers were directed toward the street beyond, and, after a moment of pause, they closed in on the palm. Had there been a thumb, the hand would have formed into a fist. There were no effects or vibrations or emanations. Nothing was emitted. After lingering for a moment, the fingers curled and the hand was withdrawn from the open space, returned to the darkness. "You will find your vehicle down the road, though it will take a bit of time to come across it. Once there, abide by the terms of our agreement and make your way home." Despite the inexplicable demonstrations up to that point, I was sure that the customer hadn't actually done anything to the car or the woman who had stolen it. I offered up a half-hearted thanks, but before I could turn away, the hand re-emerged, this time carrying another bundle of hundreds. Again, for your confidence. I accepted the money and added it to the other clump, making my pocket bulge. I figured I could at least use it to hitch a ride home. I thanked the occupant again, then left the property. I took only a brief glance at the house across the street, the one from which the girl had escaped. There was nothing revealing about its exterior, but it did give off a vague, repellent atmosphere. I continued on, passing by those other houses on that weirdly isolated street. Each seemed perfectly normal on the outside, and yet each had about it an atmosphere of gloom, ominousness, or some other forbidding yet unplaceable quality. My walk beyond that street lasted for an hour before I came across my car. I found it parked just off the road, the front nestled in a small ditch. The lights were on. It had come to a stop mid-drive. I cautiously approached the driver's side, worried that I'd find the woman in a poor state. And boy did I. What I saw in the driver's seat was horrific. In my years of late-night horror movie marathons, I hadn't seen anything so gruesome, so mortally unsettling. After a considerable amount of time, the initial wave of horror passed, and I tried to piece together what had happened. The car wasn't damaged in any way that I could tell. The engine was still running. Peering beside her body, trying not to look at the horrible state of her, I saw that there was still plenty of gas in the tank. No lights indicated any issue with the car's operation. The vehicle had simply come to a stop. When I finally accepted the reality of the situation, I knew that I could not report the incident, or anything that happened that night, to the police. I certainly couldn't tell my boss. As delicately as I could, I removed her body from the car and placed it in the ditch on the road. She had no identification, and due to the condition of her body, I can't provide a description of her face. As I settled into the car, I was reminded of the wad of cash in my pocket. It was preventing the door from closing. I removed it, took a single $100 from the clump, and wrapped the rest in a pair of earphones I had in my glove box, and left it on the road. I couldn't bear have the money any longer. I didn't need payment to keep the secret. Seeing the state of the woman was encouragement enough. Somehow, through some supernatural force, those four gloved fingers had reached across an expanse of miles and crushed the woman's head. Call me a coward or even a conspirator in a murder, but I won't risk the same thing happening to me by babbling about it to the authorities. I've given no specifics as to the location of that street around which the houses of the self-exiled have been erected, and I won't for anything. I drove away, leaving the body and the money behind. Once back at the restaurant, I attributed my prolonged absence to GPS troubles and gave the $100 bill to my boss. I've always believed in small gestures, the little things that remind someone you love them, even in the middle of a hectic, stressful life. My husband, Daniel, worked long hours at a law firm, and I knew how exhausting it could be for him. He'd come home late most nights, rolling his shoulders, loosening his tie, pressing a quick, tired kiss to my forehead before collapsing onto the couch. It wasn't that he wasn't affectionate. He really was. But his job pulled all the energy out of him, and I hated seeing the exhaustion in his eyes. So, for Valentine's Day, I decided to do something small. Nothing extravagant, nothing over the top, just a handwritten letter. Something that would make him smile in the middle of his long day, maybe remind him that no matter how difficult work got, he had something good waiting for him at home. I spent longer than I'd like to admit writing it, curling up on the couch with a warm blanket and a glass of wine, tapping my pen against my chin as I thought of the right words. I wrote about the first time we met, the awkward, fumbling early days of our relationship, the late-night talks that stretched into early mornings. I wrote about how grateful I was for him, how much I loved the life we had built together. I even threw in a few of our inside jokes, the stupid jokes that made no sense to anyone else but had us gasping for breath from laughing too hard. When I was satisfied, I folded the letter neatly, placed it in a pink envelope, and sealed it with a kiss. The next morning, I made sure to stop by his office on my way to work. His law firm was an older building, one of those places with too much marble and not enough personality, but the receptionist at the front desk was friendly enough. She told me to place the envelope in the mailbox just outside the building. She smiled, nodded, and I told her to have a great day. That evening, Daniel came home as usual, tired but smiling, just like always. He dropped his bag by the door, loosened his tie, kissed me hello. We had dinner together, talking about our day. Well, mostly his day. He didn't mention the letter, but I didn't bring it up either. Maybe he hadn't gotten around to reading it yet. Maybe he wanted to save it for later. I figured I'd hear about it soon enough. But the next morning, before I even had time to get out of bed, I heard the sound of the mail slot opening. The usual stack of letters slid onto the floor, the soft thump barely registering in my half-asleep mind. For a second, I smiled. Daniel must have written back. It wasn't like him. He'd always been more of a talker than a writer, but maybe my little Valentine surprise had inspired him. I sat up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, and made my way over to the mailbox. I tore the envelope open and pulled out the letter. It was written on the same stationery I had used, the same smooth, off-white paper, the same faintly embossed edges. At first, it was sweet. I got your letter. Thank you, my love. It means more to me than you know. You always know how to make me smile. Always. For a moment, I felt a rush of warmth. But then, I read the next line. I need you to listen carefully. This is important. I don't know who has been coming home to you every night. I froze. I felt the ghost of a shudder ripple through me, forcing myself to keep reading, my hands suddenly clammy against the paper. I haven't left the office in months. I don't know what's happened. I don't know how, but something is pretending to be me. I let the paper slip from my fingers. I sat there, staring at the letter in my hands, my breath coming slow and uneven. The words blurred in front of me, my mind scrambling for any rational explanation. It had to be a joke, a cruel, elaborate prank. Someone at Daniel's office must have found my letter, copied his handwriting, and sent this back to mess with me. Maybe even Daniel himself, though I didn't understand why he'd do something so strange. And yet, my skin prickled with unease. I forced a laugh under my breath, shaking my head. It was absurd, completely ridiculous. Still, when I heard him stir in the bedroom, when I heard the faint sound of sheets rustling and the floor creaking under his weight, something in me hesitated, just for a moment. I folded the letter, slipped it back into the envelope, and shoved it into my purse before heading to the kitchen to make coffee, trying to shake off the unease. I walked into the kitchen and reached for the matches. We had one of those old gas stoves, the kind where you had to turn the knob and light the burner yourself. It had been finicky for years, sometimes requiring 2 or 3 tries before the flame would catch. By the time Daniel walked into the kitchen, rolling his shoulders and rubbing a hand through his hair, I'd convinced myself that I was being ridiculous. "Morning," he murmured, pressing a quick kiss to my temple. I twisted the knob, and the familiar hiss of gas filled the air. The smell was sharp, pungent, but I struck the match anyway, letting the tiny flame flicker to life between my fingers. Then, with a quick motion, I brought it to the burner. The fire flared up instantly. A small whoosh of heat, a soft burst of orange and blue as the gas finally caught. The kitchen was filled with the quiet crackle of the flame settling, the warmth spreading outward. And that's when, for some reason, Daniel flinched. Not just a small, startled twitch, but a sharp, full-bodied jerk. His shoulders tensed, his hands curled slightly at his sides, and for a fraction of a second, his eyes weren't on me. "You okay?" I asked casually, glancing at him over my shoulder. He blinked, the stiffness in his body vanishing as quickly as it had come. "Yeah," he said, his voice smooth. "Just spaced out for a second." I searched his face, his movements, the little details of him, the way his lips felt warm against my skin, the familiar sound of his bare feet padding against the tile, the casual way he leaned against the counter as he took his first sip of coffee. This was Daniel, my husband. I was letting my imagination get the best of me. But still. "Hey," I said, forcing my voice to sound light, teasing. "You didn't leave me a love letter back, huh?" He raised an eyebrow, mid-sip. "Love letter?" I hesitated. "The one I left at your office." For a split second, just a fraction of a moment, his expression didn't change. Then, too quickly, he smiled. "Oh, yeah, sorry. I meant to say something. That was really sweet." I forced myself to smile. "Did you like it?" "Of course," he said, taking another sip of coffee. "Best part of my day." I nodded, pretending to be satisfied with his answer. But I knew he was lying. If he had actually read the letter, he would have said something about the inside jokes, about the memories I'd written down, about any of the personal details that made the letter special. That's what he had always done. Some of our inside jokes were played simply because he had mentioned them so much, and he loved it when I brought them up myself. I swallowed hard, glancing down at my phone. Work. I had to get to work. I had to let this go. That evening, we sat on the couch watching TV, just like we always did. The warmth of his body was familiar, his arm draped lazily over the back of the couch, fingers grazing my shoulder. To anyone else, it would have seemed perfectly normal, perfectly safe. But the letter sat heavy in my purse, the words echoing in my head. I couldn't stop thinking about it. So, after a while, I turned to him with a grin, keeping my voice light. "Hey, remember when we first met?" He blinked, caught off guard. "You're testing me?" he asked, laughing softly. "Maybe," I teased, nudging his arm. Come on, you better remember. He smirked, tilting his head like he was thinking. It was in college, right? Second year? I remember these things, you know this. June 28th. I felt my chest tighten. My husband was forgetful with dates, that much I knew. But I knew this specific date was important to him. In fact, it was such an important date, he'd inked it into his skin. I forced out an exaggerated gasp, smacking his arm playfully. Of course you remember. He didn't glance down, he didn't laugh. He just smiled at me. Now I knew for certain that this wasn't my husband. Tomorrow, I had to get out. The next morning, I did everything exactly the same. I woke up before him, brewed the coffee, kissed him on the cheek, and told him I had a long day ahead. He smiled at me like always, a perfect, effortless thing, the way he always had. He ran a hand through his dark hair, sipped his coffee, and told me to have a good day. But as I grabbed my purse and stepped outside, I forced myself not to hesitate. I drove the same way I always did, following my morning route, taking the usual turns, sticking to routine just in case. But once I was out of sight of the house, I turned the opposite direction. Instead of heading toward my office, I drove straight to Daniel's law firm, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my fingers ached. I don't know exactly what I was expecting. Maybe to walk into the building, see him at his desk, laughing with his co-workers, proving that this was all just some elaborate misunderstanding, that the letter had been a joke, a mistake, something stupid and unexplainable. Maybe I wanted to see the normality of his workspace, to remind myself that the man who came home to me every night really was my husband. But deep down, I already knew that wouldn't happen. The receptionist looked up at me from behind the desk. Hi, I said, forcing a smile. I'm just dropping by to see my husband. The woman's brow knitted together slightly, and for a moment, she just looked at me as if I had said something confusing, something she couldn't quite make sense of. Then, after a beat, she gave me a small, gentle smile, one I immediately hated. What's your husband's name? She said, her gaze fixed on the monitor in front of her. Daniel, I muttered. Oh, honey, she said softly. He hasn't been here in weeks. The words felt like a slap. My breath stalled in my throat, my heart stuttering violently against my ribs. My fingers tightened around the strap of my purse. What do you mean? There has to be some mistake. He works here. He comes in every day. The receptionist's face shifted slightly, uncertainty flickering behind her eyes. She hesitated, then let out a slow breath. I'm sorry, but no one's seen him in a long time. We thought maybe he took another job and just never told us. His things are still here, but... She shook her head. I really don't think he's been in. Something in me felt like it was folding in on itself. My vision narrowed slightly, as if the entire world had tilted sideways and I was struggling to stay upright. Can I see his office? I asked. The receptionist gave me another uncertain glance, but nodded. She led me down the hallway, past the rows of desks, past the open offices where people typed away at their computers, where conversations hummed in the background. all of it normal, all of it completely detached from the fact that something in my life had cracked open into something monstrous. We stopped in front of a locked storage room. She hesitated, placing a hand on the handle, as if she wasn't sure she should be showing me this. Then, in a quiet voice, she said, "His things are still inside. We thought he just quit one day and never told anyone." My stomach felt hollow. The woman turned the knob, and the door creaked open. Inside, everything was untouched. His work bag sat on the chair, the strap slightly askew, like he had tossed it there with the intention of picking it up again soon. His coat hung on the wall, neatly pressed, not a single sign of dust or age. On the desk, a pile of unopened mail sat undisturbed. I stepped forward, slowly, the air thick around me, pressing down on my shoulders like a weight I couldn't shake. And then I saw it. A single sheet of paper placed neatly in the center of the desk. My name was written on the top. My hand shook as I reached for it. The moment I touched it, I knew. The handwriting was his. If you're reading this, I'm still here. Something else took my place. It knows everything I know. It acts like me, but it isn't me. I don't know how long I have left. I messed with something I shouldn't. It's afraid of fire. I love you. My vision blurred slightly. I wanted to collapse, to let the panic finally crash over me, to break down the way my body was begging me to. But I didn't. Because now I knew. It wasn't about understanding what had happened. It wasn't about figuring out where Daniel had gone or what had taken his place. It was about stopping it. I folded the note carefully, sliding it into my pocket. Then, without another word, I turned and walked out of the office. I wasn't going to run. I was going to burn it alive. The house was dark when I pulled into the driveway, its windows staring back at me like empty eyes. The porch light was on, casting a soft glow across the steps, and for a split second, everything looked normal. But the moment I stepped inside, I knew it was waiting for me. It stood in the center of the living room, perfectly still, its hands resting at its sides. The expression on his face was one of casual curiosity, but there was something wrong with it, something in the way the corners of its mouth stretched just a little too wide, the way its eyes followed me without blinking. "Where have you been?" it asked. Daniel's voice. I forced a smile, shrugging as I shut the door behind me. "Nowhere important." It didn't respond right away. It just watched. The air felt heavy, thick with the weight of what I knew was coming. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run. But I didn't. I couldn't. I had to see this through. So I walked past it, moving toward the kitchen, my pulse hammering against my ribs. Its head turned slightly as I moved. "You're acting different tonight," it murmured. I laughed softly, keeping my voice light. "Long day." The thing smiled at that. I clenched my jaw, pushing down the growing nausea curling in my stomach. I couldn't let it sense my fear. Not yet. I made it to the kitchen without breaking my stride. The bottle of whiskey was already within reach, sitting on the counter where we always kept it. I grabbed it. The thing's smile didn't falter, but something changed. A shift in its posture, a slight tilt of the head. And then, in a voice that was almost concerned, it asked, "What are you doing?" I didn't answer. I unscrewed the cap, turned the bottle over, and poured. The dark liquid splashed across the floor, soaking the old wooden panels, spreading in uneven puddles toward the living room. The smell of alcohol filled the air, sharp and potent. The thing's expression finally faltered. Its voice darkened. "Stop." I didn't. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the lighter. The click of the flint wheel sounded deafening in the silence. A single flame flickered to life. The thing's mouth twisted into something unnatural. I couldn't help but flinch. "You don't want to do that," it said softly. But I did. I flicked my wrist, dropped the flame, and the fire erupted. The fire surged forward, swallowing the floor in hungry waves, licking up the walls with greedy fingers. It rushed outward, creeping up anything in sight. Heat exploded against my skin, and in the middle of it all, the thing screamed in rage. Its body convulsed, twisting violently, as if something beneath the surface was trying to break free. Its skin peeled away in strips, revealing something underneath that wasn't flesh. Blackened appendages stretched, elongating, writhing like smoke. Its hands curled into a strange amalgamation of shapes and colors, skeletal in nature, but not quite. The suggestion of a head buckled and cracked, folding in on itself, the remnants of its features disassembling like shattered porcelain. It lunged at me. I stumbled backward, barely dodging as one of its limbs whipped toward me, missing by inches. The fire spread fast, swallowing the walls, curling around the windows, devouring the curtains. The heat was unbearable now, choking the air, stealing my breath. The house was collapsing. I turned and ran. I didn't stop, not when the walls groaned and cracked, not when the ceiling above me shuddered. The front door was only a few steps away. I could make it. Behind me, the thing was screaming, but I didn't look back. I threw myself outside, hitting the pavement hard, rolling onto my side, gasping for air as the heat roared behind me. I lifted my head, just in time to see the roof cave in, flames bursting through the structure, sending embers flying into the night. The fire consumed everything, turning my home into nothing more than a funeral pyre for whatever had taken Daniel's place. And the thing inside kept screaming, until finally, silence. For a long time, all I could hear was the fire. The flames hissed and crackled, devouring what was left of my home, filling the air with thick, choking smoke. The heat pulsed against my skin, even from a distance. I sat there on the pavement, my chest heaving, my fingers digging into the ground. My body ached from the fall, my lungs burned from the smoke. Movement. A shuffling sound, barely audible over the roar of the fire. My stomach clenched as I whipped my head toward the house, my breath catching in my throat. A shadow was moving inside the flames, staggering. I froze, unable to breathe, unable to move. My hands trembled as I pushed myself up onto my knees, my entire body bracing for whatever was coming. But then, Daniel stepped forward. His clothes were scorched, his face smeared with soot, his hair a mess of ash and sweat. But his eyes were his. The same warm brown that I'd memorized 1,000 times over. My real husband. I could tell at a glance. He took one more shaky step before his knees buckled, his body giving out, collapsing onto the pavement. I barely had time to think before I was running to him, my heart hammering against my ribs, my hands grabbing his shoulders, his arms, his face. Tears blurred my vision as I cupped his face, my fingers trembling against his skin. I swallowed back the sob choking in my throat, forcing my voice to be steady. For a moment, neither of us said anything. His breath was weak, barely there. My grip on him tightened, desperation clawing at my chest. But then, he smiled. "College," he rasped. "First year orientation. Sarah introduced us." His voice was hoarse but sure. "You were wearing that ugly red sweater." A sob broke from my lips. I pulled him against me, burying my face into the crook of his neck, sobbing against his skin, clutching him like if I let him go, he would disappear again. His arms were weak, but he wrapped them around me anyway, holding on with everything he had left. The house burned behind us. The doctors said it was a miracle. Minor burns, smoke inhalation, nothing worse. I sat beside his hospital bed, my fingers wrapped tightly around his. His hand was warm, solid, his. Every so often, my grip would tighten just to make sure he was still there. And every time, he would squeeze back. The first time he woke up, he turned his head toward me, his eyes heavy with exhaustion but clear. "Hey," he murmured, voice hoarse. I smiled, even as my eyes stung with unshed tears. "Hey." His lips curved into a small, tired smile. "You look like hell." A laugh tumbled from my throat, shaky but genuine. "Yeah, well," I sniffed, swiping at my eyes. "So do you." It was my first night shift. Working extra at a gas station is pretty far from every boy's dream, but it pays the bills. I was hell-bent on not having another opportunity slip out of my hands because of money. One small investment and a move to Minneapolis, and I would have had a 6-figure salary. But I just couldn't find the funds. So there I was, stocking the shelves at a gas station. Money is money, and there's plenty of future to go around, I figured. I'd worked a few day shifts before, so I knew the place well enough. However, I'd never been left alone for the night shift before. This was the first time I'd be completely unsupervised. Jada, my supervisor, was about to take off for the night. She kept repeating the same instructions over and over. Then again, this place had a huge turnover. Maybe she honestly forgot I wasn't that new. "No phones," she urged. "If you got a slow night, make yourself useful." Nod and smile. I decided to get the worst tasks out of the way early. Cleaning the bathroom, restocking the freezers, taking out the trash, checking the receipt rolls, watering the plants. Took me about an hour. It wasn't even midnight yet, and I was pretty much done for the night. I considered mopping the floor, but I figured I could save that for later. I'd been useful enough. I was on my 4th game of teamfight tactics when I realized I'd forgotten my name tag. No big deal really, but figured I might as well fetch it. The manager's office was usually locked, but tonight I had the keys to it. I opened the door and started going through the drawers. Didn't take long to find the name tag. There was an entire box of them. At first, I thought they were all blank, but as I started going through them, I realized they were all previous employees. Sure, this place had a high turnover, but this? We were talking about 100 people easy. This was ridiculous. I admit, this is where I started asking myself some questions. During the day, I'd only been there for about a week, and I was already feeling like a veteran. The only people who seemed to be regulars were the managers, Jada, Kennedy, and Alicia. They seemed decent enough, so why were so many people quitting? As I got back behind the register, I realized there was a customer outside, literally just outside the door. I waved at them. There was something off. They were just standing there, but they were so close that the automated doors should have opened. And yet, the door remained closed. It was a man, late 30s, scraggly beard, rough red shirt, bit of a chunky look with sunken bloodshot eyes and a natural frown. He just stared at me. I waved at him again, but I got no response. "Can I help you?" I called out. Nothing, not a blink. I pulled out a chair and sat down. The man stayed outside, looking in. I tried not to think about it, but it was bothering me. I couldn't see his car anywhere on the cameras, and he didn't seem to want anything. I couldn't tell if he was on drugs or just being weird. I gave him a few minutes, but he just stood there. Finally, I got up from my chair. "Sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave." He didn't seem to listen. He was a bit shorter than me, but he had a good 50 pounds on me. He'd be trouble in a brawl. "I don't want to call the police," I said. "Can I help you, sir?" I pulled out my phone and held it up for him to see. I dialed the number and held it up for him to see. But still, nothing. Then my phone rang. Unknown caller. It was just past midnight. Without letting the unnerving man out of my sight, I took the call. "Yeah?" I answered. "Please don't hang up," a voice on the other end said. "You're in danger, and I can help." I was getting nervous. I wandered back and forth, watching those bloodshot eyes follow me. "Who is this?" I asked. "I'm Angie," the voice responded. "I used to work there, same shift, same managers. I wanted to warn you." I'd seen an Angie tag in the box earlier, maybe even several. She sounded young and nervous as all hell. "In a few hours, something terrible is going to happen," she continued. "And if you're not out by then, you might as well be dead." "What are you talking about?" "Look outside." I'd been looking outside this entire time, but I'd been entirely focused on this one man outside the front door. From across the road, I could see more people, about a dozen, lumbering out of the woods. "I need you to leave," she said. "Just walk out. Nothing will happen if you just walk away. Nothing will come for you." Who are these people? What's gonna... I don't know what... "Look," she interrupted. "It's perfectly simple. Just walk out the door." Something in me screamed for me not to do it, that I shouldn't step outside and walk past these people. They felt malicious, and I couldn't put my finger on why. Still, I stepped up to the door. Leaving seemed like the obvious choice. Strangely, it didn't open. "It won't open," I said. "Hold on. They want to keep you in there. They don't want you to leave. They want you to stay and die." "Die?" I asked. "What do you mean?" I stopped my pacing. Something was wrong. Was I locked in? "Tell me exactly what is about to happen," I demanded. "Something is in there with you," Angie sighed. "It could be 5 minutes, it could be a few hours, but that thing in there is coming for you." "And what thing are we talking about?" The man with the bloodshot eyes had 2 people joining him. A young man with a grotesque overbite and a young woman who could easily be mistaken for a child. All of them stared at me with the same broken eyes and rough clothes. They stopped inches short of the front door. "It doesn't have a name," Angie said, "but it'll leave you empty. It'll leave you like the people out front." "But if I leave, I'll be okay?" "Yes, that's what I'm telling you." "Hold on, I'll check the back." I hurried out back to the employee entrance, pressed down on the cold handle, and the door swung open. Outside were another group of 4 people. 2 young men, an older woman, and a girl no more than 16 years old. They all stared at me. I couldn't tell if they were drawn to me or the store. I stopped short of stepping through the door. "Why do they come here?" I asked Angie. "They serve their master. They want the spoils." "What spoils? What?" I thought about it. She was talking about me. "Right," I said, nodding to myself. "I see. Are you at the back door? Are you there yet?" Yeah, I'm here." "Just walk out," she whispered. "It's not too late." I was about to walk out when a thought hit me. Why would they lock the front door but not the back? That didn't make any sense. If the purpose was to keep me here, they could easily barricade the back as well. Something didn't add up. "The door is open," I said. "Great, you can still make it." "Why wouldn't they lock the back door, Angie?" She hesitated, and there was a brief pause. "If they're locking me in here to hurt me, why wouldn't they lock the back door?" I repeated. "I don't know," she said, "but you have to trust me." "They gave me the keys, Angie. They go everywhere. I can lock and unlock this door 100 times. What's going on?" They don't usually do that." I closed the door and stepped back. 4 less pair of eyes staring at me. "Look," said Angie. "I was the last person to leave. They screwed up. I found a spare key and got out before it was too late. Maybe they figured I'd warn you. Maybe they're trying to trick you." "Sure, yeah," I chuckled. "Convenient." "I'm trying to help you," she cried out. "Those things out there are to discourage you from going outside. They're harmless, but they're there to scare you. Can't you see it is all just a way for them to keep you in there?" I got one person screaming at me to go outside, and no one telling me to stay. No locked doors, just plenty of creeps staring at me. What am I supposed to believe? "Fine, you want more proof? Call the police. Hang up and call them." I ended the call. There were 8 people out front by now, all gathering outside the front door. I couldn't tell if they were trying to get in, or if they were waiting for me to step out. I called the emergency services, only to be met with silence. Not even a dial tone, just a blank nothing. I tried a few more numbers. My mom, my friends. I tried going online, but all I got was a cached copy of sites I'd been to before. My background picture had changed to a black screen. But there was something else. Something had started to smell. The freshly stocked frozen goods had suddenly gone bad, and a stench was oozing out of the freezers. Our flowers by the counter had withered and died, all except the sunflowers, which turned a sickly blue. I wasn't getting through to anyone. Being inside was awful. The single-serving frozen meals were making me gag. I figured I'd go for the landline. As I got in the manager's office, I got another call on my phone. Unknown caller. Looking back and forth between my phone and the landline, I weighed my options. I chose Angie. "How are you getting through?" I asked her. "How do you know my number?" "I still got the email password. I just checked your application." "But how come your number works? Everything else is down." "I'm calling from a private network," she said. "They don't know there's a way in." "They?" I asked. I thought it was just one thing. "No, they're working together. People don't just go missing without someone noticing. So there's like an intelligence behind it? A conspiracy?" "Yeah, people come and go in these places all the time. Are they paying you under the table?" "They figured, it was a sort of trial and no paperwork, no people missing, no records, just a box of name tags." It made sense in a way, but I needed more. I needed proof. There had to be something. "Why didn't you call me earlier?" I asked. "You could have called me as soon as I got the job or as soon as my shift started." "I had to make sure Jada wasn't around," she said. "She would have tried to trick you." "I'm not sure you're not trying to trick me." "Why would I spend my time calling you from across the country just to have you fail?" she screamed. "If I was part of this, I would have just let you sit there with your goddamn teamfight tactics and die." She went quiet. So did I. I counted my breaths as I looked outside. There were more of them now. "How did you know what I was playing?" I asked. She didn't respond. The silence hung in the air. "I'm asking you, how did you know what I was playing?" She was just as quiet as the man with the bloodshot eyes, still waiting for me outside the door. "You're watching. You knew I was alone. You knew I was getting antsy about the guy showing up outside." "Yeah," she sighed. "You tried to get me out as soon as he showed up. You tried to trick me before there were too many of them to scare me off. That's not..." She sighed. I could hear heavy breathing. As I paced back and forth, I was getting ready to hang up. This was a trick. She was the one tricking me, clearly, trying to get me outside, to join those things. "I know this looks bad," she said. "I know, I'm sorry. I'm honestly just trying to help you." This time, I was the one keeping quiet. I walked up to the door, studying the people outside. Blank stares following my every move. I felt like a snake charmer, like they could snap out of it and tear me apart in the blink of an eye. "As I said, I have the passwords for everything. I'm the only one who knows them. I just wanted to give you the best shot at getting out of there. I hoped they wouldn't come tonight, but as soon as they did, I had to do something." "You're not being honest with me." "I'm not lying. I'm just having a hard time explaining it. There's a lot of stuff about this that all sounds completely insane. I don't want to throw you off the deep end." "Give it to me straight," I demanded. "Tell me what the hell is coming for me." "It's not a thing. Like, not real. It's there, but it's just... I don't know how to explain it. It just steps through. Steps through what? The world. The air. A ripple in time or something. It just steps in and it's there. And then it shoves some kind of mouth spike into your head and gargles up something inside. A mouth spike? What the hell are you... Yes, a spike. No, I mean, it goes into your mouth. It doesn't have a mouth of its own. It just goes into you and... gone. Game over. I didn't know what to think. My mind was a jumbled mess, and I felt my pulse rising and falling. There were over 18 people outside in various states of disarray, all of them just staring at me. If I stepped outside, I'd know for sure. What does it look like? Does it? The lights flickered. There was a loud hum, a buzz, and then an electric failure. One of the fluorescent lights burned out, while the others just slowly dimmed to nothing. This was real. It was make or break by this point. Something was happening. The lights went out, I whispered. Is this... Now, Angie screamed. Get out now. I ran. I tripped and tumbled my way into the back room in complete darkness. I almost twisted my ankle as I bumped into the lunch table. I could barely hear my thoughts, and I had to remind myself to breathe. The roof of my mouth ached, as if anticipating a piercing pain. I could feel my head filling with blood and adrenaline, as my dry eyes refused to blink. As I put my hand on the back door, I did the mistake of pulling instead of pushing. It took me 3 tries before a thought hit me. I couldn't see the sign on the door because of the darkness. In fact, I couldn't see anything. Nothing. Angie, I wheezed, putting my phone to my ear. You there? Hurry, she screamed. You can make it. How did you see it? The thing was huge. It just... No. How did you see it? You see it in complete darkness? You said the lights went out. It was right there. I can't even see the sign on the back door. How the hell did you see a spike? Look, And to add to that, how the hell do you know what it does with that spike? You've never seen the thing kill. You said you were the last one to work this shift, and the thing sure as hell didn't kill you. You're missing the point. It doesn't add up, Angie. None of this adds up. You couldn't have seen it, and there's no way for you to know how it kills. I stood there in the dark. I heard Angie panting on the other side, matching my breathing. You're lying to me, Angie. You're not trying to save me. She stopped breathing. For about a minute, it was just quiet. The call ended. A wave washed over me. I was either dead or saved. There was no in-between. I was moments from finding out. Every little sound shook me. A breeze just outside, a crackling wire, ventilation struggling to turn back on. I hadn't even noticed my hand was on the door handle. You lied to me, I said out loud. You did. I caught you. There was a sound coming from the other side of the door, a shuffling of feet. Yes, said Angie, from the other side of the door. I must have stood there for an hour until the power came back on. The people outside were gone. Angie was gone. My phone worked just fine, so I called everyone and just cried for help. The police found me locked in the bathroom in a full panic, and I barely even remember being escorted out. Cameras had picked up a mob gathering outside, but that was pretty much it. They couldn't be identified from the backs of their heads. Jada and the other managers were called in, and they seemed genuinely surprised. I've since looked it up. 100 people starting and quitting their job in a place like that isn't uncommon. People come and go all the time. The managers honestly didn't know why people disappeared, it seems. Maybe this is just how things work. Or maybe there's more than one Angie out there preying on short-term workers. And the front door? There was no conspiracy there. The thing just jammed sometimes. Some kind of trouble with the wiring. If I'd messed with it just a bit more, the thing would have kicked wide open. That broken door was the only thing that saved me from joining them that night. I would have walked right out as soon as Angie asked me to. I worked there for another 4 months, but just day shifts and weekends. The night shifts seemed to go off without a hitch though. Maybe Angie and her friends moved on from an easy meal. I've saved up enough money for my move to Minneapolis, but I'd never forgive myself if I didn't put this into writing. Looking back at it, it feels surreal. There are things out there, things that want us to join them. I won't go back to work tomorrow. I don't care what Jack says or how much he threatens to tell my probation officer. I will not hear the way my co-workers laugh at me. They tell me it's nothing, but they didn't see it. They haven't seen the spot, like I did today. Yeah, I did time. I'm not proud of it, but I'm not going to BS anybody and tell them a lie. I got a little too drunk one night and assaulted someone in a bar. It was my first offence, and I did my 2 years without much hassle. Hell, they even let me do my last year at work release so I could keep paying my parents' mortgage for them. I work construction, so it was a good fit. They set me up in an outfit, they had me doing drywall and laying flooring, and I worked with a crew I got along with. It was a sweet gig, and it was a gig that I was told I could keep after I got released. When the day of my release came, I told them I would see them in a few days and rejoin the real world. That had been the night my dad had suffered a stroke. It was a bad one. Mom woke me up screaming, and we took him to the hospital in the back of an ambulance. Suddenly, there were doctors to talk to, changes to make in the house I'd grown up in, and a man who'd once taken care of me to take care of. He'd lost function in nearly half of his body, and with Mom feeling very overwhelmed, it became my job to take care of Dad. It wasn't until my probation officer informed me that I was in danger of violating that I realised it had been almost a month since I was released. I understand you've got some things going on, but you have to maintain employment as part of your probation. Your job with the construction firm says they'll let you come back if you're still interested, but you have to have some income coming in by the end of the week or risk violating your probation. I went to the foreman the next day to see if I could get my old job back, but it appeared I was in for a surprise. Yeah, sorry, we filled your spot on that crew. We didn't know when you'd be back, and we needed a full crew on that job. I resisted the urge to rage at him. I had been told I could have my old job back. Then why did you tell my probation officer I could come back? Because I have other crews I can stick you on if you're still interested. I told him I was, and he gave me a number to call. That's Jack. He's been begging me for another able body. Give him a call and see if you can meet up with him today. I thanked him, inwardly fuming that he'd fill my position on my crew, and called the number. Jack answered on the third ring and told me that his crew left at 5 a.m. If I wanted a spot on it, I'd better be at the yard at 5, ready to work. I told him I would, and he hung up on me mid-sentence. I already didn't have a good feeling about this guy. He was terse and didn't sound like the kind of guy you wanted to have a beer with after work. Regardless, I needed the work, so I set my alarm the night before and dragged up before dawn to meet this asshole on the yard at 5 a.m. Oh boy, had I been right in my hunch about this guy. Jack was one of those average-sized dudes who thinks he's a giant, the kind of guy who gets their ass beat in prison. He wore jeans and a sleeveless t-shirt with a gold chain that hung down to his thick chest hair. His hair was held into place with enough grease to change the oil in my car, and I saw him single me out the second he showed up. He had a small crew, maybe 5 guys, but the way he zeroed in on me let me know that he'd been looking for me. Well, you actually showed up. Rick may speak highly of you, but I'm not just going to drop somebody down so some ex-con can have his job. You'll be cleaning the job site until I'm convinced you're not going to show up high or dip out in the middle of the day. If that's not okay with you, then go tell your probation officer to send you back where you came from. He turned and walked away, the crew piling into his truck as I just stood there in stunned silence. I had to remind myself how much I needed this job before I piled in the back and we left for the site. I had to remind myself that Mom and Dad needed me home and not in prison a lot over the next few hours. We pulled up outside this dumpy-looking house in the suburbs just as the sun started to come up over the horizon. It was an old 2-story with a peeling exterior and a yard that looked like it had last seen a lawnmower when Bush was in office. They had made a pathway up the walk so they could bring their tools in, and a big metal dumpster created an island in the grass where they had set it. Jack collected us on the porch so he could give us our assignments. The old house was being renovated so the company could flip it, and he set several of us to ripping up the carpet. After assignments were given, Jack and 3 others went upstairs to assess the damage. I was set to pulling the carpet in the downstairs living room. It was a dingy little room with a pair of small windows that reminded me of eyes. The carpet was disgusting, covered in hair and crumbs and tacky with something like old soda. It was sliding on my gloves when someone threw a crowbar onto the floor and walked off. "Hey, aren't you going to help me?" I asked, but the guy who tossed the crowbar just shook his head. "We each get a room. This one's yours, so get to it." Then they left me to pull carpet in this big dirty room by myself. The living room wasn't huge, but it was still a lot to ask of one person. I pressed the crowbar in and pulled the carpet away from the wall, not bothering to be gentle. The drywall was going to be ripped out next, and I suddenly wondered why they were pulling the carpet out first. I shrugged. I wasn't the boss here, so I guess I'd just have to do as I was told. That was the first time I noticed the spot. It was in the corner of the living room, a big water stain that seemed to take up 2 walls and went through the crack in it. It was about the size of a basketball, the water spot looking like it would be wet if I touched it, but it kind of freaked me out for some reason. As I worked, I could almost swear it was moving, just a little, and I got that feeling like eyes on the back of my neck. You know the feeling, the one that makes your hair prickle up, the one that makes you think you're being watched. I tried not to let it bug me, but it was like I could feel that spot as I worked. The carpet work didn't take long, and an hour later I had it rolled up and ready to haul out. I looked around for help, but the others were still hard at it, or at least pretending to be. I could see 3 more sitting around smoking or chatting for every one guy working. When I asked them to help me get my carpet out to the dumpster, they just scoffed and waved me away. I couldn't move it by myself, and so I just left it in the living room and went to look for more carpet to pull. It seemed that my fellow workers weren't as diligent as I was, because there was still carpet in 3 rooms that needed pulling. I sighed. This was clearly going to be my life for a while, and I set to work pulling the carpet and getting it ready to haul out. As I worked in a bedroom, the walls still off blue with stormy-looking clouds painting on it, I got that feeling like someone was watching me. I turned to the door, thinking maybe one of my co-workers had come to see who was making so much noise back here. But there was no one. I looked at the window, but it was so caked with dust that no one could have seen anything through it. I glanced over to the closet, thinking maybe someone was lurking, and that was when I saw the source of my discomfort. A basketball-sized spot on the wall over the closet door. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing. It was just a water spot after all. The house was probably full of them, and I just happened to have found 2 that looked alike. I kept working, pulling up tack strips in places, but I still felt that funny feeling that something was watching me. As the carpet rolled up, I began to push it towards the door, sending up puffs of smoke as it thumped over. As I pushed, I couldn't help but glance at the spot. It was still there, hanging over the closet door, seeming to watch me as I worked. I turned to look at it squarely and gasped as I noticed a large white hole in the middle of the spot, like an eye floating in a puddle. I ran out of the room then, bumping into another worker as I beat a hasty retreat. "There you are," he said tersely. "We've been looking for you. Come help us move this carpet." I was more than happy to oblige, and had almost forgotten about the spot, until after lunch. We spent the rest of the morning hefting the carpet, pulling the rest of the carpet, and assessing the work for tomorrow. I didn't think about the spot much. People being around me made me feel a little crazy about being afraid of it, but as we worked, I could swear I saw it again and again. The walls were covered with stains, the pipes were likely bad, but this one was definitely the same spot. The white circle was gone, but I still found myself looking for it when I went into a room. The guys in the crew must have noticed because they started making jokes about how prison had made me jumpy. "He's got to check all the corners when he comes in to make sure no booty bandits are lurking," a big slovenly one in overalls would say, and they'd all laugh like it was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. If I didn't need this job so bad, I'd have made something of it. We moved upstairs eventually, finding 2 bedrooms and a bathroom up there, and by 5 o'clock we had all the carpet out of the house and in the dumpster out front. Jack came in the truck, handing out paychecks and thanking the guys for their hard work. When he came to me, he handed me the check grudgingly, scowling the whole time and holding it when I tried to take it from him. "Tomorrow, I expect to see some real work out of you, not just half-arsing it like you did today." I took the check and walked off. I'd find my own way back. The next day was a little better. Jack said the drywall would be next, and then he and his cronies disappeared out to the truck while the rest of us worked. We all started tearing out drywall, dust and nails flying, and I meant to swing my hammer into that spot extra hard when I saw it. To my disappointment though, the spot never showed up. I'd seen it everywhere yesterday, seen it in every room at least once, but today it was absent. We spent the next day tearing out drywall and cleaning up after ourselves, and when 5 o'clock came, we packed up and went out to be laid. The day had been better. Nothing builds camaraderie like hard work, and I found myself joining in on the jokes and conversations that happened in the group. We were covered in drywall dust as we walked out that day, laughing about how Tony had been scared by that rat when he busted into the drywall in the laundry room. Jack looked at them coldly, affronted that they had accepted me so easily. He handed my check in silence, and I piled into the back of the truck with the others. The next day was the last day I'd work with them. We spent that next day hanging drywall in the downstairs. Between the 10 of us, we worked diligently and quickly. The drywall went up a sheet at a time, something I was pretty good at, and I was glad to see it cover the hollow studs and the newly blown-in insulation. We marked a few spots where the beams were rotten, but the pipes actually looked pretty good, as did the electrical. I began to wonder what had made the spots I kept seeing. They looked so wet, but I pushed it out of my mind as I worked beside my newfound companions. By 5 o'clock, we had done most of the downstairs, and we'd have the rest finished tomorrow so we could move upstairs. When I walked out onto the porch though, I realized I'd forgotten something. I'd laid my dad's watch on the counter, not wanting it damaged while we were working, and I'd forgotten about it. I grabbed my check and turned to go back into the house. Jack scowled at me as I walked off. "We're leaving," he called out to my back, but I waved him off. "If you're gone when I get back, I'll just find my own way." I wasn't about to leave my watch here overnight. I went to the kitchen and checked the counter, but found nothing. It was powdery with dust from today's work, and I thought I could see an indent where the watch had been, but I could find no watch. I began to look around, hoping it hadn't found its way into someone's pocket, when I looked into the living room and saw it sitting dead center of the debris-riddled floor. I took a step, but something brought me up short. A little tickle in the back of my head told me that this was a little too convenient. It was like a trap baited and waiting for an unlucky animal to blunder into it. I shook it off. I wanted my watch, damn it, and I wasn't going to abandon it because I had a hinky feeling. I bent down to get it, wrapping my fingers around the cold metal, when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. It was a pulsating, sludgy something, and it looked to be marring the new drywall. I looked up, exasperated, figuring that someone had put a nail through a pipe at some point today, but what I saw drew me up short. I was left half-bent, filled with fear, as I saw the oozy, black spot seething on the new drywall. It was bigger than a basketball now, its inky depths seeming to beat like a heart, and as I watched it, I could see 2 white circles materializing out of the soup. They rolled around like lost eggs and finally came to rest in the middle of the sludge. I wanted to run. I didn't want to be seen by whatever this thing was, but I was trapped like a deer in headlights. I felt my breath hitching in my chest, and I could only wait for my legs to regain their strength. The white orbs rolled around in the soup and became eyes. They blinked at me, their centers trained on me as I bent there, and all at once, a Cheshire cat smile floated under them as it beamed at me. I was stuck, looking into this inky hole, the edges dribbling down the fresh drywall as it oozed and ran. Suddenly, I was sure that a part of the darkness was ahead with eyes that were looking out at me from whatever inky void it inhabited, and maybe with hands that wanted to pull me into that dark hole. As if it had read my mind, I saw dark hands grip the edge of the spot, trying to pull itself out and enter my world. It never lost eye contact as it pulled itself into our world, and I could see the vague outline of its head as it came free from the spot with a placental pop. That was all I needed to see. Suddenly my legs were moving in overtime, my heart was racing like a steam engine, and I was out the door and slamming it behind me before I could quite remember how I had gotten to the porch. Even though the blood pounding in my ears and the rubber of my sneaker pounding on the wooden floor had dominated my hearing, there was one sound that I will never forget. I may not be able to remember how I came to be on the porch, heaving and gasping for air, but I do remember the sound I heard just before I threw the door open and was free. It was a plop and a splatter, similar to a bucket of paint being emptied on the ground. I ran home, calling Jack as I took off up the sidewalk. He picked up on the second ring. "I'm not coming to get you. I told you that I was. Jack, you've got to get someone back to the site. There's someone there." "Who?" Jack asked, and I could hear his skepticism. "If this is some kind of goof, I don't get it." I told him how I'd gone back for my watch, and I'd seen someone skulking around the site. I didn't tell him about the oozing hole in the wall. He'd see that. However, I did tell him that I thought the guy might be on drugs, so he should be careful. He was banging his fists on the drywall, so I booked it. I finished, trying to keep it believable. The crew was just starting to warm up to me, and I didn't want them to think I was a nut job. "Jesus Christ, I thought you ex-cons were tough. I'll go have a look. Just stay home, and I'll let you know what I find." That was an hour ago. Since I got home, I've been in my room, waiting on him to call, and I decided to write this while I waited. When I opened my laptop, though, my desire to write the story became all the more prevalent. Because, as I slid it open, I caught a glimpse behind me, and realized that I'll be fortunate if I have time to finish this tale. I saw a basketball-sized hole reflected on the screen as the title screen came up. I got up, locked the door, and moved my writing to the living room. I don't know if the locked door will stop whatever may come out of that dribbling hole, but I do know that it may give me enough time to finish this before it breaks the surface. Keep your eyes peeled for water spots. You never know what might come slipping out.
My father worked for a human research company in the 70s and 80s before some organisations such as the IRB, Institutional Review Board for the Protection of Human Subjects in Research, and the Belmont Report could catch on. He retired and went on to live a nice, relaxing life with my mother, his wife of 30 years. After she died, his own health began to deteriorate, and he willed his estate and possessions to me upon his passing. This ticked off my two other siblings, but that's mostly irrelevant because I intend to sell the house, property, and most of the items left to me and divide the money between us all. I guess that's why everything was left to me instead of split. I'm the responsible one. My father, Noah Foster, was an amazing man and a very caring father to all of us. I don't think I ever once questioned his love for all of us. He never talked about what he used to do, only that he did help mankind in general, and he was glad to be out of it. The retirement check each month was hefty, and he never needed to look for another source of income. His savings is enormous, and if we are careful, we probably won't have to work again if we don't want to. But that's not why I'm here. See, I didn't enlist the help of my bitter siblings in the cleaning and cataloguing of my parents' possessions, or rather, my new possessions. So, when I found the box, I was alone. My father kept all his work-related things in the basement, which was always locked. One of those things willed to me was a keyring with 3 keys. The brass key unlocked the basement door, and the silver key unlocked a large, floor-to-ceiling safe in the basement. That's where I found the boxes. Inside the safe were boxes of various dates and scribbled names, mostly faded, and some eaten by time to the point where it and its contents are little more than dust and decay. Some of the boxes I haven't opened yet. I'm honestly afraid of what I'll find. Their labels are obscure, and after reading what I found in the first box, I don't know if I'll dig any deeper. Let me share with you what I've discovered. The box itself is cardboard and heavy. It's bound in thick tape, and I wasn't worried the bottom would fall out, as it had some sort of hard plastic wrapped around the base. It looked very commercial. The lid had a faded yellow tape with black bold letters and the words, "Sensitive documents. Tampering with a seal without authorization is a criminal act." In marker on top were the words, "Human Detachment Project." I cut the seal. These boxes were easily 30 plus years old, and they legally belonged to me. The contents from the top to bottom were as such: 4 folders filled with scientific notes and some photographs of a family, not mine. A metallic box 4 inches wide and 5 inches tall that I'm so far unable to open. A relatively new-looking voice recorder. This one was most odd, as it seems far more advanced than anything in this box should be. And last, at the very bottom, a record inside of a sleeve. No title or label. Now, I'm going to relay everything notable I've read and heard. Maybe it'll help me understand what my father was working on, or why. Most of these names have been redacted, my father's including. I'm guessing so. I don't know if these are his notes or someone else's. The notes. July 3rd, 1973. Redacted, compiling the incentive for the Human Detachment Project. In 3 years, CERN will publicly announce the completion of their Super Proton Synchrotron. The project was truly finished 4 days ago, and testing has already begun. After the failure of Apollo 13 and the subsequent lack of information yielded from Apollo 14, the administration has given the green light to the Daphne program, which will bypass the exploration portion and move straight to redacted on the moon's surface. These works double as isolation research and the test of space on the human psyche. Next note. Henry Tajfel has published his notes on the minimal group paradigm, developing the basis idea for the Human Detachment Project. Next. Redacted has been discovered in the Kola superdeep borehole. All proof of redacted has been removed, and thus has confirmed that humans/human-like can survive isolated for an unknown amount of time, as redacted were oblivious to existence of life outside of the cavern. This concludes the incentive for the Human Detachment Project. That page was the first inside the top folder. The rest of the notes were newspaper clippings and typed/handwritten notes about those events, as well as other notable things around that time, each one touching on this Human Detachment Project. The second folder contained a picture of a family of 4. There were no names on the photograph, but the next page had information. September 28th, 1973. Most of the name had been redacted, except Stir. I believe this folder, or at least these notes, were written or compiled by my father, Noah Foster. Compiling notes for the Human Detachment subjects. George Polk, 38, male. No history of mental illness or underlying health issues. Mary Polk, 36, female. No history of mental illness, prone to migraines. William Polk, 12. No history of mental illness or underlying health issues. Deborah Polk, 5, female. Underdeveloped mental capacity due to age. Ineligible for testing. Removed. Subject family offered the sum of $50,000 upon completion of the trials. Subject family agreed in the understanding that Deborah Polk be put under the care of outside family. The next item is a missing person poster dated October 10th, 1973. Deborah Polk, age 5, missing from grandmother's care since late September. The rest of the folder contained detailed medical records of each member of the family, apart from Deborah. The third folder is dated December 1974. The first page is handwritten and worn to the point where I can't read it. I skimmed a few pages, but most of the notes seem smudged or blurred. Towards the end of the folder, I can read parts of it. It appears to be a woman's handwriting. Phase 3 began early this morning. After keeping the subject family separated for 6 days of the week and together 1, we then separated them into 2 weeks alone and 1 day together. Phase 3 consists of 1 month in isolation, followed by 1 hour of forced community time. This will continue until the final phase in 6 months. The remainder of the notes are observations of the 3 subjects. Inside the last folder are things I would have never believed people could do to another person. I almost don't want to share this in the event that it could harm my father's reputation, but I fully believe my father was not involved in the actual testing. I'm hoping to God the partial redacting on the previous folder was his part in the initial screening only. The first page of the folder is a printed email. July 5th, 1976. Charles Lynn, compiling summary of the Human Detachment Project. The project officially ended 2 days ago after it was forgotten for several months/years longer than it should have continued. The initial grant was for 1 year of human isolation in singular peoples only. The use of children and families were never approved. The following are excerpts from the various sources inside the Human Detachment Project. It has been deemed a success by some and a massive failure by others. My supervisor, redacted, believes that this information can help thousands, although I personally fail to see how it could benefit anyone, as the methods were little more than torture, and the executors of the project have since been reprimanded. I will be taking a copy of my report to the head office in hopes of finding Deborah Polk. Next note. After extreme isolation, followed by increasingly limited community time, the father has attempted to kill subject's son on 5 separate occasions, each one with more extreme violent outbursts. Subject's mother attempted to lobotomize herself on 2 different ways, which resulted in the now constant restraint of her hands. Subject's son's mental health saw the fastest decline as he began to develop extreme split personality disorder. Next note. Subject's family was introduced to a looped recording of prayers spoken in Latin after the urging of Dr. Geddings. I believe this was more of a personal experiment than a necessary addition. Next note. Subject's son has now begun speaking fluently in Latin, even words that are not on the looped recording that has been played for 17 weeks straight. Subject's mother was found dead in a room. Her hands remained bound, but bruising and a crushed windpipe were the cause of death. Subject's father claims to have killed her because, quote, "she begged me to." Neither subject had seen each other in over 3 months. Subject's father killing subject's mother, deemed impossible. Subject's son was found in the community room. His room was still locked, and as there are no doors or windows, it is unclear how he escaped. He was found standing in front of subject's mother's now empty room, whispering to her in Latin, holding a small metallic box. Origin unknown. Subject's father was released into a sealed room with 2 interviewers for final assessment before release. Upon being told he would be released, subject's father took his own life with a pen of an interviewer. His last words were, "Don't make me leave. You can't make me leave." Subject's son remains in isolation. It is unclear for how long. Interview recorded shows clear psychosis and mental breakdown. I will be sending copies of this to various heads. The cruelty and forced isolation of these people is far beyond criminal neglect. The remaining papers are the medical reports and death certificates of George and Mary Polk. The dates are redacted. The last thing in the box is the voice recorder. I had to pick up some batteries before I could listen to it. It went as follows. Interviewer: "Do you know where you are?" Son: "I am at redacted." This is a long redaction. I think he said the actual address. Also, his voice is quite deep for a youth. Interviewer: And why do you think that's where you are?" Son: "I just know." "If we can determine that you are healthy, we would like to release you." "I don't want to leave." "Why not?" "I am not one of them outside. I am inside." "We are going to release you. We need to see how you react around others." "I don't want to leave." The audio breaks up a few times here, before it cuts off. That's everything I know about the Human Detachment Project. I don't know what's inside the small box, and I have a pretty good idea about what's on the record. I'm afraid to dig deeper. I have a few more boxes with various titles, such as The Snakeskin Experiment, Operation Stopwatch, and a few others. One box in particular makes me nervous. It's double taped and has the words "Failed Experiments" on the top. I have 1 key left on the key ring, and I don't know if it goes to something else inside of one of these boxes or not. But I feel he left it to me for a reason. I really don't want to go through more of these boxes, but there are just so many. And why would he have these? Why wouldn't they be somewhere more secure than his basement all this time? I was 10 years old when I first met the being who would haunt me for the rest of my life. Growing up, my father spent long days away, toiling away at his construction job, giving me free rein of the house. He'd entrusted me with a key, which every morning before school I'd slip under a flower pot by the front step and use to get in. My friends thought I was living every kid's dream, and in a way, I was. When I got home, I would either kick off my shoes at the front door and bounce off to go watch cartoons, or go outside and play in the front lawn until the bright suburban days darkened into a misty orange haze. It was on that day when I found myself indoors watching reruns of my favourite cartoons when I felt a sudden presence on my bladder. Shifting the large bowl of popcorn off my lap, I headed upstairs to the bathroom. Just as I was turning the corner on the landing, I saw her. She was wearing what had once been a long white summer dress, now torn and smeared a reddish brown with colour. Her stomach seemed to have been scooped out, to the point a shaft of light from the window behind her shone through her exposed flesh, intestines trailing down past her knees like some macabre bridal train. Her hair fell over her pale face in ropey, dishevelled strands, almost completely obscuring it, pale limbs twitching at her sides as she blocked my way. There was something static about her presence, as if she was about to fade out of existence at any moment. Her head tilted up to look at me with a throaty groan. She wore the saddest expression I'd ever seen, that even now I find myself struggling to describe. It was as if she was seeing her whole world crumble around her. Of course, I responded the way any typical child would, by running screaming from my house and into the safety of a bemused next-door neighbours who promptly called the cops. They searched every inch of the house, but they couldn't find any sign of a break-in. My hysterical state didn't do anything to aid their questions. I tried to describe what I'd seen to them, but my words came out as tangled, sobbing gibberish. My father was even less understanding when he arrived home from a long day to find blue flashing lights in the driveway and police officers swarming the house. Believing it to be a prank, he offered them a lengthy apology. After exhausting all other options, the police came to that conclusion too, and after giving a stern warning to me about the misuse of emergency services, they'd left me to deal with the inevitable fallout. I had made a feeble attempt to explain what I'd seen to him, but he wasn't in the mood to hear it. He just sent me to bed after a few gruff, angry words, which seemed to comprise most of our interactions back then. It was as if he couldn't stand me being around. In the end, I stopped trying to tell him. I knew he'd never believe me. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking that the second I closed my eyes, I would feel her bony hands wrap around my ankles and drag me into the endless darkness beneath my bed. But as dawn peeked through my blinds and there was no sign of her, I found myself heaving a heavy sigh of relief. I resigned her to my nightmares, where she would stay for a very long time. As I shuffled out of my room in my pajamas to go downstairs and get some breakfast, I found myself face to face with her, a few feet from where I'd originally seen her on the landing, just hovering there. I remember the steady pulse of my heart halting in my chest, the bleary-eyed ennui of the morning replaced by dry-mouthed terror, the kind that few people ever experience in their lives. It was to become a familiar feeling for the next few years. Whenever I seemed to turn, she was there. When I climbed up the stairs, she would always be waiting at the top, looking down at me. Her head would poke out from behind doorways, fingers coiled around the wooden frame. Soon, it wasn't just the house I saw her in anymore. From my seat in the school bus, I would see her staring out the front porch, not far from my stop. No matter where I was, she was there. Every Christmas, every birthday, just hovering out of my peripheral vision. There was no escape. As well as her, I found myself haunted by a single question. Why? Why me? I didn't understand why she chose to haunt me, of all the billions of children in the world. What had I done wrong to deserve this? Surely there were worse kids out there who deserved something like this. If she knew the answers, they remained sealed away behind her silent lips. It was one night when I was 12, when I had been woken by a soft humming that filtered into my ears. It was a wordless melody I could almost swear I'd heard before, but so far back that I couldn't remember anything else. Ragged fingernails encrusted with black, dried blood combed through my scalp. In my hazy state between consciousness and sleep, I'd taken it to be a dream. I found myself leaning into the invisible hand that cradled my face like a starving man who had just found food. I never realized until that moment how long it had been since someone had held me. Any interactions with my father consisted of general talk. Physical contact was non-existent. In the faint crack of light that streamed through my half-opened door, I made out the shrouded figure seated on the edge of my bed. I could have died right then and there. In all the time she'd haunted me, she never seemed to violate the sanctity of my room. I thought that it was the one place I'd be safe from her. Now, here she was, just inches away. I found myself paralyzed by fear. If the slightest shift in weight would morph her caressing fingers into claws that would skewer my skull. My ears picked up on a soft melody, one I soon realized was coming from her, wheezed out through fluid-drowned lungs, one that seemed vaguely familiar. She pulled herself closer until she was inches over me. My overworked heart felt seconds away from a coronary as her hum filled my ears. I couldn't take it anymore. I exploded from the covers and took off running down the hallway, propelled by pure animal instinct. I just wanted to get away, as far away from her as possible. The floor lifted from my feet, and I found myself flung forward into the dark void, impacting on several edges before my limp body rolled to a stop at the bottom of the stairs. Despite the pain searing through my sprained shoulder, I tried to steady myself to my feet when I saw the female outline that had materialized at the very top of the staircase. My heart plummeted into the pits of my stomach, my sobs mixing with terrified breaths as I rolled around in a desperate attempt to regain balance. She hovered down towards me, as weightless as air, arms wide and reaching for me. There was no way I was going to get out of this. She finally had me. The lights exploded on upstairs, and the figure vanished into thin air. My pajama-clad father thundered down the steps. As soon as I saw the exhausted rage on his face, I found myself wishing for her return. Due to his job depending on physical alertness, my father prioritized a good night's sleep above anything else. No matter what happened, he would always be in bed by 9. Whenever something awoke him, he would be like an angry bear. That night, he had enough. He wrenched me up by the shoulders and started dragging me upstairs. Not wanting to face her again, I tried with every ounce of strength in my body to resist. But with him being at least twice my weight and height, I was little more than air to him. He jabbed a stubbed finger into the darkness of the corner, shoving me out. "There," he snapped, spittle spraying out. "Look, there's nothing there. No ghost, nothing." As soon as I blinked, she was there, staring out at me with those same dark, mournful eyes, her pale form caked with gore. I was so transfixed with my own terror that I didn't realize that my father had gone quiet. Her face changed with the sight of my father, her thin lips pursing as if she was about to say something. My father froze where he stood, arms still extended out towards the spot where she was standing. Though his face remained as stern as ever, the blood had drained, leaving his complexion marble-like. As I squinted closer, I saw trembles in his hands. Just as randomly as she had phased into existence, the bleeding woman was gone. My father heaved out a breath, the colour returning to his cheeks. I reached a trembling hand towards him, but he shrugged his bulky form away. "Bed," he muttered gruffly. I shuffled into my room with my head bowed, flinching as his own door slammed behind me. I knew better than to disobey his orders. I clambered back into bed, burying myself as deep as I could beneath the covers so that she wouldn't find me. But the relief of sleep never came. The moment replayed over in my head. He had seen her too. The subsequent morning at the breakfast table had been spent in tight-lipped silence, with both of us refusing to acknowledge what had transpired the previous night. School and work had been a welcome reprieve for the both of us, as we had lost ourselves in the safe monotony of everyday routine, where ghosts and things that went bump in the night didn't exist. A week after it had happened, I had come home from school when a series of heavy footsteps from above had shaken small fragments of plaster from the ceiling. Immediately, my already taxed heart thundered into overdrive, mind consumed with images of a hideous visage. The distant sound of a male clearing his throat from upstairs shattered my fear. Dad? What was he doing home so early? Against my better reasoning, I tiptoed up the stairs, wincing at the slightest creak that might give away my presence. I heard him trot around behind the half-closed bedroom door. Through the half-open door, my father seated himself on the bed, the mattress beneath groaning in protest. A bottle of wine was gripped in one hand, along with something silver-lined and rectangular in the other. But what I saw in there had me frozen where I stood. He was crying. In all the time I'd known him, my father had been a rock. A brick had once fallen from a scaffold at work and shattered his leg. He had barely even flinched. But there he was, tears rolling down his cheeks and soaking into his open palms. From the bleary, reddened state of his eyes, he looked like he had been doing it for a few hours. A strange sympathy washed over me. I knew I was looking at something I wasn't supposed to, something so much deeper than I could ever understand. I slunk away from the door and left my father to weep himself into an inebriated sleep. I found myself pulled back to the room, feeling bold enough to creak open the door and sneak into the room. My father lay sprawled on the bed, the half-down bottle of wine still gripped in his hand, his broad chest shaking with thunderous snores. Clutched to his chest was the elusive silvery object, the one that had piqued my magpie fascination. I'd slid it out from my father's hands, just softly enough as to not stir him, although eliciting a murmured snore. I had taken a step back, holding it upwards towards a light that streamed in through the adjacent bedroom window. My father smiled back at me from the photograph within the frame, younger and clean-shaven. He was dressed in an immaculate black suit with a knife in hand that was half sunk into the top tier of a wedding cake, adorned with ribbon flowers. He stood, surrounded by similarly dressed people, their faces obscured by the camera flash. It was only when I shifted my hand that I saw the figure beside him in the trailing white dress, her face obscured by my thumb. When I lifted the picture up to inspect it, my heart stopped mid-beat. Next to my father, her gloved hand clutched tight in his, was the woman who had haunted me for years. Her dark hair was pinned up in a bun, half squinting into the camera with a deliriously happy grin on her face. The red she was splattered in was nowhere to be seen, just pure white. The simple lace trim she wore only accentuated her effervescent beauty. I had never seen such adoration on anyone's face before in the way my father looked at her. It was as if he was staring at the very source of his life. My lip trembled as the grim realization hung over me. I turned to the half-open doorway and saw her hovering there, her mouth fallen in a downturned crescent. Only now, I understood her expression and the deep sadness ingrained in it. I found the rest out later. My mother had been just a week away from her due date when a similarly pregnant neighbour had invited her over to have some old baby clothes of hers. My mother, having always prided herself on being a thrifter, had jumped at the chance. Only, the neighbour didn't have any baby clothes, just a pair of scissors. That same neighbour would turn up to the emergency ward 2 hours later with my bloodied newborn self in her arms, claiming to have given birth. But a quick examination by the doctors showed that the uterus and ovaries that were still attached to me, along with a half-severed umbilical cord, weren't hers. In court, she claimed that she was afraid her husband was going to leave her, so she faked a pregnancy. But as the date of delivery approached, she realised that she needed a baby, by any means necessary. The police found my mother in the basement. Her body had been stuffed into a trash bag, stewing in her own congealing blood. She had been ripped open from the crotch to sternum, her innards pulled past her knees, but her slashed, rigor mortis stiffened hands were still protectively clutching around her belly. Nearly every part of her was slathered with red, except for 2 clear streaks running down the sides of her face. The only reason my father hadn't been with her was because he was out buying a crib that he'd been saving up for months to put in the nursery they'd been decorating together. He wanted to surprise her. He'd never blamed me for her death, not for one moment. After the sentence had been passed, my father had moved me away from the media furore that surrounded the case and spent the first few years of my life moving from town to town, determined to keep me from ever finding out the grim story of how I had come into this world. So, when I started ranting on about a lady covered in blood in the house, it had scared him more than anything. The night she appeared before him convinced him it hadn't just been the overactive imagination of a lonely child. After that day, his whole demeanour changed. He'd become softer with me. We started talking together, even laughing. It was as if some deity had overheard my childhood wish for a father who cared. But he never forgave himself for not going with her. He kept on drinking, and eventually cirrhosis took him while I was in my first year of university. He'd never been so small before, his wizened, bald head peeking up from the draping covers. He looked so frail, having aged what looked like 20 years in just a few. His withered hand clasped mine, and he smiled over my shoulder at the empty corner of the hospital room. "We made a great kid, didn't we, Angie?" he remarked. I didn't have to turn around to see who he was addressing. She was already there. She'd always been. Despite the agony of the last few months of his life, my father had died smiling. That was 5 years ago. Although my grief has lessened with the passage of time, I still try to live my life for both of them, especially my mother. Whenever I see that pale, dark-haired figure glancing out from behind a corner or behind me whenever I'm confronted with a reflective surface, there's no more spine-prickling fear, nor any heart palpitations. Instead, I feel home. Sometimes I get angry at myself that it took so long for me to figure it out. She never wanted to hurt me. All she had ever wanted to do was hold me, like any mother would. And I ran away from her. No wonder she wept. She still comes at night to sing to me. I don't flinch away whenever her broken hands tussle my hair, instead letting her warbling lullaby wash over me and send me into blissful darkness. There was a time where I would have given everything that I owned to never see her again. Now, I beg her to stay. No matter how much I wish for it to be otherwise, By the time the morning streams through my half-closed blinds, she's long since disappeared from this world. But my eyes always still burn with tears. When my wife slunk out to the bathroom in her underwear, damp and rosy from the shower, I let out an exaggerated wolf whistle. The whistle cracked the serious mask of her face into a smile, but something about the peak and valley from the tone didn't sit right with me. My bedroom faded from view. I'm 8 or 9 and staring into the face of another little boy. It's Nolan, my best friend. Our mouths are puckered into O's, and we are both blowing. Who is Nolan? Do I know Nolan? He is pushing a shrill, reedy sound from high in his throat. My breath is nothing but a rush of soundless air. Don't worry, Sam, you'll get it, he tells me. My name's Jacob. Who's Sam? I blinked and it vanished. Poppy crawled into bed and slotted herself into the slice between my arm and my torso. She ran a finger down my bare chest, a prelude and a promise. Pops, I said, have I always been able to whistle? She frowned at me. Of course you have. You whistled at me just like that the day we met. Did I? I couldn't remember. She crept closer, her hair sweeping my skin, but I was trying to grasp that flittering vision. It's just, I don't think I ever learned to whistle. Poppy peeled herself up, her eyebrows rigid lines. Of course you did. You just whistled, so you must have learned sometime. Why are you worried about this? She leaned forward to press her lips against mine, as if she meant to silence me. I pulled my head back and said, I don't know, I'm just a little freaked out. I'm too young to be losing my memory. I meant it lightheartedly, but she didn't take it that way. Her voice swelled with uncharismatic anger. You're being ridiculous. Stop talking about this, she demanded. My wife was one of the most level-headed people I knew. If she told me to drop it, I listened. But the force of her defensiveness unsettled me. I had always ruined the mood, so we went to bed facing opposite directions, our backs rising and falling in syncopated rhythm. When I was sure she was asleep, I rounded my lips and quietly whistled. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought Poppy was having an affair. Ever since I brought up that damn whistling, really, the only time I can remember her raising a voice at me during our otherwise idyllic relationship, she'd been acting oddly. Not when we were together. If anything, her sweetness was sicklier, the tips of her fingers always brushing electricity across my arms, her warm body a luxurious comfort on the couch. But we were together less often. She started working late. She would take calls after hours in the guest bedroom with the door closed. She went in on weekends. One day she arrived home 2 hours later than expected, with our daughter, Hannah, in the back seat. Claimed community theatre rehearsal ran late. I was reluctant to involve Hannah, but I asked her a few careful questions and she confirmed the story, using almost the exact verbiage as if she were parroting it. Any of these things would have been isolated blips, but when plotted on the same graph, like seismic spikes that crested with increasing frequency, they were a pattern. The memory of the little boy who couldn't whistle twisted inside me and told me it wasn't a good idea to address her behaviour directly. After nearly 15 years of marriage, 12 of them ensconced in the mania of raising a child, I had seen a sharp edge to Poppy that she had never revealed to me. I'm sure you can see where this is going. I did the thing that all superstitious lovers do and snooped through a phone. Normally, Poppy guarded it closely, but the opportunity arose sooner than I'd expected. We were watching television when something crashed in Hannah's bedroom. Perhaps she'd knocked her laptop off the bed again. Perhaps it was something worse. Poppy leapt up and started bounding up the stairs, calling Hannah's name. I was about to follow when I noticed she had left the phone on the table. I'm not proud, but I needed to know. I picked it up and punched in the passcode I had surreptitiously watched her enter. There were no unusual text messages, only calls, regular calls to the same number, 959-544-959. I knew that number. 959. I'm sitting in a room of slate grey. The walls are unblemished concrete. There is no dust in the corners. I'm on a very, very cold metal chair. I'm resting my hands on the table. Something that looks like a hospital bracelet is pinned around my wrist. There are tiny numbers printed on it. A phone number beginning with 959. The room appears to have no door. Then a section of the wall slides open with a hydraulic whoosh, and I realise that faint lines carve its silhouette. A man steps out into the room. Do you have any questions? Poppy's footsteps begin to descend, snapping the vision in half. Hannah was fine. I placed the phone carefully back on the coffee table, feeling it was crucial that I leave it exactly where I found it. I researched the phone number at work. I didn't want to use my home Wi-Fi. The number was listed on a page, Redevelopment Corp, infuriatingly generic. The page was a mess of buzzwords and lingo that obfuscated any clue as to the purpose of the business. It had a professional finish, all clean lines and stayed blocks of texts. There were no images, no links. The contact information consisted only of the phone number and an address in the state adjacent to mine. Google Maps told me that it was about a 3-hour drive. As I closed the browser and wiped the search history, my eyes fell on the picture frame on my desk. Poppy and I on our wedding day. I had my arm around her, and my expression was bursting with love and trust. I wished I could remember that day. I'd been so happy I blacked out, even though I was completely sober, the joy overwhelming my grasp of the details. That happens to everyone, doesn't it? Poppy was extremely suspicious of my claim that I was going on a business trip. I couldn't blame her. She was always more perceptive than most. She read my moods, told me why I was sad or angry or anxious before I could even put a name to the emotion. She knew, obviously, that I was lying, and to try to convince her otherwise would have been fruitless. So I merely wished her a good few days and kissed her forehead. As I pulled out of the driveway, I could see her watching me from the living room window. She was on the phone. The long stretch of highway that I hit about an hour into the trip knocked loose another vision. I'm in the driver's seat going 75. It's too fast. The limit is 60. But my fiancée seems to enjoy it. It makes her feel alive. So I ease just another notch of pressure on the gas, watching her thrill in the whipping wind. My fiancée is not Poppy. It's Lauren, the light of my life, the girl I've been in love with since I bought a movie ticket from her when she was working at the counter in the AMC, and she said, "I heard they're supposed to be so good." And I said, "Why don't I just buy 2 and you can come see it with me?" And she unclipped her name tag and left a post, and she clutched at my shirt in the darkness when the shadows flicked to the corner of the screen. The images toppled into each other. I tried desperately to catch each one, any of them, but they dribbled through my consciousness like a sieve. I arrived at the facility as the sun sank below the horizon. It looked more like a prison than an innocuous corporation. The building was a solemn cube nestled amongst farmland, the only large edifice for miles. A chain-link fence surrounded its perimeter. Was the barbed wire meant to keep people out or in? I lowered the window and heard the crunch of gravel under my tires as I approached the booth. The guard inside was dressed in a nondescript black uniform, and he was heavily armed. "State your business." "I need to find out why I can whistle." He pulled a lever to open the groaning gate and waved me inside. I was in the back room. The immaculate grey walls, the cold chair, the metal table. I had been led here by silent men who did not touch me, but marched beside me with their shoulders boxing me in. I sat there for half an hour, my eyes fixated on the cracks in the wall that outlined the door. When it opened, I didn't recognize the man who entered, but he recognized me. "Jacob Sanderson," he said by way of greeting. "I've been expecting you." I stood so suddenly I surprised myself, the chair clattering to the ground. "Tell me what the hell is going on," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "You know my name. You know my life is not my life. I'm not really married to Poppy, am I? My name isn't Jake. Is Hannah my real daughter?" "You have many questions. I will take some time to answer. Sit down." He motioned at the chair. He didn't move, and for a while, neither did I. Finally, I hoisted the chair upright and sat at the table. He sank into the seat opposite from me, tapping his fingers on the surface. "Mr. Sanderson, feel the skin behind your ear." "Why?" But I did as I was told. I rubbed my skull just behind my left ear. There was a bumpy ridge of skin, a scar like it was sewn together. How had I never noticed it before? "Mr. Sanderson, you are wearing a different skin. You have been implanted with a device that alters your memories. It's not perfect, as you have realized. We offer our deepest apologies for the malfunction." My vision swam. It couldn't be possible. I realized that I had been holding out hope that this would turn out to be a figment of my imagination, a wild conspiracy that I'd cooked up entirely within my own head. Somehow, it was worse to learn that I wasn't crazy. "What the hell did you do to me?" "You have a new life, Mr. Sanderson, a new identity. It has been this way since you were 23. I was gripping at the table so hard, my knuckles were turning white. "What about Poppy and Hannah?" He studied me closely, monitoring my reactions. "Poppy was a volunteer, though I do believe she has come to care for you. Hannah is your daughter and knows nothing about this." I slammed my fist down on the table and stood up again, pacing quickly around the room. Hot blood was rushing to my head. I felt like I was about to pass out. "Why did you do this to me?" I shouted. "Why did you take my life away?" "Because," he said, "you asked us to." I stopped. "What?" He stood as well and got very close to me, his voice almost a whisper. "Something terrible happened. You couldn't bear to continue living. You were referred to this facility after a failed suicide attempt that left your original body deeply disfigured, and you were already planning another. We gave you a choice. We would not stop you if you decided to die by your own hand, but we offered you the chance to forget." "What was it?" I asked hoarsely. "I don't remember. What happened?" "Well, it was your fault." He paused. "Do you want to hear the rest?" I scrambled through my fragmented memories, Sam's memories, my real memories, and I could find nothing that gave the barest hint. I don't know, do I? "I can't make the decision for you, but I can tell you this," he said. "You've been in this room before. Not just the procedure, but thrice after that. The technology was a prototype. We've made advances, but your early model seems to splutter and failure after a few years. We've had this exact conversation several times, you and I, and you have always chosen not to know." I screwed my eyes shut as though I could claw my way out of this nightmare. The thought of carrying on, knowing that I was incomplete, that I wasn't truly me, loomed large. But what I had done, back before I'd forgotten, the knowledge had been so horrific that I'd wanted to take my own life, and had chosen to excise it from my memory forever. After a moment, I shook my head. I suppose I don't. I think that's wise. Silence blanketed the room. We looked at each other. Two men who had orbited around each other for decades, one unaware, one always watching. He said, "You have another choice. We can perform the procedure again with an upgraded product. We have worked very hard to make it last longer. The preliminary results from other subjects are promising. I must emphasize that I strongly believe we have managed to develop something truly permanent. So, the decision is yours, Mr. Sanderson. Do you want to walk away, or do you want to forget?" I swallowed, my mouth dry. "Can I have a few days?" "Of course, you have our number." He cocked his head at me. "You know, it's funny. The thing that brings you here, it's always the whistling." Poppy was waiting in the living room when I arrived. She must have heard my car. There was a feline wariness about her. The sight of her on the familiar couch, in the nightgown she wore almost every night, felt like an anchor, tethering me back to reality. "Jake?" she asked, her voice unsteady. After a moment, I nodded. Her body visibly relaxed in a wave of relief. She embraced me, murmuring in my ear, telling me that my favourite pasta dish was warming in the oven. Was it my favourite? Did she love me? I didn't know. I leaned into her warmth, letting it envelop me and become my world. It's been a few days. In its broadest strokes, life is normal. Hannah is bouncing around in excitement because her birthday is soon. She'll be a teenager. I'm excited too, although it's dampened by the intrusive thoughts that cage me when I'm alone. What have I done? What happened to Lauren? What unimaginable destruction did I cause that made me want to erase my own existence? I made the call last night. I have an appointment for next week, and I've told them that this time, they'd better make it stick. Goodbye, Sam. I don't think I can face you. I suppose in a way, as you wished it to be, I am ending your life.
Would you rather grow hair in your teeth or teeth on your hair? My sister asked, not letting our two younger siblings' snickering affect her serious expression as she tapped me on the shoulder with her asking stick. Before I make my choice, there are a few questions I must ask, I replied with a pretentious eyebrow lift as I swept away the asking stick. If I choose the first, would I be able to shave the hair off my teeth? And if yes, would it grow back? Our siblings began making retching noises, but my sister maintained her poise as she replied, "The answer is yes and yes." And if I choose the second, would I be able to shave the hair off of my head? And if yes, would the new hair grow back in with teeth? Once again, the answer is yes and yes, my sister replied as our siblings squealed in disgust and scratched at their scalps. And what would I use to brush? I asked. A hairbrush or a toothbrush? Our siblings found this question hilarious as they laughed and clapped. They always enjoyed it when we took things too seriously and dramatised our thought process,
and they seemed to be particularly entertained as my sister and I introduced them to this game. My sister remained unflappable as she replied, "If you choose teeth on your hair, you would use a wide-tooth comb. If you choose hair on your teeth, then a toothbrush if you decide to shave, or both a brush and an eyebrow comb if you chose not to shave." I pondered for a few seconds, stroking my chin with theatrical flourish. "Then, my dear big sister, I would rather grow hair on my teeth, because I could just shave it each morning and be normal for the rest of the day." Our siblings shuddered and giggled as they stuck their tongues out, spitting imaginary hair out of their mouths. "You're weak," my sister scoffed with a superior head tilt. "I would rather grow teeth in my hair, and," she flipped her long curls off her shoulders, "I'd wear them proudly." "What on earth are you two talking about?" That was our mother, standing outside my bedroom door with a look of utter revulsion on her face. "We're playing Would You Rather," my sister replied. "Teeth on hair? Hair on teeth?" my mother asked, staring at us. "That's not how I remember playing it. Where does your generation come up with horrifying things like that?" Our younger siblings doubled over in laughter. It was always amusing seeing parents exasperated, disgusted, or out of their element. "Actually, that question was pretty tame," my sister said with a shrug. "And is that Nana's cane?" our mother asked, crossing her arms in disapproval. "You knew better than to remove it from its case." "No, it's the asking stick," my sister replied, balancing it across her shoulders. "And it's not like anyone's using it. It just sits there collecting dust. I'm doing it a favor today. I'm giving it purpose." "Its purpose is being the only keepsake your father has of his mother's. He'll kill you if he finds out you're playing around with it." Our father peeked in the room, standing behind our mother and wrapping his arms around her waist. "Who am I going to kill?" he asked, nuzzling his face against hers. "Because it'll have to be quick. We're going to be late for the movie." My sister waved her hand, shooing them away. "Then go. Don't worry, we've got it handled." "Curb your creativity," our mother said. "I don't want you two giving Jude and Lara nightmares, and tomorrow is the first day of school, so bedtime is—" "This isn't the first time we've babysat, Mom," my sister said, rolling her eyes. "Just go enjoy date night." "Come on, honey. Mona and Nadia know what they're doing," our father said, pulling our mother away. "Just put the cane back in its case," he called over his shoulder. "Mother didn't like us playing with her things when she was alive. Let's not disrespect her now that she's passed, you hear?" "Yes, Dad," the four of us called out. After we heard the front door close and lock, Jude turned to Mona and me. "I want to ask a would you rather." Mona shrugged and handed him the asking stick. "Go ahead, ask Lara." He grinned and turned to his little sister, poking her in the stomach with the asking stick. "Would you rather turn into a cockroach or a rat?" Lara grimaced and shoved the asking stick away. "None of them." "You have to pick one," Jude said, pouting. "That's the game." "No, I don't." Lara turned to Mona and me. "Do I?" "Yes, you do," Mona replied in an authoritative tone. "Those are the rules. If you don't choose one, then you forfeit your right to play." Lara's lip trembled, and I nudged Mona and whispered, "Mona, chill." "Fine," Mona sighed. "Lara, how's this? You can ask Jude to answer first." Jude didn't even wait. "I would rather turn into a cockroach, because they can survive anything. I learned that in school. They're like superbugs." Lara looked at him quizzically. "Superbugs?" He nodded, excited to share his trivia. They can eat anything, so they'll never starve. They can hold their breath for over 30 minutes, so they'll never drown. They are super fast, so they'll never be caught. They can survive nukes, and they'll never die. They can even live if they lose their heads. And I'm going to choose to be the one with wings so I can fly. Laura stared at him in awe. I want to be a superbug. I choose a cockroach with wings too. Hey, you can't copy me, June said, frowning as he turned to Mona and me. Can she? Yes, she can, Mona replied. It's called Would You Rather, not First Come First Serve. Jude wrinkled his nose in confusion. Huh? My turn, Lara said, clapping her hands. Nadia, would you rather eat, your glasses or, She looked around my bedroom. Or your curtains? Jude scoffed. That's a stupid question. No, it's not, Lara said, crossing her arms. You're stupid. If I may, I said, drawing her attention. Will I just have to eat it one time, or would it be the only thing I eat forever and ever and ever? She giggled. Only one time. Then I would rather eat my glasses, because they're smaller, and I'd be done with them faster. Me too, she said, beaming. You don't even wear glasses, Jude said. Your question isn't fair. I have sunglasses, Lara countered, scowling at him, and I'm going to eat them. But make-believe eat them, I said, now worried she may be too young for this game. She rolled her eyes. I know, silly. Yeah, she knows, silly, Mona teased as I stuck my tongue out at her. Mona, ask me one, Jude said with an eager smile as she shoved the asking stick in her hands. Make it really weird too, like the first one. Fine. She waved the asking stick in his direction. Would you rather fall... Mona's cell phone rang, interrupting her, and she held up a finger as she answered. She then snorted an obnoxious laugh and threw the asking stick on my lap before she hopped off my bed, and Jude frowned in disappointment as he watched her leave the room. I can ask you one, I offered. No, this is a stupid game, he muttered as he slid off my bed. He was at the age where he took everything personally, so I just sighed and let him go. Lara asked me if I wanted to watch videos with her, so I tossed the asking stick on my desk and spent the evening lounging on my bed with her as we laughed at animals being ridiculous. When 8 o'clock rolled around, Mona and I made sure Jude and Lara had washed up, brushed, and changed into their pajamas before we tucked them in and read them a bedtime story. I then went to my room and browsed for a while, trying to ignore the endless chattering coming from Mona's room before I turned in for the night. The next morning, I woke up before my alarm, coughing and sputtering. Groggy, I sat up in my bed, my tongue flapping as I tried to spit out whatever was tangled in my mouth. Parts of it hung from my lips and stuck to my chin, and I reached up in bewilderment. It felt like hair. I grabbed my glasses and ran to the mirror, and my jaw fell open in disbelief as the sopping locks of hair sprouted from my teeth. I pulled my cheeks to the side and tilted my head in all directions. Every single tooth, from my incisor to my molars, was covered in silky, auburn strands. I hooked my fingers around the locks to guide them out of my mouth, and they hung down like a glistening, disconcerting beard. Holy crap! I jumped at Mona's exclamation. I hated it when she entered my room without permission, but I was too distracted by her hair to yell at her. Each and every strand of her curls was now weighed down with pearly grains that coated them top to bottom. Awestruck, I reached for her hair and ran my hands through it, the minuscule teeth tinkling as they rubbed against one another. In return, she shoved her fingers in my mouth and pulled at my cheeks, staring, mesmerized. Wow, did they grow this long overnight? She twirled one of the dripping locks around her finger and tugged, making me wince. Oh, does that hurt? She asked. I don't know, does this hurt? I asked sarcastically, pulling her hair. She yelped and jerked back, and I was left with a few strands in my clenched fist. I brought them closer to my eyes, inspecting them, and was surprised to see incisors, canines, premolars, and molars represented, albeit not in any particular pattern. Around the edge of my thumbnail over their tiny form, trying to pop one off, but they were stuck tight to the hair strand. Beautiful, aren't they? Mona asked, grinning. Aren't you wondering how this happened? I asked, spraying her with spittle as tooth hair flopped between my lips. This obviously has something to do with the game yesterday. Obviously? She cocked an eager eyebrow. Does this mean you're going to eat your glasses? I looked at myself in the mirror. My glasses remained unappetizing as they were yesterday. No, maybe it only works on the first question we answered. I don't think so. It's not the first time you and me have played. We have to figure out exactly what we did, because I want endless wishes. Imagine all the stuff we could ask for. We could be rich, we could have superpowers, we could fly or have... Mona, what about Jude and Lara? I interrupted, my blood running cold. Her expression shifted to worry. I don't know. Mom should be waking them up for school right now. We ran out of my room, then froze at the sight of our mother leaning against her bedroom's doorframe. Damn flying cockroaches, she muttered in disgust as she put a slipper back on.
I don't know how long this will stay up for. 3-letter agency spooks are usually pretty good at finding these sorts of things and shutting them down before it can spread too far. But hopefully, I've left out just enough trigger words to keep their automatic software from picking this up immediately. But that probably won't be enough in the end. They'll find this, and me, and that'll be the end of that. You should also know that I've changed the names of everyone involved here, as well as some other details for the sake of security and privacy, at least for as long as I still have it. Some of these guys had family, and I don't want any of them stumbling across this. It's always difficult to decide where to begin this story, no matter how many times I've written this draft without hitting submit. But I suppose that everything really kicked off in early 2015 when my unit was deployed to Afghanistan. We'd been rotating in and out of country for going on 3 years by that point. Despite what the talking heads in DC said about drawdowns and sending troops home, there were more active operations in that part of the world than most people would imagine. They'd just gone under the radar. More clandestine activity, less open warfare than before, secret squirrel stuff, as our CEO liked to put it. I won't say exactly who we were. Comes with the nature of our job, you know. But to keep things broad, our unit fell under the purview of the United States Joint Special Operations Command, or JCOC, a catch-all command structure for certain special forces units in the American military. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps. Hell, I'm pretty sure there were even a few Coast Guard guys floating around in there somewhere. We weren't the kind of guys that just walk around patrolling villages or sweeping for IEDs. That wasn't in our job description. I still remember what one of my instructors said to me. We do bad things to bad people. you didn't get into the Special Forces because you wanted to win hearts and minds. Most of our missions were pretty cut and dry, at least as cut and dry as clandestine operations can be. Rage, HVT capture/kill stuff, and lots of intelligence gathering. I lost count how many hours we wasted sitting on some frozen mountainside, staring through a spotting scope, counting how many times some potential insurgent went out to feed his goats. But in January of that year, we all got thrown for a loop when some CIA Grand Branch agents showed up at our forward operating base, FOB, seemingly out of nowhere, telling us that we were tasked with the most critical mission of the past 50 years, even more so than the Bin Laden raid. I'll admit that not many of us believed him at first, but as he showed us recon photos, phone transcripts, surveillance footage, all the pieces fell into place and we all nearly crapped a brick. According to him, the CIA had been tracking a terrorist cell operating out of Afghanistan who were trying to get their hands on nuclear material, either to make a dirty bomb or a proper nuke, it didn't matter. Now, this wasn't news to us. Al-Qaeda had been trying to obtain a nuclear bomb for decades at this point, but this group, simply known as the Brotherhood, had actually succeeded. Based on CIA intelligence, they got in touch with a former Soviet general who had access to a non-trivial amount of nuclear material, specifically weapon-grade plutonium. They'd gone into Tajikistan, done the deal, and were now on the way back to Afghanistan. CIA and other assets had tracked them as far as the Afghan border, and then they disappeared into the mountains, seemingly without a trace. And that's where we came in. Operation Condor. All in all, it wasn't a terribly complex mission. Find the bad guys, kill their asses, and secure the plutonium. But simple didn't mean easy. The area was god-awful mountain terrain, with almost zero friendly forces in the immediate vicinity, and with a strong enemy presence. We bounced ideas back and forth for a good few hours, until settling on a plan. One team of 10 guys, inserted via helicopter near the last known location of the target. They would hike in, engage the enemy, secure the asset, and then extract. It was tempting to send in every warm body we had for the extra firepower, but more men on the ground meant more prominent signature for the enemy. It's much easier to sneak 10 dudes into a spot rather than 40. I didn't hesitate to volunteer. It wasn't out of bravado or wanting the glory or hunting for the next adrenaline surge or anything like that. I'd just gotten bored of doing nothing but tedious recon missions for weeks on end. Plus, I'd attended some extra training for dealing with CBRN threats, so it made sense for me to tag along. After the team was picked, we spent most of the night hammering out the details, trying to think of every possible contingency and how to plan for it. But we all knew there were going to be things you just can't see coming in advance. In the words of the great Mike Tyson, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. The moon was full the next night as we got our gear together and boarded the helicopters. Thankfully, the snow had stopped, though it was still bitterly cold. I tried to bundle up as best I could in the back of the Chinook as it rumbled to life, the scream of the rotors soon drowning out the podcast I'd been blaring through my headset. Some guys just sat, others talking over the communication system on board, but I just tried to sleep. You never knew when those extra few minutes of shut-eye would come in handy later on. Joey, our team lead, woke me when we were 10 minutes out from the landing zone. I checked my equipment one last time and pulled the night vision goggles down over my eyes, flicking them on and blinking as my vision was filled with a pale green light. The airframe shook under us as the helicopter dipped below the mountain summits, winds buffeting the aircraft and shaking it like a tin can in a hurricane. But to his credit, the pilot did his job, and we touched down a few moments later, rushing out into the frigid night air as the rotor wash kicked up a flurry of snow and ice. As soon as the last man cleared the ramp, the Chinook lifted off, blasting the squad with one last torrent of wind before disappearing into the night sky. And as the sound of the rotors faded to nothing more than a faint rumble in the distance, we were left in nearly total silence, save for the low moaning of the wind through the mountain pass. The snow was up to my ankles, a light powder that seemed to vanish as soon as the wind caught it. We started moving right away, making our way up the side of the mountain with only our night vision to see. It was just after 3 in the morning when we reached our first checkpoint, a rocky crag jutting out from the side of the mountain. Carlos, our radio guy, stopped to get the message back to command as we all took a knee and tried to catch our breath. I grew up in the mountains of Colorado and was no stranger to hoofing it long distances, but the altitude here was another beast entirely. I was still panting as he gave us the thumbs up and relayed the return message from command. No new intel. Stay on mission. The sky to the east began to lighten as we made it to the next checkpoint a few hours later. Almost 3 hours of hiking, and we'd covered less than 2 miles. Already we were tired and sore, but everyone put their discomfort aside to focus on the task at hand. Descending into a long draw that led down towards the last known target location, the terrain began to change around us. Barren snow and rock gave way to thin forests of pine and shrub, offering us some concealment from any hostile eyes that may be watching. But, if anything, we were growing more anxious by the moment. Daylight was when the insurgents came out to play, especially around dawn. Joey called us together an hour later and we took a knee, talking in hushed voices. "All right," he said, glancing between each of us. "We've got 2 options here. Either we keep going now and risk getting caught out in the daylight, or wait until dark. But it's going to be a pain trying to find anything once the sun goes down, even with NODs. Thoughts?" I pursed my lips for a moment. On paper, Joey was the one in charge, and it was entirely his decision to make. But we operated under a slightly more informal set of rules than standard group troops. It might be his call in the end, but Joey wasn't one to ignore input from his team. Our medic, Andy, spoke up first. "I say we keep going. Trying to navigate this terrain is tough enough as is. Doing it in the dark is just suicidal." I nodded in agreement. While our night vision made it possible to see in the dark, they also completely ruined any sense of depth perception. It would be all too easy to take a wrong step and tumble off the side of the mountain. Carlos seemed to share the same opinion. "I'm with Andy and Dave. That mess was bad enough when we came in. I don't want to be looking for some nuke when we're stumbling around out there." In the end, we all reached the same conclusion. Push on and try to complete the mission, even if that meant doing it in daylight. Joey nodded. "All right, let's get a move on then. Dave, you're on point." He gestured to me. The landscape glowed with a faint gold tint as the sun finally crested over the horizon. Taking advantage of the long shadows cast by the trees around us, we moved through the forest while surveying the slopes on either side, searching for anything that seemed out of place. Easier said than done. Al-Qaeda and other insurgent groups were experts at hiding camps and gun emplacements in these mountains, invisible until it was too late. Short of thermal optics from drones or planes overhead, they could be nearly impossible to spot, and the going was getting rougher. Loose shell rocks crumbled underfoot, making each step treacherous. It didn't take long for my own luck to run dry. I took a step and felt the rocks slipping out from under my boot, shooting my arm out to reach for a tree branch, but there was nothing there, just empty space. I cursed under my breath and tried regaining my footing to no avail. One foot slipped, then the other, and then I was skidding down the slope. I tumbled once, thankfully landing on my pack with an oof as the air was driven from my lungs, frantically trying to find some way to stop my descent. And finally, I found it. My arms wrapped around a thin pine sapling, and I dug my heels in, grimacing as the spindly tree bent and bowed, but thankfully held. Taking a few deep breaths, I finally hoisted myself back up onto my knees, checking my body and equipment for any damage. Aside from some minor scrapes, everything appeared in order. "Damn, you good, dude?" Joey suddenly appeared to my side, reaching out to grab my hand. But as I sat up to take it, he froze, eyes wide and mouth hanging open, staring at something over my shoulder. I turned and very nearly lost my footing again, heart leaping into my throat and adrenaline shooting through my veins like ice. Lying beneath a small rock outcropping not 5 feet from where I stopped was a man, clad in traditional Afghan dress and very obviously dead. Blood spatter coated the rocks around him, from what I could only assume were the wounds he had suffered leading to his death. The left side of his skull had been caved in, the eyeball hanging loosely and dangling against his cheek. His jaw was twisted and snapped in an unnatural angle, and 3 of his ribs jutted through the fabric of his winter jacket, soaking the beige fabric in crimson. I winced at the sight and took a step back, suddenly realised I'd raised my rifle and had it trained on his forehead. I lowered it and let out a breath. Christ. Andy moved up, poking the corpse a few times to ensure the man was well and truly dead. "It doesn't look like he was shot," he mumbled, turning the body over and holding up an AK-47 that had been pinned underneath it. Pulling out the magazine, he scowled. "Empty. Who's walking around out here with an empty rifle?" "Nobody smart," one of our machine gunners, Thomas, piped up. "Think he fell, Doc? Maybe busted himself up hitting all these trees and rocks and stuff." Andy began rummaging through the man's pockets, finding nothing more than a canteen. "Maybe. It would make sense given the injuries. I've seen it before." I summoned my nerve and leaned forward, pointing. "If he fell," I asked, "then what the hell did that?" Turning the body over onto its side, Andy swore at the sight of a gaping wound on the side of the man's neck. A ragged hole almost the size of a baseball that went all the way down to his spine. He paused for a moment, letting the corpse slump back into place. Could have been a coyote or a big cat or something that found him after he fell. Decided they wanted a snack. "Stay focused, guys. It doesn't matter whatever took a chunk out of him. We've still got a job to do." Joey brought us all back to the moment. "Let's move." We set off again, taking more careful steps this time. But some small part of my mind wouldn't stay quiet, even as I tried focusing on the mission. I knew predators. If they found that corpse, they wouldn't have just taken a single bite. The body would have been ravaged, and there hadn't been any other obvious bite marks. I forced those thoughts aside and got myself back into the game. The mountains beginning to wake with the chirping of birds and the soft howl of the wind. Much to my relief, the terrain began to level out slightly as we moved into a ridge running around the mountain, though it was still rough going. Using the trees to pull ourselves along and steady our pace, we had to pause more than once as the altitude and strenuous marching punched our lungs and legs. It was almost 9 in the morning as Joey called for us to stop for another fiver. I found a spot to conceal myself in between 2 bushes, drinking deep from one of my canteens. And that was when the first shots broke the morning quiet. They were fairly distant, just muffled pops and cracks, but we all reached for our rifles and hurried into a perimeter, peeking out of the forest. No one spoke as the gunfire continued in the distance, fading from a constant roar to just a few scattered shots here and there in the span of 30 seconds, and then silence. For another minute, we simply laid there, waiting for more, wondering if the next ones would rip over our heads, but none came. Carlos reached up to Key's radio. "TOC, Viper 3, we've got gunfire near our position. Do you have any air assets in the area that might be able to take a look?" The reply came a few moments later. "Viper 3, TOC, there's a negative on air. They're all tied up. Are you in contact?" Joey grumbled before keying up again. "Negative, TOC. Sounded like he was about a click away, not in our direction." "Copy that, Viper 3. Stay safe. TOC out." "Well, a lot of help that was," Carlos grinned. "Damn Air Force can't even spare one of their fancy drones to help us see what we're walking into." "What, like you're surprised?" Joey offered him a rare grin, clapping the larger man on his shoulder as he stood. "Come on, let's get moving. Eyes up." The next hour passed, much like the last few had, quiet and still, save for the occasional gust of biting wind or the chattering of forest animals. We didn't hear any more shots, though we kept our weapons at the ready and paused every few moments to stop and listen for any signs of danger that might be coming our way. We began to ascend the ridge, turned into a long sloping valley leading up towards the side of the mountain, ending a few hundred feet below the summit. I tried not to let out an audible groan at the thought of climbing up that monster of a hill, but that complaint vanished as Joey suddenly held up his fist, taking a knee. "See that?" he said, pointing up toward the top of the valley. I squinted, reaching into my vest for a small set of binoculars and putting them to my eyes. There, clear as day, was the entrance to a cave. It was small, a little more than a black speck against the rocks and snow, but there nonetheless. But that wasn't what made my heart skip a beat. Nestled between two large boulders near it sat a sandbagged machine gun nest, barrel pointed towards the sky. I frantically scanned the surrounding rocks and trees for any sign of enemy fighters. There was nothing. Joey took the binoculars to look for himself. "Now that's weird," he murmured, glaring up at the cave entrance. "These guys aren't the sort to leave a machine gun post exposed like that, and unmanned too. Any other day, we would have been getting lit up by now." I nodded. Taliban and Al-Qaeda fighters were experts in camouflage and often used scouts to signal when we were coming within range of their guns. To find a machine gun completely unmanned and exposed was definitely not in the norm. "So, what's the game plan?" I asked, scanning the hillside. For a moment, Joey sat in silence, glaring back at the rest of the squad before standing up. "Let's at least go check it out. If nothing's there, we can always mark this place for the flyboys to drop a bomb later. Make sure they can't use it again." We began the arduous task of ascending the steep valley up towards the precipice, huffing for each breath and nearly having to crawl on hands and knees at some point. It was slow, painful going, all of us hoping to reach the top before we passed out from exhaustion. The entire squad froze as Joey halted and lifted his hand before pointing off to a stand of trees about 50 yards ahead, a tuft of fabric sticking out from between the tree trunks, something wet coating the ground underneath it. I swallowed, lifting my rifle and starting to advance along with him. We closed the distance, and, a few moments later, the squad was kneeling in a semicircle pattern around the object with looks of grim fascination. Another body, even more disfigured than the last. One of the man's arms had been ripped or sheared off at the shoulder, his abdomen torn open as though he'd lost an argument with an angry lawnmower. Meat and bone lay exposed to the cold mountain air, blood coating the rocks around him in wide swaths. I tried to block out the look of abject terror frozen on his face as I leaned down to pick up the rifle at his feet. The barrel bent almost 90 degrees like it had been twisted in a vice. "Empty," I murmured, holding up the magazine. "Okay, what the hell?" Thomas cursed, hefting his M240. "Something ain't right here. This is weird." Joey and I exchanged glances, and for the first time since I'd known him, I saw something strange in his eyes. It wasn't fear, it wasn't hesitation. It was confusion. Like he just couldn't put the pieces together and figure out what was going on. He took a few slow, deep breaths before stepping back from the corpse. "Let's keep moving," he said, voice barely above a whisper. We found more bodies the higher we ascended, scattered among the trees and rocks. Some looked as though they'd been in a car wreck, twisted and mangled in unnatural ways. Others were almost ripped apart, long slashes carved through their flesh or missing limbs. We found one implanted on a tree branch nearly 20 feet off the ground. His blood was still dripping as we passed underneath. For the first time, I began to hear the tinkling of shell casings underneath my feet. Hundreds of them littering the ground near empty rifles and machine guns. Some of the weapons had been almost totally destroyed, barrels twisted or receivers crushed like a tin can. I'd faced death plenty of times. Friends had bled to death in my arms. I'd watched men be vaporized in IED blasts. I'd seen the life drained from men's faces after I'd shot them, and seen what was left after bombs fell on their heads. I'd felt fear, of course, when bullets snapped by my ear or a mortar landed just a bit too close. But this was different. There, in that valley, I felt terror. Something, deep down, in my most basic of instincts, was screaming at me to turn and run and never look back. This was a place of death, and I didn't belong. But I forced those thoughts aside. The rest of the team was counting on me to do my job, and I expected the same from them. We finally reached the machine gun nest, having passed at least a dozen disfigured bodies on the way up. I found the gunner himself, at least what was left of him, sprawled out in the snow behind the sandbags. He'd been torn almost completely in two. I suppressed the urge to gag and spun around as a voice called out, "Joey, we got a live one." Andy was gesturing frantically as he disappeared behind an improvised hut, nothing more than some tin propped up against a large boulder. We all rushed over to find him kneeling next to a man, whimpering and crying, blood dripping down his chin while he tried to hold in his guts, which had spilled into his lap from a massive hole in his abdomen. "Aaron!" Joey waved his hand, taking a knee next to the dying man. Aaron was our translator, and a good one. All the dialects in this area differed, but he had figured it out. Jogging up to the scene, Aaron took a moment to gather himself before shuffling forward. He spoke softly, resting a hand on the man's shoulder. They talked in hushed tones, the insurgent occasionally raising a shaking arm to point to the cave entrance. I could see the light starting to leave his eyes. I'd seen it plenty of times before. His words became softer and softer as his eyes shut, melting into incoherent murmurs before he slumped over, letting out one final breath. "What did he say? Did you ask him about the plutonium?" Joey asked, eyes hard as stone. Aaron stood slowly. He was from Texas, with a bright smile and a seemingly perpetual tan, but at that moment, he was as white as the snow around us. Blinking a few times and shaking his head to clear it. He cleared his throat, suddenly staring intently at the cave entrance just a few paces away. It was no bigger than the door on a conventional refrigerator, but the inky blackness inside might as well have been a portal into another dimension. He said that they brought the plutonium here to make a bomb. We all bristled, visibly tensing, but he said it wasn't to use on us. What? That doesn't make any damn sense. Thomas glanced down at the dead man, eyes wide. Aaron continued. He said that the tribal elders warned everyone about this place, to stay away, but his commander didn't listen. They wanted this mountain as a scouting position and decided to set up camp here. They were going to use the caves to hide from us. And that's when... He said that's when they... woke it. It? What's it? Joey scowled, breath fogging in the cold air. He said... Okay, here's the thing. Some of these tribes up here, they've been around a long time. Like, a really long time. We're talking people for Alexander the Great, and they've got stories that go all the way back to before religion, before written language, before all of that. And some of these people believe that these mountains are sacred, and that there's something in them that wants to keep it that way. And when these guys showed up to set up camp, Aaron gestured to the scene of carnage around us. It got angry. Though it only lasted a few seconds, the silence that fell seemed to last for hours. It was Joey who spoke first. We've still got a mission. There's a crapload of plutonium inside that cave somewhere. He pointed at the gap in the rocks, and we've got to find it. So we're just going to ignore the whole thing about some mountain spirit messing up these guys and go in there anyway? Thomas asked, gesturing to the dead man at our feet. I mean this with all the kindness in my heart, Joey, but that sounds like a stupid idea. Look, we can't say for certain what killed these guys, Joey growled. For all we know, they ran into some opposing force, got ambushed, whatever. And frankly, I'm not going to stake this entire mission and a potential nuclear attack on the ramblings of a guy who was knocking on death's door. You all know, as well as I do, that some of these people are superstitious as hell. We've got a job to do, and we're going to do it. I need 4 guys with me. The rest of you pull security. In the end, there were no more arguments. Aaron, Andy, Carlos and myself volunteered to go in. I checked my rifle one more time, making certain that there was a round in the pipe before flipping my NODs down and following Joey into the cave. My heart pounded like a jackhammer, and the sweat felt like a cold hand on the back of my neck as we walked into the darkness, using the infrared illuminators on our rifles in conjunction with the night vision to light our way. Whereas outside, the wind and cool air helped to dampen the stench of death, inside the cave, it was almost overpowering. I almost gagged, trying to breathe through my mouth, but the cloying odour forced its way to my nose and throat regardless. I moved in single file down the narrow path, deeper and deeper, walking at a half crouch to stop from banging our heads on the low ceiling. Our beams of infrared light, only visible through the night vision goggles, lit up the path ahead. It didn't take long to find the first bodies, at least what was left of them. Most just scraps of cloth and streaks of gore staining the walls. Occasionally, we found part of a torso or a head, maybe some arms and legs. More than once, I almost slipped in a pile of viscera and had to catch myself, taking in lungfuls of the damp, putrid air. The corridor slowly began to widen until we were standing in a circular cavern with 2 more pathways forking off to either side. My heart sank with the thought of having to split the team, very much aware of the horror movie trope that we were walking into. That was until Joey tapped my shoulder, shining his IR beam on a wooden crate tucked behind one wall. Even with a grainy view of my night vision goggles, it's hard to miss a giant radiation warning symbol painted in bright yellow. I cautiously approached the box, slinging my rifle and taking off my pack. I could hear Joey and Carlos starting to set demolition charges to blow this place once we were finished. The hinges on the box creaked as I slowly opened it and winced at the sound, staring at the contents inside. A metallic sphere, maybe as large as a grapefruit, nestled snugly inside a bed of foam. Despite its uses, plutonium is actually perfectly safe to handle, even with your bare hands. The particles it emits won't even penetrate your skin. It only becomes truly dangerous if you inhale or ingest the material, or, put it inside a nuclear bomb. But that didn't mean I was just going to throw it in my pocket and call it a day. Fishing around inside my pack, I produced a finely woven cloth bag to keep any potential dust or particulate contained. Slipping it inside the pouch and then stuffing the whole thing into my pack, I stood and turned, suddenly feeling as though my feet had been nailed to the floor. I had seen a lot of arguably terrible things during my time in the teams. Men blown to pieces, soldiers screaming for their mothers as they died, an enemy combatant charging at me with a bayonet intending to ram it into my stomach. You never get used to it, but some part of your brain starts learning how to handle that sensation of overwhelming fear and terror, how to push it aside and keep going in the moment, leaving that as yet another suitcase of emotional baggage to handle later on. But out of all the things I witnessed, there wasn't anything that could have prepared me for what met my gaze. My brain just short-circuited, refusing to accept what I was seeing as reality. I blinked once, then twice. That thing was still there. And that's the only way I can think to describe it. A thing. Not a man, not a beast, but something in between. Shaggy, matted fur hung from its hunched shoulders as it crouched on all fours, unnaturally long limbs bent at odd angles. I could just barely make out the glint of foot-long, hooked claws, clattering softly against the stone every time it shifted its weight. Had it stood on all fours, it would have been at least 10 feet tall, though it sat hunched with all 4 of its freakishly long arms and legs. Some distant part of my brain realized that it wasn't breathing. Whenever it stopped, it stood perfectly still, not even the subtle rise and fall of breath. But all of that paled in comparison to the thing's face. There was nothing there, just an empty black void in the vague shape of a skull, or maybe a beak, or some awful creation of hellish sort. But there was one thing I could see for certain. Row after row of teeth, glistening in the dark, dripping something onto the floor below it. I don't know how long I stood there, but finally something snapped me out of my mind-searing reverie. It was Joey, hissing under his breath at me, one hand holding up his rifle to keep it leveled at the thing, the other clutching the detonation switch for the explosives they'd already laid. He dared not move, only flicking his eyes towards the corridor from where we came. I wanted to scream at him. Are you insane? But that seemed like a terrible idea, considering the circumstances. However, it seemed like our only option, and so I took a single step, my boots squelching on what I could only assume to have once been part of someone's digestive tract, now just a smear of gore on the rock. The reaction was instantaneous. The creature braced itself against the wall with a series of jerky, snapping motions and let out a sound that will haunt me forever. It was the sound of 1,000 men dying at once, a shriek that reverberated and echoed through the small chamber in wave after wave of pure hatred and contempt. I screamed in return, terror flooding through my veins like shards of ice. We were all screaming, but our voices may as well have been flecks of sand in a hurricane, drowned into nothingness by that roar. I'm still not sure who shot first. I think Joey did, but it's hard to say. In a space that small, the gunfire should have been simply overwhelming, but I never heard it. I saw the flash from his muzzle spewing fire, soon joined by the other 3, lighting up the cavern like a flashbang. And yet that thing seemed as if it were made of living shadow, cloaked in darkness save for its savage teeth. Carlos was yelling at me to run, to get out, reaching over to grab my arm. He was snatched out of the air as his fingers touched my sleeve. I never saw that creature move, but suddenly there it was, one set of claws hoisting him up by the throat, and the other speared him through the abdomen, under his vest and coming through the back with a spray of blood. Carlos let out a low keening noise, shaking and squirming and trying to bring up his rifle as the thing lifted him off the floor. He never got the chance. He was ripped in two, his legs slamming against one wall as the rest of him hit the other side with a wet slap. I had just enough sanity left to flip the selector switch to fully automatic, bringing up my rifle and letting off a long burst as that creature lunged forward, swinging one of its appendages in a long sweeping arc. Aaron never stood a chance, collapsing to the floor as his head tumbled away. Andy only caught a glancing blow, but that was more than enough. One of those whistling claws caught him in the throat, the momentum from the impact hurling him into the wall with a sickening crunch of bones, shattering. Whatever coherent thought I had left evaporated. I was screaming, emptying the last of my magazine and starting to reach for another. The thing turned to face Joey and I, teeth gnashing and bloody claws scraping the floor. Once again it pounced, right as I slammed the magazine home and hit the bolt release. A burst of my rounds hit it right in the face, or at least where its face should have been. Sparks flew as bullets ricocheted off its teeth, closing in right on top of me. I was expecting the burning agony of claws sinking into my stomach, or a sudden light-headed sensation as my head was separated from my shoulders. But instead, I was knocked back off my feet, something heavy crashing into my chest. I skidded backwards, blinking away the sweat and blood stinging my eyes. Joey was lying crumpled against the wall, his vest torn away to reveal the 4 ragged holes in his abdomen where his ribs were peeking through. He gasped and sputtered for breath, blood forming a fine mist every time he coughed. The beast had turned at him and circled around for yet another strike. It looked between both of us, teeth clicking like iron nails on granite. Joey looked up from the ruin that was his torso, head bobbing back and forth. He still clutched his rifle in one hand, trying to bring it to bear. Our eyes met, only a few feet apart. Wheezing and gurgling, he lifted his left hand. The detonator was still in his grasp, and he flicked off the safety catch. He couldn't speak, his throat filling with blood, but he managed to mouth one word. Go. I wasn't even aware that I'd begun to run until I was halfway down the corridor, the sound of gunfire roaring in my ears as Joey emptied the last of his magazine in one long burst. There was a second of deafening silence, louder than anything I could have imagined, and then a noise like a clap of thunder inside my own head. It was all around me, inside me, pushing and pulling on every fibre of my body. Something was shoving me out of the cave and towards daylight. Yet again, some distant corner of my mind realised it was the pressure wave from the blast, and it might very well kill me, but I couldn't process that. All I could feel was Joey's hand on my back, pushing me forward, screaming, "Go, go, go!" Whatever it was threw me at least a few feet out of the cave and into the searing light of day, landing with a thud and rolling the last few feet. Rocks and debris rained down on my head, and all I could do was curl into a ball and wait for it to end, choking on lungfuls of dust and sand. Pain had become my master in that moment. Everything hurt. I could barely breathe. My head was screaming. All I knew was the searing ache shooting through every nerve ending in my body. Time slowed down, or sped up. I'm not really sure. Adrenaline and shock are funny like that. But eventually, reality began to take shape again, like I was crawling my way out of the mud and back into dry land. Only when I felt something grabbing me did I truly come back all the way, kicking and punching and yelling, frantically reaching for my pistol in my belt. I was going to die with an empty magazine and blood on my hands. Thomas slapped me. Hard enough to make my vision blur and my whole body go numb for a few seconds. Hard enough to finally pull me out of my stupor, blinking away the dust in my eyes and seeing his face staring at me from above. Eyes wide and mouth agape. He was saying something, but I couldn't hear him. Only the pounding of my heart and the rush of blood through my veins. He pointed frantically towards the cave and managed to roll onto my side, fully expecting to see that thing crawling out and come kill us all. Instead, I was met with a beautiful and terrible sight. A pile of rubble now stood where the entrance had once been, clouds of dust and smoke still rising between the stones. Forcing myself to my knees, I stared slack-jawed and wide-eyed, simply unable to process the sight. and I stayed like that for what felt like hours, simply kneeling in the shattered rocks and trying to understand. It was only when Thomas grabbed my shoulder and shook me that I found enough cognizance to scrape myself together. "We're getting out," he was saying. "Extraction is on the way." The first sound I heard as my hearing returned was the distant thrum of helicopter blades as we made our way out of the canyon. I was joined by the ever-present, never-ending moaning of the wind, carrying the sounds of dead men along the mountain tops. You will probably never read the official debrief on Operation Condor. It's classified, and probably will be for the next 20 years. Of course, the military put out a press release which was even more watered down. It would tell you that Aaron, Andy, Carlos and Joey died during the gunfight in a Taliban cave system in northeast Afghanistan. They were all posthumously awarded the Distinguished Service Medal. We were all sworn to secrecy, of course. Most of the guys were happy to agree. They all wanted to forget. I did too. But I can't. They know something happened in that cave, something horrific, but they don't know the truth, and I don't want them to. Nobody else needs that burden. I left the military as soon as my contract was up, and that's why I'm telling this story now. Those government spooks and secret agents are going to do whatever it is they do to keep this under wraps, but somebody has to tell this story, and it may as well be me, because the truth has to come out. There's a lot of things to be afraid of in Afghanistan, but one of them is unlike anything we've ever seen. Humanity, a dynamic species always moving and changing, forever evolving and adapting to improve our lives. And when we move, what we choose to leave behind tells a story that reaches through time to connect us to brighter futures, or sometimes a deep and terrible past. I'm an urban explorer, and last year I found this video in an abandoned house in rural Northern California. To this day, I haven't the slightest idea what to make of this footage, but whatever is on this tape makes my skin crawl and my stomach clench. I keep telling myself that my eyes are playing tricks on me, or that it's an error in the footage. But honestly, I don't have it in me to watch this tape anymore to find out. I've been over this footage frame by frame, utterly consumed, and unless I tell this story, I feel like I'll never have peace again. I found the abandoned house my normal way, by asking around dive bars, and got lucky quickly. A bartender I spoke to sent me to this large manor house about 30 miles north, but definitely off the beaten path. Family, infighting about 6 years ago, prevented the estate from settling, and the building was just sitting there abandoned. Pretty cool, right? It took about 2 hours to get myself to the house, and man, I wasn't disappointed. It had everything. Old furniture, creepy atmosphere, papers and dishes, the works. The plantation-style house looked as though it was built in the early 1900s, with paint-chipped white pillars flanking a heavy double front door. When I stepped over the threshold, I was immediately struck by how aged everything looked. It seemed as though the previous owners left in the middle of breakfast and never returned. Dust-caked dishes still lined the strainer, clothes sat folded on the couch in front of the room, and plate settings sat on the dining table. Old shelves looked to have collapsed, spilling papers and boxes across the floor, and the mantelpiece had started to fall apart as well. Going through each of the rooms, I was taking pictures and soaking in the atmosphere. I nearly tripped in the kitchen and kicked what looked like a camera across the floor. It was a somewhat dated Sony model video recorder, definitely less than 5 years old, and honestly, I thought I just scored a free new camera. I scooped up the camera and continued my roaming through the house. As I was leaving the house, I moved past a very old, very rusted door near the kitchen. My hands were full and I was losing the light, so I thought, screw it, I don't want tetanus, and left. I trekked back home, feeling pretty damn good about my day. I was excited to post my new pics and to see if this new camera worked. So I plugged in the camera and it started charging from a very dead battery. Once I'd finished posting and saw that my computer had picked up the new device, I opened the storage file. In the file on the camera were several videos named Connecticut, Norway, and New Video. I went ahead and watched Connecticut, only to find out that the former owner, Miles, was an urban explorer like myself with some major differences. The biggest difference was a copious amount of drug use once he got to the locations. Looked like meth, but I'm no expert. Not cool, but explains why he forgot his camera. I even went ahead and found him online and looked through his pictures. Nice guy, just a lot of issues. Then I opened the file labelled New Video, and that was when my day went from good to foobar. I'm going to do my best to describe the video. I can't get it out of my head, and I'm starting to fear for my sanity if I don't talk about it. Enjoy, I guess, or go have a bowl of cereal and start your day better than this. The video starts with Miles driving down the same dirt and gravel road that I took to get here. He parks his Jeep in the same exact spot as me before making his way up the gravel driveway. Throughout the walk, Miles keeps up a steady stream of commentary to the camera, calling us his fam and narrating the scene like in the other videos. As he walks up to the front door of the house, the camera spins as he stopped and frantically searches his pockets. I can barely hear him say, "God damn it, it's in the damn hotel. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Right, well let's make this quick then, guys." Guiltily, I chuckled at him for forgetting his stash. He stepped through the doorway and began to wander around, and I was immediately shocked that the house was much cleaner than when I saw it. No piles of papers or boxes or clothes or any of the refuse tossed around when I was there. I later found out why after watching the Norway video. Miles only went on adventures to steal things from abandoned houses. They call themselves treasure hunters, and they're the reason my hobby is mostly illegal, so my sympathy was at a low point. After a cursory tour, he begins to ransack the place, tossing everything around, looking for something to sell. He pushes over tables and through open boxes, throwing anything that didn't look valuable in a deliberate show for his audience. After collecting a few items, sewing machine, a few picture frames and some tools, near the door, he finally notices the tetanus door I had passed by earlier. I admit that when he tries to open it, I got excited to actually see what was inside. Miles tries the door, only to find it locked. He went outside around the back of the house where a small window sat at the base of the building. The window seems to lead into the room behind the heavy door, but was incredibly dirty. He sets the camera down to find a rock and attempts to smash the window, with no effect. He slams the rock several more times until he jumps back and yells, a fresh cut visible on his thumb. He gives this up and goes back inside, cursing to himself. As Miles goes into the sitting room, he spots an ornate clock sitting on the mantel of the fireplace. Climbing over the piles of clothes, he awkwardly tries to pull the clock off the wall and loses his balance, tipping over backwards. Both Miles and the clock hit the brick base of the mantel in a huge crash. With a stream of curses, he stands up and inspects the clock before looking at the camera saying, "Edit that out." He looks down at the wreckage of the clock. Miles cries out in triumph and reaches down to grab something. He stands up with a large, rusted metal key grasped in his hand. In a sing-song voice, he yells, "I think I know where this goes." Leaping over the clothes, he rushes over the big door and places the key in the lock. At first, the lock didn't budge, but after a frustrated grunt and push, the key turns with a loud scrape. Even still, when Miles attempts to open the door, it still won't budge. His temper sparked, Miles puts his foot in the doorframe and wrenches hard against the door, and after the second time, it started slowly scraping open. The door peeled paint off around the frame as though it hadn't been opened in far more than 5 years. It only opens a few inches before it gets stuck again on some swollen floorboards at the base of the door. Using his foot to press down the boards, Miles strains against the door until it jerks open another few inches. The floorboards pressing up again and wedging the door left just enough space for someone to fit. Miles grabs the camera and goes down into the dark. Either the camera doesn't have a night vision mode or Miles forgets to turn it on, so the only light illuminating the room came from that filthy window. Even still, the setting sun falls directly on the window, providing light enough to see most of the room in the video. The basement is a roughly 15 by 15 workspace with an old workbench sitting against the far wall flanked by bookshelves. Opposite the table are a set of wood-panelled closets standing open and empty. Miles sets a lantern flashlight on the top step facing the room before setting up a monologue for the camera. "We've hit the jackpots, ladies and gentlemen. An old house in the woods packed with loot, an untouched locked basement and a secret key. Ooh," Miles says to the camera, complete with mocking hand gestures. "Nobody's been here for years. I've got a feeling we'll find some good prizes down here. This would be perfect if I didn't forget the goddamn..." At this point, he starts rifling through the bench drawers, pulling out old yellow papers. One of the drawers seems to have nothing but old newspaper clippings. Miles pulls this out and begins spreading them on the table. Obviously, they weren't worth anything to Miles, so he only glanced at them for a second. I've been over this video frame by frame, and one of the first things I noticed was that all the articles had headlines relating to strange instances in the area. One said, "Flood collapses 4 homes." Another said, "Hikers still missing after 12-day search." And a third said, "Man arrested for manslaughter." Those and the dates in the newspaper put the oldest paper at 23 years and the youngest at 7 years. At this point, Miles places the camera on the table, giving us a full view of the room from under the dirty window. He begins to search the panel closets and finds nothing. Opens more drawers and still nothing, all the while keeping up a steady stream of talking to the camera. Eventually, he turns to the bookshelves flanking the workbench, leaving him only barely in view of the camera. Apparently, there was something at the top of the shelf that he found interesting, and he tries to reach for it. Finding the treasure above his grasp, Miles tries to climb the bookshelf's first shelf to reach higher. It holds for maybe 4 or 5 seconds before giving out, spilling everything, including Miles, on the floor. For some stupid reason, Miles then decides to try the second shelf, as though it will be any different. The shelf didn't crack. However, as Miles reaches towards the top, the entire bookshelf leans forward and crashes directly on top of him. At this point, a lot of dust kicks up and catches the afternoon light shining through the window, nearly blinding the camera for a full 4 minutes. When finally the dust settles, we can see Miles struggling to get his leg out from under the debris, coughing, cursing, and wheezing with each breath. At that point in the video, I noticed something. The door to the basement was closed. A notification comes up in the video that says, "Low battery, 25%. At this point, something strange starts happening with the camera. Miles' shadow was much deeper than the one surrounding other items, almost appearing like a solid black mass following him on the walls. It didn't act normally. The shadow would twitch from time to time, but that could very well be the camera running low on battery. In addition to this, the audio started a series of 8 taps every 90 seconds. Miles didn't seem to hear the beats, so possibly just another glitch, but it sounded like someone rapping their fingernails against wood. I've gone back dozens of times, frame by frame, and the dust, mixed with the sharp glare from the sunlight, blocks any view of the door, so I couldn't tell when exactly it closed. Then I looked at the audio for when Miles fell and could hear the distinct bang of the bookshelf, Miles cursing, then a full 4 seconds afterwards. There was a slight scraping and a soft click of a door closing, followed by another 8 taps, somewhat faster this time. I think It's all I can hear that it could be. Miles didn't notice this yet and was just uncovering himself from the wreckage. Amidst the stream of cursing, he stops suddenly and looks out the view of the camera, behind where the bookshelf once stood. "Whoa, what the hell is this? Some kind of picture thing?" Miles says, leaning close to the wall. He picks up the camera and points it at the wall. Most of it is in shadow, but the camera can see the top right corner of what appears to be some primitive-looking scribbles representing either the moon or the top of a man's head with a dark shape bursting from the top. Encircling the top half of the picture in strange symbols, never seen the likes of it before or since. At this point, Miles turns to grab his flashlight from the top of the stairs as the light was beginning to fade. That's when he notices the door had closed. Frantically, he tosses the camera on the table and runs up the stairs, attempting to push the heavy door open, but only meeting with creaks of the wood wedging the door shut. He starts cursing over and over to himself, grabs the flashlight and starts searching the room for anything to help pry open the door. There's nothing useful, but nevertheless he tries using the broken bookshelf, a desk drawer and a clothing rack to open the door, but still nothing works. Overcome with frustration, Miles bellows out a primal scream and starts running back up the stairs. The shadows from the window are getting long now. All we can see is the flashlight dangling from Miles' hip as he smashes against the door with all his weight. After a few moments, he stops, panting hard and leaning against the door. Of all the points in this video, this makes my skin crawl. As Miles leaned on the door, something I cannot explain or accept happens. Either Miles jumps up and back on purpose, or I don't know what, because the movement deeply unsettled me to watch. Miles's body flies up and hits the ceiling before crashing hard at the bottom of the staircase. The way he moved has kept me awake at night. It was unnatural, but there was nothing to push him. I don't know what to believe. The camera is now vibrating faster at a steady 8 beats each 30 seconds. Miles seems unconscious or resting for about 5 minutes before he starts to stir. As he stands with his back to us and the very faint amount of light shining through the window, I could clearly see 3 long scratches down Miles' back. Maybe he landed on something sharp, but these scrapes look different. The cuts were wide and deep at the center and thin at the edges, much like how a bear marks the base of a tree. Miles reaches around and yelps as his skin stretches around the now oozing cuts on his back. I've noticed at this point in the video, it looks like Miles' shadow, when he was banging on the door, had burned itself into the screen or lens of the camera. Miles' shadow was still banging on the door while the real Miles was on the floor. Even when Miles stood up and the light changed, that shadow stayed banging on the door no matter how Miles moved. Miles didn't ever notice, so this may be from the camera. What the hell? What the hell? Is all he can get out for a few moments. He then starts rocking back and forth, saying to himself over and over, "It's just withdrawal. You're hearing things again, like in Cabo. You're alright. You can get out of here and get that stash." When Miles is sitting on the floor, cradling himself, his flashlight suddenly turns off with a pop and plunges the room into full darkness except a sliver of sunlight peeking through the window. It was close to night now, and without night vision, I couldn't see anything in the room. Panic seems to overwhelm Miles, and he starts breathing harder and harder. Just the detox, Miles says over and over again until he's worked up into a panic. The light has almost completely gone, so the audio is Miles sprinting up the stairs and throwing his body against the door frantically. There's a notification on the camera, 5% remaining. Those 8 beats in the camera have sped up, now sounding like a phone frantically vibrating on the table every 10 seconds. The next few minutes were awful to hear and made my skin crawl. The room is completely dark. Miles slams his body against the door over and over, heavily breathing, slowly getting more frantic. Eventually, his cries turning into manic, uncontrollable sobs. His beating gets weaker and weaker until he's gasping for air. every ounce of energy pouring from him while he sobs, weakly sobbing about, "Why? Why me?" Then, in a sudden break from the darkness, a loud ripping sound tears through the silence like tearing fabric. The camera tapping, almost constant now, stopped. The silence in the video is deafening. I can hear Miles sob and weep for a few minutes. Suddenly, we hear Miles shout, "What? Who's there?" More banging. Another short rip. "Get the hell off me," Miles says as the camera picks up scuffling sounds and a loud crash. Probably the other bookshelf. Things went quiet for a while, about 70 seconds. I thought the video was over, until a gut-wrenching, soul-shattering scream pierces the dark. I could hear Miles banging on the door with weak, feeble strikes. Miles begins to beg, asking mercy in the darkness, begging to be let go, begging for mercy, sobbing and screaming in turn. The battery of the camera dies. I'm not sure what this is. I'm not sure what I saw. Could it have been a glorified thief with a drug problem going through a bad detox in a creepy place? Definitely. And to be honest, that's the world I would rather live in. I'm not a believer in most paranormal things, because mostly they're BS. I don't know what happened to Miles, but when I personally got the building on my own adventure, that door was closed. That clock stood upright in the living room, and there was no Jeep in the parking lot. And the camera was sitting in the middle of the kitchen floor in the back of the house, directly in front of that rusty, heavy door. I've always kept diaries. Ever since I was a child, I've documented my daily life in journals, carefully labelled on the sides and covers so to keep them in order. I'm on my 1033rd journal, and all of them are kept in order on bookshelves. It's basically a ledger of my entire life. Or at least, it was. Until my house burned down, and I lost all of them. All, except for one, that I never wrote. My father and I were going through the wreckage. The burnt walls of the house had blackened and charred. The smell of smoke and burning insulation still hung heavy in the air. I looked through the pile of burned paper that had once been my journals. I saw the family photos, all water damage from the fire hoses, at least those not destroyed by the flames. "Hey, what's this?" my father said, leaning down. We both saw the edge of something rectangular peeking around the edge of the ruined hole. He reached his hand through a destroyed part of the wall and came back out with a dirty, smoke-brown journal. Spatters of what looked like dark, ancient blood covered the surface. I saw it was labelled 1077. That is, the 1077th journal I had started to write in since I was 6. "But that's impossible," I said, more to myself than him. "I never wrote that journal. When the fire hit, I was filling out my 1033rd journal." I knew this for a fact, because I wrote huge numbers in Sharpie on the front of each one. My father rolled his eyes. He thought keeping a diary was stupid and only reserved for girls, and he had often told me so. He flipped it open. "It looks like your handwriting," he said, handing it to me. It felt grimy under my fingers, its cover sprinkled with small patches of black mold and blood, as well as darkened by smoke. Yet, all the pages were still legible. I put it in my backpack and took it home with me. It was the only thing that had survived the flames intact that I recovered. And yet I know I never wrote it. I flipped it open to the first page seeing my own handwriting reflected back at me. I read the entries laid out there. With increasing horror, I read them all. April 1st, 2025. Today, the world ended. I'd driven across Arizona and New Mexico with my fiancée, Stephanie. She wanted to see the Grand Canyon, and I always said I would take her. So, when I made a couple $1 million in stock options short in the market after the Chinese invasion of Taiwan, I decided to quit my job and travel. All around us spanned endless desert. The sun looked down like a blazing, lidless eye, withering everything in its intense heat. Only cacti and desert shrubs stood on the great, flat plain. I turned the radio on, but only one station came through. It was some AM station talking about the recent Chinese invasion. China has lost an estimated 2 million troops trying to take the island, the reporter said. In response to the invasion, Taiwan authorized airstrikes on the Three Gorges Dam yesterday evening. Reports state that the Chinese Air Force has, in fact, successfully destroyed it, causing flooding and likely millions more casualties among the civilian population. Taiwan cities are all in flames as... I flipped the radio off, not wanting to hear any more grisly news. I really need to use the bathroom, Stephanie said, breaking my reverie. I looked over at her, seeing her large, blue eyes looking at me. Small beads of sweat broke out on her light skin. Her blonde hair ran down past her shoulders in shimmering waves. Okay, why don't I pull over right here? I offered. She shook her head. No, I want a real bathroom, she said. I sighed. I haven't seen a house or store in quite a while, I said. But, as if fate wanted to prove me wrong, a small wooden building appeared on the horizon. A town sign stood in front of it. Devil's Creek. Population 52. The building looked like some kind of old-timey general store that had been renovated to have electricity and central air conditioning. An ancient man with a face like a raisin sat in a rocking chair outside, smoking a pipe and reflectively staring off across the great, empty desert. I glanced over to see what he was looking at. In the distance, I saw roll after roll of razor wire surrounding a massive fence. It had all sorts of signs with skulls, as well as warnings about violating federal law by trespassing. We pulled up to the store. The man finally looked over. His jellied eyes reminded me of an old dog waiting for the needle. He was a small man, no more than 5 feet if I had to guess. He wore a straw hat and a shaded flannel shirt and smelled like sweet cherry pipe tobacco. Christ draws, he said in his fluttering old man's voice. It sure is hot out here today. I smiled, agreeing. What's that you're looking at? I asked, pointing to the electrified fence guarding the apparently empty desert. He gave me a serious look. That is where the bombs are kept, boy, he said. The big ones, the H-bombs, Minuteman IIIs, and B-61s. Well, so I hear. People around town talk, you know. I nodded. I wondered where the silos were. Can I use your bathroom? Stephanie asked hurriedly as she came up beside me. The man nodded. Back of the store, young lady, he said in a quavering voice. Then he returned to his pipe and his meditation. Let me know if you need anything else. I decided to sit down next to the old man when I felt the first quiverings of an earthquake. It started small. I stood there, not knowing what to do. The old man's eyes widened and he dropped his pipe. Embers and blackened tobacco spilled out on the ancient wooden porch. What in the blue blazes? He started to say, when a scream of powerful engines cut him off. A burning chemical smell filled the air. I looked over to the military site and saw the ground pulling itself apart. Secret sliding panels covered in dirt opened as enormous missiles slowly gathered momentum, rising up into the air from hidden underground silos. Jets of blue flames shot out of them. They towered over everything else in the area, each 60 or 70 feet tall. Within seconds, they began to move faster and faster, lifting themselves skyward with a screeching of blue flames and smoke. Every minute, more and more came out, dozens and dozens of missiles firing in rapid succession. Stephanie came out. I grabbed her hand and pulled her to the car. "We need to get the hell out of here," I screamed over the cacophony. Her face had turned chalk white. She followed me like a lost child. I pushed her into the passenger seat and got in, turning it on and peeling out of there. "If this is a nuclear missile site," I said, vomiting the words as quickly as I could in the panic of the moment, "then there will probably be an enemy missile coming to target it soon." American missiles continued to streak through the air like fiery dragons on their way to battle. We drove as fast as my car would go for the next 20 minutes, braking 110 and then 130 miles per hour. I had a very bad feeling about this. And then I saw it. The thing I had been dreading. Missiles began to drop down from the sky. Not going, but now coming. I saw a streak of white shoot across the sky in my rearview mirror. A sonic boom shook the ground. And then the world exploded. "Ah," I heard someone say. "God, what?" Then I realized it was my own voice. I opened my eyes. I felt warm blood trickling down my face. My car was flipped over. I saw the endless desert outside, now upside down. All around us, great suffocating plumes of smoke rose into the sky. It blotted out the sun and turned everything as dark as night. I looked over at Stephanie. She was still unconscious. Or maybe she was dead. I couldn't tell. She hung upside down, her seatbelt biting deeply into her shoulder. "Jeez," I groaned, trying to unbuckle my seatbelt without falling and smashing my head. I mostly succeeded. I crawled out of the shattered remains of my flipped-over car. I rose, my legs as wobbly as a baby deer's. "Jay," a voice said softly from inside the car. It was so subtle, I could barely hear it. I knelt down next to the broken window and saw Stephanie stirring. "Ah." She spat a little blood, wiping her mouth. "Are we okay?" "Yes, baby," I said with tears in my eyes, looking down the road where the mushroom cloud hung over us like the blade of a guillotine. "We're okay." Luckily, we had been camping prior to this, so the car was filled with essentials. Inside the trunk, I had a tent, sleeping bags, food, water, and toiletries. We also had some knives, lighters, and lighter fluid. Stephanie filled her backpack with as much as she could carry, still wiping blood out of her eyes from a deep gash across her forehead. But overall, I felt like we'd gotten fairly lucky. It certainly could have been much worse. If we had still been in the city, I shuddered thinking about it. I wondered if any cities still stood in the USA. The mushroom cloud continued to grow. It had a combination of bright streaks of fire and black plumes of smoke mixing in with a scorching cap. Its cap looked like it would go all the way to outer space soon. The stem of suffocating smoke shot upwards, seeming to unspool itself from the inside as it rose. We walked down the dark road in a burning world. Jets flew overhead, streaking across the sky. The echoing whine of powerful engines followed them moments later. Sonic boom after sonic boom exploded across the dead desert. "Where are we going?" Stephanie finally asked after an hour of walking through this apocalyptic scene. We hadn't escaped the black clouds that hung over the sky, though the smoke had started to dissipate as we got further away. I looked back and saw a figure behind us. It appeared to be a man, casually walking down the road, but his eyes seemed to be on fire. They shone with an inner luminosity, lit up like the eyes of a jack-o'-lantern. Something seemed wrong with the man, and not just because of his eyes. He walked in a jerky, twisted way. His head, which had been looking down, ratcheted up to look at me. A shudder ran down my spine. I turned away, motioning for Stephanie to look behind us, but by the time we looked back again, he had disappeared. "Away from that," I finally said, pointing to the mushroom cloud. "Did you see someone just now? I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. I could have sworn I saw someone following us." "Maybe it's another survivor," she said. "Maybe," I agreed non-committally, not telling her about the eyes. He had been very far away, but I had definitely seen him. I didn't understand where he had gone. There was certainly nowhere to hide, unless more secret government silos and tunnels ran under the earth here. He had simply vanished like campfire smoke in a strong breeze. "What do you think happened?" Stephanie asked as she took a long drink of water. "I think we all know what happened," I said bitterly. "China started World War III. They thought they could contain the fighting to Taiwan, but they miscalculated. Once the Three Gorges Dam got blown and millions of Chinese in the Yangtze River drowned, it must have escalated. I don't know who fired first, but clearly the US and China are at war." "Maybe the war's over already," she said, hopefully. I nodded. It might actually be. If it is, and all the cities have been hit here and in China and Taiwan, there must be hundreds of millions of people dead already. Maybe more. Stephanie didn't say anything to this, but she seemed to go pale. "We need to stop soon. I'm tired. We've been walking for hours," Stephanie said after another few hours. I agreed. We hadn't seen a single car or person in that time, except for the man with the eyes. My feet screamed at me with throbbing blisters and sharp pains. My cell phone and watch had stopped working during the blast. Some electromagnetic pulse from the warhead must have disabled all electronics in the area, so neither of us knew how long we'd been walking. With the sky covered in black smoke as far as the eye could see, I didn't even know if it was day or night anymore. We set up the tent. I crawled in, exhausted. I felt like I must have walked for 12 hours. I took off my wet socks, got into the sleeping bag, and instantly passed out. I awoke suddenly, confused. Something had scared me. Maybe it was in the dream. But no, I still heard it. A scratching sound, light and insistent on the outside of the tent. Stephanie still slept soundly next to me. I shook her. She groggily opened her eyes. I looked at my pistol next to my pillow, grabbing it up. Its solid metal grip felt real and powerful in my hands. But when I remembered the glowing eyes of the thing and how it had vanished in an instant like a puff of smoke, it started to feel much smaller. "What is..." she began to say. I clamped my hand over her mouth. Her eyes went wide. I put my finger to her lips. She nodded, and I slowly removed my hand. Now, I could tell she heard it too. It was like someone was running a long, sharp fingernail over the outside of the tent, walking around it in circles, though I didn't hear any accompanying footsteps. It was too dark to see any silhouettes or shapes through the thick fabric. We heard a low, diseased breathing coming from outside. The rattling breaths seemed to choke on their own fluids like the gurgling gasps of a pneumonia patient. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the flashlight from next to the sleeping bag and flicked it on. With my arms crossed, my gun in one hand and the flashlight in the other, I motioned for Stephanie to open the tent. She hesitated for a long moment. After taking a deep breath, she ripped it open in a single pull. Yet, no one stood there. I looked out at the smoke-blackened, starless sky. Shadows bounced and danced around the cacti and cracked pavement of the street. I heard a very subtle sound from my right, a slight shuffling of sand. In a blur, and with barely any sound, the diminutive man with the fire in his eyes scampered towards me, his shoulders and vertebrae crippled like those of a hunchback. His face only came up to the level of my chest, but he seemed to straighten and grow as he got nearer. There was a crackling, snapping sound coming from inside his body. It sounded like his bones were breaking and knitting themselves back together. By the time he reached me, he towered over me. This all happened very quickly, in the space of less than a second. My vision became filled with the hypnotizing, strobing white light that came from his head, but I glimpsed the rest of him too. He had a mouth like an infected sore. Pieces of his lips were rotted or torn away, and behind that mutilated flesh beheld a gibbering, gnashing mouth. Twisted, vampiric teeth grew out of the tops of his gums, intertwining with those growing from the natural spots. These dozens of overlapping fangs each looked as sharp as a scalpel, made to slice through flesh like butter. His nose was eaten away. In its place, I saw a patch of ragged, necrotic tissue that oozed yellowish pus and blood. His skin was as dark as obsidian and seemed to glow with a similar iridescence. "Hello there, partner," the gnashing thing said in a slow Texas drawl. I looked away from its inhuman eyes, seeing Stephanie petrified in the doorway of the tent. She held a long buck knife in one hand and a canister of OC tear gas spray in the other. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. "What do you want from us?" Stephanie asked in a quivering voice. The creature's mutilated cheeks parted, showing more clusters of teeth growing out of every spot in his gums like a tumor. "Everything," he said in a slow drawl. "I want everything." I raised the barrel towards his head, my finger tight on the trigger. "You want to rob us? Is that it?" I asked. The creature laughed, a tortured sound like shattering bones and grinding metal. "I don't give a damn about this crap you look around. It ain't worth a damn to me. I want everything. From you and the girl. We square on that?" "I'm going to give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight," I said, "before I start." The creature's hand came up on a freakishly long arm. The arm seemed to lengthen, breaking and regrowing as it twisted towards me. I fired as it smacked me hard on the head. I saw stars and went sprawling, the pistol flying off and landing on the concrete a few feet away. The abomination grabbed a screaming, crying Stephanie from the tent,
carrying her under one arm, as if he was simply moving an irate toddler. He threw her in front of him. I saw with horror that my shot missed him. "I am the true king of this world," he hissed as he knelt down over her. "I am the endless void between galaxies and the spinning black holes that rip apart worlds. I am forever." Fire poured out of his hands and arms like lava as Stephanie lay on the ground. Her eyes went wide as the first of the flames bit into her skin. I saw her chest and stomach caught fire as if it had been sprayed with gasoline. With an animalistic strength, she jumped up, still burning. She tried to grab the man in a bear hug. The fire spread to his body, but he quickly pushed her away. The fire spread up and down her clothes, into her hair. Her face began to melt as she gave an ear-splitting shriek of pure agony. Drops of liquid fat and burnt, sizzling blood ran from her crackling, blackening skin. "I love to watch them dance," he gurgled in a diseased, raspy voice. Stephanie jumped from leg to leg, putting her arms straight in front of her body to try and keep them from the flames covering her torso, but the fire seemed to have an inner life, spreading across her flesh as if rivers of napalm flowed over her body. I grabbed the gun, running over. I put it into the back of the man's head and pulled the trigger. The fire had started to spread across his chest, but he had no facial expression. He stood there, grinning like a skull. Thick chunks of black flesh burst out. In his destroyed skull, I saw no blood or organs, but thousands of tiny, dark worms writhing and slithering. He fell forwards. A few feet away, Stephanie also finally collapsed, still twitching and screaming. I ran over to her, pulling a water bottle from my backpack. I poured it on her, but it was like pouring a bottle of water on a bonfire. It sizzled and hissed as it turned to steam, putting out a small portion along her chest for a few moments, but then the fire flickered back up. She gave a choked death gasp seconds later and stopped moving. Her body had become little more than a blackened husk by this point. I looked at the evil, inhuman thing that had done this. To my horror, I saw his hands clenching and unclenching, his legs twitching. The black worms had started to re-stitch his skull back together, the tiny heads poking out through the wound and moving tissue around like diligent little labourers. Sickened, I ran. The landscape had started to change. Rocky cliffs now loomed overhead, dozens of feet high. I stumbled up the rock faces and eventually found a small cave. I crawled in and with my flashlight, finished this journal. I know this will be my last diary, my last will and testament left in some rocky cave of a destroyed world. Because the true king of this world is on his way here, and he loves to watch people dance.
The reason I'm writing this today is that I need to warn as many people as I can. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if I didn't at least try. I can feel it. The more powerful he gets, the more powerless I feel. I won't be able to stop him, but maybe I can slow him down. My name is Mike. I'm 24, and the thing that happened to me defies the laws of physics. I have tried to rationalize, to tell myself I was just going crazy, but I cannot bury my head in the sand forever. Let me tell you how it all started. When I was in elementary school, I had a group of friends with whom I spent all my time. We were all close, except for maybe Boris. We liked him, but he was annoying. The only thing he would talk about was that old cartoon that his mother brought him from a garage sale. We listened to him for the first few times and rapidly got bored after that. The cartoon sounded weird, and to be honest, we were more interested in exchanging Pokemon cards and playing marbles. A few weeks into his obsession for the cartoon, Boris came to school looking extremely pale. We asked him if he was sick, but he just sat there in silence, with a weird grin on his face, looking around the room, his eyes wide open. The class began, and we were all focused on some calculus when Boris started to whistle. The teacher asked him to stop immediately, but he just wouldn't stop. After a few minutes, the teacher lost patience and grabbed Boris's hand to take him to the principal's office. Of course, the classroom filled with laughter and chatter as soon as the teacher left with him, but I was genuinely scared for my friend, and I kept staring at his desk. That's when I noticed it. On his chair, there was a VHS tape. I stood up and went to grab it. I was very curious. The tape seemed in good condition, and on the side I read, "The Whistle Guy." I bet it was that cartoon that he kept talking about. I only remembered a vague description of it. It was about a character with a large balloon head and a top hat who went about his day whistling and holding an axe. Like I said, nothing to be excited about. But I don't know why. I knew I had to look at it. I knew it would explain my friend's behaviour. I put the tape in my bag. When the teacher came back, she explained that Boris wasn't feeling right and that his parents came to pick him up. I spent the whole day waiting to go home and watch the cartoon. After school got out, I quickly said goodbye to my friends and rode my bike so fast that it took me half the time it usually did to get home. I said hello to my parents and ran upstairs to my room. I took the tape out of my bag and looked at it. I didn't notice earlier that the title was written in an irregular carved fashion. I was going to put the tape in the VCR when I heard Mom calling me from downstairs. She seemed in distress. I threw the tape into my old toy box and ran to her. Mom and Dad were standing in the living room. Their eyes were filled with tears. Her voice was shaking, but Mom managed to speak. "Mike, it's Boris. He had an accident. I'm sorry. He's dead." I fell into her arms and cried like I had never cried before. It was the first time I had lost someone, and I didn't handle it well. I missed school for 2 weeks after that. I was depressed to the point where my parents had to take me to a psychologist. After years of therapy, I was finally able to grieve. I still thought about it, of course, but the pain wasn't so unbearable anymore. Fast forward to a few years ago. I was going through old stuff when I found an old picture of me and my classmates. Boris was there, smiling happily like the rest of us. The events came back to my mind, and I decided to finally check how he died. My parents and the school always kept it a big secret, and we were forbidden to talk about it. I did my own investigation, and what I found was worse than I ever imagined. According to the local papers, Boris was found dead in his room. He was hanging from a rope that he tied to the top of his bunk bed. But that was not even the most disturbing part. It was written that his eyes were wide open and he had a terrifying, wide grin on his face. I decided to leave it all alone. That was too disturbing, and I didn't want to spend another year going through therapy. Time went by, and I kept pushing the memory away. It was getting easier and easier, as I had lost all contact with my childhood friends and my parents had moved out of our little town. I now lived with my girlfriend, and a few days ago, we decided to have a garage sale. While going through the cellar, I found a box with all my childhood stuff. I didn't even remember when I brought all of that to my house. It was full of pictures, toys, my Action Man. But what caught my attention was an old VHS tape. It was at the bottom of the box. Strangely, the tape seemed in a good condition, as if the years going by didn't affect it. It was also the only thing in the box that didn't have dust on it. What went through my mind gave me the chills. I could see flashes of Boris, hanging from the cord, swinging left and right as he looked deep into my eyes, smiling. And all of a sudden, his face moved, and he started to whistle. The sick noise was coupled with the sound of the rope against the wooden bunk bed. I shook my head to clear those terrible images from my mind. It had been years since I thought about the tape. My therapist did such a good job that it was as if he never existed. But now, I wanted to see it and finally lift the mystery from it. I knew I had a VCR somewhere, so I looked for it for a good hour and finally found it. I heard my girlfriend calling me for dinner, and I left all my findings on the floor. I was going to wait until she fell asleep to go back to watch the cartoon. I didn't want her to be disturbed by the story. The moment finally came, and I took the VCR and the tape down to the living room and plugged everything in. I have to admit that I was surprised that the old VCR was still working. I put the tape in, and the familiar noise on the tape entering the VCR gave me the chills. Weirdly, the tape didn't start right away and stayed a few minutes on a black screen. Then suddenly, it started. It was an old cartoon from the 30s. I could hear a metallic sound coupled with cartoonish music. It sounded like typical music from this era. The cartoon was in black and white and had a yellowish tint to it. The first scene was set in what seemed to be an old garage or a shack filled with tools. There was a character standing with his back to me. He was holding a hammer and tapping on something. It looked like he was building something. He grabbed more tools, and while doing so, he kept whistling the same melody. I was getting more and more uncomfortable. That sound terrified me. I knew I had heard it somewhere. The character turned slowly, and what he was building finally came into sight. It was a hatchet that he was waving with pride. The character was strange. He had a huge, balloon-looking head. He was wearing a tie tied so tight that anyone else would have suffocated from. His eyes were really dark, and his top hat was tiny. It was him, the whistle guy. He started to walk toward the house in a typical 30s animation style, his eyes sparkling with excitation. In the garden, there was a tree that seemed way too big for him to go by. A little bubble popped up at the top of his head, and inside you could see the tree plus a hatchet equals a pile of wooden logs. I finally understood that he was making the hatchet to cut down the large tree. For a second, I asked myself how it was possible to build a hatchet with a few tools I saw him use. But hey, it was a cartoon after all. The whistle guy started to whistle once more and to juggle with the hatchet, making it fly in the air and grabbing it before it touched the ground. He did that a few times before the hatchet flew one last time and got stuck in one of the tree branches. The whistle guy seemed sad and started to jump in the hope of grabbing the hatchet back, but it didn't work. And then suddenly, a light bulb appeared above his head. He visibly had an idea. He approached the base of the tree and started to shake it, so the hatchet would fall. Surprisingly, it worked. The hatchet fell and got stuck in the whistle guy's head. The music stopped the moment the hatchet struck his head, and a very realistic bone-breaking sound could be heard. The whistle guy was expressionless. His eyes were completely empty. The scene was particularly disturbing and unexpected. I was just waiting for him to pull it out, as if nothing happened. It was a cartoon after all, and the characters never get hurt for real. But instead, a stream of blood started from the top of his skull where the hatchet was. I was shaking with fear. It all seemed so unbelievable. The character was still not moving, only gazing into the blue. The blood quickly covered his whole face. Then, he started to smile. The large grin on his face made him even more terrifying than he was already. After a few seconds, he finally moved. He grabbed the hatchet with his hand and yanked it out. The sound it made was horrible. The music started again as soon as the hatchet was out, but the music was different. It was dark. The whistle guy didn't seem to care about the tree anymore and was staring at the hatchet he was holding. The more he stared at it, the wider his grin became. He started to walk, and more blood started to pour from the top of his head. His smile and his eyes were terrifying. A little whirlwind had appeared in his eyes and was whirling faster and faster, and the blood on his teeth made it nearly unbearable to look at. Again, he started to whistle the same melody. Not far from him, I could now see another character. He seemed a little off. He came toward the whistle guy, smiling. The whistle guy just lifted his hand with a hatchet above his head and struck the other character on the shoulder. The other character started to scream in a macabre way, but the whistle guy didn't flinch and continued to strike the body again and again until only a pile of flesh and bone was left. He left the other character on the floor and started to walk again. Another character, a woman this time, came across the whistle guy, and as soon as she saw the pile of flesh, she started to run in the other direction. The whistle guy didn't try to chase her. He simply threw his hatchet with all his strength and it struck the lady in the back. She fell, screaming for someone to help, but it was in vain. The whistle guy grabbed his hatchet back and then struck the lady multiple times, just as he did the previous character. The whistle guy went on for minutes, killing everyone he came across. When he was not whistling, a disturbing grin was on his face. He looked completely deranged. And then he suddenly stopped. All I could see was his back. He was completely still. Slowly, he started to turn his head toward the screen, and with every inch, a terrible bone-cracking sound could be heard, as if he was breaking his neck in the process. Little by little, his face became more visible. It was as if he was staring right through me, the little whirlwinds in his eyes turning at incredible speed. He was smiling at me too. Then he put his finger on his lips, still looking straight at me, and said, "Hush." After that, everything went black. No more sound, no more images. The video was over. The tape came out of the VCR by itself. I just sat there for 10 long minutes. I didn't know what to do. I was petrified and in total disbelief. What just happened? It felt like the whistle guy could see me behind the screen, and that what he gave me was just a warning. I couldn't think straight, but I was tired, so I took the tape and hid it in the cupboard that was nearby. Then I lay on the couch and fell asleep instantly. During my short sleep, I had weird nightmares. I could see him, the whistle guy, watching me sleep. In the nightmare, I couldn't move. It was like sleep paralysis. His body was hunched over me, his head above mine, the same grin he had in the video still on his face. His hatchet was also back in his skull, and drops of blood were falling on me. He was so close, I could see my reflection in his eyes. He then grabbed the handle of the hatchet and started to take it out very slowly. The sound it made gave me goosebumps, but I still couldn't move. I was now covered in his blood. Then he finally took it out. He lifted it above his head, and at the moment I should have received the fatal stroke, he smiled wider and put his finger on his lips and said, "Shh, shh, shh, shh." I woke up, panting and sweating, and my heart raced in my chest. I sat down on the couch, wondering if all of it was true, but there was no blood around me, no whistle guy. I was alone, and it was still dark in my house. I checked my watch, and it was only 6 a.m. I looked at the VCR and remembered I hid the tape in the cupboard. I grabbed it and went upstairs and threw it in the attic. I've never been back up there since. In the days following that incident, everything got worse and worse. I had vivid hallucinations that gave me nausea and vertigo. At least, I like to think it was only hallucinations. I could see the whistle guy everywhere while I was watching TV, but he only appeared in cartoons. The first time I saw him, it was in an episode of The Simpsons. He was in the opening credits, waiting in front of the family house, holding his hatchet, ready to strike Homer as soon as he got out of the car. I blinked for 1 second, and he wasn't there anymore. The next time was during a Family Guy episode. Again, during the opening credits. He was at the top of the stairs where the family dances. He was also dancing, the hatchet buried in his head. He stayed visible for longer than before. And worse, he was still staring right at me. Every time, he seemed a little closer. After a while, I resigned myself to not watch cartoons anymore, because he was indeed getting closer and closer, and now all I could see were his whirlwind eyes looking through my soul. I was tempted to show the video to other people, just to verify that I was not going completely crazy. Isn't that what Boris was trying to do? but I don't know. I had the feeling I shouldn't. I started to ask myself questions. Why did Boris bring the tape to school? Why was he talking about it so much? Was he trying to infect us with the whistle guy too? And if that was the case, why would he do that? The days kept getting worse and worse. Now, when I was going for a walk in broad daylight, I could hear the whistle behind me. My nights were filled with gruesome nightmares, and when I woke up, I could hear him hushing me from under the bed. I never dared to try and look under. I just knew he was there, waiting for me. I went online to find information on him, but I couldn't find anything. I was expecting that result. It was like, apart from Boris and I, nobody had heard of him. I was at a loss. I just accepted my situation. I just felt that talking about it would make it worse, so I decided to bear all of it by myself. One night, I was getting back from work in my car. I heard a quiet whistling sound coming from the back seat. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror immediately, but after a few minutes, curiosity won over my fear. I checked, but there was nothing. Nothing on the back seat. He was on the passenger side. I slammed on the brakes as he reached for me with his hands, and I left the car as he opened his mouth and let out a deafening scream. I fell backwards in the middle of the street and I saw the passenger door open. He was whistling. He appeared slowly and came my way, happily whistling, the hatchet visible in his hand. The headlights of my car shone on his face, the same terrifying face I'd seen so many times. Then he stopped. I pushed myself backwards, the surface of the road catching my clothes, and his throat started to make the same sound as in the cartoon. His eyes stared into mine. His mouth was deformed in a horrible grin, and his body was still. Actually, we were both still. After several minutes, that seemed like an eternity, his head started to inflate more and more until it reached an inordinate size, going way above the top of the car. It sounded like thousands of balloons being inflated at the same time. Under the pressure, his eyes popped out of their sockets. The wound on his head never poured that much blood. It was squirting everywhere. The headlights were covered in it, giving a gloomy reddish light. And because of that, the scene was even more disturbing. Without warning, he ran towards me with impressive speed. Just before his body touched mine, his head exploded in a deafening roar. I felt pieces of his skull touching my face and body. I panicked, got up and scurried to the car. I was so stressed that I could not get hold of the keys still on the ignition to start the engine. I wanted to leave as soon as possible. I had blood in my eyes. I could barely see what was happening in front of me. I was finally able to find the keys and turn them quickly to start the car. Just before pressing the accelerator, I could see the whistle guy still standing, axe in hand. His head was slowly inflating again. But before he could do anything else, I sped off, crushing the accelerator pedal, and drove as fast as possible to my house. The blood had completely disappeared. It was as if none of it had happened. I could not sleep that night because he was there again. I could hear him whistling outside, in the garden. I did not tell you much about my girlfriend, but you have to know that I did not tell her anything. She found my behaviour very strange that week, even though I had to hide my emotions as much as possible. Sleeping on the couch did not help. I was afraid to tell her about it because she never heard him whistling. She didn't see it when he appeared in the cartoons. I was afraid that if I told her about it, she too would end up seeing him and be tortured by his presence. I heard it again and saw it a few times after that. But that's not the worst of it. The worst is what I am becoming, little by little. Just like him, I whistle without even realizing it. I hear him more and more often, nearly every day. Sometimes I see him staring out the window, when I go home, on the road, or when I take a shower. I know I am doomed, but what I'm sure of is that I shouldn't share this tape. That's why, one morning, I went up to the attic to get it and destroy it. But it was no longer there. I was sure that I threw it there. I immediately questioned my girlfriend to see if she had seen it, on the pretext that it was a video of me as a child that I had found while clearing the attic, but nothing came of it. she assured me that she had not touched it. I knew why it disappeared. I knew the whistle guy was keeping it with him. He had given it to Boris because he was on the verge of death, and the fact that he shared it would have been beneficial to the whistle guy. But before anyone could watch the video, he hanged himself. It was too late. But the whistle guy is now at my place. This monster had succeeded, and he knows that I would never, ever share this video with others. I suppose it only postponed the inevitable, like in the movie The Ring, but I would still prefer to die first than to do that to others. Here I am today, a smile frozen in my face that I cannot remove. The muscles of my cheeks are sore, but I had to tell you all of that before I left. I wrote a farewell letter to my family, my friends, without mentioning the whistle guy once. I do not want them to start looking for this tape. This post that I write up has a purpose. It is necessary that a maximum number of people out there of my peer group are warned. The tape has disappeared, but I'm sure the whistle guy dropped it off somewhere else. If one day you see a tape called Whistle Guy's Day, do not touch it, even if you want to destroy it. And under no circumstances should you try to watch it, otherwise the whistle guy will be chasing you. As I write this, I feel his breath in my neck. I know he's behind me. My lips keep stretching in a horrible grin. I know why the whistle guy was asking me to shut up now, telling me to shush. On the one hand, it allowed him to torture me as he pleased, but on the other, if I had talked about it, he would have started all over again with someone else. But he'll have to wait a long time now, because when I tie the rope that is next to me around my neck, he won't be able to act for a long time. Once more, I beg you, if you find this tape, never, ever watch it, because the whistle guy can be everywhere. This tape can fall into anyone's hands. I was able to hold it for a while, but it will eventually come out of the shadows again. And if that is the case, if you find it, it will catch you too, and you will live forever in the nightmare of this cursed cartoon. Then I began talking. I never talked so much in all my life. I told Dean that when I was a kid and rode in cars, I used to imagine I held a big scythe in my hand and cut down the trees and posts and even sliced every hill that zoomed past the window. Yes, yes, yelled Dean. I used to do it too, only different scythe, tell you why. Driving across the west with the long stretches, my scythe had to be immeasurably longer, and it had to curve over the distant mountains, slicing their tops, and reaching another level to get at further mountains, and at the same time clip off every post along the road. Excerpt from Jack Kerouac's On the Road, 1957. That was the quote that opened what was once my PhD thesis. The Chaser, Images of Accompaniment and Malleability in the Evidence for Collective Unconscious in Children and Young Adults via Qualitative Analysis. Thrilling stuff, I know. I'm bound by a number of agreements to not give you the location of my former university, nor the names of any of my colleagues in the Fantasia Research Cluster for Collective Psychoimagery. To do so would threaten the little corner of academia I've managed to hide myself away in, a nowhere further education college in a nowhere place, where I grind away an imitation of a living teaching night classes like Psychology for Business People to tired-eyed single mothers and senior citizens. But someone has to know the things we discovered. Psychoanalytics isn't much regarded anymore, despite the prominent place it held in the foundation of psychology as a field of study. Ask most people, and you'll hear something about Freud and cigars and oddly close familial relationships. Modern schools of psychology don't pay it too much mind either, overwhelmingly now focused on scientific approaches to talk therapy or just getting to the nuts and bolts of the brain with MRI modelling. The era of rattling off grandiose theories from your coked up conversations with Australian housewives is long over. So I was being funneled into doing some thesis on neuron patterns interacting with social media use or some such when I was approached by a colleague who spoke in whispers. When you were a kid and riding the car with your parents, did you ever imagine a little guy running alongside the car beside you? I chuckled with recognition when he asked me, and, although I found his tone unusual, responded with the same conspiratorial quiet. So, it wasn't just me? I reminisced vividly. My mind drifted back to my father at the wheel, hair-knuckled and irritated, wheeling through the long country roads to visit an aunt or uncle. My mother unwrapping one of those little sweets she kept in the glove box and popping it in her mouth to avoid tense conversation, filling out the whole car with the smell of peppermint. I would be rapt, my eyes staring out the window, watching a wonder as the little man on a skateboard hung for minutes on end in the air, waiting for the rare farmyard fence post to make his impossible landing. My colleague countered that his chaser, as we came to call them, was in fact a knight on horseback. I felt this lent itself to a little less acrobatics than my skateboarder, but given that my phantom would often remain in the air for 10 to 15 minutes at a time, I decided realism was not the best rejoinder. When he told me it was a far from uncommon phenomenon, I was fascinated, and, mind dulled at the thought of examining grainy images of synapses firing for the next couple of years, I instantly took him up on his offer of a research project based on the chasers. I asked to send me what he had so far, and I would take a look over it after the undergraduate class I had to teach in the evening. I ambled away with a spring in my step, delighted to be doing the kind of big and bizarre psychology that had gotten me interested in the field in the first place. I was so distracted from my excitement, I hardly noticed how his eyes hovered out the window as he bid me goodbye. It was dreams that got me into this field. I was always fascinated by them since my mother first explained the whole idea to me when I was a kid. Surreal little movies playing in your head while you slept. Madness. Just one of those crazy things we take in our stride. Though, reading about dreams, I discovered Jung, who theorized they represented our partaking in a kind of collective unconscious imagination, connected to the living memory of humanity. Chase dreams connecting us to being chased down by predators, and often including archetypal, mythical images common to humanity. The whole idea fascinated me, and that's how I ended up reading the file labelled chaserhistoriography.doc, instead of looking at dull brain scans. Mary Shelley writes of experiencing an extraordinary reverie on a horse and carriage one evening, imagining a cloaked, enigmatic figure, keeping pace with the stallion's stride. An issue of the Kansas Pioneer from 1840 details the author's fanciful imagining of a proud Indian riding alongside his carriage on a train journey. The examples are numerous, and yet curiously similar. Notably, they seem to occur only in the passenger, as in the case of Rumi's poetry fragment from horseback in the 13th century, and all accounts involved overland travel. No recorded phenomenon of the chaser has ever occurred on a boat or in the context of air travel. To hell with what my supervisor might say. I was in. On my way to the little campus outbuilding in which the Fantasia Research Cluster had made its home, I found myself looking at the trees whip past on the bus, and, with little effort, seeing the shadowy figure that darted between them. Below, I've enclosed transcripts from our first interview in the project. The participant is obviously denoted with pseudonyms here, per ethics guidelines. Interview 1. Darius. Interviewer. Is this phenomenon that we have taken to calling the chaser something you have experienced in your life? Yeah, definitely. I remember being a kid, and my brother used to drive me to soccer practice. He was like in his late teens and kind of moody, so conversation wasn't an option. I'd stare out the window and see this big kangaroo just bouncing down the road alongside us. Interesting. You know, it's slightly less common in our observations for people to report animals as opposed to humanoids as their chasers. Huh? That's weird, I guess. I think I was actually doing this project in school about animals or whatever. I picked kangaroo because as a kid I thought they were just wild, so different. Plus the boxing. Did the figure of the kangaroo remain constant throughout your imaginings? Did you ever find yourself imagining a human being? No, it was always the same. Well, sort of. It got different too. Different? How do you mean? I mean, it was the same shape as a kangaroo, still bounced the same and stuff, but the teeth got so long. It got these big claws, big yellow fingernails, and then it started to look at me directly in the eye. Scared the hell out of me. I remember my mama asking, "Why are you always staring down at your damn feet when we're in the car?" I didn't know what to say. That's quite bizarre indeed. We usually find the phenomenon begins in childhood and tends to end shortly thereafter. Could you give us a rough estimate of when it stopped? Stopped? Man, there's a reason I got on the road by myself as soon as I turned 16. It hasn't ever stopped. It's only gotten closer. End transcript. My colleague had a great wide grin on his face as the playback stopped. He stared at me with eager, expressive eyes, and I met his gaze with excited confusion. Jesus, we definitely have something there, but if it's just an anomaly of one guy that hangs onto his chaser into adulthood, I don't know if it's academically viable. Here, and even greater gleam possessed, he pulled a frayed manila folder from the satchel he dragged everywhere with him. From within, he produced a sheet of paper headed Participant Encoding, with a list of names maybe 50 long. Half of them highlighted with an orange marker. Beside a handful of the highlighted names was a little asterisk. The highlighted participants describe retention or recurrence of a chaser well into adulthood. The ones with an asterisk, the chaser has turned from benign hallucination into a constant delusion, provoking feelings of anxiety, paranoia, even fear for one's life. It was the widest I'd ever seen anyone smile while describing sheer terror. Yet I couldn't help but grin a little myself. I understood this feeling. Tenure track positions were drying up and academic job security wasn't what it used to be. A wild phenomenon like this could allow us to milk it for papers and conference speaking roles for years, maybe even decades to come. Spin-off articles and conferences would emerge from the interdisciplinary spats it would provoke. The media would go wild for it. We'd be on talk shows by day and drinking scotch in our corner offices by night. I took the bus back home from our first session. My eyes were glued to those same trees as the shadow figure fleeted once more between like a boxer bobbing and weaving around his opponent. But the cloak he wore seemed a richer, deeper black now, and I could examine its little creases as my eyes remained fixed to his form. When I thought I saw a little glimpse of silver beneath the fabric, catching in the summer sun, I ripped my eyes away and spent the rest of the bus journey examining the patterns on the back of the headrest ahead of me. When I arrived at the next session, my friend was nowhere to be seen. I popped into the canteen to grab a coffee before the interview began, only to find a graduate student who had also been working on the project. Strands of her golden hair stuck to her tears at the sides of her cheeks. My colleague had been in a car that had overturned. He was in the hospital in critical condition. But, unusually, the driver had been just fine. My legs almost went weak at the knees. I questioned whether we should be carrying on with the day's session, but she insisted that it was what he would have wanted. I agreed with little persuasion. I told myself it was because of my devotion to my colleague and my deep-held belief in the pursuit of knowledge. I can admit now I was still imagining the talk show appearances and the tenure track. I would conduct this next interview myself. Interview 2. Marianne. Is this phenomenon that we have taken to calling the chaser, I called him Sir Percival. Okay. You know, people do not generally name them, unless, of course, they belong to some existing fiction, or if they're real people. You have no idea how many Tony Hawks is skateboarding alongside family minivans we've heard about in here. When I was a little girl, I liked night stories. It started with princesses. My dad used to read them to me at bedtime, but I always preferred the strong knight to the princess. I wanted to be strong. It was King Arthur stories and stuff like that. Maybe it was because of all that he was a knight. On horseback? It certainly wouldn't be unusual among the cases we've examined. Sort of. He was like one of those... He was part horse, but he had a knight's body and armor and all that. A centaur? Yeah, a centaur. That's what he was. Galloping along beside me, keeping pace. Shiny armor would always pick up the sun. He was so fast. And do you recall when he began to appear to you? Oh, I must have been little. Just a little girl. I could just make out the metal horns poking out above the window. Horns? Yeah, he always had these weird-like protrusions from his helmet. I thought of them as horns. I thought maybe it had something to do with him being a... what do you call it? A centaur? But horses don't have horns. I don't know. And when did you stop seeing him? That's the weird thing. He disappeared when I hit puberty. I would ride along in the car with friends, and I wouldn't see a thing as the road whirred past. Nothing. But he's back now. When did he return? Well, ever since I found out about your study. But he's different. More twisted by any chance? Exactly. His horse body is skeletal now, and there's this flabby gut exploding from the armor, and something is eating at it from the inside. That sounds awful. The man in the cloak wanted me to tell you that he's going to get like that too. End of transcript. The other people in the bus must have been staring at me, necks straining, veins bulging, eyes popping, desperately struggling to turn my head away, but unable to keep from staring out the window. I could see the hood of the black cloak now, and as the figure ran, it billowed and frayed in the breeze. It revealed snatches of a face. There was no lower jaw, only a putrid connection of yellow teeth jutting from mandible-like splinters. Sir, this is the last stop. The bus driver practically had to pull me out of my seat. The figure was motionless now, on the side of the road, looking in at me. He had finally caught up to me. When I stepped down the stairs and crossed the barrier into the outside world, he was gone. This might take a while to reach you. The Wi-Fi in these damn cruises is notoriously spotty. Spotty enough that it was 4 days before I found out the pretty little graduate student, teary-eyed in the canteen, had been killed in a train derailment. But I'm safe now. Nothing can get me out here in the water. No solid ground to stampede across. No land by which to pursue. Sometimes I turn over in my sleep and see a shadow floating on the waves. The crew tell me they're just great big jellyfish. I turn over, but it takes me a while to get back to sleep. You'd be surprised at what people would leave behind nowadays, and you'd be even more surprised at how much you can make off people's negligence. I make some extra money by purchasing abandoned storage units and flipping the contents inside. Most of the time, you'll find trash like old clothes and busted furniture, but every now and then, there'll be some treasures. Just the other month, I found a box full of old Pokemon cards, and you won't believe how much some of those can go for. As with this whole COVID stuff going on, a lot of storage units have been left abandoned. I went over to another city about an hour away to check out a few units. I'm good friends with the owner of this really old lot, a short plump fellow named Mark, who took over the family business, and he sometimes gives me a heads up when some are available. So I hopped into my truck early one Saturday and made my way over. I met Mark near the entrance, and I followed him towards a small group of people standing in front of one of the units. Now, I'm sure you've seen some shows on TV about stuff like this, and to be honest, it's pretty accurate. About 5 other people are outside of this steel garage door. It's early, we're freezing our asses off, and we're trying to make a quick buck. Mark pops the lock and rolls the door open to reveal what's inside. We're all able to examine the unit from the outside. We can't touch anything unless we buy it. This unit has some cardboard boxes, some decent looking wooden chairs, and a few plastic bags that were completely stuffed. We all quickly glance inside and think if we want to actually bid on this thing or not. My gut was telling me that this was probably going to be a dud, so I passed on it. The next unit had a few good looking golf clubs that I could fetch for a good price, but that wasn't what I was looking for. A couple more units, and I was thinking I probably wasted my morning driving up there. Until we got to the very last unit. When Mark opened up the unit, a blast of dust and stale air bursted out. We all glanced inside. There were a few things that caught my eye, like some old dolls, an old wooden table with chairs, and a huge armoire cabinet. Bingo. That was what got me. A massive thing like that probably held all sorts of stuff. I'll spare you the details of how the bid went with a back and forth of offers. I can assure you that I got the unit and all for $400. I was sure I could make my money back and then some. It was around noon when I left the group to check out the unit I'd bought. I opened the doors and started to sift through the small stuff before hitting the bigger things. There were a few things like some plates and silverware that I could sell pretty well, a bag full of really old business suits, and some broken appliances. So far, it wasn't a huge loss, but my eyes were on the armoire. It was a beautiful piece that stood over 6.5 feet tall. It was dark brown, like looking into a forest as the sun went down. It was made of what looked like different types of wood. This was a good sign. It means that this was definitely an antique. There were no signs of any manufacturer label. This was probably handmade. Definitely handmade, with very minor asymmetrical points. I placed my hands on the handles of the door and pulled. My heart was racing with anticipation. The wood groaned lightly as I opened the armoire doors, like someone awakening from a deep slumber. I looked inside to find a rack with a long sheer white dress inside. I carefully unhooked it, examining the condition that it was in. It was a lovely dress that would have accentuated a stunning woman. I placed it back where it came from and began to rummage through the drawers. The top drawer was empty. My chest tightened as I thought of the money I probably lost on this unit. Opening the drawer felt like opening the lid to a crypt. I had to use a little more strength to remove it from its holding. Jackpot. Inside of the drawer was an ornate wooden jewelry box. Oh, it was a beautiful thing to behold. It was a little bit bigger than a shoebox, with an intricate carving of a field of flowers on top of it. On the side of the jewelry box, there were more carvings of small rabbits playing on a field of flowers. I know it sounds a little bit silly, but the craftsmanship was truly astounding. Such detail in the animals made them look so lifelike. I lifted the box out ever so carefully from the drawer and placed it on a tarp that I had placed earlier. It was unlocked, so I slowly opened its lid to find a diamond ring affixed to a gleaming golden band. You know how in cartoons when a character opens that treasure and they are covered in an angelic light? That's exactly how it seemed to me. I jumped up and let out a yes! This ring could easily sell for thousands. After a few minutes of patting myself on the back, I realized that that was just the tip of the iceberg. There was more to the jewelry box. I calmed myself and began to open the rest of its doors and panels. I admit, I was a little bit disappointed when I couldn't find anything. I was being a bit greedy. I lifted the box again to examine it closer. That's when I noticed the top part where the jewelry was held was raised a bit. I set my fingernails along the edges of the inside of the box, and I was able to lift the part where the jewelry was held. Inside was a secret compartment with a single cassette inside. I laughed a bit as I grabbed the cassette out from the box. I see antiques all the time, but whenever I see audio cassettes, I'm surprised every single time. It's just so obsolete. At least the old jewelry box and cabinet can still be used. A glint of metal shone in the corner of my eye. Underneath the cassette was a pale silver wedding band. My lucky day. I put it to the side and continued to go through the rest of the unit. It wasn't a bad haul at all with the rings, some vintage-looking business suits, the white dress and the furniture. I was definitely going to be in the positive after selling all of this stuff. I was able to get Mark to come down and help me haul the important stuff into boxes and packed onto the bed of my truck with a promise of a few beers later. Unfortunately, the armoire was way too big for my truck, so I'd have to come back for it. I had spent a few hours that day dealing with the unit, and it was already late in the afternoon. Before I headed out, I thought I'd take a moment to listen to that cassette on my way home. I asked Mark if he would happen to have a cassette player lying around somewhere. He grinned, and sure enough, he had a few stowed away. Quote, just in case. I wish I could have been more appreciative, but he charged me $15 for one. Convenience fee, he said with a cheeky smile. Asshole. I hopped into my truck and made my way back home, thinking about my contacts that could assist in flipping this stuff. While I was at a stoplight, I popped the cassette into the player, making sure it was rewound, and pressed play. The tape began to whir and clicked to play. I couldn't hear a thing. Maybe it was just an empty tape. Eventually, my brain switched to autopilot and my body began to go through the motion of driving itself home, my mind completely blanking out. That was when I started to hear something. It was a faint whisper right behind my skull. The voice was so light that it was almost drowned out by the sound of my truck's engine. Drive off. I kept my eyes on the road and felt my hands ever so slightly veer to the right. My truck took a dip as it began to go off the road and onto the grass and dirt. I let out a surprised gasp as I quickly straightened the wheel back towards the road. My shoulders stiffened and a bead of sweat rolled down my forehead. What the hell was that? I slowed down and pulled safely onto the side of the road. I opened the car door and... when did it get so dark? I looked at my phone to see that the hour drive home had turned to 3. Where the hell am I? I took a moment to gather myself and to make sure everything was okay in the bed of my truck. I sat back down onto the driver's seat and pulled up the GPS on my phone. Not only did I not head home, I turned around in the opposite direction. I squeezed the bridge of my nose and rubbed my temples. I thought that I was just tired or something. Yeah, just tired from a long day. I turned the keys in the ignition and my truck cranked to life. I set the directions onto my phone and continued my attempt to return home. I felt my stomach twist inside of me. I hadn't eaten anything all day. I wanted to hurry and get home already. The roads were completely empty, so I stepped on the gas a bit, accelerating in a desperate attempt to shorten the trip. I stared forward, and that was when I heard that something again. I held my breath so I could focus on the noise. Faster. Faster. It was as if an icy dagger had run down my spine as I heard those words. It sounded like a young woman's voice, but in so much pain, so much sadness in her tone. I tried to lift my feet off the gas pedal. I wanted to slow down and be more careful after hearing that. Maybe it was just some intrusive thoughts popping into my skull. My brain tried to tell me to ease up on the gas, but I couldn't. My feet began to sink lower onto the pedal. 65, 72, 78. The number on my speedometer was climbing higher and higher. I couldn't move my foot off the gas. 83, 88, 94. My truck's engine was revving up. The sound of it was blaring in my ears. The boxes in the bed of my truck began to shift and move around. I glanced into my rearview mirror to see one of the boxes. The top flaps of it were beginning to move up, All the boxes were securely taped down, but something inside of it was pushing its way out. That was when the top of the box flew open, and all I could do was stare with my jaw dropped to the floor as something grabbed a hold of the edge of the box to lift itself out. 98, 102, 107. The shape was illuminated by dim beams of moonlight. I saw thin fingers, white and long, on the edge of the box. The head came next, black, tousled hair that hung down forever. The neck was shown next, deep and purple grooves indented into pale grey skin as if a snake had wrapped itself around them. Then the torso came to reveal a beautiful sheer white dress that fit tightly on her figure to show every line and curve that she had. The same dress I had found and packed up inside of that box. The woman stood up. My truck was going faster and faster, but she stood impossibly still, aside from her hair that was now flowing behind her. When I saw her face, that was when I lost it. I wanted to cry, scream and vomit all at the same time. Her face was a deep purple and swollen, and the skin was cracked, tearing. Her eyes were completely red, with one of her eyes hanging by a fleshy thread out of its socket, while the other one throbbed. Dark brown bile was running down the corners of her mouth and onto the white dress. Die, die, die. Those words came out clear as day. I looked back onto the road and I could feel myself slowly lose control of the steering wheel. I continued to try and lift my foot from the pedal, but it was as if it sprouted claws and was digging itself into my foot. I couldn't do anything. All I could do was keep my damn wheel steady on the road. I turned back to look to my rearview mirror, and the woman was gone. I was fully convinced I was going crazy. Then those thoughts shifted to the idea of me dying as I heard something thump above me. I looked forward again to see those fingers on the edge of my glass. She was clambering above me. Her face, upside down, was now peering at me, her mouth open, and those words croaked out of her crushed throat. Die, die, die. The dark brown fluid was pouring out of her mouth and onto my glass, obscuring any other vision I had. Spiderwebbed cracks began to form in front of me. This thing was smashing its head to get to me. A noise finally came out of my mouth, a mix of fear and awe. Moments later, her head came crashing in as her mouth clenched onto the steering wheel. I felt the car jerk towards the right, and I felt an impact. I braced myself for death. Then the airbag deployed and smashed into my face. It all happened so damn fast. I groggily opened my eyes, and my body was aching. I coughed, and it made my head feel like it was going to burst. That was when I noticed my truck was completely flipped over, and I was upside down. The blood that rushed to my head made me feel nauseous. I snapped back to reality as my eyes began to frantically dart around. Where did that woman go? The night was dead silent. I tried to free myself, but I was too weak. A click noise echoed throughout the air beside me, and I looked over towards the cassette player. I don't know why, but as I looked at the cassette rolling inside the clear plastic panel, I felt sadness and fear, like it was the end of the world. A man's voice emerged from the player. It was smooth and deep, and almost comforting. Hey, Bunny. Sorry it's been so long. Work's been really laying into me lately, but I promise I'll make it up to you. Just let me know and I'll get you whatever you want, okay? I'm sorry about the way I acted the other night. I hope you can forgive me. It's just, you were questioning me every damn day with where am I going and who was I with? Look, let's just let this fall under the bridge, alright? I'll be home tomorrow night. I love you, Bunny. As soon as the machine clicked off, well, it was lights out for me too, apparently. The rest of the events are broken in my head. Fragments of memories, like someone on the phone, an ambulance coming, my body on a stiff bed, to me lying in the hospital, all wrapped up like a mummy. The first things that came out of my mouth were food And where's my stuff? The things that came from the unit were still intact and were in safekeeping. Some time had passed, and I can still see that woman wherever I go, creeping around corners behind me in the reflection and at the foot of my bed. I hadn't told a soul about what happened that night until it was brought up by my therapist. Yeah, I was still fully convinced that I had some kind of breakdown until he finally got me to talk about it. It was just so vivid. The woman, her face, her scarred throat. I finally pulled out the cassette player and played the audio again to hear that man's voice. So, I did some digging. It took a while, but I finally had a lead. Surprisingly, Bunny is not an uncommon name like you would think, so that was a bust. Then I remembered Mark. A few drinks in and he, let me into his files to look up records on who owned the unit last. So one thing led to another, and I found her name, Martha Bailey. That name eventually led to an address. As soon as I got my info, I gathered the rings, the dress, the cassette, and the jewelry box and headed over as quickly as possible. I followed the GPS towards my destination, and I wanted to cry as fear washed over my body. Even though it was daylight now, I realized I was passing the area where I had crashed. Was I being led back to this address that night? An hour or so had passed, and I parked in front of an old house that was probably built in the 70s. I grabbed the stuff and hurriedly ran to the front door. I didn't know what I was expecting. I just felt like I had to be here or something. I knocked on the door with my arms full of stuff, looking like a lunatic. The door slowly creaked open, and through a crack I could see inside the home was an elderly woman. She looked at me with wide eyes. I couldn't blame her. She asked me what I was doing, so I explained to her a bit of what happened. I bought a unit recently. There were some things in there that I thought would be valuable to Martha Bailey. When she saw what I was holding, I saw her lip quiver and a tear roll down her face. She told me that her mother owned that unit, but dropped off those things because they belonged to her sister, and she didn't dare part with them. Her frail hand clutched at her chest as she stood there and told me what happened to her sister, Barbara Bailey, aka Bunny. She was married to a man who said he loved her and would give her anything she wanted. On the outside, you'd think they were the perfect couple, but that was far from the truth. Apparently, the man had been abusive, cheated on her every chance he would get. Well, she finally confronted him about it, but he was mostly unfazed. He had money, lots of it, and if he were to leave, she would be left with absolutely nothing aside from embarrassment and heartbreak. So Barbara, Bunny, she took it upon herself to end things one night. The man was on his way home to patch things up, like he normally did, but she had enough. She wrapped a rope around her neck. The old woman burst into tears as she slammed the door in my face. I could hear her wails of pain beyond the threshold of the piece of wood between us. I didn't know what else to do, so I went back to the unit and dropped the stuff back, everything back to where it was, and slammed the garage door shut. The first dart sank clean into the bear's shoulder. We'd gotten lucky. The wind had dropped, the snow crust was firm, and the animal had wandered close enough to the coast for us to approach without risking thin ice. 5 months into the season, we'd all developed the same quiet rhythm of professionals who'd done this too many times to get nervous. Dart, dose, wait, move in, measure, collar, release. Routine. Only this one wasn't routine. The bear swayed, shuddered once, then lay down without a sound. Its bulk flattened the snow, steam rising faintly from its fur. I gave the signal, and we crunched forward on snowshoes, our breath loud in the still air. Up close, it was a healthy male, big paws, clean coat, thick with fat for the winter, textbook specimen. I'd already pulled the kit bag open when Amara crouched by its neck and frowned. Guys? At first, I thought she was pointing at scar tissue, maybe a healed wound. Then I saw the band of metal half buried in fur. The bear already had a collar, and it wasn't one of ours. This was old, brass gone green with corrosion, pitted and scarred as if it had been on there a long time. The edges weren't machined, they'd been hammered into shape by hand, uneven but strong, riveted shut in a way that looked impossible to remove without breaking the animal's neck. And there, etched into the metal, was a date. 1847. Beneath it, scratched deep enough to cut through tarnish, was a spiral. Not the kind you draw on a bored afternoon, but a shape that made your eye want to look away. The lines overlapped in ways that shouldn't have worked, turning back into themselves, forming a loop that wasn't closed, yet had no beginning. I stared too long and felt motion sick. "God damn," one of the others whispered. "This has to be a prank, right? Some trapper's joke." "Yeah," Amara said, forcing a laugh, "because Inuit hunters in the 1800s were hammering out brass in their free time." I didn't laugh. None of us did. We finished the examination in silence. We scanned its teeth, checked blood samples and noted vitals. Everything was normal, except the drugs. They should have knocked it out for at least an hour. After 15 minutes, the bear's eyes flicked open, slow, deliberate. I froze, dart gun still hanging limp in my hand, still needing to be reloaded, a process that would take too long if the bear just stood up. The animal should have staggered, fighting the sedatives. Instead, beyond reason, it just stood. Not even a stumble, just up on its feet, watching us with that deep, unblinking black gaze. We backed off, hands raised. No sudden movements. The bear didn't follow, but it didn't leave either. It simply stood there, massive and silent, as we retreated to the skidoo and drove away. Amara broke the silence on the ride back to camp. "Maybe it let us do it," she said. It sounded ridiculous, but we also couldn't refute it. That night, after gear was stowed and data uploaded, I dug through the digital archives of expeditions north of Ellesmere Island. I scrolled past whalers, Royal Navy logs, early Soviet surveys, every scrap I could find. The coastline was mapped in 1818, but it wasn't explored until 1852. Not one expedition had ever reached this far in 1847. The thing about Arctic field stations is that you have plenty of downtime once the day's data is logged. Most people stream whatever satellite internet can handle. Amara digs. She has a thing for records, for turning footnotes into rabbit holes. That night, while the rest of us played cards in the mess, she was still hunched over a laptop, scrolling through grainy PDFs of scanned expedition logs. "If no one was here in 1847, she muttered, "then why the hell does the collar say otherwise?" At first, she came up empty. I was half convinced the whole thing was a fluke. Maybe some eccentric trapper had engraved the date for a laugh. But then she pulled up something strange. Not a published survey, nothing official. A letter, archived in the basement of some Royal Society library, digitized only because an intern scanned the wrong folder. It was barely legible, the ink smudged, the script leaning between copperplate and panic. Attached was a folded map, hand-sketched, the paper crumpled and stained with oil. The author identified himself as Dr. Thaddeus Knox, Royal Arctic Surveyor, 1847. Except there was no Knox in any expedition roster, no mention in whaling logs, naval commission, nothing. The man didn't exist in official records. Yet, here he was, sketching out coastlines that shouldn't have been charted until decades later. And right in the center of the map, amid sigils inked in careful spirals and cross-hatched patterns, was a mark. Umbra Transitio, shadow crossing. Beneath it, Knox had scrawled a note. The gradient holds, the White King endures. None of us knew what that meant. Did we even want to? But when Amara overlaid the coordinates onto modern charts, the result was chillingly precise. It matched the stretch of flat sea ice we'd flown over a dozen times, featureless, empty, nothing but wind-scoured snow and pressure ridges. I asked the obvious question. If this place is just ice, why mark it at all? Amara didn't look up from her laptop. Maybe he wanted someone to come back. The next morning, we packed light. Just emergency gear, food rations, and a couple of sled-mounted drones. The plan was simple. Quick flight out, confirm the site, and if it was a bust, we'd have wasted nothing but fuel. The mood was sharper than usual, though. No one said it out loud, but we all felt it. That sense you get before a storm, when the air hangs heavy. Every time I glanced up from my pack, I caught Amara watching me, as if she were gauging whether I'd back out. When I stepped outside to secure the equipment cases, I froze. On the horizon, half a mile out, a dark shape sat on the snow. Massive, motionless. The same bear. The collar gleamed faintly in the dawn light. It didn't move as we loaded gear, nor when we hauled the sleds to the strip. But as the propellers roared to life and the plane nosed upward, I looked down one last time. The bear was still there, unmoving, its head tilted back, eyes fixed on the sky. The coordinates from Knox's map dropped us into what should have been nothing, just flat sea ice stretching to the horizon, white on white until sky and ground blurred. From the air, it looked like we were chasing a ghost. But as the plane dipped lower, Amara leaned against the window and swore. "There, look at the shadows." I didn't see it at first. Then the sun hit at just the right angle, and the surface betrayed itself. The ice folded inward in long, concentric ridges, each step curling in on itself like the grooves of a shell. From above, the pattern was invisible, a trick of geometry, smooth as a billiard table. But if you looked hard enough, the spiral was undeniable. We circled twice to be sure, then found a stretch of flat ice half a kilometer away and brought the plane down on its skis. The engine's roar faded into silence, leaving only the groan of wind across the fuselage. We unloaded sleds and gear, then set out on foot across the snow, the spiral drawing us in step by step. The spiral was not a natural formation. The depression sloped gently downward, circling around a center point perhaps 50 meters across, and at that heart, breaching through the ice as though the earth itself had grown tired of hiding it, lay a block of stone. Nothing natural to the area, something stranger, black-green like oxidized copper, but polished smooth, almost oily. Its surface shed the snow as if it rejected it. Every other patch of ice within sight was frosted over, yet the platform remained bare, a seamless plug set perfectly in the spiral center. We approached cautiously, dragging sleds behind us. The closer we got, the more wrong it felt. The ice didn't crunch underfoot. It whispered, thin layers shifting, reluctant to carry our weight. The air itself felt heavier, though the instrument showed nothing unusual. "Stone like this doesn't exist up here," muttered Lars, our geologist. He knelt, gloved hand brushing the edge where ice met block. "This isn't glacial drift. This was brought here." None of us replied. The idea of placement, of someone hauling this slab here so long ago, was too large to say out loud. We made camp at the edge of the depression, tent set against the wind. I tried to write notes that night, but found myself staring at the platform through the fabric of my tent. It looked smaller by day. At night, beneath the shifting green wash of the aurora, it seemed immense, like the spiral wasn't carved around it, but rather out from it. That was when Amara called softly from outside. The bear was back. It stood on the far side of the depression, higher up on the spiral ridge, still as a statue, watching us. Its brass collar caught the aurora's light, gleaming faintly green. I felt my stomach lurch. We had flown nearly 40 miles from the tagging site. Bears often wander the icy plains, hunting or resting. For it to be here meant it followed us directly, no rests or stops. It's obvious to say that isn't the normal behavior of a polar bear. "It's the same one," Amara whispered, her breath steamed the cold air. "It didn't just find us. It came here on purpose." No one argued. We all felt it. The bear didn't move or charge. It simply watched, patient as the ice. Then, a second shape joined it on the ridge. Another massive silhouette, broad-shouldered, breath misting. Then a third. Silent. Watching. At camp, the first problem came immediately. Batteries drained faster than they should have. The drone controller lost signal twice, even before we launched. Compass needles jittered like they'd been set on spinning plates. Lars cursed over the instruments, insisting the magnetic anomalies didn't make sense. But none of that scared me, like what Amara spotted just before dusk. "Another one," she said, pointing at the ridge. Another bear stood watching us. This one was larger, its fur mottled with age, muzzle scarred. It didn't even twitch an ear. It just watched. And then, 20 minutes later, came another. That was when unease turned into something sharper. Polar bears are solitary hunters. 2 together is unusual. But that many, sitting at a distance like sentries, silent and patient? Wrong. It went against all our collective knowledge of a species we were experts on. "They're surrounding us," muttered Daniels, voice low like he was afraid the animals might hear. "Jeez, they're actually surrounding us." I caught myself running numbers in my head. Distance to the plane, distance to the rifles we'd laid by the sleds, the average sprint speed of a polar bear. Every calculation ended badly. If they wanted to charge, we wouldn't have a chance. But they didn't. They held their ground. Their presence weighed heavily on us. Every time one of us looked up from a task, there would be a white shape at the edge of vision, unmoving, patient. It didn't feel like hunger. It was like we were being herded. To distract ourselves, we pushed ahead with the drone, using what power it had left. We found a narrow fissure at the spiral's edge, a crack that led downward into blackness. The machine dipped inside, its camera casting a cone of light. For a moment, we saw impossible things. Angles folding in on themselves, stones shaped but melted, structures that seemed to have been carved or grown, layers of hexagons fused together in a lattice that looked disturbingly like bone. Then, the feed stuttered. The last frame froze on something curved, ribbed, too organic for architecture, and the drone went dead. Daniel snapped. He swore, grabbed at the rifles, and declared we needed to leave right then and there. This is insane. So many goddamn polar bears watching us like prison guards. Equipment dying, drones going to hell. I'm not dying out here for some stupid map. Amara didn't flinch. She just looked at him, her voice calm. They're not stopping us. If they wanted us gone, we'd be gone already. Don't you see? They're leading us somewhere. No one argued. We couldn't. However, their true intentions were still unclear. That night, none of the bears approached. None charged. They stayed exactly where they were, each on their ridge, outlined against the aurora. But in the morning, when we woke, the snow told a different story. Their tracks circled the camp. It happened fast. 1 second, Lars was edging along the spiral's rim to get a core sample. Next, the ground gave way with a sound like the world tearing open. The snow sagged, then dropped. 2 figures vanished into the white spray, Lars and Daniels. The rest of us lunged for the edge, but it was too late. The crack widened under our weight, forcing us back. "Rope! Get the ropes!" Amara shouted, already on her knees, knotting a line to the sled anchor. We peered into the split. It wasn't bottomless, just steep, a funnel sloping down maybe 20 meters, unnervingly smooth, like it had been carved by something other than water or weather, the kind of surface no crampon would bite into. Daniels was already scrambling to his feet, cursing, his parka torn at the shoulder. Lars lay half buried in drift at the base, clutching his ankle. "Not broken," he gasped when we reached him, "but it's bad." His face was pale, jaw tight. A sprain, maybe worse. He could hobble, but if we needed to move fast, he'd be left behind. The shaft walls reflected our headlamps strangely, light bouncing too far, as if the ice was deeper, thicker than it had any right to be. We rigged a belay line and descended one by one. The silence deepened as we went down. By the time my boots hit the floor beside Lars, I realized I could no longer hear the wind. No creak of ice, no groan of shifting snow. The world above us was gone, sealed by silence. It was like stepping into a vacuum. Amara glanced upward. "Sound should carry down. Why can't we hear anything above?" No one answered. We dragged Lars to a hollow in the ice, a natural alcove just wide enough for 4 of us to huddle, a concave wall curving like the inside of a rib. The air was stale, colder than the shaft itself. It would do for shelter, just enough time to rest, then we'd haul Lars back up in the morning. Daniel sat apart from the rest, staring up at the shaft. "It was watching," he whispered. I turned. "What?" He looked at me like he regretted speaking, but the words kept spilling. "When you guys descended, before the snow closed, I looked up. One of them was at the rim, the collared one. It didn't move, just stood there, looking down." "And then?" I asked. Daniel swallowed. "Then it walked away." No one spoke after that. We lit the stove, made tea, tried to ignore the way the alcove walls glittered with frost. The glow of the flame cast strange shadows, stretching them into angles that didn't belong. Lars groaned quietly, ankle packed in snow to keep the swelling down. Sleep came thin and uneasy. When I woke in the dim light of my headlamp, I noticed it first. The alcove wasn't the same shape. The black wall had shifted. A jagged crack split down its center, just wide enough to fit a hand. And through it, blackness yawned. A tunnel. The crack widened as we chipped at it with axes, each blow echoing dull inside the alcove. The ice fractured reluctantly, shearing in long vertical strips until, with a final snap, part of the wall gave way. A hollow space opened beyond, dark as a throat. None of us spoke. We simply looked at each other, then clipped headlamps to our hoods, and went in. The tunnel was narrow enough that we brushed both walls with our shoulders. Its surface wasn't natural ice. At first, I thought it had been carved, but the grooves weren't the marks of tools. They ran smooth, symmetrical, curling in arcs that defied any mason's hand. The whole passage curved slowly downward, every angle just a degree off true. It made my head swim if I stared too long, like walking inside the geometry that wanted to slip out of comprehension. We hadn't gone 10 meters before Daniels bent and picked a boot sole from the frost. Its leather had gone stiff with age, the nails at its heel hand-forged. A little farther on, we found the rest of it, collapsed into powder at his touch. Soon, there were more. Rusted chisels, a split pickaxe with a handle wrapped in strips of hide, a scattering of cloth fragments that might once have been bear pelts. None of it seemed dumped or discarded. It was arranged along the walls in a deliberate, curated order, as if left intentionally. "Knox," Amara murmured. Her voice was flat, as if naming him explained and condemned the scene all at once. The passage opened into the first chamber. I had to stop in the threshold and catch my breath. The space wasn't large, but it was dense. Stacked in precise rows were slabs of the same black-green stone we'd seen in the spiral above. Each was the size of a coffin lid, their surfaces smooth, polished. No carving of words or images, but arranged. One leaned against another at a subtle tilt, another rotated a degree off center, a third propped diagonally across them both. It was deliberate, architectural thought expressed without language. Lars ran a hand over one, muttering about mineral composites, but I barely heard him. The arrangement gave the impression of meaning, like someone had been trying to think in stone, to hold onto an idea too large for words. We moved on, unsettled. The next chamber was worse. It appeared to have been hollowed directly from a single mass of glacier ice, a dome that gleamed like glass beneath our headlamps. But the light didn't behave properly. Instead of scattering evenly, it bent, warped and converged to points as if the walls were prisms, beams curved along arcs, overlapping in ways that created after images in the eye. When I blinked, I still saw the room glowing. Daniels muttered, "Feels like we're walking inside a lens." We pressed deeper. The air grew colder with each step, unlike the kind of cold we knew. This was layered, dense, a cold that filled the lungs until every breath dragged heavy. My eyelashes frosted, our clothes stiffened with rime. The silence deepened until I could hear the throb of my own pulse in my ears. The tunnel curved one final time and widened into a chamber so vast my headlamp beam vanished into the dark before I could find the far wall. The air was different here, stiller, denser. Every breath crystallized in my throat. It felt less like we had descended into a cave than into a vault, a pocket sealed away for millennia by the shifting bones of the earth, a natural cryosync, locked by tectonics and pressure, untouched until now. And at its heart, pressed against the front edge of the ice wall, was a hand. Not human. It dwarfed us, larger than a skidoo, each finger long as a body, each nail a curved ridge of horn worn smooth by unimaginable time. The skin was pale, leached of colour, ridged with pressure cracks that splintered through the ice. The edges of the hand blurred back into shadow, swallowed by depth, as though the rest of whatever owned it stretched far beyond the walls we could see. We never saw the whole, only the hand. That was enough. The ice around it was different from the rest, solid, no bubbles or pockets of air, wet, veined with trickles that gleamed under our lights. Drops ran slowly down the fissures, beading on the chamber floor. The glacier was holding, but only just. Daniel swore softly. His voice broke the hush like glass dropped in a church. The closer we stepped, the clearer it became that people had been here before. The floor was littered with remnants, splintered scaffolding half encased in rime, the bent frames of lanterns, the skeleton of an old tripod drill. Some of the gear was modern, corroded aluminium, battery housings warped with cold, but others were older. Chisels, timber braces, and a cracked oil lamp with the crest of the Royal Society. Amara crouched by a rusted brace, running her glove across the corroded metal. "Different expeditions," she said quietly. "Different centuries." Near the base of the ice wall, half buried in frost, was a brass plate, green with corrosion. We scraped it clear enough to read. The letters had been punched deep, uneven but still legible. "It is not dead. It is cold. The earth must not thaw." I stared at the words until my eyes blurred, until the cold sank into my bones. My mind kept circling the same thought. What kind of thing needs to be kept cold? A sudden noise snapped me back. A soft crackle, wet and sharp. The ice beneath the hand had fissured further, a black seam running like a wound. From it leaked something darker than water, thick frost spreading upward, staining the chamber wall in jagged black veins. "It's moving," Daniels whispered. "It isn't," Amara shot back, but her voice wavered. I took a step closer, against all instinct. I couldn't see movement, but I could feel it. A heaviness radiating from the thing beyond the ice. No vibration or sound, just presence. Amara had gone silent. She was kneeling by the side wall, brushing frost away with a mitt. When I joined her, I saw what she uncovered. More collars. The same brass collars we had seen on the bear. Row after row of them, embedded deliberately in the ice, stacked like bricks in a wall. Each one etched with spirals, each frozen into place as if hammered into the glacier itself. It was Amara who found the satchel. Half-rotted leather wedged between a fallen scaffold, brittle straps fused with ice. She cut it free and started searching for answers on top of the piling questions. Inside were notebooks, their pages warped and blurred by centuries of frost. Alongside them, a spool of microfilm cartridges sealed in wax, the kind used in the early 20th century for long-term archives. We passed them carefully between us, reading by headlamp glow. The words were fractured, sentences lost to smears of mold, but the fragments that remained were enough. Not a god, but inversion. The hand of reversal, the undoing of order. It must not warm, it must not wake. Each journal circled the same truth. The thing locked in the glacier wasn't alive in any sense we understood. It was a force given shape, a presence that gnawed at the fabric of structure itself. It wasn't creation nor destruction. Reversal. And always the bears. They weren't predators or accidents of nature, but guardians that defied nature. The collars were brands binding them to the task, a duty impressed upon them, passed down in ways no science could explain. "They've been here since Knox," Amara whispered, holding one of the journals close to the glow of the headlamp. "Maybe longer." Daniel shook his head. "That's not possible. Bears don't live a century." "They do," Amara said, though her voice shook. "These do. It's why they don't attack. It's why they wait. They've outlasted every expedition, every storm, every year since this place was sealed. They're still keeping watch." The thought chilled me more than the air ever could. The same coloured sentinel we'd tranquilized, alive when Knox carved his notes in 1847, alive now, leading us here. I thought of the collared bear we'd tagged, how it hadn't resisted, how it seemed almost expectant. Was it even sedated when we tried to tag it, or was it just pretending? The spiral depression too was explained, not in clear language, but in implication. It wasn't a law, nor was it some mystical sigil meant to invite discovery. It was a warning mark, carved into the ice to be seen only from the ground. A sign that said, "Here lies a lock. Tend to it." The bears could guard, they could lead, but they couldn't repair. For that, hands were needed, human hands. I felt the weight of that realization settle in my chest. We weren't trespassers here, nor did we discover something. We'd been summoned to a duty long abandoned. "They brought us," I whispered before I even realized I'd spoken. The others looked at me, uncertain. "They could have killed us a dozen times over," I went on, "but they didn't. They drove us here. Every time they pushed us closer because they can't do it themselves. But someone has to." The silence that followed was heavier than the cold. Each of us looked back toward the wall where the colossal hand pressed against the thinning ice, its blurred outlines stretching into blackness. The frost beneath it cracked again, a bead of water running down like sweat. No one needed to say what we all felt, that this place had been tended once and then abandoned, that the guardians had endured without their stewards, that duty had lapsed. Amara closed the notebook, her gloves trembling. "If this fails," she said, "if the ice goes, it isn't just us that dies." No one disagreed. We had seen enough. None of us said it, but the silence between us carried the decision. Lars could barely put weight on his ankle, Daniel's wouldn't stop shaking, and I felt a sickness in my bones that went deeper than cold. We had to leave. We packed the journals, the satchel, and a handful of collars chipped from the wall. But then came the sound. A crack, sharp, splitting, echoing through the vault like thunder under ice. I turned. The fissure beneath the enormous hand had widened further. Where skin pressed against thinning of frost, a patch had broken fully free. For the first time, a fraction of the flesh of the thing was exposed. It wasn't dead flesh like we'd hoped. The pale skin shimmered with a slick translucence, veins pulsing faintly like trapped rivers. Steam rose in slow curls, and from that tiny breach, the chamber began to change. Black frost raced up the chamber wall, crawling across scaffolds, shattering metal into flakes. One of the journals curled in on itself, pages crumbling to powder as if centuries had passed in seconds. We panicked, scrambling ropes, dragging Lars, shouting over each other, until Amara stopped us. "Wait!" She held one of the notebooks open, her breath fogging the page. "Look!" Scrawled diagrams filled the margins, sketches of ice rigs, annotations in Nox's sharp script. Layers, barriers, freeze, retreat, repeat. Words blurred, but the meaning was plain enough. They had fought this same fight before. "They didn't just leave," Amara said. "They sealed it again and again. We can too." We tore through the remnants, gathering anything that could help. Rusted drills, fractured piping, frozen tanks of long-spent chemicals. Useless. But beneath the scaffolding, we found something stranger. A cluster of iron cylinders, thick-walled, capped with brass fittings. Ice-hauling tanks. Primitive refrigeration gear, the kind expeditions once used to store harvested ice. The seals were warped but intact. When Amara pried one open, a draft of air hissed out so sharp it crystallized on her glove. Even after all this time, the old technology still bit with cold. It wasn't much, but with what we had left in our packs, fuel, coolant, a working pump, it was enough. The plan was insane. We threaded the hose across the fissure, primed the pump, and fed our last reserves of fuel into the engine. Melted snow sloshed through the line, spraying in a thin sheet across the crack. Immediately, we opened the antique tanks, forcing their breath of ancient frost over the surface. The effect was violent. Water seized the brittle ice almost on contact, a skin spreading jaggedly across the wound to force a new layer of cold. All the while, I saw the colors of life returning to the once dead, exposed flesh, the behemoth straining to grasp onto what little freedom it was allowed. I could see moisture beading on its ridges, drops pattering against the floor like falling stones. Where they struck, the ice sagged and bled black. We worked until our gloves stiffened, until our lashes frozen shut, until Lars collapsed against the wall, whimpering through clenched teeth. And slowly, unbelievably, a new layer formed. Thin, brittle, translucent as glass, but a layer all the same. The chamber quieted. The black frost halted, trapped beneath the skin we had forced into place. The hand loomed, blurred once more behind a veil of ice. None of us spoke. We knew it wouldn't last. Hours, days, a season at most. But not forever. That was when we saw that the way back was blocked. At the mouth of the shaft, Bears stood shoulder to shoulder, silent and unmoving, their collars gleaming with frost. A living wall of white. Daniels raised his rifle, hands shaking. "We're not getting out of here," he whispered. But they didn't advance. Their posture was docile. They simply waited. It was an aggression. It was an expectation. Amara's breath hitched. They want one of us to stay. The words landed like stones. We all felt the truth of them. This place had been abandoned. Its human stewards had vanished, their duty broken. The bears had guided us here not to witness, but to decide. Lars tried to stand. His bad ankle gave way, and he crumpled again, cursing. Daniels pressed the rifle harder into his shoulder, teeth bared. "I'm not dying here." I looked at Amara. She was already watching me, calm despite the tears freezing on her cheeks. "I'll do it," she said simply. "No," I started, but the bears shifted, their massive bodies leaning just enough to block the shaft further. Their silence was deafening. Amara touched my arm. "You'll go back. You'll tell them. Maybe they'll listen." There was nothing to say. We hugged through the stiffness of our suits. Lars clutched a hand with both of his lips trembling too hard for words. Daniels turned away, shoulders heaving. When we moved, the bears parted, just enough for 3 to pass. I looked back once, just once. Amara stood at the base of the ice wall, headlamp beam casting a shadow against the colossal hand. She raised the collar in both hands and pressed it to the frozen surface, as if completing a circle. The bears stayed with her, and we climbed. We didn't look back as we climbed out of the spiral. None of us could bear to. The silence was crushing enough. No last words, just the hiss of our own breathing in our masks, the creak of rope, and the endless white above. By the time we reached the surface, a storm had begun to close in. The crater blurred in drifting snow, the black-green platform already half buried, as if the world itself wanted to erase what we had seen. The bears still waited on the rim, a silent guard of honor. The plane took us south. Amara remained behind, sealed in that vault of ice with her impossible duty. The weight of it pressed on me more than any silence could. We completed our original mission and returned to command. The debriefing was tense, back in a windowless room that smelled of coffee and stale air. Lars gave his account, Daniels gave his. I followed, words tumbling out as if on autopilot. We said Amara had been lost in a crevasse collapse. Conditions made recovery impossible. She was MIA, unrecoverable. Tragic, but not unprecedented. During the debriefing, I had the words in my throat. I imagined standing in that sterile room and telling them everything. The hand, the vault, the collars, Amara standing sentinel at the base of the ice wall. Her warning, if the ice goes, it isn't just us that dies here. But I didn't. Not because I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, because I was afraid they would. And they'd come back with drills and charges and cameras, and the lock would fail. I signed my name on the dotted line, ink scratching across paper. And with that, the truth was buried deeper than the White King itself. I didn't want it that way, but I was scared. It was better a single name marked lost than the whole world undone. Months passed. The routine came back. Fieldwork, reports, assignments. I told myself I was fine, that she had chosen her path, and all I could do was honor it by keeping quiet. But guilt doesn't soften with time. It hardens, sharpens, until every quiet moment cuts. I couldn't shake the memory of her last words. You'll go back, you'll tell them, maybe they'll listen. I didn't, not yet. Winter returned, and with it another mission. Not the same site, but the same latitudes, same ice, same silence, same endless sky. The Arctic doesn't change, it only waits. One night, holed up in a weather tent while the wind clawed at the canvas, I found myself staring at the shortwave set we'd brought for contact. Its dial gleamed faintly in the lamplight, the metal pitted from years of use. I hadn't touched that frequency since the day we left her, but my hands moved before I could stop them. I tuned the dial, slowly and deliberately, to the numbers we'd used in our previous mission. Static roared, then thinned, then... Hello? Her voice, crackling, faint, distant as if dragged across miles of frozen air. But hers. My throat locked. Amara, are you okay? There was a long pause. The hiss of static filled the tent, the wind outside shrieking in chorus. Finally, her voice came back, thin but steady. I'm here. I pressed my hand to my forehead, dizzy with relief. How are you surviving? Food, heat? Another pause, longer this time. The bears provide. I stared at the radio. So many questions swam through my head. I wanted to ask what that meant, what they brought her, what bargain had been struck. But the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I asked, and the seal, the fissure? Static swallowed half a reply, but I caught the words that mattered. It's holding. For now. The signal crackled, faded. I twisted the dial desperately, searching for her again, but only static answered. I sat in the dark long after the wind died, her voice circling my head like the spiral in the ice. It's holding. For now.
My old roommate, Barney, was always very shifty. Over the 3 years I lived with him while attending graduate school together, he changed programs twice, had countless hobbies, friends, jobs and internships. It became evident Barney was evasive toward commitment, while being extremely susceptible to cutting corners and finding the easiest way possible to get something done. Barney always had a bad weight problem, which was ironic, given he actually switched to studying hospitality. Granted, he was extraordinarily lazy. Barney never shied away from a challenge he thought would put him in a good light, especially if it meant proving someone wrong. These particular instances were the only times I ever saw Barney truly motivated. However, it didn't stop him from finding the easiest way possible to complete his task. Barney accepted his greatest challenge at our usual diner we frequented after a night of drinking. Of course, Barney's order occupied a whole quarter of our table, and he showed no shame while joyously stuffing his face, like he was racing against the clock to finish his food.
"You going to the electric chair after this?" our friend Dennis jokingly asked Barney. Our clique was tight enough where we could openly joke about each other in that manner. "You can barely fit in the booth. We're going to have to grease your fat ass up to get you out." Barney sneered in between mouthfuls of meatloaf, chicken tenders, and cheesy bacon fries. "You know I always have to go out when I come here," Barney replied nonchalantly, taking a lengthy slug of his soda. "Especially after nights like this. Need something to absorb the booze so it doesn't come back out the way it went in, you know?" "I don't think that's how it works," I replied, causing everyone sitting at our booth to chuckle. If anything, overeating along with a night of excessive drinking is only exasperating what you're trying to prevent. "And you're studying dietetics now, aren't you?" asked our friend Lacey, who sat across from Barney. "Isn't it a little contradictory?" Barney paused mid-chew, fixating his stare on Lacey. "You being in the university's hospitality program is like a hunter owning a deer sanctuary, I think is what Lacey is saying," I added in a slow, awkward tone, which got nods of agreement from Dennis and Lacey. Barney swallowed his food and stared blankly. "You definitely don't practice what you preach," I added, "and I don't think you have the willpower to change that." Barney's eyes lit up. "You don't think I can drop this weight?" Barney asked slowly, his eyes narrowing at me. "We know you can't," I quickly replied. "You've always been one to try and disprove us when we doubted you in the past, but you're almost 300 pounds, dude. Your mass is the one thing about you that's never changed since we've known each other." Barney wasn't insulted, but appeared intrigued by what I was alluding to with my remarks. "So, what's in it for me if I accept this task?" Barney asked inquisitively. "A longer, healthier life?" Lacey replied sarcastically. "Between the obesity, drinking, smoking, and whatever else you do, you're not making it past 40. We laid out the terms upon returning to our apartment. Barney weighed in at 289 pounds. He was given 100 days to lose 40 pounds, a task nobody thought Barney would take seriously, let alone accomplish. I did my part to help by disposing of all sugary or fattening foods and beverages, i.e. about half our cabinet and refrigerator. Barney admittedly struggled acclimating to his new diet and actually gained 2 pounds after the first 7 days. I thought the first week's discouraging results would be it for Barney, and was baffled when he stayed committed. The next Monday, when Barney picked me up from the police station, he claimed to have gotten a new, quote, special supplement, and bragged about how it would melt away the pounds. To clarify, I was in my university's forensic program and interned at the PD's toxicology division. My old colleague, Britt, you've never met her before, hooked me up with something. She wasn't really supposed to, and my insistence was relentless, but it's definitely what I need to start making progress, Barney enthusiastically gloated. What is it, like something they're still researching? I asked. Barney smirked. All I can say is it's completely organic, he replied confidently. Over the next 3 weeks, Barney slimmed down impressively fast without changing much of his diet or doing much, if any, exercise. When Barney weighed in at the 1 month mark, he already lost 29 pounds. Another 2 weeks passed and Barney lost 12 more pounds, which, when factoring the 2 pounds he initially gained, brought his net loss to 39 pounds. He reached his goal in just 6 weeks. I didn't know what Barney was taking, but the pounds practically started melting away, just like he said. Barney did experience some side effects, like dark bags under his eyes, vomiting, constant bathroom trips, and sharp, paralyzing abdominal pains. He constantly complained about feeling weak and tired. Sometimes he couldn't even get out of bed in the morning. I became concerned about his health and even tried convincing him to stop taking whatever he was on since he reached his goal. But Barney couldn't be swayed. I'll be better soon, don't worry, Barney weakly replied one day when he was bedridden. I tried prying further, but Barney gave me an attitude, which is where I drew my line. It was his life after all, so who was I to impose? Days later, Barney was completely rejuvenated and filled with an infinite supply of energy, despite continually losing weight at an alarming rate. Not only did Barney shed up to 60 pounds after 2 months, he even started attending our building's gym regularly, sometimes for hours on end. I hoped Barney would stop after hitting the 100-day mark, by which he lost as many pounds. He was completely unrecognisable if you hadn't seen him the last 3 months. Barney started putting on muscle and was in better shape than any of us. Although Barney's physique improved immensely, his persona altered drastically, and the side effects persisted. He still had all the energy in the world, but his abdominal pains, vomiting, and diarrhea worsened. He was also starting to exhibit erratic mood swings, acne breakouts, and insomnia bouts that sometimes kept him up for days. Despite his drastic weight loss, Barney also cleared our cabinets and refrigerators to satisfy his growingly unyielding appetite. My suspicions were confirmed while going through his bedroom one day when he was out, where I discovered vials and syringes containing a cloudy yellow substance. Between the nature of his side effects and remarkable physical transformation, it became abundantly clear Barney was using steroids. After 4 months, Barney was all muscle, but started losing mass. He resembled an action figure with toned but narrow limbs and broad, bulky torso that his legs seemingly struggled to support. Whenever you talked to him, it was a dice roll whether he'd give you a normal response or explosive tirade. He pushed away a lot of his friends, and even dropped out of grad school so he could solely focus on exercising when he wasn't eating everything in sight. My final straw was when Barney threw a chair at me after I ate my own takeout leftovers that he wanted for himself. I started staying at Dennis's place or searching for a new apartment. I only returned every 3 to 4 days to collect mail and incrementally pack my belongings. 2 weeks passed since I started distancing myself from Barney, when I ran into his old colleague Britt, the one who gave him the steroids on the subway. I was naturally resentful for her role in Barney's alteration and didn't hold back when she asked how he was doing. "Just because you're both in dietetics doesn't mean you people know everything," I snapped. "That junk you gave Barney completely messed him up." Britt didn't say anything at first and gave me a bewildered stare. "What are you talking about?" she replied firmly, being clearly offended at my accusations. "I haven't seen Barney in months." "That's bull," I hissed back at her. "He distinctly said he got something from you just a few months ago to help him lose his weight. He specifically mentioned your name and said you, his colleague, gave him whatever he's..." "Barney and I haven't been colleagues since the fall," Britt barked at me. "He stopped by the lab a few months ago to say hi, but that was it. Barney changed focuses 5 months ago, and we were only in the same program for 8 weeks. Britt didn't give me a chance to respond and stormed off the subway cart. Part of me still didn't believe her, whose reaction I initially perceived as defensive. Coincidentally, I was going to my apartment when we ran into each other. It had been about 10 days since my last visit, and I still had to return periodically for my mail until I found somewhere else to live. While walking to my apartment, I kept thinking about how vehement Britt was after I called her out for giving Barney those steroids. After replaying the situation in my head, perhaps I mistook a defensiveness for genuine exasperation from facing such a ferocious accusation. Some doubt creeped into my mind, wondering if it was possible I accused her of something she didn't do and just made a complete ass of myself. I dismissed the notion as I entered my building and headed straight towards the mailboxes, only to find mine was empty. Although we weren't really talking, Barney sometimes took my mail whenever he checked and put anything I received in my bedroom. Of course, this meant I now had to go into the apartment and risk running into him during one of his sporadic mood swings. Before entering the apartment, I pressed my ear against the door to listen for any sounds of movement. It didn't sound like he was home, but upon stepping inside, I heard a loud crunching that coincided with my footsteps. Looking down, I was stepping over shards of shattered pottery. As the door shut behind me, I surveyed my surroundings, seeing the apartment was a mess. The air contained a rancid aroma, like a combination of stale urine and that distinct odor you'd associate with a barnyard. Stacks of dirty dishes filled the sink and covered the entire kitchen counter. Piles of pizza boxes and takeout containers were clustered in the main room. Broken glass and porcelain littered the floor, and nearly every piece of furniture was overturned or out of place. Pulling my shirt collar over my nose, I reminded myself that I was only here to get my mail and leave. My bedroom door was slightly ajar, not completely closed like I left it the last time I visited, meaning Barney had since entered my room. Hoping all he did was drop off my mail, I was about to step inside when I heard a rustling noise, accompanied by a loud thump coming from Barney's room. His bedroom light was on, and a low grunting noise started emanating from inside. Knots formed in my stomach upon realizing Barney was indeed home, making me want to get out of there faster. I was about to quietly enter my bedroom when Barney made another louder grunt that morphed into a groan. I stopped, feeling obligated to check if he was alright, since Barney sounded like he was in some degree of pain. Barney groaned again, this one much louder and sounded more agonizing as I crept towards his bedroom doorway, hesitating before calling out to my ex-roommate. "You alright, Barney?" I asked while slowly pushing Barney's door open and poking my head inside. The image I saw will forever be cemented in my memory. Barney's room was derelict. His bedroom air hung thick with that putrid odor, which was so strong I almost retched and underwent a brief spell of intense lightheadedness. Barney was unrecognizable. He lay on top of his mattress, which was covered in thick brown, greenish yellow, and dark red stains. He was completely nude and underwent an appalling bodily dysmorphia. Barney's limbs were abnormally frail, like they'd been drained of all muscle, fat, and reduced to skin and bone. The same went for his face, which looked eerily skeletal. Barney's lips and skin around his eyes were blackish purple, contrasting fiercely from his sickly, greyish pale tone. Every ounce of mass Barney's body appeared to have lost looked like it collected in his profusely swollen abdomen that resembled a beach ball-sized boil on the verge of bursting. An elaborate web of black and dark blue veins covered the blotchy dark red surface of Barney's massively bloated abdomen, from which pus, blood, and other fluids oozed out of its small, slit-like opening. What was most unnerving, and why I didn't immediately bolt out of the apartment, were Barney's wide, agony and terror-filled eyes. He was still alive, still enduring whatever unspeakable excruciation this morbid deformed state imposed upon his body. Whenever his lips parted, it seemed Barney could only emit those harrowing grunts and groans. His face became more animate when I appeared, my stomach churning when Barney's limbs started nudging, making these squirmy, twitch-like movements that looked alien and unnatural. While I was absolutely repulsed, Barney was clearly signalling he wanted to tell me something. "Barney, what? I shakily gasped, struggling to form a sentence. "What did you do to yourself?" Barney was about to respond, but his face soured as he tightly shut his eyes and grit his teeth. His neck strained back, limbs stiffened as a gargling grunt slowly escaped his lips that escalated into a scratchy bellow of sheer agony. My eyes were drawn towards Barney's inflated abdomen, whose surface appeared to start bubbling and shifting, like something inside of it was moving. My attention returned to Barney, who started spewing pure gibberish in a weak, raspy voice. I couldn't understand a word he spoke, but his face's expression indicated Barney was talking through the crippling pain and desperately intent on relaying whatever he was trying to say. The only words I understood were his last two. Inside me. Barney succumbed to the retching pain enshrouding him as he sharply bent his neck back again and released another groan that quickly escalated into a shrill, bellowing shriek. His limbs completely outstretched, I froze in place and watched in horror as Barney's abdomen began to split open. A popping, tearing noise filled the room, while pus, blood, and other coloured fluids spilled out from the widening cavity, followed by what I thought were his entrails, but was something else. Something alive. Slithering out of Barney's abdomen was a worm-like creature. It had a flat, narrow body that was greyish-white in colour, about as thick as a Sharpie marker, with light brown, stripe-like ridges running horizontally down its backside. Its bulb-shaped head was about the size of a golf ball, which, from a series of smaller tendrils, protruded and swayed lazily, seeming like they were waving at me. Barney's inflated abdomen swiftly shrunk as the creature, along with pus, blood, and other fluids, were discharged. I was mesmerised by its length, trying to estimate how many feet this thing measured. 5, 6, 7, 8? The creature slithered across the floor for a few seconds, looking like it was getting a grip on its bearings, before making an abrupt turn towards a nearby ventilation shaft. The creature morphed its body to fit through one of the cover's openings until it was out of sight. Barney was motionless, his outstretched stick-like limbs surrounded by the blood, pus, and other fluids coating the mattress and pooling on the floor. His eyes remained widened and mouth hung open, like his thin, bony face was frozen mid-scream. As soon as I retained the ability to move, I swiftly pivoted and vomited profusely in the hallway, before staggering out of the apartment and calling the police. I found out more details in the following weeks through some contacts at the police department. It turned out Barney did in fact get what was making him lose so much weight from Brit. However, it wasn't the steroids, or something willingly given to him. I learned Brit is actually studying parasitology, and a few months ago was conducting extensive research on tapeworms. Nobody knows exactly how, but Barney made an impromptu visit to Brit at a lab, during which he discreetly swiped a live sample. That explains why Barney lost so much weight without exercising or changing his eating habits, and why he consumed everything in sight during those final weeks. Nobody ever found out where he got the steroids from, but Barney probably thought they would offset his weight loss and fatigue brought on by the tapeworm's presence in his body. Although they improved his physique, the steroids, which were an unidentified homemade batch, caused unprecedented mutations in the tapeworm, like its monstrous growth. According to Barney's autopsy, all of his bodily organs were missing, making me believe the parasite consumed them before vacating his body. I don't know if anyone ever found the actual tapeworm I saw burst out of Barney's body. I imagine it didn't survive long afterwards, but the thought of that thing alive, searching for a new host, still keeps me up at night. I always wonder if I was ultimately responsible for Barney's death, since I challenged him to lose weight. Perhaps he was doomed either way, since his grossly unhealthy habits probably would have condemned him to a short life anyway. Like I said, Barney went to great lengths when challenged to disprove others, and the last thing he ever did, to the most extreme extent. When I first started working at the Lost Airline luggage warehouse, I thought it would be the kind of job you could do on autopilot. You know, sorting through suitcases, matching tags, and occasionally finding the weird stuff people left behind. like that one time someone packed an entire taxidermied raccoon. But after a few months, the novelty wore off, and it became just rows and rows of unclaimed baggage waiting for someone who was never going to show up. The place is massive, like a graveyard for forgotten lives. We hold on to bags for 90 days. If no one claims them, the contents are auctioned off, and the cycle starts over. My supervisor, Dale, once joked that every suitcase holds a secret, but most of the time, it's just dirty laundry and charges for phones no one uses anymore. But then I noticed something strange. A section of the warehouse I hadn't paid much attention to before. It was tucked in the back, past the rows of unclaimed baggage. The area was marked with a faded sign that just said, "Claimed." At first, I didn't think much of it. I figured they were bags people had come to collect. But the weird thing was, they were all still there, perfectly stacked, perfectly clean. No dust, no tags, no signs of wear. And they didn't show up on the logs. One night during inventory, I asked Dale about it. "What's the deal with the claimed bags?" I said, trying to sound casual. He didn't even look up from his clipboard. "Some things are better left alone," he muttered, then changed the subject to tomorrow's auction prep. That answer should have been enough for me to let it go, but the bags stuck in my head. Something about how pristine they looked, like they didn't belong there, or maybe belonged too much, like they'd always been there. The thing about working late in a place like this is that your mind starts to play tricks on you. The warehouse is dead quiet after hours, except for the hum of the overhead lights and the occasional creak of the metal shelves. It's the kind of silence that makes you jump at your own shadow. One night, I was wrapping up some inventory when I heard it. Shuffling. Something was moving in the far corner of the warehouse. My first thought was a stray animal, maybe a raccoon that snuck in somehow, or, knowing Dale, it could have been some dumb prank to spook the new guy. I grabbed a flashlight and headed toward the sound. The shuffling stopped as soon as I got close to the claim section. There was nothing there. Just the same neat rows of pristine bags, untouched. But when I looked closer, one of the bags was out of place. It had been moved to a different aisle. I was sure of it. I called out, "Dale, you messing with me?" No answer. I stood there for a while, listening, but all I heard was the hum of the lights and my own heartbeat. Finally, I chalked it up to me being tired and went back to my work. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about that bag. It didn't make sense. No one else had been in the warehouse that night, and the logs didn't show anything unusual. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to take a closer look. I picked a bag at random, a sleek black duffel with no tags or identifying marks. My hands were shaking as I unzipped it, half expecting to find something gruesome, like those urban legends about body parts in lost luggage. Instead, I found my childhood. The first thing I pulled out was a tattered copy of The Hobbit, the exact same edition my dad used to read me when I was little. The corners were bent in the same way, like someone had dog-eared the pages. Then there was a faded red jacket, my mum's jacket. I hadn't seen it in years, but I recognized the frayed cuffs and the small ink stain on the pocket. And then I saw the photo. It was a picture of me as a teenager, standing in front of what looked like a campfire. But the people around me, I didn't know any of them. They were smiling, leaning in like we were all best friends, but I couldn't place a single face. What really got me, though, was the photo itself. It wasn't just old. It looked wrong. The edges were warped, like the image had been stretched too far, and the sky in the background was a sickly shade of green. I zipped the bag up and shoved it back on the shelf, my heart pounding. Maybe it was some kind of elaborate joke. Maybe someone had found my stuff online or dug through records to mess with me. But deep down, I knew better. I should have let it go. I should have zipped that bag up and walked away for good. But when you see pieces of your own life staring back at you, things you can't explain, you can't just ignore it. At least, I couldn't. The next night, I stayed late again. I told myself I was finishing inventory, but really, I couldn't stop thinking about that bag. I needed to see if what I found was still inside. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe someone was screwing with me. But when I opened it, the contents had changed. It wasn't the book or jacket anymore. This time, there was a watch. My watch. The one I'd lost 3 years ago on a camping trip. Next to it was a folded up piece of paper, and when I opened it, I nearly dropped it. It was a note written in my handwriting. "You're almost there. Keep looking." But I didn't remember writing it. And then there was the toy plane. It was identical to one I used to have as a kid, right down to the chipped wing and the faded blue paint. It couldn't have been coincidence. It just couldn't. I zipped the bag back up, my hand shaking, and shoved it back on the shelf. For the rest of the night, I tried to act normal, but my head was spinning. What the hell was happening? Who could have put those things in there, and why? The next day, things got weirder. Dale was jumpy, more than usual. He barely looked at me when I clocked in, and at one point I caught him on the phone. He was pacing near the break room, muttering under his breath, but I swear I heard him say, "Another one's getting close." When he noticed me, he hung up fast and walked off, pretending like nothing had happened. Other people started noticing things too. A couple of the guys joked about hearing whispers when they passed the claim section. One of them, Chris, said it sounded like someone was calling his name, but he laughed it off. "This place is creepy as hell at night, man," he said, shaking his head. "I'm not going near that corner again." And then the dream started. The first one wasn't bad, just strange. I was sitting at a dinner table with a family that felt familiar, like I should have known them, but I didn't. They were laughing, talking, passing dishes around. It was warm, comfortable, but when I woke up, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I don't have a family like that. I never have. The next dream was worse. I was standing in a church wearing a tuxedo, holding someone's hand. A bride. I couldn't see her face, but I knew I was supposed to know her. My heart was racing, not from fear, but from something else, like longing or regret. When I woke up, I felt this crushing emptiness, like I'd lost something I never even had. Every night, it was something new. A birthday I'd never been to, a road trip I never took, a life that didn't belong to me, but somehow felt like it did. It was like the bag wasn't just holding objects. It was holding memories, pieces of a life that I was starting to think might have been mine, or could have been mine. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I couldn't stop going back. It was around midnight when I was finally alone, and I decided to investigate anything that could tell me what was going on. I only had enough access in the computers to check data on the main luggage we sorted. Dale was a stand-up guy, but not the smartest when it came to technology, so getting into his account was easy. His password was on a sticky note under the monitor. The claim section wasn't in any of the official documentation. It was like it didn't exist. The first thing I noticed was how sparse the records were. There were no flight numbers, no name of passengers, no airports of origin, just dates and vague location tags. But then I scrolled further back, and my stomach dropped. The logs listed names of people, former employees, frequent travelers, even a couple of warehouse delivery drivers. Each name was flagged as unaccounted for, missing. The timestamps in the logs didn't make sense either. They showed dates, weeks, sometimes months after these people had supposedly vanished, like the system was still tracking them even though they were gone. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound in my apartment made me jump, and every shadow felt like it was creeping closer. By the next morning, I knew I couldn't keep this to myself. I cornered Dale during lunch, catching him off guard as he stood by the vending machines. "Dale, what's going on with the claimed bags?" I asked, keeping my voice low. His expression shifted instantly. It wasn't just fear. It was resignation, like he'd been waiting for this. "You've been poking around too much," he muttered, glancing nervously toward the security cameras. "Why are their names tied to the bags? People who went missing. What the hell is this place?" I demanded. Dale sighed, his shoulders slumping. "You weren't supposed to dig this deep. Look, those bags, they're not normal. They don't belong to any airline, any traveler. They belong to people who've been taken." "Taken? By who?" "Not who. What?" he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Those bags are like anchors. They're tied to something else, somewhere else. When you open one, you're inviting it in. It starts pulling pieces of you, rewriting things. The more you interact, the harder it is to stay here. Eventually, you just go." I stared at him, trying to process what he was saying. It sounded insane. But every strange thing I'd seen in that warehouse suddenly felt like a puzzle snapping into place. "Why didn't you warn me?" I asked, my voice shaking. "I tried," he said, "but curiosity always wins. It's why they keep sending people like us to work here. People who need the job but won't be missed if something happens. Now, you're in too deep. Whatever's in those bags, it's noticed you." That night, when I walked into the warehouse for my shift, the first thing I saw was a new bag in the claim section. It wasn't there before. It was smaller than the others, almost like a carry-on. My name was printed on the tag. I froze, my stomach twisting into knots. The bag was locked, but as I stood there, I heard it. A faint tapping from inside, like someone was knocking to get out. I knew I was in over my head, but by this point, the bag with my name on it was all I could think about. It wasn't just curiosity anymore. It felt like a compulsion, a pull I couldn't ignore. That night, I waited until the warehouse was empty and the cameras were angled away. My hands were shaking when I broke it open. Inside, there was no clothing or trinkets, no personal items, just a shimmering, mirror-like surface. It was unnatural, almost liquid, but solid at the same time. I leaned closer, and my reflection stared back at me. Except, it wasn't quite right. My face looked older, tired. The scar on my chin from middle school wasn't there. Before I could process it, the surface rippled, and I felt myself being pulled forward. I tried to step back, but my legs wouldn't move. The world around me blurred. And suddenly, I was somewhere else. The warehouse was still there, but it wasn't the same. The lights flickered erratically, casting long, distorted shadows. The air was thick, suffocating, and everything was silent. Not the kind of silence where you could hear your own breathing, but a void, like sound didn't exist. The aisles stretched endlessly in every direction, and every bag in the claim section was there, stacked high and moving ever so slightly on their own. Then, I saw him. Another me. He stepped out from one of the aisles, and I almost screamed. He looked just like me, but older, maybe by 10, 20 years. His eyes were sunken, his skin pale and gaunt. He moved like every step was painful, but there was something worse than his appearance. It was the look on his face. Desperation. "You shouldn't have opened it," he said, his voice hoarse but clear. "You need to leave. Now." "What is this? Who are you?" I demanded, though my voice cracked halfway through. "I'm you," he said, his voice tinged with something close to regret. "Oh, I was. And if you don't leave, you'll become me." I didn't understand. How could I? But he kept talking, fast and frantic, like he was running out of time. "The bags aren't just lost luggage. They're markers. If you open yours, you're bound to this place, this other version of the warehouse. You'll lose everything. Your life, your memories. You'll become a part of it." I tried to speak, but then I saw them. Shadowy figures emerging from the aisles, moving slowly but deliberately. Their forms were vague, like smoke trying to take shape, but I could see the hints of faces, some anguished, some expressionless. They were the ones who had opened their bags, victims trapped here forever. "They'll take you if you stay," the other me said, his voice trembling. "Please, don't let them take you." I could barely breathe. The figures were getting closer, the void-like silence pressing down on me. The other me reached into his own bag, his version of my bag, and pulled out the mirror-like surface. "This is your way out," he said. "Use it. Don't look back." I hesitated, my mind racing, but then I saw the figures reach for him, his face twisted in panic as he shoved the mirror toward me. "Go!" he screamed. I grabbed it and felt the pull again, the same sensation as before, but reversed. The distorted warehouse blurred around me, and suddenly I was back in the real one, sprawled on the cold concrete floor next to the bag. It was zipped shut, like I'd never touched it. The silence was gone, replaced by the hum of the fluorescent lights, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I stared at the bag, half expecting it to move, but it didn't. I scrambled to my feet and ran, leaving everything behind. When I went back the day after opening my bag, something felt off. I walked into the break room and my usual coffee mug, this old chipped ceramic one with my initials, wasn't on the counter. Instead, there was a sleek, brand new travel mug I'd never seen before. Someone probably just moved it, I thought. But then I opened my locker. The photos of my niece and nephew that I taped inside, gone. My spare hoodie, gone. In their place were things I didn't recognize. A set of car keys I didn't own, a pair of sunglasses I'd never seen before. They weren't just random items. They felt like placeholders, substitutes for my own life. When I asked Dale about it, he gave me this blank look, like he didn't even know who I was. "You new here or something?" he asked, scratching his head. The guy who trained me, who signed off on my first paycheck, was now acting like I was a stranger. I thought maybe he was screwing with me, but the way he looked at me, confused, almost scared, it didn't feel like a joke. The worst part was the claim section. My bag wasn't there anymore. I combed through every aisle, every shelf, but it was gone. Instead, there were new bags, ones I didn't recognize. And I swear, some of them were moving ever so slightly, like they were breathing. I couldn't stay there. The warehouse had changed, or maybe I had. Either way, I left. I didn't even bother clocking out. I just got in my car and drove, telling myself I'd never go back. For a day or two, I thought I was in the clear. I stayed in bed, ignored my phone, and tried to convince myself that everything was fine. But then the bag started showing up. The first time, it was in my car. I unlocked it to drive to the grocery store, and there it was, sitting on the passenger seat like it had always been there. It wasn't the same bag I'd opened in the warehouse, but it was unmistakably one of those bags, pristine, untagged, and humming faintly with that same low, static sound. I left my car in the lot and walked home. Then one appeared outside my apartment door. Same type, same unnerving hum. I didn't touch it. I stepped over it, slamming my door, and shoved a chair under the handle. When I finally worked up the nerve to peek through the peephole a few hours later, it was gone. But they kept coming. On my walk to the park, I saw one sitting on a bench, perfectly placed, as if waiting for me. Another was on the side of the road, half hidden in the weeds, but I knew it was meant for me. They're not just bags anymore. They're markers, warnings, reminders, and I can feel them closing in. I thought quitting would end it. I thought walking away from that damn warehouse would mean I could finally sleep, that I could leave all this behind. I was so wrong. But the bags, those claimed bags, they don't leave you alone. After I left, I moved back in with my parents for a while. The thought of being alone in an apartment made my skin crawl. Even now, I keep my blinds drawn and double-check the locks on every door every window. Not that it helps. The paranoia is always there, like something just out of sight, waiting. The bags don't stop, or at least the feeling of them doesn't. Sometimes when the house is quiet and I'm trying to fall asleep, I hear faint tapping. It's soft, rhythmic, like someone drumming their fingers on the floor. It always comes from places where something could hide. A closet, under the bed, even the trunk of my car once. I'll sit up, heart pounding, and tell myself it's nothing. But I don't go looking. Not anymore. Every now and then, I dream about the warehouse. I see the rows of bags stretching into infinity, a maze I can't escape from. Sometimes I hear Dale's voice echoing through the aisles, warning me to stay away. Other times, I see myself. Not me as I am now, but a different version of me. One who stayed, one who opened all the bags, one who never left. And he just smiles, like he knows something I don't. I've tried to piece it all together, to make sense of it, but there's no explanation that satisfies. The claim section wasn't just unclaimed luggage. It was something else. A doorway maybe, a trap, or maybe just a cruel joke the universe decided to play on me. I don't want anyone else to go through what I did. If you ever lose your luggage, pray it stays lost. Because if you see your name on a bag that isn't yours, don't open it. Not even once.
In the shadow of the Tatra Mountains, in the valley where reception is non-existent and the radio sing a single static-filled song, there is a village. It's no different than any other villages you would find in the Slovakian countryside. There's a single road lined with wooden cottages, the occasional pensioner on a horse, and the fresh mountain air is intermixed with the gentle smell of manure. It's just like any other village, except for the screaming. Every evening, after the day's fieldwork is finished and dinner has been eaten, the people of the village get ready for the ceremony. They wash up, put on their Sunday best, and gather at the edge of the woods. A couple dozen people, young and old, but mostly old, watch as the sun slowly sets behind the tree line. The lower the ball of fire sinks beneath the dark wood, the more their mouths open. It starts off as a gentle gargle, something you'd have to be close to hear. But as the sky reddens, those whispered screams grow into a throaty thunder that echoes through the valley. The children in their button suspenders, the old women in their humble headscarves, the farmers wearing their wedding suits, they all scream at the setting sun from the core of their souls. I grew up in this. This all seemed normal. As most children do, I had my why period. I would ask why the sky is blue, why Mr. Joskovic's rooster crows every morning, why the trees shed their leaves with the coming of winter. I was a young human being trying to make sense of the world that I had been plunged into. My mother and father answered most of these questions to the best of their abilities. They supported my curiosity, but as soon as I asked about the screaming, their tone changed. My father would slam his blistered hands on the table and send me to bed without supper. Some questions were not simply meant to be asked. My mother would sneak into my room after all the lights were off with some porridge. She would sit down on the edge of the bed and give me food under the promise that I wouldn't question the daily ritual. The people of the village simply had a habit of saying goodbye to the setting sun in their own special way. That was all I needed to know. Some questions were simply not meant to be asked. I was hungry enough to let go of my curiosity. My voice was hoarse from all the screaming, and the question of the ritual did steal some sleep away from me. But there were more important things to attend to. There were cows to milk, and chicken to feed, and horses to groom. Sometimes, for a couple loaves of fresh bread or a plastic bottle of moonshine, I would be asked to attend to the neighbours' livestock as well. Apparently, the animals liked me. Whenever my parents or anyone else in the village would enter our barn, the cattle would buck and ram against the wood in discomfort. It was only if I was alone with them that they would calm. Whenever any of the livestock was giving birth, I'd be summoned to keep the animal company. It was in those big dumb eyes of new mothers that I would find peace. The world was a mysterious place. Some questions were simply not meant to be asked, but I still asked them. By lantern light, as Olga, our heftiest cow, fed her calves, I would talk to her. Her ears fluttered as I asked her about the screaming. We became friends. My childhood blended into my teens in a calm, rural pace. I muddied my clothes, feeding and cleaning and grooming the animals during the day. Then I would eat dinner with my parents, wash up, change to clean clothes, and go out to the edge of the woods. I screamed just as hard as anyone. I did my best to match whatever throaty note the rest of the procession was hitting. I looked out toward the setting sun with the same devotion the rest of them did. But sometimes, when I thought no one would notice, I would sneak a peek into the crowd. I hoped that maybe I would catch a glimpse of someone else, someone who's like me, someone who didn't understand. Every day, I would walk towards the woods with that silent hope in my mind, a hope that I would spot a spark of recognition in someone's eyes. I looked at the Joskovich boy, the same one who would work the fields in the same sweaty shirt all summer long, but somehow had a new suit and tie for each day of worship. There was no sign of doubt in his devotion. The children, the same ones that would poke frogs crushed by uncaring horses all morning long, their youthful curiosity was gone. They were committed to the scream. Even my father, a man who seldom showed any emotion, screamed into the blackening sky with tears gathering in his dark eyes. I was alone. I was different. I just didn't know the extent of it yet. Thunder. A crackling bolt of electricity tore through the apple tree outside my window. I bolted out of bed just in time to see the flames of the impact die out in the downpour. For a split second, my bedroom was plunged back into darkness. I listened to the heavy rain beat against our tin roof. My room lit up again. A flashlight. My father stood in the door, soaked, still wearing his rubber boots. "Olga, she's giving birth." His voice was weaker than usual. "Something bad happen?" I asked. "You should go check on her." He lowered his flashlight and let me change out of my nightclothes. As I pulled on my pants, the beam of his flashlight shook. What he saw in the barn made his hands unsteady. My mother hugged me as I made my way out of the cottage. She was just as wet as my father. She had been witness to the same horror. "Don't be sad," she whispered. "Sometimes they're born wrong, and there's nothing we can do about it." I put on my raincoat, but it made no difference. The morning rain came down with a cruel, sweeping force. Bolts of lightning exploded off in the woods, and thunder shook the entire valley. But as I got closer to the barn, even through the powerful barks of the storm, I could hear a wailing. Olga was in pain. Jet black skin covered in scales. Where the calf's ears should have been, there were simply two bloated crests of swamp green flesh. When I'd entered the barn, the creature was halfway out of Olga. It hung lifelessly, its thin hooves bending against the straw-filled ground, but its eyes were open. Those milky orbs with floating crimson chunks still haunt my sleep until the end of time. I quickly turned away from the monstrosity and moved to comfort my friend. Olga's big, brown eyes darted around the barn with fear. Her jaw was spread wide and delivered wails so guttural I worried for her life. She didn't understand what was happening. Neither did I. The cow didn't calm until there was a sound of something wet rolling out onto the straw. She licked it. I watched my only friend gently run her tongue across her lifeless, misshapen child. We sat there in the dim dusk, our morning occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning, but eventually the storm passed. The barn descended into complete silence. The only thing you could occasionally hear was the occasional rustling in the pig pens and the rhythmic sounds of Olga's tongue dragging across a dead child. I wept for her loss. If she could, she would have wept as well. The calf's body was cold to the touch, its neck twisted against the floor in a fashion that made breathing impossible. I was sure that there was no way that the thing could be alive. Yet, as the sunset started to pour in through the cracks of the barn, those milky eyes blinked. Before I could even properly register the creature's resurrection, the calf was standing. It shuddered beneath its scaled, skinny legs. The tufts of green flesh at its temples throbbed. The animal seemed to be in a horrid daze. It looked across the barn, its dirty, white eyes searching for something. Olga stared at the creature in fear, her tongue safely inside of her jaw. We both watched in horror as the frail creature made its way to the eastern side of the barn and pressed itself up against the beams of sunlight that were flooding in. The calf screamed. The guttural tone of the scream brought echoes of the sun worship that the village would partake in. But where the voices of the villagers boomed with thunder, the cry of the calf whimpered. This wasn't a scream of worship. This was a death rattle. Foam started to gather at the edges of the creature's mouth, and soon enough the entire scaled maw was filled with white bubbles. Its wail started to wane. The singular tone dipped and rose and made the animal sound like a dying, organic siren. The scream whimpered down to a whisper. Its knees started to buckle, and finally the creature fell over to its side. The pops of mucus-filled bubbles from the creature's mouth tore through the stillness of the barn. It's dead. My father was standing behind me, the heavy flashlight dormant in his hand. Let Olga rest. I'll bury the thing. I opened my mouth to protest, but before I could get a word out, my father cut me off. Sometimes they're born wrong, and there's nothing we can do about it. His voice was cold. He wanted me out. A warm morning sun flooded the barn as he opened the doors. Let Olga rest. The big brown orbs of sadness let me know that Olga needed to be alone. I gave my only friend space to mourn the death of a child. My mother met me outside in the rain-drenched glass and gave me another hug. She offered me rare respite from my duties. She said I needed rest. What I saw was difficult to digest. I could go back to sleep, and she would take care of feeding the animals. If I woke up with some energy, then I could help her with making dinner. Sleep was the last thing on my mind, but so was feeding chickens. Instead, I set out on a walk in the woods. The shade of the thick tree line would always be my preferred means of escape from my thoughts. Whenever I would find myself thinking too hard about the mysterious screaming that my village would indulge in, or what lingered beneath the sweaty shirt of the Joskovich boy, I would wander through the cool forest path and stomp on the twigs that would make their way beneath my feet. With each snap I could hear, the thoughts that plagued me losing their strength. Yet, as I made my way through the forest, even after nearly an hour of wandering, the snaps of the twigs sounded like pops of the calf's foamy mouth. My legs were tired. I sat down by a berry bush, tried to fingerpick my feelings away, but only ended up with a purple mouth. The milky eyes of Olga's dead child were drilled into my memory. I could hear its wails echoing through my head. I stuffed my face with some more blueberries and then lay down on some moss. The birds chirped off in the distance, and a gentle summer wind caressed my arms. Suddenly, my exhaustion caught up with me. "Whoa, another person. A plume of smoke manifested itself in front of my eyes. It smelled like a mixture of strawberries and milk. Whoops, sorry, didn't mean to blow that in your face. The silky strings of fog faded away to reveal a colourful dressed man with a bright backpack. In his hand, he had a strange pipe that flashed with blue light whenever he put it to his mouth. "Want a hit? It's strawberry cheesecake," he said, and then broke out into a coughing fit. "No, thank you," I said. "Your loss." He took another puff, this time without coughing. The strange short pants and colourful t-shirt were odd, but what truly puzzled me was his hat. Its brim was cut short and only shielded the man's forehead. An imprint of a strange lizard with the word "chill" adorned on the front of his hat. I was very confused. Man, it's so nice out here without any emails or IMs, right? It's like we're living in a completely different world. I had no idea what he was talking about. His clothes and that weird pipe made me feel uncomfortable, but in the pit of my stomach, something rustled. It wasn't the blueberries. It was the same rush of warmth that washed through me when the Joshkovich boy talked to me, but this time there was no stench of sweat. This time there was strawberry cheesecake. I wanted to impress the strange man. "Which lodge are you staying at?" he asked. "You wouldn't have heard of it," I replied with as much confidence as I could muster. Cool, he said, taking another puff of his pipe. "I'm chilling at the Goral Inn. Came out here for 2 weeks to just kind of get away from stuff, you know? I'm a songwriter. Well, I think of myself more as a poet, but whatever, that's just a label. Figured a bit of the forest would help me write some really earthy stuff. There's not enough nature in modern life, you know?" I grasped onto the few words that I understood. "You make music?" I asked. My father sometimes played the accordion. He was not very good. "I make art. I'd show you, but..." He reached into his pocket and produced a small metal tablet. He looked at it, and his eyes went wide. "Oh damn, there's signal here." He waved the tablet about, occasionally reading something off its screen. He sat down on the moss next to me, looked at his tablet, tutted at it disapprovingly, and rose to stand in the exact same spot where he stood before. "There's only signal here, but if you want to see a video of my band..." "Yes," I got up and stood next to him. There was a television on the tablet. I had never met someone who was on a television. We watched the movie of his band performing. The music was very strange, and every 2 seconds the musicians froze in place and stopped singing. The man kept apologizing and talking about the bad signal, but I didn't mind. I was just getting lost in the smell of strawberry cheesecake and the gentle hint of oak that was coming up from his neck. I didn't even notice the sky growing red. "Do you hear that?" he asked, tapping his finger on the tablet and silencing the band. "Hear what?" "That." A low, growing gurgle spread through the wood. The man nervously let loose another silky cloud. "Oh, that's just my village, saying goodbye to the sun," I said. "Hey, do people scream at the sun where you come from?" "What?" He put his phone away, twigs crackling underneath his restless feet. The screams gained in tenor. The trees gently shook with the echo of the ritual. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Saying goodbye to the sun. The people from my village do it every sunset. I don't know why, but that's some scary culty stuff. I am so out." He backed away from me. The low rumble of the screaming drowned out the snapping of the twigs. Pleasure meeting you. If you want to hear more of my music, look up the Warriors of Prun on Spotify. Drop us a like on Facebook too." He didn't even wave goodbye. The louder the screaming got, the faster he walked. By the time the berry bush started swaying, he was at a full sprint. I was alone again. As darkness settled over the forest and the screams of my community started to die down, the questions that had driven me into the forest came back with tenfold force. what had gone wrong with Olga to give birth to the misshapen calf? Why was the man so scared of the low rumble of the screaming? Why was there screaming in the first place? Outside of the confines of my village community, there was another world. A world where nice-smelling men wore strange hats and puffed on magical pipes. A world where men who spoke a cryptic language buckled in fear at what I had grown accustomed to. I needed to understand. I returned home to find my mother and father sitting in the dinner table. A fire burnt in the fireplace that made their room flicker in a warm, orange light, but their faces were as inhospitable as a snowstorm. There was a cold plate of porridge on the table that reminded me how horribly hungry I was. When I reached for it, however, my father's hand pushed it away. "You did not attend the ceremony today." His voice was hollow, and his eyes did not meet mine. "Do not ever miss worship again." "Why?" I asked. "Why would I do something I do not understand? Why would I show up each evening to partake in a ritual that makes no sense to me?" My mother whispered my name, begging me to stop, but a blistered hand hitting the table drowned out her gentle plea. The orange glow of the fire danced in my father's eyes. For a blink, he looked like Olga's deformed child. "Go to bed," he hissed. "I pray that by the time the sun rises, you will come to your senses. There are some questions that are simply not meant to be asked." I tried to find the will to argue back, to demand the knowledge that I deserved, but before I could speak, my mother whispered my name again. She was pleading with me. This was not the time nor place. I would not find answers in the flickering light of the dining room. I went to sleep without supper or goodbyes. Olga's heavy body shook and heaved as she gave birth to a scaly offspring. The village screamed at the setting sun, the sweet smell of strawberry cheesecake intertwined with the stench of sweat. As I lay in bed, my mind filled with half-digested memories. I don't know if sleep came, but I know when it left. Beams of morning light peeked through my curtains. My mother was sitting at the edge of my bed with a plate of cold. She whispered my name. "Please, child, eat your porridge and do not ask of the screaming. Please, if you hold your life dear, stop asking." "But why? Why can't I ask? Why can't I know?" "Because," she sighed. Her eyes searched my face for a trace of doubt, for a sign that I would let go of my questions. She couldn't find it. "Because sometimes children are born wrong, and there's nothing we can do about it. Why does our village scream at the setting sun? Please, we cannot protect you if you don't follow the rules. Me and your father just want the best for you." "Why does our village scream at the setting sun?" I repeated my question. My mother placed a bowl of porridge at my bedside. She tried to meet my eyes, but she couldn't. She lowered her face into her hands and began to weep. "We did our best to hide you. We did our best to give you a good life, but you were born wrong. You were born wrong, and we can no longer keep your secret." She looked up. Two milky white orbs with droplets of floating scarlet stared back at me. "I'm sorry, child. We can no longer protect you. Your questions will bring doom to our kind." Her jaw dropped and let loose that horrid, throaty scream. Any trace of that familiar, motherly voice was gone. It was replaced with something foreign, something horribly dark. Her face rumpled as the tone of the scream grew. Her whole body shook with effort, and then, as if her skin were made out of strips of ham on poorly buttered bread, she started to shed. Beneath my mother's pale skin, there were jet-black scales. I wanted to get away, but she wouldn't let me. When I tried to pull back, she gripped my leg with her hand. The same hand that would caress my hair when I was young and feverish. The same hand that would tend to the wounds when displeased chickens took umbrage with my shins. The same hand that I would hold when I was learning how to walk. That same hand was now unrecognizable. As the skin shed off, her fingers turned into long, sharp claws. She held me down and extended her other hand towards my face. "I'm sorry, my child," she said, punctuating her screams. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The claws that she extended to my eyes shone with the colour of the setting sun. The glow was impossibly hot. My eyes started to water as those bright needles approached my face. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Smash! The bowl broke against the skull like an egg. The thickened porridge hit the floor and splattered into a mass of white chunks. I ran. Behind me, my mother stopped apologizing. Now she was just screaming and clutching at the dark green wound that was bubbling from the side of her head. Shutting the front door of the cottage muffled the scream somewhat, but I soon realized she was not the only person releasing that throaty wail. The village green was bathed in a bright morning sun, but out of the fields, out of the other cottages, came dark figures with glowing fingers extended towards me. Their dark, scale-covered bodies were alien to me, but I knew they were my neighbours. I could recognise the screams. As the only community I'd ever known descended into madness, I ran to the only friend I had. The barn doors barely made it through the thunderstorms. I had no illusions of them being able to hold off the screaming mob, yet I still shut them as tight as I could and hid in Olga's enclosure. At first, she seemed happy to see me, but as the wailing outside grew closer, her long ears flickered and her big brown eyes filled with fear. Through the cracks in the wood, I could see glimmers of their fingers, like fireflies on a summer night. I hugged the cow as hard as I could. She rested her heavy head against my shoulders and pulled me in. The door didn't last. Within moments, it was ripped off its hinges, and the crowd of bright-clawed monstrosities was in the barn with me. They moved towards me, screaming, their pale eyes slowly fading behind the red glare that stemmed from their fingers. "You were my only friend," I whispered to Olga as I hugged her tight. "Moo," she replied. I faced the burning heat of the crowd in front of me. I prepared to meet my end in the hail of screams and the hue of the setting sun. But suddenly, I felt wetness on the back of my neck. Olga's mammoth tongue nuzzled the back of my head and pushed me to the side. "Moo." Before I knew what was happening, the glow of the creature's claws were gone. The 1-ton mass of muscle and horns charged the crowd of villagers with a battle cry that drowned out their screaming. Green, bubbling liquid spilled across the barn. The screams broke into choked gurgles as Olga crushed everyone I had grown up around beneath her hooves. Yet, she was outnumbered. Even with her gargantuan strength, she was unable to shield herself from their hot claws. My friend had sacrificed herself for me. I would not let her die in vain. As the battle between the cow and the villagers raged on, I slipped out of the barn and ran for my life. There's something to be said about Slovakian hospitality. When the people of Dolní Kravny found me stumbling through their fields, tattered and hungry, the only questions they asked was what size shoes I wear and how long it had been since I last ate. They accepted me as one of their own and did not inquire about my past. It took me weeks to get adjusted to my new existence. There were so many things to get acquainted with. Cars and soda and the internet. These people lived in a world that was much bigger than the one I had inhabited before, and the sudden knowledge of life being contained to more than just the dark woods and the setting sun was an intimidating piece of knowledge to digest. But Dolní Kravny had something I was well familiar with. Dolní Kravny had cows. After I had recovered from the fragile days that wandering through the forest for weeks without proper supplies brings, I took a job in the local dairy industry. The cows took well to me, and I am happy in my job. But the friendship I have struck with the animals is nothing compared to what I had with Olga. I still think about her sacrifice, about how she was willing to give away her own life to help me escape. Yet, there's another part of my past which gnaws at me. Each evening, as the bright ball of fire descended behind the black woods, I listen somewhere out there in the far-off valleys, I can hear a low rumble of the village in which I had grown up. I still think about them, still wonder about the mind-boggling mystery of their identity and practices. But then I remind myself of a simple truth. Some questions are simply not meant to be asked.
Thalassophobia is characterized by a primal fear of open water. This can manifest in many ways and can be exacerbated by any number of fears. The ocean is vast after all, and last I checked, we hadn't even bothered graphing out more than 10% of them. Meanwhile, we have wannabe philanthropists fixing to send us to Mars. But then, I suppose, the sand is always redder somewhere. Fear of open water is not something I would have considered a problem. According to my ma, I was swimming like a pro by age 2. I did freestyle in high school, but got a bit more into sailing, and after a tour with the USS Butler, I did some work towing in salvage for the USNS. I've seen plenty of odd stuff out on the water islands of trash you could fairly walk across. Dead dolphins belly up on toxic waters as far as the eye could see. A failed piracy attempt that saw both vessels capsized, but none of that turned me away from the sea. See, the logical summation is that the ocean, like any other fact of earthly nature, is as gorgeous as it is indifferent. Respect must be given, and even then, sometimes, the ocean must take her due. That's why sailors work by routine as a rule, checking and double-checking every knot in every rigging, gazing upon the waves for a change in the currents, trusting the stars over their own skewed sense, and then, even then, they do rely on superstition. As for me, well, I relied on 2 inches of steel hull. But, although I wasn't a practicing Catholic, I had my mother's pendant with me at all times, a small silver disc pressed with the cameo of Mary. So, I got myself a nice stipend and settled down in New York for a while, doing contract work and saving up for a sailing trip around the world. And I still hate myself, hate the memory of my smug self as I haggled with the agent. I was doing fine. I could have gotten another place. Hell, somewhere closer to the dock. So what's the catch? I mean, this place is too good to be so cheap. I folded my arms and leaned back as she averted her eyes, sweeping her already neatly pinned hair behind her ear. It was casual, but it was still a tell. She sighed and met my eyes, and I could tell she wasn't in the mood to tell me bold-faced lies. Well, to be honest, there was a death in this unit about 2 years ago. That had my brows raised, but before I could begin any belligerent questioning, she continued. It wasn't a murder or anything like that. Someone happened to pass away in the tub. They drowned? There have been 2 more tenants since, but there's far more life to the place than sad memories. She finished a bit weakly. That wasn't in the ad, I sighed. She pursed her lips and looked about the place. Honestly, it was a nice place. The front door opened into a small foyer, an open living area with huge windows looking onto a sizable balcony, a full-size kitchen, even a nice hall linen closet like Ma's house had. Already, I could see myself frying up some buttered fish at the stovetop, or struggling not to pass out on the couch an hour into something. I made an offer. The first night was like most in a new place. I unpacked the essentials, ordered some pizza, cracked some beers, and watched LeBron James take a laughable dive. I mean, the guy could fold me into a basketball and dribble me up and down the court, but I still snorted and called him a pansy. Playoffs brought out the best and worst in athletes. You know how sometimes there's this beat of silence between a broadcast when they cut a commercial? I was gazing stupidly at the buzzing screen after the fanfare of ESPN passed, when that delay hit, and in the quiet hum I heard it. This dripping, ever so quietly. Whether due to my frugal nature or my adherence to neatness after several years following military protocols, I pushed myself off the couch and looked about for the source of the noise. Ah, I thought, heading through the broad, open door into the kitchen. I turned the knob firmly and the dribble ceased. I got back to dissecting the feats of better men than I. It was a week later when it woke me. The sky outside was that greyish tint where you couldn't tell if it was 1 a.m. or dawn. I slapped about on my bedside table for my phone and checked. 3:02. God damn it. And then I heard it. A steady drip, drip. I closed my eyes, even as I rolled them back in my head. Of course I'd need to get a new fixture. The place was a little too good. And you know what? Hey, on the bright side, I needed a project to keep me busy on my off days. I wanted to just drift back to sleep, but for one, the way I'd woken was so sudden and complete that I knew it would be a while to lower my heart rate, and for another, I really needed to empty my bladder. I yawned widely as I plodded blindly down the hall, confident in my lack of tripping hazards, past the linen closet towards the bathroom. I shivered and realised my feet were as cold as if I'd left them out during a foray up past St. John's. Of course. I sighed again and made my way to the bathroom, did my business, and made sure to turn the water fully off. I'd made my way back to bed and started to doze. And though I couldn't be sure of it then, I can swear with some certainty now that the steady drip of water lulled me back to sleep. So, just under 2 weeks into moving into the place, I was having issues with my water and central air, and becoming generally more irritable overall. My sleep was suffocating, though I had attributed that to being in a new place. Something else began to nag at me, however, something unreasonable and unseemly, something from the depths of my monkey mind, fueled by pop culture and campfire stories. I got my laptop out and started Googling. That lying tranch, I muttered to myself, perusing the article. It was sensationalized as hell, as would be anything printed by the Post. George Rafferty had rented this unit 2 years back. Apparently, some folks were sent to check on him when he hadn't come to work for 2 days. By the time they found him, he'd been dead for at least 4 days, since before the weekend, though the examiner couldn't say for sure due to his waterlogged state. Obviously, this wouldn't be much of a story to end up in the Post, nor would it have elicited such a reaction from yours truly if it weren't for a certain extra detail. That being that Rafferty was found in the hallway, not the tub. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible for someone to drown out of water. All it takes is inhalation into the lungs after all. But that he was found waterlogged? I sighed and considered the source. A little more furious digging and nothing. It's like this guy didn't exist as far as any reputable publications was concerned. On a whim that felt a little guilty, I typed his name into the Facebook search bar. It was a common enough name, and quite a few names popped up, but one stuck out to me. Here was no option to contact or befriend them, and there was some script on their profile picture that reminded me of text on the cover of a paperback novel. A pleasant face smiled back at me, a balding man with a neat beard, the summer sun reflecting off his dark brown forehead. 1962 to 2018, the text read, always looking forward. The comments were all condolences and affirmations of love from those that knew him. The feeling of guilt intensified, and I clicked away. So, what had I learned? I sighed and looked around the place. The walls didn't bleed. I didn't see things crawling on the ceiling at night. The idea that I was being haunted by a ghost that made my damn faucets drip began to seem more absurd, and though I should have been laughing at myself, I just felt like a kid who got caught still believing in Santa. Poor guy, I thought. I wondered vaguely what organised crime outfit he'd run afoul of as I headed into the kitchen. That night, I dreamed about him. George Rafferty stood at the foot of my bed. I sat up and stared at him, his dead, milky eyes boring into mine. His smooth complexion had gone pale and mottled, his flesh puffing out so he was nearly twice his size in life. It bulged against the tattered remains of a suit and tie oddly, like a scarecrow stuffed to excess. And I could hear it splashing from his fingertips like a spring rain. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but his swollen tongue prevented him. Instead, he just shook his head slowly, twice. No. There was something very sad about that one small gesture, and before I could say anything, ask him anything, he receded into the dark. I woke with a start. The sky outside was that greyish tint, and I sighed, rubbing my eyes. For a moment, I wondered why the dream hadn't scared the hell out of me, but I shrugged it off and kicked myself for filling my head with visions of drowned men before bed. The next day, I noticed it. I was sitting on the couch, working steadily through a Chinese food meal for 5 and watching the late, great Alex Trebek quiz a Midwestern schoolteacher on what brought her to the show, when I heard it again. That goddamn drip. And I practically leapt to my feet. Hell, I'd cut off the valve under the sink if I had to, just to stop that annoying... I stepped in something cold and wet. What the hell? The hallway was sodden. Enough water collected on the floorboards that I could feel it splash at every step. My eyes widened with fury as I stomped over to the bathroom, expecting to find a spraying faucet. The bathroom was silent, pristine. The faucet didn't so much as quiver with the threat of a droplet. What's more, the floor was dry. I took a step back, directly into the puddle. My mind began to reel, but mainly with questions of, what the hell? What is this? Why? How? My eyes swept up and down the hall. The bathroom wasn't the source of the flooding, and it sure wasn't the living room. My eyes settled on the linen closet, and I heard a small burbling noise as a ripple of water belched out from beneath the door. My heart began to pound, but, filled with the need to make sense of the nonsensical, I leaned forward and gripped the knob, opening wide to what I knew to be a row of shelves and a stark metal bar running across the top of the closet. What I faced instead was darkness. Chilly air billowed past me, causing my teeth to chatter involuntarily, cutting right through my woolen sweater. I took the sleeves down over my forearms and got out the flashlight function on my phone. It was a staircase, winding down, cut from some kind of dark, blue-grained stone. It was impossible for me to see around the curve of the flight to the bottom with this helical design, but suddenly, I very much wanted to. Something tried to hold me back. Again, that small voice in the back of my head, the sailor's intuition, the prayers of my ma. But stupidly, foolishly, I stepped forward. I felt the darkness envelop me, and immediately turned back. The rectangle of light that was my apartment glowed pleadingly, the guys having far too much fun drinking terrible light beer, cajoling me back to the television. Instead, I turned and squinted into the depths, my phone's light held aloft. I descended. It's a funny thing what happens to your extremities in low temperatures. Blood flow generally rushes to those areas to warm them up, but as you get colder and colder, that blood recedes into your body, prioritizing your essential organs. Everything else becomes alien. As I continued lower, I continually wondered why I didn't just go back for at least some slippers, as my feet became numb and sluggish against the cold stone. My teeth stopped chattering, but my teeth was nearly visible before me, and I started to hear an odd, familiar sound, like the snores of my bunkmates, or the soft rising and falling of Ma's respirator when she was in her last days. I forged ahead, my head spinning with questions, clouded by anxiety, keen with delirium. And then, around 100 steps down, I heard it more clearly, and I knew what it was. So familiar was the sound. It was the sound of waves, ebbing, flowing, lapping at a rocky shore. My confusion doubled. Was there some kind of underground pier connected to this building? I descended further, 150 steps, 200. I was beginning to feel a bit tired, and was considering heading back up to plan an actual foray, when I felt the air begin to change. The sound of the waves was all around me at this point. I continued, and the steps led to an archway, succinct and functional in characteristic ancient Greek brevity of style. I stepped through, and my eyes widened. This couldn't make sense. Before me lay the sea, far and vast as the eye could see, just a few yards from where I stood. A massive full moon hung in the sky. The sky! Above, refracting across the churning water. I gaped and took a step forward, looking around, trying to take stock of the place. There didn't seem to be anything nearby, just the rocky plateau that breached the night sea. I pinched myself. This is... I shook my head and turned to head back up the stairs. I needed to show this to someone, Mike or Pierre. My heart stopped entirely. The doorway was gone. The stairs were gone. I was alone on a rock some 15 feet across in the middle of some ocean. A particularly large wave crashed against the rock and I sat down very quickly. I whipped out my phone and was not entirely surprised to see a complete lack of service. The ocean, like any other fact of earthly nature, is as gorgeous as it is indifferent. Much like a forest, by day, it dances, dappled with sunlight, populated by coveting creatures that go about their business, if not wholly inviting, at least appreciable. By night, nature takes a due. To walk around a forest at night is to tempt death. To be adrift at night is to experience death. I tried to control my breathing as I looked around myself wildly, expecting the door to appear at any moment. It didn't. I peered over the water, hoping to see the wink of a ship, or hell, the dark outline of land. The black sea and the black sky met in a perfect line. That's when I noticed that the sky was starless. I don't know why it didn't click before, but something about that made me feel horrible. It was a sign I wasn't on any seas I'd ever known. I wanted to lie down and curl up, but no matter how I seated myself, the black limbo disoriented me, tricking me into feeling like I was capsizing. I sat on my ass and looked up at the baleful moon to try and center myself. The wild thought of leaping in and just swimming occurred to me, and suddenly I was beset by the flash of a bloated, somber corpse shaking his head. No. The waves shifted and swelled, a massive, huge swell. I expected it to crash over me and pull me under, but it kept rising. My eyes widened, and then I was weeping and whispering, no, to myself. I felt the truest of fear, the fear that makes you genuinely and deeply call for your mother. The wave pulled itself free of the water, showing itself to be a neck. An enormous neck that writhed over the spray, creating maelstroms in its wake. The mouth at the end of the blackened, serpentine figure opened and let loose a plaintive, piercing cry. It reverberated onto the water and into the distance, echoing repeatedly. It also shook the teeth in my skull and made my lungs feel like they were going to collapse. It had barely subsided when I saw it. Across the water, more massive, snake-like figures were rising and wailing in return in different pitches, but all of them discomforting to mammalian ears. It rose in pitch to a deafening howl, and the water raged, whipping up under the rock and soaking my jeans. I clutched my knees to my chest, closed my eyes, and tried not to moan too loudly. My mother's pendant was clutched tight in one hand. I can't say how long I sat like that. It could have been for 30 seconds, for 30 minutes. The noise abated, the water calmed. I opened my eyes to a black sea flowing gently, watched by the full moon. When I turned to check the horizon, I had stopped myself from crying out. The door had returned, set into the stone pillar that extended up, seemingly endlessly towards the sky. I didn't care if it took me home. I needed to be out of this place. I crawled to it on my hands and knees, and seeing an ascending staircase enclosed by stone walls, I clambered to my feet, sobbing silently, casting my hand to the walls for support as I climbed back up. The waves receded into a shore, and finally a sigh, and the air got just a touch warmer. When my hand slapped against the flat wood of the closet door, I nearly panicked getting it open and fell into the hallway, a shivering mess. The agent didn't know what I was talking about, and probably thought I was insane. By the end of it, she just told me to take it up with the property manager. There were some words, some heated exchanges, but in the end, I leveraged the fact that they had been less than honest about the possible homicide in the unit, and we managed to come to an agreeable understanding. I was able to get out of my lease at reduced cost, and they didn't have to deal with fringed weirdos and the post skulking around the building and driving prices down. I decided to move somewhere where the creatures that conjure ideas of world-eating snakes and lock-dwelling monsters couldn't intrude. Before she passed, Ma always said the desert out here was a favourite place to visit, vast and wild. I'm glad I was able to give her ashes the kind of send-off they deserved. And yeah, maybe there's something out here too. Some cryptid that runs screaming across the land, bleeding livestock for fun and feed. But you know what? I'll take my chances, with my 2 feet on the ground and Mother Mary in my pocket. A word of hopefully redundant advice. If you happen to hear your faucets dripping, don't go down those stairs. At the start of the pandemic, I decided to get back into retro gaming. I wanted to catch up on my backlog and try some gems from the past. I posted about it on Reddit and got a few suggestions on what to check out. Using an emulator, I could try pretty much anything. This one guy suggested I play Hatchman Cove. I never heard of it, and I couldn't find it anywhere. There was an inactive Steam page for it, but there was no available download. Instead, I opted for another game by the same developer called Changelings. I don't think a lot of people have heard of this game. It's a game for the PS2, but I don't know if it was ever physically published. I found it for the emulator though. Changelings actually had a pretty clever concept. It was a sort of reverse game show. You are put in a position where your made-up friend, lover, or parent has been cloned. Every round you are faced with 4 identical copies of a person, and your task is to find the real one. You have to ask them questions to figure it out. You are asked several personal questions to calibrate what sort of answers you are supposed to look for. You can add as much data to your profile as you want. They got like 500 questions. Based on the number of questions you answer, you get a psychological profile. You can check it out on the main menu. The more data you provide, the deeper and more personal questions you can ask the clones. If you just answer a few, you can't really ask the clones that much, and it gets a lot harder. The first night I booted up Changelings was a lot of fun. Filling out your profile unlocked more and more cosmetics, so I made it a point to answer all of them. It took almost an entire night, but after that, the answers generated seemed eerily human. The game had a bit of an uncomfortable atmosphere. The colours were toned down and the characters had this robotic auto-generated text-to-speech thing going on. It all took place in this sort of funhouse laboratory setting with strange mirrors and sterile walls. The main menu was a lab that you had to walk around in to get to options, start game, credits, and all that. Also, there were tank controls. Thanks, Resident Evil. Once I started playing the game, it became apparent that this wasn't just any old game. You could ask the clones weirdly deep questions, and they would answer as best as they could based on your profile, which meant that as much as you were playing against them, you were also playing against yourself. The better you knew your own profile, the easier it was to eliminate the clones. The clone Being a close friend, relative, or lover would know you better than a clone, so just seeing who knows you the best in certain ways is the way to go. For example, I asked the clones what my favourite type of sandwich was. I got 4 different answers. Your favourite is tuna and oregano. Your favourite is tuna and ham. Your favourite is tuna and mayonnaise. Your favourite is tuna and bell peppers. All answers were tuna, which is what I'd answered on my profile. But the second word? That wasn't part of it. But that's the tricky thing about this game. Based on your profile, it makes an estimate about what could be your favourite. So, thinking about it, I figured a mayonnaise tuna sandwich would be the correct answer, as it sounded the most true to me and my taste. Nothing was completely wrong, but that was the most right. Still, it was a bit of a gamble. Yeah, I won that round. Tuna and mayonnaise was spot on. The game figured this out by the sheer number of answers I provided. It knew my palate. I've since started making them regularly. It's like the game knew me better than myself. And that's the game. I got really into it. One thing about these older, unknown titles is that you actually have to discover a lot of it for yourself. There are no shortcuts or guides. I tried getting the best score, the most elaborate answers, making up the funniest questions, all kinds of stuff. But if the questions were too nonsensical, the game just wouldn't recognize them. You could use preset questions and just put in certain words like, what is my favorite X? What do you think of X? What was the name of my first ex? That was the best way to get a good answer. You could make a completely custom prompt though, but you might get an error. Also, it was clunky as hell, as you couldn't use a keyboard or click the letters. You had to move with direction arrows and choose the letters one by one. The game doesn't just let you pick out the character you think is the real one. You must kill off the clones in elimination rounds. It wasn't graphic or anything. They'd just be taken to another room and you'd hear a scream. At the end of the round, with just one person remaining, your character steps into the room. If you got it right, they'll hug you, kiss you, or thank you. If you got it wrong, the character got this strange grinning expression on their face and the screen would cut to black. Then your character would be the one who screams. By day 5, I discovered a glitch. You could bug out the game by putting a question within a question. If you did, the clones sort of spazzed out and you got a full score as if you'd won the round. The score could be used to unlock cosmetics and new sets. It kinda messed with my score though. See, the game never really stops working on your profile. Whenever you answer a question, it analyzes it. If it recognizes what you're asking, it uses that information in establishing your profile. If you ask a lot of questions about your past, it might take that into account. Same with questions about work, relationships, the future, and other themes. The game really feels like it tries to get to know you. But with corrupted scores, the game started bugging out. For me, the strangest thing was starting a new round and the clones were just gone. Just an empty room with no one there to answer my questions. Other times, all clones would just stand there with a big grin on their face, all saying the same answer. At one point, a clone backed out of the kill room and just got back in their seat without a head. Despite all this, I reluctantly got into it. It was strange to reverse answer questions about myself. It felt like I was teaching the game who I was. Hell, I don't even mind the bugged out stats. In some cases, it just added to the atmosphere. I took short breaks every now and then, but came back to try out a new strategy or to see if I could get a new unlock. I also got into the lore of the game, trying to find secrets hidden in the main menu room. There were a few folders and videos. Folders told a story of a pharmaceutical company who were trying to perfect an algorithm for spotting imposters. A series of in-game cutscenes told the story of a team who unleashed something horrible and were looking for a way to circumvent an upcoming disaster by building a protocol. The game took place in the 70s, so it got some of that analog horror vibe going. 2 weeks into playing it, on and off, I unlocked a character called the Boss, who was the final archetype of Changeling. Boss was by far the toughest one. She did this thing where all the clones had identical outfits, and they'd sometimes switch places if you weren't paying attention. Beating her was an absolute pain. It wasn't just about having a 1 in 4 chance of guessing right. She would sometimes actively make herself suspicious and then switch places with the original. It was, by all means, the equivalent of a boss battle. I tried using the glitch, but it just didn't work on her. All it did was throw me back to the main screen. I had to power through, grab my notebook, and actually make an effort. She was just odd. When you brought her clones into the kill room, there was no scream. It just got quiet and the lights flickered a bit. But Boss didn't thank you when you saved her. Instead, the lights just started to flicker and you're thrown back to the main menu. When I beat her, I got the final unlock, a character called Blameless. While other archetypes had icons of people when you start a new game, Blameless just had some sort of blue-tinted sunflower icon. The tooltip said, debug, while other tooltips had at least hinted at a viable strategy. As soon as I started it up, I figured something was wrong. The loading time was several minutes long, and once it loaded up, the game camera was stuck in another room. It took me a few seconds before I realized that the camera had switched to first person, and that I was actually in the interrogation room. To my sides were clones of my avatar, looking at me with those distorted pixel faces. On the other side of the window, I could see the white hair and dress of Blameless, motionless. It was all switched up. The game started asking questions for me to answer, forcing me to defend myself. I figured if I was honest and revealing, the game could figure out I was the real one. So I got into it. I did my best. But the questions were getting out of hand. Some of them were way too personal, and others were just strange. Asking me about my love life, my religion, my childhood trauma, my fantasies. At one point, I was asked the same question 4 times in a row. Would you kill for your God? At some point, I just felt uncomfortable playing. The clones in the room were staring at me with those creepy smiles. It was the middle of the night and I'd been playing for hours. I decided enough was enough and stepped away to get a drink. I was standing in the kitchen, Coke in hand, when I heard it from the other room. I said, "Would you kill for your God?" I nearly choked on my soda. The game was paused. I had no idea how to beat Blameless. I'd lose over and over again, and I'd see my character taken into the kill room. The screen would just go black, and then I'd be back at the main menu. I tried adapting to her tactics and listened for clues, but she was so unpredictable. The clones would copy part of what I answered and switch a few words up. Blameless would get it wrong over and over and over. Was she bad at the game, or did she just want to kill me? Maybe for her, the game was killing the real one instead of saving them. If so, they were really good at it. Or was my character a clone all along? At one point, I just stopped playing. I wasn't invested enough to get this frustrated. I'd gotten all I could out of changelings, so it was time to move on. However, as I started looking for the next game to play, my phone dinged Text message. Game over. I turned off my phone and backed away from the computer. I just stood there, panting. Unknown number. No way, no way. I uninstalled everything. It had to be a virus. I turned my phone off and fetched my backup flip phone. I ran a malware check on my computer, locked all my windows, closed the curtains. Had someone used the game to spy on me, like a password phishing thing? It wasn't unheard of, and some of my questions could be used to guess the answer to my secret questions. I got paranoid. I stopped at random times while showering, just to hear if someone was sneaking around my apartment or looking through the mail slot. I thought about calling the police, but seeing as how emulators can be a bit of a grey legal area, I wasn't too sure about it. It'd be too hard to explain. It was midnight when my flip phone rang. Unknown caller. I thought about not answering, throwing it away and just not looking back. But I had to know more. Who was this person, and what did they want? What did they really want? So, I picked it up. Game over. Same robotic text-to-speech function, same tone of voice. Then the line went completely quiet. No breathing, no moving, nothing. Just a faint electric buzz. I just stood there, trying to control my breathing. I felt dizzy, as if I'd suddenly run a marathon. "What do you want from me?" I asked. "To find you. Just play without me." "We found you." "What?" "You answered well." I thought about my words carefully, but my mind was racing. Who was I talking to? Who was behind the voice? And how could they reach me so easily? Game over. Wait, what? What do you... Click. The line went dead, and the phone shut down. Then my computer shut down. Then the lights, the fridge. Hell, the street outside went black. I scrambled for a flashlight when I heard something. Footsteps. Someone was at the door. I couldn't find my damn flashlight. I considered my options. I live on the second floor, so a jump might just break my legs. That won't get me anywhere. I didn't have a firearm, but I could get a knife. With my phone dead, I couldn't call the police. I had to do 1,000 things at once, but that wouldn't change that someone was trying to get in. Before I could fetch a single racing thought, the door swung open. For a few seconds, I just held my breath and listened. There were several people, and I was just standing around the corner waiting for something to happen. I felt so goddamn powerless. This was my home, my space. As they got closer, I backed away. When they suddenly stopped, I realized I'd been heard. I had too many options to choose from, but I settled on the balcony. I burst through the balcony door. The air was surprisingly cold, and there was frost on the ground. My heart was beating so fast, and I was hyper-focusing on anything and everything. I could barely see anything from the cloud of my breath, but I could see 2 people on the other side of the door. They were me. I thought it was a broken reflection at first, my mind playing tricks on me. But no, it was me. Different sets of clothes and different hair, but 2 variations of me. One of them was taking something from my computer, but the other just stared at me with a tilted head. He made no attempt to open the balcony door. If he did, I wasn't sure I'd be able to stop him. We just looked at one another. I could see my mannerisms, my quirks, the way they moved, the way they looked at me. I'd seen it in the mirror every day. They were me. I hadn't even noticed I was screaming. The sound just escaped me. I almost fell over the side of the balcony, trying to get away. It was one of my neighbours who saved me. An old woman on the next balcony over, calling out to me, asking if I was okay, telling me she'd call the police, telling me to calm down, to talk to her. They're in there, I shrieked. I could barely speak. I pointed right at one of them, and he just tilted his head with a grin, the same creepy grin as in the game. This unrealistic, twisted, ear-to-ear parody of a face. He grabbed the balcony door and slid it ajar, easily. I put one leg over the railing. They weren't getting me. A broken leg or two was a small price to pay. "You're fine," he whispered, in my voice. "We know. You're okay." I could barely hear him over my breathing. I just shook my head. "I'm real," I said. "I'm real and you're not. You're not." He shook his head and closed the door. We exchanged a look. Seconds later, they were both gone. That was it. I told the police the intruders were masked. I told my neighbour I didn't know who they were. I told them I thought I'd been stalked online and that I didn't know what was going on. Which is true, I still don't. They haven't bothered me since. The game is just normal. It's like the corrupted file just reset itself. In every way, it just seems like everything has cleared itself up. But I don't think it's that easy. Something has changed since that night. Since playing Changelings. Sometimes, when I'm in the bathroom, I get this strange feeling, a mood. And when I look up, I'm grinning. Exactly the way they do.
So, you've probably heard that the social media app called TikTok has been banned by the United States government. The ban is yet to take official effect, and the whole thing is honestly pretty complicated. The reason most sources have cited it is because the app is Chinese designed and has been implicated with various breaches of privacy and illegal collection of data. This whole thing is basically a proxy cyber war between paranoid fractions, if you ask me. But honestly, it doesn't even matter. Now, as rewarding and constructive as it can be to discuss politics on the internet with strangers, I'd rather not go down that path right now. It's not the real reason it got banned anyway. I am. At least I think I am. I imagine half of you right now probably hate me already, but please, just hear me out. Feel free to lambast and or praise me in the comments if you wish, but I'm not here to make myself famous or gain any sort of clout. I'm here because something truly horrifying happened, and the world deserves to know the truth. I was an avid user of TikTok, regularly wasting hours just browsing random videos and periodically making my own. My lawyer has recommended not sharing my username for reasons that will become evident soon enough, so sorry in advance. I had a modest following, but nothing crazy. Most of my videos involved me doing dumb little skits or filming my cats doing something funny. Never had anything big, and by all accounts, it was nothing out of the ordinary. I lived with my parents, and one night I was home alone playing some Apex Legends when my bedroom door just suddenly shut. It made me jump, and I turned around to see what happened. I fully anticipated seeing my brother or another family member with a smug grin, but no one was there. I got eliminated shortly after and got up to check the house, still a bit unnerved. My parents were away for the weekend visiting my grandma,
and my brother was supposed to be staying the night at a friend's house. I figured he must have come home instead, but after searching the house and calling his name, I didn't find him. I figured he was hiding to try and scare me, because that asshole loves to make me jump and it's not very difficult. I finally decided to call him, only to find out he was in fact still at his friend's house. I felt chills slither down my spine when he sent me a selfie of himself to prove it. I thought about calling the police, thinking that someone had broken in, but there were no signs of that being the case. Now, this ain't the movies, and I knew immediately that my door wouldn't have shut on its own due to a random gust of wind or some draft inside the house. I was on edge the rest of that night, but nothing else happened. A few days later, however, I was lying in bed at around 2 a.m. when I heard something whisper my name. I shot up right away, but saw nothing in my room. It sounded like it came from my closet, but when I flicked the lights on, there was nothing there. I began to grow seriously unnerved by that point, and just sat around with my heart racing for a couple of minutes. Just when I had finally calmed down, I was about to turn the lights back off. A cup suddenly fell from the dresser. Water splashed all over the ground, but I barely noticed. A rational part of my mind wondered whether a random tremor from the earth was responsible, but that thought ceased with a single noise. Knock. A sudden, muffled knock reverberated from somewhere in my room. By this point, I was really beginning to panic, and I was about 2 seconds away from sprinting out of my room and screaming like a banshee. I don't exactly know what stopped me from doing that, to be honest. Is someone there? I don't know why I asked the question either, but to my surprise, knock. My heart skipped a beat, and I tried to determine where exactly the knock was coming from. Like before, I thought maybe my brother was messing with me, but it was past midnight and I knew he had to work the next day. Curiosity then mixed with horror, and I formulated an idea. I pulled out my phone and began recording. Can you hear me? I could hear my own voice shaking as I spoke. Knock. A cold chill swept down my spine, but an idea struck. 1 knock for yes and 2 for no, okay? Knock. To ensure it understood, I decided to ask a question to see if it would actually respond correctly. Are you a giant purple elephant? Knock, knock. The knock seemed to change location every time, even with the 2 consecutive knocks. I ended the video and shared it with the tagline, "There is something in my room, holy crap." I then started another video and posed another question. Are you here to hurt me? Knock, knock. My heart breathed a small sigh of relief at that. I shared that video too, and then did a quick check through my house to make damn sure that one of my family members wasn't just messing with me. After confirming that, I went back to my room, now more curious than afraid. I thought I could be the very first person to document paranormal phenomenon firsthand, and that possibility really excited me. Are you still there? Knock. My heart jumped with enthusiasm as the camera rolled. I asked a few more yes-no questions, but most were just simple things that aren't too relevant. After the thing continued to respond accurately, I decided to take things to another level and prove once and for all that I wasn't just being pranked. Can you do something to demonstrate you're here? This was probably a bad idea, and I'm sure I'll get scolded in the comments for it, but I had to know. There was no knock this time, and things just lingered in silence for a couple of seconds. A sudden creaking noise then echoed from my right, and I turned in sheer disbelief to see my doorknob begin to turn. The door popped and slowly rolled open to touch the opposite wall at the foot of my bed. There was no one outside. I shared the video. I was still nervous, but now also giddy with excitement. I thought my discovery of the apparent poltergeist in my room may shock not only the TikTok community, but the world at large. We've all seen those supposed paranormal videos on YouTube and whatnot, of a door slowly opening or some vague, shadowy figure that appears for a few frames, but this was on a whole new level. Not only was the entity willfully engaging my questions, but it was happening right before my eyes. I probably recorded a dozen more videos that night with various captions. I can tell you the exact amount, but all of them had since been deleted along with my account. That was my lawyer's suggestion, and I think he's right. Maybe someone out there archived them, but I hope not. I hope those videos never see the light of day again. Over the next couple days, I continued to communicate with the presence in my room. I contemplated getting a Ouija board to try and ask some better questions, but I knew my staunchy religious parents would probably castrate me if they ever caught me with something like that. Instead, I decided to construct one out of paper, using a Pringles lid as a planchette. I didn't really think anything would happen, but decided to go for it anyway. I had read that you need at least 3 people to make a Ouija board work, something about a certain amount of spiritual energy or something. My good friend Ethan had seen most of my videos and was really interested in what was going on. I invited him to come over and see for himself, and he was more than happy to accept. He arrived late one night, and I explained to him what my plan was. Ethan needed very little convincing and was game basically from the get-go. Ethan and I went to Jake, my older brother's room, and tried to explain to him what I was doing. He clearly didn't believe me when I claimed I had made contact with something supernatural, but he also swore up and down that he had nothing to do with it. After a bit, I finally managed to convince him to come join us. His eyes went wide when he beheld my crude Ouija board. "Zach, what the hell are you doing?" he asked, looking suddenly uncomfortable. "Jake, there's something in here, I swear. Watch." I looked around the room and took a deep breath. "Can you hear me?" Knock. The reaction came immediately and made Jake jump. Ethan giggled and gave a muffled hoot of excitement, but Jake was silent. He glanced around the room, trying to see where it came from as his visible discomfort grew. "See, I told you," I proclaimed. I sat down beside the paperboard and motioned for both of them to join me. Ethan sat down right away, but Jake hesitated. He looked around the room once more, and then sighed, taking a seat opposite to me. "Do you want to talk?" I asked to our ethereal guest. Knock. Ethan had a wide smile, but Jake remained stoic. I put my hand on my Pringles cap planchette, and Ethan did the same soon after. Both of us then looked at Jake, who eyed us both warily. He clearly wasn't comfortable with it, but the sight of my ragtag Ouija board clearly amused him. "Really?" I shrugged. "Mom would kill me if I got a real one." Jake just sighed, not looking excited in the least, but placed his fingers in the cap as well. There was a moment of silence between the three of us, but surprisingly, Jake then asked the first question. "Can you hear us?" Nothing happened for a moment, but then I felt the planchette seem to try and pull away. Our hand stayed gently on it as it hovered to the Y on the board. It paused a moment, then I felt it pull towards the E. Sure enough, a second later, and it fell on S. Ethan immediately retracted his hand from the board and put his hands to his head. "You guys better not be messing with me," he said. "Dude, I swear on my life I'm not doing it," I replied. Ethan shook his head, and Jake just remained silent, as if he didn't know what to say. I could tell both of them were hesitant to continue, so I decided to reassure them. "Don't worry, guys, it means us no harm. Watch, you don't want to hurt us, right?" I motioned for them to put their hands back, and after a few seconds, they both did. The Pringles cap then slowly drifted towards N, and then to O. "We shouldn't be doing this," Jake said. "Dude, we're going to go viral for this, no question. You're still recording, right?" Ethan replied, looking to me. I nodded and stopped the video to prepare the next one. "Who cares? It ain't worth being haunted by a damn demon," Jake countered. He had a point, but I wasn't ready to back down. "Are you a demon?" I asked. N-O. "See?" Jake just glared at me like I was an idiot. "Well, it's not going to admit it. That's like asking someone if they're a murderer. Of course they're going to say no." I guess he did have a point, but I was adamant that the presence was not malicious. "Are you human?" I asked. The planchette began to slide once more. N-O. Chills descended my spine after that. Jake and Ethan were both silent. My curiosity was insatiable by that point. "What's your name?" I asked. O-S-Y-R-A. I just looked at Jake, and he hunched his shoulders. I stopped the recording on my phone, uploaded the video with the tag, and started a new one. "What are you?" Jake asked. N-O. "Why are you here?" Ethan chimed in. Y-O. Jake immediately flung his hands off the planchette after the planchette drifted to the letter U. "Nope, I'm done. Screw this." He began to leave the room. "Dude, what's wrong? This is how like every horror movie ever made begins, Zach. I'm not about to be murdered by a ghost." As Jake and I argued, my bedroom door suddenly shifted. The three of us then watched in sheer disbelief as the door slowly rolled shut on its own accord. A dense moment of silence befell then, and Jake slowly turned to face me in horror. Honestly, we probably should have had the door closed from the beginning, but that message was received loud and clear. We weren't done until it said we were done. "I guess we don't have a choice now," I said. Jake glared at me as he took his seat once more, gingerly reaching for the planchette and posing another question. "What do you want?" L-O-V-E. I breathed a small sigh of relief at that. See, dude, he just wants to be loved. Probably just the ghost of someone that's lost or something. I don't know if I was trying to convince Jake or myself of that, but a sudden bang against the wall caused us all to jump. It was louder than any of the previous knocks, and it caused my heart to soar in my chest. This thing clearly had some kind of power to affect the physical world, and that should have terrified me way more than it did. Our hands returned to the planchette, and when it spelled something out, I actually chuckled. S-H-E. "Oh, she's a girl. Sorry about that," I replied to her, shooting Jake a pensive smile. "I guess even ghosts don't like being misgendered," Ethan said with a chuckle, and Jake just shook his head in response. "Are you hot?" Ethan just blurted out the question. Jake just glared at him like he actually wanted to smack him upside the head, and honestly, I felt the same. It was definitely not a wise decision to ask a powerful spirit. Yet despite that, it actually got an interesting response. C-O-L-D. Cold. Our conversation went on for a while and spanned multiple videos. Jake, Ethan and I just basically spitballed questions at her, ranging from asinine things like hair colour to more profound questions like life after death. I'll just summarise a few of them now to save some time for us all. How old are you? Old. Where do you come from? No. Have you been here for long? Too long. Are you an alien? No. Is there life after death? No death. Are there more like you? Tupu. Is there something we can do to help you? Yes. What is it? Paravutal. What does that mean? That was the last question she responded to. We asked several more questions, but the planchette didn't move again. I figured that meant it was the end of the conversation. Jake stared at the board for several minutes before abruptly rising and opening my bedroom door to leave. Ethan and I just stared at the board in silence for a few minutes. For some reason, I was suddenly exhausted. I mean, it was the middle of the night by that point, but prior to our little game, I was wide awake. I work nights too, so I'm used to being up all night, but my lethargy made me wonder whether the exchange had taken a toll on my emotions or something. Ethan seemed to feel similar and announced not long after that he was going to head home. I bid him goodbye and locked the door behind him. I went to check on Jake, but he was already fast asleep in bed. Still feeling completely exhausted, I returned to my room. I didn't even have time to find something to watch on Netflix before falling asleep. That same night, I had probably the most visceral and disturbing nightmare of my entire life. I don't even normally have bad dreams, and if I do, I don't remember them. But I don't think I'll ever forget this one. I was in the forest, stumbling around in the dark. It wasn't like my normal dreams, where random stuff seems to happen and I have no control over anything. I was perfectly lucid. I remember touching the rough bark on the trees and feeling the velvety leaves as they swayed in the breeze. I walked onward, fully aware of who I was, but without a clue as to where I was or how I got there. The further I went, the more twisted the terrain became. The trees grew in odd, unnatural angles, spiraling like loop-de-loops and other ornate structures. The ground became riddled with holes that seemed to just be empty voids, with some of them being massive craters of replete oblivion. There were these weird and terrifying statues along the way. Large, matte grey slabs depicting all sorts of vile things. Some looked slightly human, most did not. The majority were some horrendous amalgamations of vaguely animalistic parts grated onto a wretched torso. Words simply cannot describe their utterly hideous vestiges in the context necessary, nor can they convey the permeating dread that coagulated in my soul as I beheld them. It was like some deep fear within me had been awakened after seeing those sculptures. After some time, I came to a chasm. Before me sat a massive crater that contained a black darker than anything I'd ever seen before, at least at first. The more I stared at the abyss, the more I saw it for what it was. There was something down there, and I was unable to avert my gaze. I was paralyzed in simultaneous bewilderment and unrelenting terror as something began to rise from the pit. Something new. Something old but new, horrific and beautiful. A girl cloaked in tapestries of night, spewing forth a miasma of appendages that coiled and slithered into countless worlds. Below her, minions of every creed, colour, species and existence festered and writhed about in chaotic ecstasy. They howled and cheered as their blasphemous goddess consumed the worlds, snuffing them into non-existence in their orgy of psychotic bliss. The ultimate contradictions portrayed in that revolting scene were enough to shake my mind to its roots, like simply witnessing it was a sin greater than any I'd ever committed. It was all so wrong, but right in a way I myself cannot even explain. I don't even know if anything I've said here makes any sense to anyone, but I felt compelled to tell it anyway. It's like my hands have ceased to be their own, and some other force is compelling them, as though I were nothing more than a mere flesh puppet. I then felt a gaze shift to mine, and as soon as I was sure I was set to be devoured whole, everything vanished. Next thing I know, I'm waking up, gasping for breath in my bed. My shirt and sheets were soaked with cold sweat, and my heart was thundering in my chest. I've had bad dreams before, but nothing so visceral or horrifically profound as that one. It took me several minutes to realize I was back in the waking world, and a brief tranquility rolled over me. As terrifying as that dream was, it was only just a dream. The rational part of me tried desperately to explain away the madness that had just accosted my subconscious, and it almost succeeded. Until I saw the symbol in my closet. It looked like a circle with thorns jutting out of it, like some scribbling made by a child. It was not gently crafted. On the contrary, it appeared hastily scrawled, as though inscribed by a deranged man on the last threads of fraying sanity. I rubbed my fingers along it, but it did not smudge nor leave residue on my finger. It looked almost like it had been burned into the wall. I decided then that I had to know more about what we had learned from the entity we had communed with. I searched the name it gave us, Osira, but found very little that seemed relevant. It brought up a game I'm unfamiliar with called Pillars of Entity, but it wasn't a direct match. I also got results for a Polish soccer player, some town in Norway, and an electronic musician on Amazon Music. None of them seemed to match. So I googled the word she had told us, which I did not recognize. Tupu, as far as I can tell, is a Swahili word which means empty, while Paravutal is Tamil for spread or disperse. The fact it knew different languages was not that surprising, but the implications were. Tamil is one of the oldest known written languages in the world, predating Aromatic and Latin by a substantial margin. I'm no expert, but as far as I know, it's also a dead language like the other two. Can't imagine there's a whole lot of people that are fluent in it, which leads me to believe that whoever or whatever Osira is, she is very old. Both of my cats, Truffles and Lemmy, also began to refuse to enter my room. Truffles especially used to regularly sleep on my bed, but he had suddenly stopped even coming near my room. A couple times I saw him staring from down the hall, with his ears pinned back and eyes like saucers. I tried carrying him to my room, but before I even got close, he went absolutely ballistic. He began snarling and hissing like he was in a battle for his life, and I dropped him after he shredded my arms with his claws. He bolted down the hall as soon as his paws touched the ground, and he hasn't ventured back upstairs since. My plausible deniability continued to dwindle the more I learned and pondered upon it. Even if both Jake and Ethan had played along and moved the planchette to prank me, I couldn't explain the knocks. To be honest, I'd long since abandoned the notion that either Jake or Ethan were playing me, and that was before I made another, truly unnerving discovery. By this point, the series of videos that I'd shared on TikTok had started to garner a bit of buzz. Several of them had a couple hundred likes and dozens of comments. It was the usual stuff you see on paranormal videos, with people claiming it's fake, while others offered advice or tried to explain what was happening. Most people just made meme references though, or told me to burn down the house. There was one that stood out from the rest though. Some girl I didn't know had commented under the video with 4 simple words that made my spine tingle. I've seen her too. I clicked on her profile, and like mine, it was nothing special. Just videos of her dancing and doing lip-sync videos and stuff. She had more followers than I did, but nothing that would be considered influencer status. Her latest couple videos drew my attention right away. The first one was much like my first experience. The video showed her in what I assume was a bedroom asking questions and receiving knocks back just like I had. It was captioned something like, "Ong, something is in my house." Her next video gave a bit more context. The first thing it showed was her, and she looked like she had been crying. She went on to explain that she had seen a video on TikTok of 3 guys using a ghetto Ouija board to speak to something called Osira. I knew immediately she was referring to my video. She then actually began to cry and muttered something about thinking it was now in her house too. I always thought the saying, "May my blood run cold," was cliché and overdramatic, but that was the first time I experienced it firsthand. I would have sworn someone had just thrown me overboard the Arctic Express when I heard her say those words. The next video didn't help either. First thing I saw was that same symbol on a wall that had been branded in my closet. Hers was much larger, probably 5 feet wide at least. Now, she could have been a copycat after all. TikTok is known for copying trends and those various internet challenges, but something about her demeanor didn't mesh with that idea. Either she was a brilliant actress, or she was truly petrified. The video just showed her filming the symbol while muttering and softly crying, but the end was truly horrifying. A sudden knock caused her to swivel to the left. A door slowly rolled open, and in the darkness, there was quite clearly a shadowy silhouette looming in the doorway. The poor girl went absolutely ballistic screaming and crying as the video degraded into a flurry of imagery before suddenly ending. Those first 3 videos were scary enough, but I think it's the last one which really rattled me to the core. The girl started the video filming herself, her expression completely deadpan and emotionless. She just sat in the darkness and stared at the camera, silent and unblinking for several seconds. "I'm ready." The video then abruptly ended, and that was the last thing posted to her account. I don't know what she meant by that. Many people in the comments reacted similarly to how others had to my video. Once again though, another comment caught my eye. "I've seen her too." I clicked on that profile and found it was the account of some kid. He couldn't have been older than 12, but once again, he too had a similar strain of videos. I started watching the last one when a sudden text message rolled in from a number I didn't have in my phone. "Hi Zach, this is Ethan's mom. I was just wondering if you heard from Ethan lately. He said he was over at your house last night and he didn't come home or text. Just wanted to make sure you guys are okay. Hope you're good." Once again, my heart plummeted to the lowest possible depths in my chest as I read those words. I dialed Ethan, but he didn't answer. I tried that 3 more times while checking all of his social media accounts. There was no activity on any of them, and he never answered my call. I began to seriously freak the hell out at that point and ran from my room to check on Jake. Jake, wake up man, we need to talk," I said, barging into his dark room. I thought I saw him still sleeping in bed, but as I tore the covers away, I realized it was empty. I thought maybe he had already left, but as I turned to walk out, I saw eyes staring at me from the closet. My heart skipped a beat and I stumbled back into the wall as I slumped down. My heart was soaring in my chest, and it took several seconds for me to realize he was just sitting in his closet, staring vacantly, completely unreactive to my sudden intrusion. I was partially relieved, but as I tried talking to him, I couldn't get him to respond. I grew angry, shouted and shook him, but he didn't react at all. He was completely catatonic, like he was in some kind of trance. He didn't even blink. Nothing I did could shake him from whatever state he was in. No matter how hard I shook him, pinched him, or even slapped him, he wouldn't respond. Now realizing that something was very, very wrong, I ran downstairs to my mother on the verge of a complete mental breakdown. I tried desperately to explain everything that had happened, but I probably didn't make a whole lot of sense. She finally seemed to clue in when I mentioned that something was wrong with Jake. She rushed upstairs and I tried to get him to snap out of it, but again he didn't respond. I dialed the police, telling them about both Jake and the apparently missing Ethan. Again, I don't know how much sense I made on the phone, but the lady eventually confirmed that officers were on their way. I told them to send an ambulance too, before hanging up and returning to Jake and my mom. The cops arrived a little while later, and my mom and I met them at the door on the brink of utter hysteria. We led them inside and tried to explain what was happening as an ambulance pulled up on the road behind the cruiser. Once again, I doubted if they could make heads or tails of what we were telling them. My mom's priority was obviously Jake, but before she could lead them or the EMTs upstairs, something truly unpredictable happened. I was trying to tell one cop what had happened when something large struck the other cop hard out of the corner of my eye. The impact caused us all to collapse. When I looked back up, I saw Jake, who had apparently just leapt from the second-floor window on top of the cop. Without a word, he began to beat the officer mercilessly, driving his fists into the poor guy's face again and again with vicious intent, while bearing an expression that seemed utterly devoid of either empathy or humanity. The other cop quickly regained his footing and tackled Jake off his partner. They wrestled around for a moment as Mom cried and begged both of them to stop. I stepped in as well, helping the officer subdue my brother as tears stung my eyes. I didn't understand what was even happening. The two of us eventually managed to restrain Jake, but the damage had been done. The officer he attacked was an older guy, and his face looked like he had just sparred with Manny Pacquiao and Mike Tyson at the same time. The EMTs rushed in to help, and more cops soon arrived on scene. I just held my mom as she cried. Jake has never been a violent person, and I don't understand what possessed him to suddenly attack that cop like that. He really did a number on that man too, and he's still in a coma. They're not sure he'll ever recover. Jake was taken to jail, and he has yet to say a single word to anyone since the brutal attack. It's like he's still in a trance, almost like his mind is being controlled. Over the next few days, my mom, dad and I were interviewed by the cops several times. My story was obviously not taken seriously at first, but I didn't know what else to say. I showed them my videos on TikTok and how other users seem to have been witnessing the same phenomenon. They really seemed to grow nervous at that point. I mean, a paranormal explanation for a police assault is just about the dumbest possible excuse someone could make, right? No one in their right mind would believe it, but it was all I could tell them. One of the interrogators said that they were going to contact a special investigation unit, and they would come to our house to interview us a few days later. I don't think I slept at all during that time. I kept hearing voices and thinking I saw shadows in my room. Obviously, the things that have happened in the last little bit have done a number on my mental health, and not sleeping has obviously exacerbated that. But I know there's more to it than that. The Special Investigation Unit finally knocked on the door, and they looked about as generic as I expected them to. 2 men, black suits, with heads utterly devoid of hair of any kind, even lacking eyebrows. The way they spoke was almost robotic. It's hard to explain, but I assume they were FBI or CIA, despite them never actually stating who they worked for. They told us we needed to leave our house while they conducted an investigation. We were too exhausted to argue by that point, and we simply packed our things and drove to a local hotel with Truffles and Lemmy in tow. We've been here almost 3 weeks now, and we still have very few answers. Jake is facing a charge of first-degree assault on a police officer whom remains in critical condition. Ethan's whereabouts are still unknown, and no one has heard from him. His bank account hasn't been touched, and his phone hasn't been used. I tried to call him more, but his phone just goes straight to voicemail now. It makes me shudder to think where he is, or what he's doing. If you happen to see a guy with curly brown hair, about 6'1", heavyset with glasses who responds to the name Ethan, stay away from him. I don't think he can be trusted anymore. Of course, it came out in the news a little while later that the United States government intends to ban TikTok, citing national security concerns. Maybe that's actually true, but I can't help but think there's something much worse at play here. This is all my fault, and I know that now. All I can do is ruminate all the things that have happened lately, and I think I've learned a few things. The nightmares I had, and the response from the Ouija board. That single word that keeps coming back to me. Paravotel, spread or disperse. The video from that other girl on TikTok who said, "I'm ready," is truly worrying to me now. I think that's what this Osira wants. To spread and grow her influence. I think TikTok became the medium for her to do just that, and I think I let her out. It all started with me, and I am so very sorry for how ridiculously stupid I've been. I know my words are hollow, but I don't know what else to do. I don't think Osira is a demon. I think she's something else entirely. For all I know, she's some eldritch abomination hell-bent on devouring our planet. I keep having dreams about her, about war, devastation, and pandemonium of all kinds. She is chaos, madness, discord, and debauchery. Just look around at the state of the world right now. I'd say her influence is already being felt. I don't know where we go from here, but if I were you, I would avoid those videos like the plague if they're still out there. She may just choose you next. Either way, a rogue deity of chaos invading the planet through the internet Sounds like the most 2020 thing to happen all year. Be safe, everyone. Bad things are on the horizon. I stayed at a haunted house a few years ago, and no, I didn't misspeak. It's the only name I felt was fitting for it. A genuine haunted house would have been a vacation compared to the nightmare I lived through. A few doors creaking in the night, some apparitions standing over me, even a crying little girl in the wind were nothing compared to the depravity of living human beings. Even a crying little girl in the wind were nothing compared to the depravity of living human beings. It all started when I planned a simple getaway with some buddies of mine. We were the typical group of teenage idiots. It was 5 of us. My buddy Daryl, his girl Allison, my best friend Kevin, and my crush Mary Beth. We all decided to go on one final trip before everyone went off to start their lives. Daryl and Allison were both going to New York for college. Kevin was shipping out to boot camp, and Mary Beth was planning to travel Europe for a while to do some backpacking with some of her girlfriends. Her parents had that kind of money, so she was taking a holiday year to herself, I guess. I hate to admit it, but I was jealous of them all. Me, well, I was the loser without plans. I had a job at a convenience store and was going to live in my parents' basement. To be honest, I was dreading the end of summer. I was going to be all alone in our little neighborhood for the first time since I moved there. 5 carefree years of hanging out with my friends almost every goddamn night, and then poof, I'm alone. So, in order to stave off the finality of the summer, I pitched one last hurrah for our friend group. A weekend away in an isolated cabin where we could get drunk, smoke up, play Mario Kart, and lounge at a pool. I spent weeks looking around on the typical sites for a place that met our criteria. Everything was so goddamn expensive. Until I found it. The cabin that was too good to be true. It checked off every box and some, and at half the cost of the rest. It started like any other trip. Everyone piled into Kevin's Jeep. Since I'm skinnier than Kevin and Daryl, I got the fun spot sandwiched between Allison and Mary Beth. Both of them were incredibly attractive, but Kevin's Jeep is open, and it was 97 degrees that day. As much as a guy might say they'd love to be sandwiched between 2 hot chicks, this was not my idea of a good time. We all pretty much sweat our asses off on the ride there. 3 hours in total, with 1 stop in between. But the fun part of not driving was getting to enjoy some road drinks. Mary Beth bought us all some of those custom metal cups with our names engraved on them. She was always sweet like that, showing up at big events with gifts or special homemade cakes. I guess that's why I always found myself so enamored with her. She just had a genuine kindness to her that most girls my age didn't have. I could never work up the courage to tell her how I felt, and to be honest, I had no intentions to on this trip. I knew how the story went. Even if I spilled my guts to her and confessed all my feelings, the best case was we would have 2 to 3 weeks before she went off to venture across Europe and forget all about me. I didn't want to put either of us through that awkward long-distance situation, so let sleeping dogs lie was always what I told to myself. I was a damn idiot. I squandered a chance I'll never get back. After a few hours, our GPS veered us onto a back road that stretched deep into the woods. Daryl decided to be cute and hummed the banjo song from the Deliverance movie. Allison yelled at him to shut up, half joking but half serious. Just saying, backwoods and black people don't usually mix, babe, he half-heartedly laughed. Everyone else in the car giggled at his joke, but the scowl on her face told us that Allison did not find it funny. Not that she took offense to Daryl's joke, she just started the trip with an axe to grind. She was already mad Daryl wouldn't sit in the back seat with her, so add in the alcohol, the heat, and a long drive, and we had the perfect recipe for some drama. It was no worry though. Those two had one of the most toxic teenage relationships you could think of. They probably broke up monthly, but they always wound up making out on the couch by the end of any night they were together. It was exhausting, but we were all used to it. "Don't worry, bud, you got me," Kevin said, slapping Daryl on the back. What a true statement that was. Kevin was a beast of a man, star linebacker of the football team and a 2-time wrestling state champion. No one messed around with him at school. He was a great friend to have. Mr. Popular, as I called him. We just happened to be seated next to each other in freshman algebra. High school got a lot easier for me once I became friends with Kevin. I didn't have any friends before Kevin, and I was struggling with the typical teenage angst and depression. We bonded over our mutual love of retro games. I couldn't tell you how many nights we wasted getting high, playing GoldenEye on the N64. Good times. Kevin